Chapter 1. Little Lin Huaizhi, let me tag along. In September, the weather in Jiangcheng remained sweltering. Lin Huaizhi, along with the delivery driver, was moving items upstairs. Although there was an elevator, after several trips back and forth, they were utterly exhausted. Thank you for your hard work, sir. Here, have a can of soda to cool off. Lin Huaizhi retrieved 2 cans of cola from the refrigerator and handed them to the 2 middle-aged men. They had shown no signs of impatience throughout the moving process and had engaged in pleasant conversation. Now that the task was complete, it was only right to offer them a drink and a moment of respite. He had always been amiable, influenced by his upbringing to treat others with basic courtesy and kindness. Of course, exceptions could be made for certain individuals. Thank you, young man, the 2 men said, accepting the sodas without hesitation. If you're not busy, why not sit down and rest a bit before you leave? Lin Huaizhi took a sip of his soda, the refreshing chill coursing down his throat, banishing the heat and lifting his spirits. No, our clothes are dirty and dusty, we might soil your sofa. One of the men replied. Yes, if there's nothing else, we should take our leave. Young man, take your time tidying up. The 2 uncles exchanged pleasantries and waved goodbye as they descended the stairs. Lin Huaizhi did not press them to stay, knowing he had to report to school later and attend a class meeting at 2 o'clock. With the house in disarray, he could only return in the evening to sort things out. He downed his soda in one go, crumpled the can in his hand, and glanced at the trash bin 8 meters away, casually tossing it in with precision. Thud. Nice. Lin Huaizhi took a quick 3-minute shower in the bathroom, changed into clean clothes, slung his bag over his shoulder, and stepped outside. In this blazing sun, I wish I had a girlfriend to hold an umbrella for me. Observing the young women on the street, each with their own sunshade, Lin Huaizhi felt a twinge of longing. However, as a young man, he felt that carrying an umbrella would seem rather effeminate. If he had a girlfriend, he could tenderly hold the umbrella for her while also enjoying its shade himself. Unfortunately, after 21 years of being single, his moments of infatuation were few and far between. Lacking an umbrella, Lin Huaizhi quickened his pace, leveraging his long legs to take 2 steps at a time toward the school. This year's start of term was different from previous years, as all undergraduates were reporting today. He saw many younger students struggling with their luggage along the way. Wow, I can't believe I have to go through freshman year all over again. But this campus is quite beautiful. Despite the cacophony surrounding him, filled with tents from various departments and clubs handing out flyers, Lin Huaizhi distinctly heard the sweet voice of a girl. He glanced around, but could not pinpoint its source. The voice was undeniably melodious, and one could only assume that its owner was equally lovely. Huaiga, what are you looking around for? Zhao Yuanan appeared with a mischievous grin, his tone tinged with cheekiness. I bet you're checking out the legs. Lin Huaizhi playfully punched him and continued toward the college. Don't be shy, bro. Let me tell you, this year's freshmen are quite impressive. I've already spotted several stunning girls' perfect faces and fabulous figures, Zhao Yuanan said, embodying the modern-day slacker who, although he had never been in a relationship, had an unabashed admiration for beauty. His enthusiasm suggested he was very pleased with what he had seen. What's the point of looking? Even if you see them, they're not yours, Lin Huaizhi retorted. However, Zhao Yuanan seemed unfazed. Bro, your perspective is too narrow. Think about it if you're in a relationship. You can only look at your girlfriend. If I stay single, I can admire whomever I wish. Just think about how liberating that is. At first glance, his argument seemed reasonable, but Lin Huaizhi was not swayed. Isn't that just an excuse for your lack of prospects? It's not that no one wants to date you, it's just that you've never had a girlfriend. With years of friendship behind them, Lin Huaizhi knew that beneath Zhao Yunan's carefree demeanor lay a pure-hearted romantic. He felt the same, even though many today did not pursue genuine love, often initiating conversations with superficial remarks. He preferred to wait for someone who resonated with him on a deeper level. Life was his own, and he refused to settle. I'm just a loser who hasn't found someone I like. But you, bro, are different. You're quite well known at school, smart, and not too shabby looking. Why aren't you dating? Zhao Yuanan remarked, studying Lin Huaizhi's striking face that he had known for over a decade. Lin Huaizhi replied, I maintain my standards. I cannot engage with someone I don't genuinely like. This sentiment was true. Lin Huaizhi harbored a sense of moral purity. He was simply uninterested in anything that did not feel right to him. While there were girls who openly expressed interest, some even more forward, he found their advances repulsive. Many people appeared glamorous on the outside, but were far from virtuous in private. Lin Huaizhi chose not to concern himself with others' opinions, focusing instead on his own standards. Until he encountered someone truly special, he would not act impulsively out of momentary desire. As the two continued their banter, they soon arrived at their classroom. Rushing in, they barely settled into their seats when the counselor entered. The counselor, a woman in her 30s, despite being nearly a decade older, appeared youthful due to her excellent upkeep. She was well-liked among students for her amiable demeanor and competence. Everyone, you're now in your third year. This semester may not have many courses, but the difficulty of the major subjects will increase. Let me remind you, as computer science students, if your only goal is to avoid failing, you'll be wasting your time and potential. In 2 years, or rather, at the end of this year, you'll be stepping into society that if you wish to enhance your resume and secure a decent job, you must produce results and participate in various competitions that just lounge around. The counselor, shedding her previous gentleness, spoke earnestly for nearly an hour. Some students felt a sudden urgency, while others remained indifferent, believing they still had 2 years until graduation. Lin Huaizhi, however, absorbed every word. He had always enjoyed his major and put effort into it since freshman year. Although he had moved out this year to relax, he knew he could not neglect his studies. Finally, the class meeting concluded. Lin Huaizhi planned to head home to tidy up before meeting Zhao Yuanan and others for dinner later. He'll head back to clean up. Let's meet later. Wait, he'll go with you. He'll help you tidy up and see what your place is like. I want to ask my parents for a setup too. Lin Huaizhi rolled his eyes during their time in the dorm. Zhao Yuanan had proven to be exceptionally lazy. With his attitude, he could hardly expect any help. Nevertheless, he couldn't shake him off, so he allowed him to tag along. As long as he didn't cause any destruction, as they walked to the school gate, Lin Huaizhi once again heard that enchanting female voice. Wow, truly, the second male lead is exactly my type. Little Lin Huaizhi, let me get a closer look. Lin Huaizhi furrowed his brows, his eyes scanning the surroundings in search of the source of the voice. Meanwhile, a girl clad in a delicate floral white dress stood before him, her voice sweet and melodic. Hello there, senior. Lin Huaizhi lifted his gaze to meet the girl, whose features were exquisitely defined and whose complexion was fair. Her pair of eyes sparkled with a playful charm, seemingly capable of conversing on their haute W. As he glanced further down, he noticed her ample bosom, accentuated by a white belt cinched at her waist, which made her figure appear even more slender. The exposed part of her legs glowed with an ethereal whiteness. Indeed, the quality is quite impressive. Chapter 2. Cohabitation. Lin Huaizhi suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his mind, attributing them to Zhao Vietnam's suggestive remarks, which had led to his current impure thinking. However, with his sharp intellect, he was primarily concerned with a single question. Why could he inexplicably hear other voices when the girl before him hadn't uttered a word? Meanwhile, Su Yao's inner monologue continued unabated. Even though he's a doomed second lead, he's quite handsome, and his physique suggests he's well endowed. Once I move in, my seductive lingerie will finally serve its purpose. System, why aren't you responding? System, fine, play dead. Either way, I'm latching onto Lin Huaizhi. Lin Huaizhi pursed his lips, casting a glance at Zhao Vietnam, who was practically drooling. He was filled with perplexity. Didn't you hear anything? Lin Huaizhi nudged Zhao Vietnam with his elbow, but Zhao Vietnam didn't even acknowledge him with a glance. Instead, he retorted with a sarcastic tone. She's just complimenting you, senior. What are you gloating about? I'm a senior too. Anything else? Hello, junior. I'm a computer science major, a junior this year. Feel free to ask for my help with anything. Would you like to add me on WeChat? Zhao Vietnam, upon seeing a beautiful woman, was as enthusiastic as a dog that hadn't eaten for 10 days upon spotting a large piece of meat. Lin Huaizhi was certain that the girl hadn't opened her mouth again. So what was he hearing? What else? Did you expect the little freshman to confess her love to you? Don't get your hopes up. Senior, I heard you have an apartment off campus. Can I live with you? Before Zhao Vietnam could finish his sentence, the girl interjected, leaving him utterly incredulous as he alternated his gaze between Lin Huaizhi and the freshman. What kind of melodramatic plot is this? Living together is far more explosive than a confession. Unfortunately, Lin Huaizhi had always been oblivious to romance. Despite the girl's beauty and figure, he would undoubtedly regard her as insane, based on Zhao Vietnam's understanding of him. Do you know me? Why do you want to live with me? And how did you know I bought a house? Lin Huaizhi fixed his gaze intently on Su Yao, attentively awaiting her response. Lin Huaizhi, the second male lead, I have a system and a novel script, so knowing you bought a house is a piece of cake. But if I weren't running out of time and needed to be close to you, I wouldn't be so eager. Su Yao acknowledged the absurdity of her actions, but she had no choice. Her body was failing, and as her source of luck, she needed to make contact with Lin Huaizhi quickly, or she would soon perish in this world. The mere thought of death filled her with dread, and she would rather be considered insane than not try. In return, she would help Lin Huaizhi change his original fate. However, she couldn't reveal any of this directly, or she would undoubtedly be sent to a mental institution. The thought of her impending demise filled her with fear, and her gaze towards Lin Huaizhi became tinged with pity. However, Lin Huaizhi had absorbed all of her chaotic thoughts. After sorting through them and setting aside all logic and his existing understanding of the world, he surmised that the girl might be from another world. As she claimed, they shared some inexplicable connection that determined the length of her life, and he seemed to play the role of second male lead in the story she knew. Lin Huaizhi felt a headache coming on and rubbed his temples. I can cook and do housework, and I'll pay you rent at the market rate. Can you consider it? Su Yao and Appo's eyes welled up with tears, like a little rabbit begging for its owner and Appo's affection. Okay. Su Yao was clearly taken aback. She hadn't expected Lin Huaizhi to agree so readily. Her original plan was to rent an apartment next to his if he refused, which would still provide opportunities for close contact to prolong her life. Now that Lin Huaizhi had agreed, she would have even more chances. Zhao Vietnam was dumbfounded, unable to believe that Lin Huaizhi had agreed so easily. Hey, Junior, wait for us. Zhao Vietnam poulet Lin Huaizhi asai. What are you thinking? You don't even know her, and you agreed? Are you trying to collect rent or seduce her? Don't get your kidneys harvested. I said you were clueless because I wanted you to pay more attention to the girls around you and find someone you like, not just bring any random girl home. Do you understand? Zhao Vietnam was a little exasperated, but as a good friend, he couldn't and oppose. He let Lin Huaizhi put himself in danger. The world was so chaotic, and men needed to protect themselves too. He didn't want Lin Huaizhi to be swindled out of his money and his virtue. Listen to me. You can't just bring someone home like that. What if she's a con artist? Don't get yourself into trouble. Lin Huaizhi knew Zhao Vietnam was concerned, but the situation was unusual. In his 20 years of life, he had never encountered anything so bizarre. The most absurd part was that, based on his experience reading novels, such things were not impossible. Furthermore, he couldn't and oppose to find any other reasonable explanation for why he could hear her thoughts. Could things really be as she said? If so, then he should keep her by his side to gain more information. Don and Oppos. Worry, she and Oppos. As a petite girl. What harm could she do to me? Lin Huaizhi had made up his mind and patted Zhao Vietnam on the shoulder to reassure him. In Oppos, that's really okay. Besides, if something really happens to me, you and Oppos, LL know. With our relationship. Fine, just be careful. Zhao Vietnam knew Lin Huaizhi and Appo's personality. Once he decided to do something, he would go all out, regardless of what others said. It had been like that since high school. The house ISN and Appo's. Clean yet. So you can and Appo's. Come over yet. I and Appo's. I'll take her back, and I'll come out later to eat with you guys. Wow, you're such a traitor. You can't wait to take her home. Afraid I'll disturb your fun. Zhao Vietnam felt abandoned. How was it that Lin Huaizhi could receive a cohabitation invitation as soon as he went out, while he got nothing? Upon further reflection, it seemed to be because he didn't own a house. He suddenly felt a little defeated. Lin Huaizhi walked up to Su Yao. I don't even know your name yet. Shuden and Oppos. We introduce ourselves. Junior? I and Oppos. Su Yao, a freshman this year, in the Chinese language and literature major. I can cook, do housework, and I and Oppos. Clean. Living with you will definitely make you comfortable. Lin Huaizhi raised an eyebrow at the last sentence. Comfortable could have many meanings. In this situation, with the two of them about to live under the same roof, the girl and Appo's face and figure were impeccable, and because he had agreed to let her move in, her gaze towards him lacked any unfamiliarity, instead adding a touch of familiarity. He would be lying if he said he didn't and Appo's have any impure thoughts. Ahem. We can talk about comfort later. It's so hot today, let's go back first. Give me your luggage. I'll help you carry it. Su Yao gave him a grateful look and unhesitatingly handed him one of her suitcases. However, Lin Huaizhi pushed the other one back to her. Keep up. Ah, truly. The second male lead is quite the gentleman. I am utterly enamored. Just look at those broad shoulders and narrow waist. I can hardly fathom the joy I would feel if my legs were draped over him. Lin Huaizhi stumbled in shock, taken aback by the audacity of the young ladies and Appo's words. What on earth is wrong with these girls today? Just then, Su Yao and Appo's voice continued to resonate in his ears. I am not indulging in fantasies. I am merely expressing my admiration for his physique. And at my age, what is wrong with being a little flirtatious? Is that such a problem? You remain silent when I seek your assistance, yet appear whenever I do not need you. Is this how a system should behave? Chapter 3. White Lasso, Don and Appo's. Worry. I merely wish to survive and will certainly behave myself. And what Appo's wrong with seduction? I am quite attractive, with a curvaceous figure and long legs. It would be a pity not to take advantage of such assets. Oh, I understand. I know he will be fond of the heroine, but they have yet to meet. If he truly falls for her, I would never interfere. Lin Huaizhi listened intently, as Su Yao seemed to be conversing with that so-called system. Since he first laid eyes on her, his mind had been unusually alert. Reason informed him that bringing an unfamiliar person home was perilous. Yet his instincts urged him to hold onto Su Yao tightly. She was akin to the key to his existence. Reflecting upon his life experiences, he realized he possessed emotions. He could feel joy and sorrow, all of which had shaped the person he was now. Yet, the world was curiously surreal. By some twist of fate, he had heard the thoughts of this girl from another realm, which illuminated his own predicament. Had it been someone else, they might have crumbled under the revelation. Imagine enduring so much only to discover one was merely a character in a novel. That would be bearable if one were a male protagonist with both career and love flourishing. But alas, according to Su Yao's earlier thoughts, he seemed to be nothing more than a supporting character destined for misfortune. Heaven forbid, he would not resign to such a fate. Moreover, with Su Yao by his side, he merely needed to gather more information about this world to evade danger. Who cares about the heroine? His sole desire was to survive and escape the shackles of that so-called doomed supporting character. Lin Huaizhi quickly fortified his resolve, but suddenly noticed he could no longer hear Su Yao's thoughts. He paused and glanced back, discovering she had fallen behind. He had a bad habit of quickening his pace when deep in thought, and Su Yao, being petite, could hardly keep up. Hey, didn't you hear me calling you? I am exhausted. Su Yao sprinted up to Lin Huaizhi, breathing heavily and leaning over, hands resting on her knees. The exertion had flushed her cheeks and ears a rosy hue. Lin Huaizhi looked down and was captivated by the deep neckline of her blouse, revealing an alluring silhouette. White lace, quite exquisite. Lin Huaizhi swallowed hard, suddenly feeling parched. My apologies, I walked too fast and forgot about you. He moved his lips, yet his gaze remained fixed ahead. Looks good. I don and amp. Appo's. Mind as long as you don't leave me behind. After a brief rest, Su Yao regained her breath and looked at her wrist, noting she had 7 days of life left. Indeed, Lin Huaizhi is my lucky star. After just over half an hour together, my lifespan has increased by 7 days. Su Yao and Appo's eyes sparkled. She recalled her arrival in this world that morning when her lifespan was merely 1 day. Gazing at the countdown felt reminiscent of her days in the hospital, waiting in solitude for the inevitable. That feeling of quietly awaiting death was unbearable, and she wished never to experience it again. Huaizhi, you are wonderful. Lin Huaizhi gazed at Su Yao. His earlier lecherous thoughts dissipated. It was enough for him to be of assistance to her. This world represented everything to him, while for Su Yao, it was a chance to live anew. Thus, he was more than willing to lend her a hand. Are you all right? Have you rested enough? I'm perfectly fine, as long as you are here. Su Yao was optimistic. Though fear lingered, she refused to spend each day in trepidation, habitually seeking the brighter side of things. Moreover, with Lin Huaizhi's consent for her to move in, her lifespan would surely continue to grow. That's good. The small community up ahead is where we're headed. I'll slow down, just stay close. Lin Huaizhi continued to pull his suitcase forward, while Su Yao obediently followed beside him. I really want some milk tea. I lay in the hospital for 2 months without tasting anything delicious. Not even my beloved milk tea. Su Yao pouted, her craving for milk tea reaching its peak. Oh dear, why did you suddenly stop? Lin Huaizhi halted abruptly, and Su Yao, not watching where she was going, bumped into his back. Does your nose hurt? Noticing her rubbing her nose with tears brimming in her eyes, Lin Huaizhi asked with concern. I'm Appos. I'm fine. It's my fault for not paying attention. It's partially my fault for stopping so suddenly. Let me treat you to milk tea as an apology. There's a certain place nearby. Upon hearing Lin Huaizhi offer to treat her, Su Yao's pain vanished instantly, and she joyfully grabbed his hand and shook it. Are you serious? You really want to treat me? Seeing her so elated, Lin Huaizhi did not mind her holding his hand. Yes, what would you like to drink? Lin Huaizhi placed the suitcase beneath a tree and led Su Yao inside to order. I want this one, watermelon boba, and also mango sago. Su Yao was a milk tea enthusiast. A single cup could dispel any negativity, and if that failed, she would simply have 2. Lin Huaizhi nodded, placing an order for 1 before pulling out his phone to prepare the payment. In that moment, Su Yao swiftly paid. Weren't you treating me? Su Yao beamed, her eyes crescent-shaped and her voice sweet. You agreed to let me move in, for which I am immensely grateful. I should be the one treating you. Whenever you need assistance, you must seek me out. I will not shy away from it. I mean it. Su Yao glanced at her wrist. Her lifespan had doubled from 7 days to 14, merely from holding his hand. The effect was remarkably significant, and she felt her standards could lower a tad more. Snatching someone from the heroine did not seem like a bad option, after all. I'll remember that. When I need help, you must be there for me. Lin Huaizhi replied earnestly. If anyone else had said such a thing, he would have dismissed it as mere courtesy, but Su Yao was different. She was far too special to him. Half of his fate would undoubtedly be influenced by her, and the other half, he firmly believed he could steer himself. All right, I agree. Su Yao responded with conviction. From the very beginning, she had resolved to rely on Lin Huaizhi to continue her existence, and she would undoubtedly repay his kindness. The milk tea was quickly prepared, and the moment Su Yao received it, she eagerly pierced the straw and took a deep sip. This milk tea is absolutely delightful. Oh my, it's been so long since I last tasted this ambrosial flavor. Lin Huaizhi couldn't help but inquire. Are you truly a major in Chinese language and literature? Indeed. Why would I lie to you? Isn't it apparent that a girl as artistically inclined as I is studying Chinese language and literature? Lin Huaizhi nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite evident. Su Yao was undeniably beautiful, with refined features and a distinctive charm. Her sunny disposition made it easy to let one's guard down and desire her company. Oh, please don't flatter me. I might become shy. Su Yao glanced at her wrist, noting her lifespan now stood at 2 weeks. Her carefree nature shone through, revealing no worry, as she felt comfortable enough to joke with Lin Huaizhi. Yet, who would ever complain about living longer? As Lin Huaizhi reached out to grab the suitcase, she feigned a casual gesture, hoping to create a fleeting moment of physical contact. However, Lin Huaizhi and Appos' reflexes were remarkably swift, and he deftly evaded her attempt. Really? You dodged that quickly? She exclaimed. I'm not a plague, am I? Su Yao couldn't and amp. Appos' helped but scoff inwardly at her failed scheme, while Lin Huaizhi, walking ahead, couldn't and amp. Appos' suppressed a smile at the corner of his lips. He was fully aware of her little schemes. His previous action had merely been a playful tease. It was rather amusing, akin to teasing a little kitten. Chapter 4. Soft bosom. Upon reaching the doorway, Lin Huaizhi entered the passcode and pulled the suitcase inside, while Su Yao remained motionless, taking a large sip from her remaining bubble tea, appearing somewhat apprehensive. Why don't an Appos' tea you come in? Su Yao offered an awkward smile, nodding repeatedly. I and Appos' am coming in. I'm coming in. I'm just not in a hurry, haha. I haven't even kissed a man before, and suddenly I'm living with one. It feels a bit surreal. Help! I'm so nervous. What should I do? Lin Huaizhi observed Su Yao with amusement. The young woman didn't betray much on the surface, but her inner thoughts were abundant. Wherein and oppose, to you quite audacious earlier, directly asking if we could cohabitate. You and oppose, re still young, you and oppose, re already flustered at the door. Sigh, considering her age, she should call him Big Brother. Besides, they attend the same school, and he should set an example as a senior. Change your shoes first, then come in and tidy up the room. I just moved in as well. Although I hired a cleaning lady, things are still a bit messy and need reorganizing. Lin Huaizhi didn't and oppose. T intend for Su Yao to be idle. He originally planned to bring Zhao Vietnam, his free labor, but Su Yao and oppose. S arrival thwarted his plans. Consequently, the task Zhao Vietnam was supposed to do now fell to Su Yao. Oh, okay, I and oppose. LL do it right away. Su Yao took a deep breath, ceasing to dwell on other matters. I and oppose. LL risk it. Survival is paramount. Besides, this is the second male lead, who will likely fall in love with the female lead. He probably wanted oppose to be interested in me. Lin Huaizhi, overhearing Su Yao and oppose, S inner monologue muttered, what female lead? I and oppose am not interested, but if he could take a fancy to me, that would be great. Just that brief hand-holding doubled my life value. If I could kiss him or touch him, ha. I and oppose, D live to be 100. If we had more intimate interactions, would and oppose, T that be. Lin Huaizhi looked up in astonishment, his gaze meeting Su Yao and oppose. Yes. Her unadorned eyes were fixed on his lower abdomen. Quite impressive, as expected of the second male lead. Top-notch physique. Ahem. Lin Huaizhi coughed twice and quickly turned away, pretending to be busy organizing the items he had just moved in. Shuden and oppose. T literature students be more reserved and shy? How could Su Yao be like a street thug, thinking and looking at anything? Is this the kind of thinking a young woman should have? If one were to judge solely by her appearance, one would almost be deceived. Why are you coughing? Are you feeling unwell? Are you sick? Su Yao, hearing Lin Huaizhi's cough, hurried over to him, noticing the redness in his face and ears, which confirmed her suspicion. Do you have a fever? Without hesitation, Su Yao reached out to touch Lin Huaizhi and oppose. S forehead, her eyes filled with concern. There were no thoughts about her life value. She was simply worried about him. This realization quickly formed in Lin Huaizhi and oppose S mind, causing his heart to skip a beat. I and oppose am fine, just a little warm. Lin Huaizhi stepped back, creating distance between himself and Su Yao. But I feel like you're a bit hot. Let's take your temperature. Being sick is uncomfortable. Su Yao, speaking from experience, believed that both minor and major illnesses should be taken seriously. In an oppose, S okay, don an oppose, T worry. I an oppose am just a bit warm. If you don an oppose, T believe me, you can touch me again later. Lin Huaizhi didn't and oppose. T realized his voice had become gentler. Okay, if you feel uncomfortable, be sure to tell me. Su Yao, seeing his insistence, didn't and oppose. T say anything more and bent down to help tidy up. A fleeting glimpse of her bosom. Lin Huaizhi averted his gaze immediately. The heat he felt earlier had and oppose. T dissipated, and now was even more intense. He should avoid her. Lin Huaizhi turned and went to the bathroom, washing his face and smiling at his reflection. Why had he ever been so discomposed? Was Su Yao helping him or thwarting him? How had he become so irrational after only 2 or 3 hours with her? Sigh. Any man would lose his rationality. She was quite attractive. Lin Huaizhi rinsed his face with cold water again, lingering for about 7 or 8 minutes before slowly exiting. Su Yao had just placed Lin Huaizhi and oppose S succulents on the balcony when she suddenly saw her wrist and exclaimed with joy. Wow, what an oppose S wrong. What an oppose S making you so happy. Su Yao bit her lip, making an excuse, and oppose S nothing, I just saw your succulents and felt happy. She and oppose S a lucky star. That touch earlier added 7 days. Ah, so happy. But he said I could touch him again. Lin Huaizhi, listening, shrank back. He had barely calmed down and couldn't be touched again. Su Yao, oblivious to his thoughts, ran over, tripping over a box as she approached Lin Huaizhi and falling forward. Lin Huaizhi swiftly caught her. The unique fragrance of the girl filled his senses, and he felt a soft sensation against his chest. He had an almost instantaneous reaction. Stand up straight. Lin Huaizhi, fearing Su Yao would notice his condition, helped her up and immediately turned back to the bathroom. Su Yao was still dazed. Why'd he go in again? Is there something wrong with the bubble tea? Or is he constipated? Lin Huaizhi was helpless. He was indeed aroused. How could he have a reaction from just a hug? Sigh. He should wear looser pants to avoid scaring her, lest she think he was being lewd. Lin Huaizhi had always known he had no issues. He had desires, and, like most boys, watched adult content late at night. However, he hadn't been with a girl in years, and now there was a girl who was attractive in every way, face, figure, and personality, making him feel intrigued. It would be strange if he didn't react. According to Su Yao, he would later fall in love with the female lead. Since this so-called female lead hadn't appeared yet, he was curious about who she was and how beautiful she was to capture his heart. Lin Huaizhi pondered over many things, unknowingly lingering in the bathroom. Su Yao, outside, was ecstatic because her life value had increased by another week. Looking at the number 27 on her wrist, she was overjoyed. I can organize my own things. You should put your things away first. You can stay in this room. After you're done, we can have a proper conversation. Lin Huaizhi's room was larger, and he had already moved his things in and made the bed. He couldn't possibly give it to Su Yao. Moreover, from Su Yao's perspective, it would be strange if he were so generous upon their first meeting. Besides, he was the landlord, and Su Yao was his tenant. Okay, I'll tidy up first. Just call me if you need anything. Su Yao pulled her 2 large suitcases into the room, filled with her belongings from her original world. She wouldn't question it too deeply, as the system had already given her a second chance at life. So providing some luggage and an identity in this world was a simple matter. Previously, she had perused novels of this nature, yet she was somewhat distinct. Like the orphans in the original world, she refrained from encroaching upon the lives of others. Even her chosen field of study mirrored this sentiment. Presently, she possessed a sum of 100,000 yuan, which she had earned through her literary endeavors. Su Yao retrieved her computer and keyboard, placing them upon the desk adjacent to her bed. Her slender, elongated fingers glided across the keyboard, invoking a long-forgotten sense of familiarity. This was her means of sustenance, and was a passion she cherished. Once she had completed her tasks in the coming days, she intended to resume writing her new book, striving to earn more in order to sustain a better existence. Chapter 5. Aerobic Exercise 2. The room was rather bare, furnished simply with a queen-size bed, a desk, and a wardrobe, lacking any personal touches. However, the mattress and bedding were present, ensuring a comfortable night's sleep. Su Yao understood that Lin Huaizhi, occupying the master bedroom, had no need to decorate this room. She planned to order some items online to personalize the space with various trinkets, making it feel more inviting. Having lived frugally, always in dormitories or shared rooms at the orphanage, she had never truly possessed her own space until her passing. Despite its emptiness, Su Yao felt a sense of contentment. She finally had her own little haven. If only she knew how long it would last. Lin Huaizhi carried his belongings into the room, having made several trips beforehand. His possessions, including furniture, were already in place. He quickly arranged his minimal wardrobe within minutes. Her room seemed to lack everything. Lin Huaizhi suddenly realized this. He resolved to furnish her room with some necessities in the coming days, considering her as tenant. Shouldn't most landlords provide fully furnished accommodations? He assured himself that he harbored no ulterior motives, merely fulfilling his obligation, nothing more. Lin Huaizhi promptly justified his intentions, convincing himself that his actions stemmed purely from benevolence. However, since entering the room, he had not heard Su Yao's thoughts. Despite the thin wall separating them, he couldn't pick up on anything, unlike when he was farther away. Perhaps it was for the best. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Considering Su Yao's nature, her nocturnal musings would undoubtedly disrupt his sleep. May I come in? Lin Huaizhi politely knocked on Su Yao's partially open door. Yes, of course. Su Yao responded impulsively, forgetting she was holding her delicate, pastel-colored lingerie. Lin Huaizhi certainly didn't expect to see Su Yao clad in a square-neck t-shirt and shorts, having changed out of her white dress. The shorts, ending well above the knees, showcased her long, shapely, and luminous legs. The cropped t-shirt revealed a sliver of her slender waist. The lingerie in her hand appeared adorable. With a cup size estimated between AB and AC, was she attempting to seduce him? Did she actually want to engage in some deeper aerobic activity? If she insisted, he might not resist. Lin Huaizhi nervously swallowed. He had broken his restraint too many times today. He had thought himself immune, but his resistance was proving to be alarmingly weak. Su Yao quickly reacted, crumpling the lingerie behind her back and shifting to block Lin Huaizhi's view. Is there something you needed? Su Yao blushed, despite her bold pronouncements. She was quick to retreat when things became real. Nothing, just your room seems a bit bare. I can help you furnish it. Lin Huaizhi added, it won't be included in your rent, so don't worry. Su Yao noticed Lin Huaizhi's averted gaze and felt a warmth in her heart. Thank you, Huaizhi. You're so kind. May I call you Huaizhi? Su Yao hadn't realized she had already used the name several times before seeking his permission. Yes, you can call me whatever you like. If I can call you whatever I like, then I'll just call you husband, ha ha ha. Su Yao's thoughts reached Lin Huaizhi once more, and he found himself succumbing to her charm. The saying women pursue men across a thin veil rang true. Huaizhi, look, we're not just casual acquaintances anymore. If you still call me by my name, won't it seem too formal? I think you can call me Yao Yao. It will be more intimate. Lin Huaizhi looked at Su Yao's fair face, a ripple of emotions washing over him. Did she not realize how attractive she was? Why else would she stand so close? Or was this her intention all along? Stand still for a moment. Think about what you need. If it's urgent, get ready, and I'll take you out to buy it. Lin Huaizhi paused, and though the name felt foreign on his tongue, he managed to say Yao Yao. Hearing the long-missed term of endearment, Su Yao's heart fluttered with joy, and she smiled genuinely. I don't need anything essential, but I'd like to buy some decorations for the room. Is that okay? Su Yao had always been drawn to frivolous, ornamental things, lacking practicality, but pleasing to the eye. However, her past frugality, driven by the fear of going hungry, had always held her back. Now, with a second chance at life, she was determined to indulge her desires and pursue what she loved with passion. If you like it, then to hell with practicality. Sure, then you can continue unpacking. Once you're settled, we'll talk. Lin Huaizhi retreated to his room, sprawled on the bed, closed his eyes, and was immediately flooded with images of the girl's fair legs and slender waist. No wonder Zhao Yuanan likes looking at legs. They're so beautiful. He had to admit, he had been pretending before. Yao Yao. It sounded quite pleasing. Lin Huaizhi's lips curled upward involuntarily, but after a moment, he slapped himself hard. Lust clouds the mind. Lin Huaizhi used this brief respite to draft a rental agreement. He didn't intend to charge Su Yao much, but since she was living here, he would accept monthly rent, as she suggested, to maintain equality between them. Huaizhi, I'm done unpacking. Let's talk about the rent. Su Yao knew renting an apartment was expensive, but fortunately, she had some savings to cover it for a while. She was also capable of supporting herself, so she wasn't in damp, oppos, too worried. Sitting on the sofa, they felt surprisingly comfortable, like old friends with a sense of ease. I checked, and a studio in this area typically rents for around $1,500 to $2,000. Your apartment is larger, with a kitchen and living room, so it would be a bit more. I was thinking $2,000 a month, plus splitting the utilities. I'll also do chores and cook. So if you want to eat at home, I can. A month's rent, utilities, etc. would be $3,000. Food would be another $1,000, plus personal items. At this rate, $100,000 won't last long. I need to find a job soon. Su Yao mentally calculated her expenses, feeling a pang of regret. Her old dormitory cost only $1,000 a semester. Now, her expenses were so high that she couldn't afford to slack off. It doesn't need to be that much. The room was empty anyway, and I wouldn't be making any money if you weren't here. So, don't pay market price. Just give me $1,000 a month. You don an amp? Amp? Oppos. Do you have to pay for utilities either? Just do some cleaning and include me when you cook. We can split the cost of groceries. Lin Huaizhi was cognizant of Su Yao's thoughts. A mere 100,000 yuan was all she possessed, and from her words, he gathered that she was devoid of kin in this place, left to rely solely on herself. With such meager funds, if she were to allocate such a sum to him monthly, would she not be left destitute? Her limbs were already slender. Depriving herself of sustenance would only render her constitution more fragile. He was not in want of funds and had no desire for her to undergo such hardship. You would be at a significant disadvantage, and I cannot exploit you in such a manner. Su Yao was aware of Lin Huaizhi's virtuous character, but she had not anticipated such magnanimity from him towards a woman he had only just met. Why can't I take advantage of you? Because my intentions are not pure. I approached you out of a desire to survive. I apologize, Huaizhi, but I am truly without recourse. I desperately want to live. As recompense, I will assuredly aid you in averting your original fate. We shall both live well. Lin Huaizhi fixed his gaze upon Su Yao's eyes. Though she could not articulate her sentiments, he was fortunate enough to comprehend them fully. Happily, I can comprehend your unspoken words. Chapter 6. Exquisite lips. If there are no objections, let's proceed with this arrangement, Lin Huaizhi declared, interrupting her with a disarming ease. He, too, harbored his own motives. Had the situation not been so surreal, he would never have impulsively brought home a girl he had only just met. Since their intentions were not entirely altruistic, he would feel uneasy accepting an exorbitant sum. I've drafted a few clauses. Please review them and let me know if you find anything that needs amendment or if anything seems inappropriate. Once revised, we can proceed to print it. Lin Huaizhi intended to maintain his gentlemanly facade by creating a contract which would provide Su Yao with a sense of security. Even though he had no intention of mistreating her, he felt that formalities were necessary. Su Yao examined the document. Lin Huaizhi's points were logical, well-structured, and succinctly worded. I have no issues, but I believe that 1,000 for rent is too low. You'll be at a loss. It's of no consequence. I'm happy to do it. Lin Huaizhi responded, taking the tablet. As there were no objections, he planned to have it printed. Very well. I'll prepare meals to your liking, rest assured. Su Yao vowed, patting her chest with confidence. She was self-assured in her culinary skills. Even simple noodles could be transformed into a multitude of flavors. Having grown up in poverty, she had spent her free time experimenting with cooking. Over time, she had learned to make inexpensive ingredients taste exquisite. How do you know what dishes I prefer? Su Yao nodded, considering this an open book examination, which she could easily ace. She readily replied, you enjoy fish, particularly sauerkraut fish, and you like shrimp and pig trotters. You detest cilantro and onions to an extreme degree. You also enjoy yogurt, relish cola in the summer, and savor the explosion of spicy flavors. If you wake up in the middle of the night, you crave a midnight snack. Lin Huaizhi, legs crossed, listened with amusement as Su Yao flawlessly recited his preferences. He thought to himself that this naive girl had no sense of caution and kept nothing hidden. She answered his questions without considering that such detailed knowledge might lead him to misinterpret her. So, why do you know so much about me? Aren't you a freshman? We haven't interacted before. Lin Huaizhi teased her, even though he already knew the answer. He simply wanted to see her flustered and make excuses. Faced with Lin Huaizhi's question, Su Yao felt a pang of anxiety. She had been too busy showing off her knowledge and had not considered the implications. To Lin Huaizhi, her sudden appearance was already perplexing. Now, she was revealing habits that even his close acquaintances might not know. Anyone would be suspicious. I'm doomed. Will I be kicked out? What should I do? How can I explain this plausibly? Su Yao's palms grew sweaty with nervousness. She sat demurely, avoiding eye contact with Lin Huaizhi, and her legs trembled slightly with fear. You're not, by any chance, harboring a secret crush on me, are you? Lin Huaizhi offered her a way out, despite its inappropriateness. It was, however, a plausible explanation. Her fondness for him had led her to pay attention to him and inquire about his preferences. Yes. I've had a crush on you since I was young. No, I've been in love with you for a long time. That's why I wanted to attend this school. Yes, that's it. Su Yao nodded repeatedly, as if convincing herself and assuring Lin Huaizhi of her sincerity. I see, Lin Huaizhi replied with a comforting smile, deciding not to pursue the topic further. He knew that if he did, the girl would likely hide under the table in embarrassment. I'm going out for dinner with friends. Would you like to join us? He could glean more information by bringing Su Yao along. Moreover, she was unfamiliar with the area, and it would not be wise to leave her alone at home. For safety's sake, it was better to have her by his side. Su Yao, unaware of Lin Huaizhi's thoughts, was moved to tears and showered him with praise in her mind. As expected of the man I have my eye on, so considerate and willing to make excuses for me. I'm smitten, if only he were mine. But snatching a man from the female lead is out of the question. Wait, today is when Lin Huaizhi meets the female lead, right at the restaurant. I have to go with him, even if he doesn't like me. I have to keep him away from her. Remembering the important matter, Su Yao immediately stood up. I want to go. Take me with you. All right, get ready and we'll head out. Those who are coming are my former roommates. They're all good people. Don't worry, and I'll be there, so you won't feel uncomfortable. The female lead? Lin Huaizhi was curious about the kind of girl he would love to the point of sacrificing his life. Could she be more beautiful than Su Yao? Or have a better figure? As girls tend to primp before going out, Lin Huaizhi was not in a hurry. He sat on the sofa, playing with his phone. The dormitory group chat had exploded. Zhao Vietnam, the blabbermouth, had embellished the story of Lin Huaizhi bringing Su Yao home. The group members were frantically tagging him, asking if he was desperate and had suddenly seen the light, taking things to the extreme and bringing a girl home for intimate relations. Normally, he would have cursed them out, but this time was different. He was afraid they would scare Su Yao with their inappropriate talk. So, he uncharacteristically said a few words in the group chat. I'm bringing her to dinner later, so show some restraint and don't scare her away. No crude jokes. Keep it private. The girl is sensitive. It was normal for men to be somewhat lecherous. They usually talked openly in the dormitory, but when a girl was present, they had to be respectful. Although Su Yao had some crude thoughts, she was still a naive and shy girl. Since he was bringing her, he had to take responsibility. Oh, so Huaiga is already protecting her. Hold on, it only takes 20 minutes to get from school to your place. It's been 2 hours. Bro, you're not up to par. Time to order some kidney tonics. 666666666. 666666666. Lin Huaizhi saw that they were being frivolous. But he was too lazy to repeat what he had said. They had known each other for so long and knew their personalities. They only dared to make wild claims in the group chat. When they met Su Yao, they would probably act more reserved than anyone else. I and Oppos. Am ready. Let and Oppos. Let's go. Lin Huaizhi looked up and studied Su Yao for a while. He couldn't find any significant changes. She was still wearing the same outfit. The only difference was that she had tied her hair into a high ponytail, making her look more energetic and vibrant, like the female lead in a youth campus drama. Why are you looking at me like that? Su Yao seized the opportunity. She tiptoed over to Lin Huaizhi, squatted down, looked up at him, and subtly rubbed against his pants. Take a good look. Is there anything different about me compared to before? Su Yao pouted and blinked, as if deliberately seducing him. Lin Huaizhi leaned in abruptly, their noses almost touching. In that moment of eye contact, they both felt their hearts race. His Adam's apple bobbed, and Lin Huaizhi lowered his voice. Your lips are a bit redder than before. As a straight man, that was all he could discern. However, the atmosphere was already ambiguous. He had only noticed her lips, giving the impression that he wanted to kiss her. Su Yao's mind was in a whirl of confusion due to nervousness. She couldn't remember anything and unconsciously bit her lip to relieve her anxiety. Don't bite. Observing the maiden's delicate, roseate lips, Lin Huaizhi spoke impulsively, only realizing the impropriety of his words after they had escaped his mouth. Ah, your hair also looks quite fetching when it's tied up. My acquaintance has arrived. Shall we proceed to join them? The ambience was becoming exceedingly peculiar, and Lin Huaizhi was uncertain if he could restrain himself from acting on his impulses if they lingered any longer. Thank you, she responded. Let's depart then. Su Yao had been regretting her forwardness in provoking Lin Huaizhi, which had led to such an awkward atmosphere. However, upon noticing the augmentation of 7 days to her life force, she reconsidered, deciding that a bit of discomfort was a small price to pay for such a reward. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder at her own nervousness. Was the rapid palpitation of her heart the sensation of infatuation? Su Yao was uncertain, as she had never experienced it before. Nonetheless, she mused that it would be peculiar not to feel a certain attraction towards a young man like Lin Huaizhi. Chapter 7. This is simply beastly. I nearly forgot to mention that the dining venue is situated in the night market adjacent to the school. The barbecue stalls there are quite delectable, though I'm uncertain if it will suit your palate. Would you prefer an alternative location? Lin Huaizhi has had limited interaction with young women and has not previously given such matters much consideration. While Su Yao doesn't strike him as someone overly fastidious, she is, after all, a young lady. He wonders if she would appreciate dining at a bustling open-air stall. If she prefers, they could opt for a slightly more refined setting where she can dine in greater comfort. As for the so-called female lead, he can meet her at a later time. No need, I'm quite fond of it. I've been craving skewers, Su Yao said with genuine enthusiasm. In her previous life, she had few opportunities for such indulgences, as she was constantly preoccupied with writing and earning money, leaving her with no time for socializing. As a result, she was often alone and lacked close friends. Now, with a fresh start, she is determined to live differently. Moreover, Lin Huaizhi is the only person she knows in this world, and she aspires to forge a friendship with him if possible. Very well, I'll introduce you to my friends. Zhao Vietnam is quite fond of you. He's loyal and a remarkable friend. In the novel's narrative, Zhao Vietnam meticulously cared for Lin Huaizhi's parents after his passing, fulfilling his obligations admirably. He may appear unreliable on the surface, but he is profoundly sentimental. Alas, I hope I can alter this outcome. Lin Huaizhi now eavesdrops on Su Yao's inner thoughts without any qualms. He has always believed that Zhao Vietnam is a reliable fellow. Behold, the sky is quite lovely, Su Yao remarked, gazing upward, her mouth slightly agape, captivated by the spectacle before her. She halted in her tracks. Lin Huaizhi glanced at the sky briefly before turning his gaze to Su Yao, noting the length of her eyelashes. All right, let's proceed. We can admire it every day, Su Yao said with a smile. After a few steps, she paused as they passed the tea shop. Oh, a tea shop. I long to indulge. Lin Huaizhi is perplexed by why anyone would be so enamored with such a beverage. Just 2 hours prior, she had consumed 2 large cups on her own and even contemplated pilfering his. It's not that he's stingy, but consuming so much tea daily is detrimental to one's health. What's the matter? Do you crave another? Su Yao nodded, then shook her head. What does that signify? It means that while I desire it, I must abstain today. I must exercise restraint. Aside from its impact on her health, the price alone is prohibitive. With each cup costing an average of 15 yuan and consuming 3 cups a day, it will be financially unsustainable. She must rely on herself now. And while she yearns to indulge, she cannot squander money without a plan. I'll purchase one for you tomorrow. Abstain today. Very well, but when you say that, it feels somewhat indulgent. Su Yao jested, but if someone like Lin Huaizhi were to be in a relationship, his partner would undoubtedly be content. He is handsome, possesses sound principles, and has excellent qualities in every aspect. He respects women, is tactful, and considerate of others' emotions. Most importantly, he is well endowed. Su Yao felt lecherous, but she couldn't help but naturally associate those qualities with that aspect. Lin Huaizhi, though embarrassed, has developed immunity and automatically tuned it out. Although the sun is no longer scorching and the lingering rays of the setting sun feel pleasant, Lin Huaizhi feels inexplicably agitated. If they had departed earlier, he could have shielded her from the sun with an umbrella. However, why is he so fixated on this matter? Su Yao, why do you aspire to study Chinese language and literature? Do you wish to become a teacher? Lin Huaizhi feels it's unfair that Su Yao has a general understanding of his habits, background, and even personality, while he knows next to nothing about her. I initially had that aspiration, but now I prefer writing novels. It's about imbuing the characters I create with life. So they're not merely producers, but individuals with their own thoughts and pursuits. Like you, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew that the book's portrayal of you was just a small part of who you are. You are a real person, not merely a male character in a novel. You are the protagonist of your own life. You shouldn't depart from this world prematurely, as the author intended. I will save you, trust me. Su Yao gazed at Lin Huaizhi. She cannot express these words, and Lin Huaizhi will never know, but she will do her utmost. She desires to live with Lin Huaizhi. Very well. Each individual is the protagonist of their own life. There is no predetermined life. It is all a matter of personal choice. Lin Huaizhi smiled, suddenly feeling relieved. He raised his hand and gently ruffled Su Yao's hair. In truth, he wasn't devastated, but he harbored some resentment, fearing that he couldn't escape his predetermined fate and finding it absurd that he was merely a character, that everything about him was bestowed upon him by the author he had never met. But now, as Su Yao asserted, his destiny lies solely in his hands. Lin Huaizhi and Su Yao walked and talked, arriving at the barbecue spot after a 20-minute stroll. Zhao Vietnam and the others were already seated, looking around inquisitively, gossiping incessantly. They've arrived. Look at that girl. I told you she was attractive. But why has she changed her attire? She wasn't wearing this outfit during the day. Upon hearing Zhao Vietnam's words, the others exchanged glances, all thinking along the same lines, and then they were somewhat bewildered. They usually engage in casual banter and are aware of Lin Huaizhi's temperament. While they made a few crude jokes in a group chat, they didn't genuinely believe anything would happen. However now, changing outfits in just a few hours suggests that something must have transpired. Take a seat here. Lin Huaizhi pulled out a chair for Su Yao, frowning at the others' bewildered expressions. What were those expressions for? You haven't even greeted her. Normally, they would have pounced on her like ravenous wolves, but their current demeanor is awkward. Ha! We were just a bit famished. Zhao Vietnam adjusted his demeanor and greeted Su Yao. We just met. Junior, do you remember me? Su Yao nodded, smiling sweetly. I remember you, Senior Zhao Vietnam. Ha! You have an excellent memory, Junior. If you ever need anything, feel free to reach out. I and Appos, we've been friends with Huaizhi since childhood. If I can assist, I will certainly do so. Thank you, Senior. Su Yao envies Lin Huaizhi. His friends are all excellent. It's the quality of friends, not quantity, that matters, and, fortunately, his friends are trustworthy. This is Lin Wan, and this is Lu Xing. They're both my friends. Senior Lin Wan, Senior Lu Xing. I'm Su Yao, and I'm also Huaizhi's tenant. They exchanged brief greetings and then fell silent. Lin Huaizhi is unsure of what they are thinking, and the peculiar atmosphere is making him sweat profusely. Have you gotten the skewers? Why aren't they here yet? They should be soon. We want to get them as soon as we knew you were coming, but it's the first day of school, and there are quite a few people eating. Junior, we're not sure what you like to eat. Why don't you have Huaizhi go get you something you enjoy? Lin Huaizhi shot him a glare. Why should he be the one to get Su Yao what she likes to eat? Is there anything you particularly enjoy? I'll go get it. Just moments ago, Zhao Yuannan and the others caught a glimpse of Lin Huaizhi's gaze. Yet in the next instant, they were met with an unexpected turn of events. The voice, gentle and soothing, bore no resemblance to the person they were accustomed to. Su Yao chuckled softly and shook her head. She was not particularly picky, but she had sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat off. Hence, she kindly took the initiative to fetch some refreshments, allowing Lin Huaizhi and the others some space. As soon as Su Yao stepped away, Zhao Yuannan began to voice his thoughts. No, Huaiga, this is quite outrageous. No matter how forward the junior is, you cannot disregard her humanity. How long have you known each other? You've already, well, you know, exactly, brother. Even if one is famished, one should not indulge indiscriminately. No, it's not right to behave so recklessly. Ultimately, they unanimously deemed Lin Huaizhi at fault. Initially, Zhao Yuannan had pondered whether the junior was merely playing games, but upon closer inspection, it became apparent that she was genuinely innocent. You mustn't take advantage of your strength to bully her. The group began to chastise Lin Huaizhi, each contributing their opinions. After listening for a moment, Lin Huaizhi finally grasped the situation. Can you not entertain other thoughts? Who claims that I have bullied anyone? Chapter 8. Indirect kiss. The young woman is merely residing at my place, providing rent and assisting with household chores. Our relationship is strictly that of a landlord and tenant. What are you all imagining? While it's true that numerous love stories commence with cohabitation, the close proximity of an eligible man and woman, or rather, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, under the same roof can readily ignite a spark. Many novelistic plots unfold precisely in this manner, where cohabitating roommates gradually evolve into romantic partners. In a scenario like that of Lin Huaizhi and Su Yao, if such a transformation were to occur, Su Yao would no longer need to pay rent. So what is the rent? Lin Wan inquired, posing a crucial question. The others turned their gaze toward Lin Huaizhi, who appeared slightly uneasy. He slowly uttered 1,000. How much? 1,000? Are you suggesting you haven't engaged in any untoward behavior with her? If there were truly nothing improper transpiring, why would the rent be so low? You lecherous beast! Lin Huaizhi, his head throbbing from their clamor, retorted, quiet down. It's not as you imagine. I merely offered a nominal sum out of consideration for her circumstances. It's not as sordid as you all perceive. Then why did Su Yao change her attire? It hasn't been that long, has it? Lin Huaizhi clicked his tongue. He was, of course, aware of Su Yao's intentions. After all, she had initially expressed her desire to seduce him by donning a provocative camisole. However, He couldn't possibly divulge such information, as it would tarnish Su Yao's reputation. She inadvertently soiled her dress while moving her belongings, so she simply changed into another outfit. It's as simple as that. You all have impure minds, perceiving everything as tainted. Lin Huaizhi's explanation was plausible. It was indeed easy to soil one's clothing while moving items, and according to Zhao Yuanan, Su Yao had originally been wearing a white dress, which would be even more susceptible to stains. Oh, I see. I had assumed you had engaged in some unspeakable acts with her. However, Huaiga, I've noticed you treat your junior classmate differently. When that senior student was pursuing you, you were exceedingly impatient. Now, you're being so kind to your junior classmate. Are you harboring ulterior motives? Ulterior motives? Lin Huaizhi was uncertain. He was undoubtedly experiencing some degree of infatuation. Even if he wasn't infatuated, his body was at least reacting to Su Yao. Despite her not dressing provocatively or engaging in any seductive behavior, he couldn't help but feel aroused. When that senior student used to dress so seductively and press her chest against him, he only felt disgusted and nauseated, experiencing no arousal whatsoever. In contrast, his feelings for Su Yao were undeniably different. His hesitation spoke volumes, and the others refrained from pressing the matter further. Su Yao selected several chicken wings and chicken feet, as she had a particular fondness for these items. Considering the size of the group, she surmised that they might also enjoy them, so she took a generous quantity. Are you finished selecting your items? Yes, I've already given them to the proprietor. Su Yao unconsciously smiled and spoke in a sweeter tone when addressing Lin Huaizhi. While she was also well-behaved when greeting Zhao Yuanan and the others, it was merely a formality. Her demeanor toward Lin Huaizhi, however, was different, akin to a form of reliance. Lin Huaizhi naturally noticed this, and a sense of smugness welled up within him. Junior classmate, if you have any suitable friends, please remember to introduce them to me. I'm yearning to experience the bitterness of love. Su Yao observed the Liu Xin. While he didn't possess the striking beauty of Lin Huaizhi, his features were well-proportioned and his appearance was clean and refreshing. His prospects seemed promising. He seems to have encountered a deceitful woman. He doesn't appear unintelligent. So how could he be deceived? I'll mention it to Lin Huaizhi later. If he encounters her, he should promptly advise him to break up with her. That should prevent him from being expelled from school. Su Yao remembered these individuals, but the author had not dedicated much attention to them, so there were no precise timelines. She was unaware of how he had met the deceitful woman. To assist him, she would need to pay close attention and adapt to the situation. Lin Huaizhi silently took note. He couldn't allow his brother to be reduced to the point of expulsion, which indicated the severity of the situation. As he took note, Lin Huaizhi couldn't resist cursing under his breath. Why did the author only target his brothers for misfortune? The fates of the supporting characters matter too. If there's a suitable candidate, I'll make an introduction. However, I've only just arrived and don't have many friends, so I can't make any guarantees. Su Yao responded candidly. She felt incapable of fulfilling his request, as she didn't know anyone here. However, she was accustomed to being alone, so she didn't experience any sense of disappointment. The skewers were promptly served, and the group, feeling ravenous, enjoyed the lively atmosphere as they ate and chatted. Lin Huaizhi and the others opened beers, which Su Yao watched with a hint of envy. She had always adhered to the rules and had rarely tasted alcohol. Since so many people enjoyed it, she assumed it must be palatable. Would you like to try some? Lin Huaizhi noticed Su Yao's intense gaze fixed on the beer can in his hand. If he didn't let her try some, he felt she would be deeply disappointed. Yes, may I? Lin Huaizhi was somewhat dazed. After all, he had only met her today. Why was she seeking his permission? They weren't in a romantic relationship, so why was she being so ambiguous? You may. As soon as Lin Huaizhi uttered those words, Su Yao snatched the beer from his hand and took a large gulp. Not only Lin Huaizhi but also Zhao Yuanan and the others were stunned. Wasn't that essentially an indirect kiss? Are young women today so audacious? Ew, it's not good. Here, the taste of the beer was completely different from what she had imagined. If there weren't so many people present, she would have vomited. Lin Huaizhi took the beer, then rose to fetch her a bottle of juice. He inserted a straw and handed it to Su Yao, saying, "Drink some juice to get rid of the taste." What's so appealing about beer? Do you think it's like milk tea? You're so foolish. Zhao Yuanan and the others, having been unexpectedly showered with affection, silently lowered their heads and ate their skewers. Having a girlfriend was indeed different. Even drinking beer involved so many elaborate gestures. Thank you. Juice is still better. Su Yao pouted in a slightly aggrieved manner, resolving to never drink beer again. Milk tea was more her style. Lin Huaizhi picked up the beer that Su Yao had just drunk from. As his lips touched the rim of the can, he experienced a peculiar sensation. Su Yao abandoned her intention to drink beer and began observing the roadside while nibbling on chicken foot. According to the plot, the female lead, Shun Shitong, would soon appear on the street, being accosted by a drunken hooligan. At this point, Lin Huaizhi would step forward to defend her. Sure enough, after a short while, a young woman appeared on the roadside, wearing the female lead's standard white dress and sporting long, straight black hair. Despite her fear, she held back her tears, evoking a sense of pity in anyone who glanced at her. She's so beautiful. No wonder she's the female lead. If I encountered that situation, I would kick the hooligan in the groin. Is that why I can't be the female lead? Su Yao silently lamented. Lin Huaizhi's hands gradually clenched. The instant Shin Shitong appeared, his body instinctively wanted to rush forward, as if he were a robot being forced to execute a command. However, he restrained himself. Zhao Yuanan, look over there. Go help her. As long as he wasn't the first to rush forward, perhaps things would change. Chapter 9. Is it not a secret crush on me? Zhao Yuanan cast a glance and immediately dashed over, while Lin Wen and Lu Xing lagged slightly behind before following suit. What is this? Bullying a young girl. Could you not have an ounce of decency? Zhao Yuanan shouted. Shen Shitong looked at Zhao Yuanan, her eyes flickering with a hint of inscrutable emotion, seemingly tinged with disappointment. Miss, it's all right. Don't be afraid, Zhao Yuanan whispered, lowering his voice. The high-pitched tone elicited a profound sense of discomfort in Lu Xing and Lin Wen. Thank you, Shen Shitong said, her eyes reddening. The sight of the girl's delicate demeanor instantly ignited Zhao Yuanan's protective instincts. He spread his arms to shield Shen Shitong behind him, his gaze unwavering yet tinged with impatience as he glared at the raucous troublemakers. This is near the university town, and there are police patrols every night. If you wish to spend a few days in a cell, feel free to approach. Lin Huaizhi's eyes remained fixated on them. Though he did not advance, he scrutinized the situation intently. Su Yao's palms were clammy with anxiety. She was uncertain of Lin Huaizhi's thoughts. Yet her intuition warned her that should he become entangled with Shen Shitong, their future would be bleak. Lin Huaizhi, do you want to go over? Su Yao mustered the courage to ask, her heart brimming with uncertainty. She could only confront him directly, having no inkling of his intentions. No, he replied. The troublemakers had already departed, and the urge that had driven him to act had dissipated, indicating that he possessed the ability to alter the course of events and to do only as he pleased. Given this, he had no reason to intervene. Moreover, this so-called female lead was not as attractive as Su Yao, nor did she possess her charm. TSK, his discernment remained sharp. Su Yao finally exhaled in relief. She had nearly been petrified with fear, dreading that Lin Huaizhi might charge forward. Although she had prepared to restrain him, failure could lead to his unfavorable impression of her, which would truly spell disaster. Fortunately, matters did not spiral into chaos, and she felt secure. Indeed, both she and Lin Huaizhi were safe. Why do you seem so nervous? Is that sweat on your nose? Lin Huaizhi inched closer to Su Yao, noting the beads of perspiration forming on her forehead and nose, her hands anxiously clutching her clothes. Just. Why didn't you go help, instead letting Zhao Yuanan do it? What was your reasoning? Unable to articulate her thoughts, she posed a question to divert attention, simultaneously curious about his reaction. She vividly recalled this scene, recognizing it as the initial encounter between Lin Huaizhi and Shen Shitong, marking the beginning of their entanglement. His response had taken her completely by surprise. Is it not the fear of you becoming jealous? Lin Huaizhi said nonchalantly, popping a skewer into his mouth while observing Su Yao's reaction with keen interest. Huh? What do you mean? Su Yao felt her mind short-circuit, momentarily unable to grasp his insinuation. How could you be jealous? Perhaps just a tad anxious, but that hardly constituted jealousy. Though fine, she might have felt a smidge. Well, it seems your feelings for me are not entirely sincere, Su classmate, Lin Huaizhi smirked, compelled to admit that Su Yao was quite intriguing. At least, he found teasing her to be a rather delightful pastime. Su Yao's mind raced, her thoughts in turmoil. What does he mean? What did I ever say I had a crush on him? Help! The system never mentioned I was devoid of a prototype in this world. Why must I follow the plot? I'm going to go crazy. How should I respond? Hearing her mental turmoil escalate, Lin Huaizhi reined in his thoughts. Aren't you quite familiar with me? I know precisely what you like to eat. You even mentioned having a crush on me. How could you have forgotten? Or perhaps, he mused, you do not harbor any feelings for me. You merely spoke thoughtlessly? Realizing the implications, Su Yao grasped Lin Huaizhi's right hand tightly, her eyes wide with surprise and excitement. No. I truly like you, I really do. Lin Huaizhi appraised Su Yao. Her eyes sparkled with sincerity. To be candid, it genuinely seemed plausible that if he were unaware of the truth, he might have believed her. You had better genuinely like me, Su classmate. His voice, firm yet youthful, made Su Yao feel as if her ears might burst from the intensity. Gazing at his strikingly handsome face, her heart raced uncontrollably. Just then, Zhao Yuanan, the unwelcome interloper, reappeared. Hey, Huaigu, while we were valiantly battling foes over there, you and the little sister were here engaging in romantic banter. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? As Su Yao began to speak, Lin Huaizhi felt perturbed. He had yet to hear her response. Just as Lin Huaizhi prepared to retort, he noticed a girl standing behind Zhao Yuanan. This is Shun Shitong, a freshman from our university as well. After driving off the troublemakers, Shun Shitong sought to express her gratitude and suggested treating them to barbecue. Zhao Yuanan initially thought it was mere courtesy and casually mentioned they were already dining, but Shin Shitong immediately insisted they join her. Though surprised, the trio led her over. Lin Huaizhi remained silent, yet he could sense Shin Shitong's gaze upon him, or rather, upon their intertwined hands. Meanwhile, Su Yao, oblivious, clung tightly to his hand. Shun Shitong appeared somewhat astonished. Could it be that she, too, was affected by the plot? The recent deviation from the expected course must have caught her attention. Lin Huaizhi promptly dismissed the thought. He could hear Su Yao's inner voice, hence his deliberate avoidance. As the so-called female protagonist, Shin Shitong should not be swayed by external factors. Surely, he was overthinking it. Hello, I am Shun Shitong, a freshman at Jiangxing University, majoring in Chinese language and literature. Wow, that's the same major as Su Yao. What a coincidence. Indeed, what a remarkable fate. Su Yao released Lin Huaizhi's hand, forcing a smile as she echoed. I'm Su Yao, also a freshman in the same major. However, being the female lead, Su Yao wished to maintain a distance, for during her reading of the novel, she perceived the protagonist as a self-serving individual, indifferent to the plight of anyone other than the male lead. Thus, keeping a safe distance seemed the prudent course. Yet, fate had other plans. Shin Shitong, quite at ease, pulled up a chair next to Su Yao and took her hand. Yao, what is your relationship with him? Chapter 10. An opportunity to impress Lin Huaizhi narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss with Shin Shitong. Su Yao had barely acknowledged her, yet she had seated herself right next to her, addressing her intimately as Yao. Most disconcertingly, she had broached such a question with an utter lack of decorum upon their very first encounter. Su Yao, too, was taken aback by Shun Shitong's inquiry. Well, I see. You must be his sister, then? Su Yao was perplexed. Despite Lin Huaizhi's earlier indifference, Shin Shitong seemed unusually interested in him, eagerly posing questions. Yet, she hadn't shown Zhao Yuanan, who had assisted her, the same consideration. Something was definitely off. She's not his sister. She harbors affections for me, Lin Huaizhi remarked nonchalantly. Shin Shitong and Su Yao turned to him simultaneously. Lin Huaizhi, unfazed, met Su Yao's gaze, arching an eyebrow as if to say, isn't it obvious? Well, liking him wouldn't be a loss for me. Perhaps I could even shield him from Shun Shitong, which would be a meritorious deed, judging by Shin Shitong's gaze. It's as if she and Lin Huaizhi have already been intimate. There's hardly any innocence there. No, if anyone's going to make a move, it should be me, as proximity grants opportunity. Having reached a decision, Su Yao nodded resolutely. Yes, I've harbored a secret crush on him for a long time. I like him, and I'm confident I can win him over. Is there a problem with that? Zhao Yuanan, Lin Wan, and Lu Xing, quietly observing the unfolding drama, had grasped the situation. Su Yao sensed Shen Shitang's ulterior motives toward Lin Huaizhi, prompting her direct question. Su Yao, unafraid, had boldly professed her love on the spot. It was more captivating than any idle drama, albeit melodramatic, yet undeniably enthralling. Shen Shitang was taken aback by the response, casting a wounded glance at Lin Huaizhi, seemingly seeking his denial. However, Lin Huaizhi ignored her, nonchalantly taking a lamb skewer and offering it to Su Yao's lips. Yao Yao, eat up. It won't taste as good when it's cold. Su Yao, unsure of Lin Huaizhi's intentions, willingly cooperated, smiling at Shen Shitang. Could you release my hand? I'd like to eat the skewer my future boyfriend is feeding me. Her words dripped with ostentation, causing Shen Shitang to release Su Yao's hand awkwardly. I apologize. It was my fault. I simply want to get closer to you, as we're both in the same major, perhaps even the same class. I wasn't considerate enough. Shen Shitang lowered her head, feigning tears. Su Yao's jaw dropped in astonishment. Mom, I've encountered a green tea. Huh. Lin Huaizhi chuckled upon hearing Su Yao's inner thoughts, drawing everyone's attention, especially Su Yao's. She felt wronged, and Lin Huaizhi's dismissive laughter seemed to mock her. Did I do something wrong? Do you not like me? The atmosphere had been somewhat awkward, but Shen Shitang's words left everyone speechless. Su Yao silently scoffed. Seriously, lady, why are you being so dramatic? We've known each other for less than 20 minutes, and you're already talking about whether we like you or not. Crazy. Zhao Yuanan, though puzzled by Shen Shitang's thought process, intervened to smooth things over. Of course not. We're all friends here. There's no question of liking or disliking. Come on, let's eat. That's right. To celebrate our Huaizhi becoming a homeowner, let's all have a drink. Cheers, cheers. The ladies can have juice if they don't drink alcohol. No need to force yourselves. They all toasted, shared a few jokes, and the atmosphere improved. However, it wasn't long before Shen Shitang stirred the pot again. Huaizhi, you've already bought a house? That's amazing. Lin Huaizhi nodded. Yes, I like to live off campus too. It feels more liberating with more personal space. Wow, isn't she being blatant? It's practically a direct proposal. How terrifying. I'm so glad I moved in during the day. Otherwise, I don't know how long I could have survived. I'm so lucky. But isn't Shen Shitang acting a bit strange? According to the plot, Lin Huaizhi is just a backup option. Why does he seem like the male lead now? If Lin Huaizhi and Shen Shitang actually get together, the original plot would be altered, and he should be safe. No, if that happens, I'll have to move out. How long will I survive then? The fear of death resurfaced, and Su Yao began to panic. Lin Huaizhi, overhearing Su Yao's internal monologue, felt a mix of emotions. He was touched, undeniably, that this fool prioritized his well-being above her own. How could she be so foolish? Oh well, since she's being so obedient, I'll give her some reassurance. You can look for a place yourself. There are plenty of real estate agents, Lin Huaizhi suggested objectively. Shen Shitang's expression soured, and she complained inwardly, I've always been pampered. Everyone around me caters to me. So many guys pursue me. It's rare for me to take the initiative, and I'm still being rejected. All right, I'll look if I need to. Su Yao peut-être, feeling delighted. Lin Huaizhi was so wonderful. Shen Shitang didn't deserve him. His personality should be better, too. Someone as scheming and manipulative as Shen Shitang was unsuitable. And she should be prettier, too. Lin Huaizhi is so handsome. He deserves a beauty. With that thought, Su Yao muttered, come to think of it, I'm quite suitable. Lin Huaizhi, who was close by, overheard her and took the opportunity to scrutinize her. Su Yao's features were exquisite, beautiful whether you looked at her eyes or her nose individually. Her overall appearance was even more stunning, capable of carrying off any style. Even Shen Shitang paled in comparison. Indeed, quite suitable. Later, during casual conversation, Shen Shitang requested to add Su Yao on WeChat. Su Yao had no reason to refuse, as they were in the same major in class, a kind of fate. Adding her is fine, as long as there are no conflicts or interactions in the future. She's just a background NPC. I have no grand ambitions, just a desire to survive. After adding Su Yao, Shen Shitang turned to Zhao Yuanan and the others. Sinyo, could I add you as well? I'm new to the school and may have many questions to ask. Of course, if there's anything I can help you with, I'll definitely do it. Sure, feel free to ask anything, Junior. I'm usually quite free. Yes, don't hesitate to ask. Shen Shitong successfully added Zhao Yuanan, Lu Xing, and Lin Wan, then turned her gaze to Lin Huaizhi. Senior, could I add you? Lin Huaizhi didn't answer, but nudged Su Yao with his elbow, signaling her to respond. Su Yao, eager for Lin Huaizhi to refuse, stepped forward to play the villain. Tang Tang, I have a crush on him. I'd be unhappy if he added other girls. Shen Shitong's eyes widened in disbelief. She wanted to retort, you're the one who likes him, not him who likes you. It's just adding WeChat. Why would you be unhappy? But she restrained herself, not wanting to break character. I wasn't being considerate. I am sorry, Yao Yao. If no one is going to eat, I shall proceed to settle the bill as a token of gratitude for your assistance, Senior. Shen Shitong rose, maintaining a smile despite her inner dissatisfaction. After all, she was a lady. Any gentleman worthy of the title would surely refrain from allowing her to pay, given the numerous skewers consumed. The cost of this barbecue would undoubtedly amount to 500 or 600. Junior, there's no need. Then thank you. We appreciate your kind gesture. Before Zhao Yuan Man could finish his sentence, Lin Huaizhi immediately raised his voice to interject. Huh? Shen Shitong was taken aback. Settle the bill, Junior. Did you not wish to express your gratitude for my brother's help just now? This is your chance. Otherwise, you might find it difficult to rest easy tonight. Lin Huaizhi concluded with a grin, adding, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, indeed. If I am not permitted to show my appreciation, I would feel quite remorseful. Chapter 11. Showering with affection, Zhao Yuanan and his companions had no intention of allowing Shen Shitong to settle the bill, and they were perplexed by Lin Huaizhi's unexpected remark. However, as good friends, they refrained from questioning it further, and ultimately, Shen Shitong took it upon herself to pay. Su Yao recalled that Shen Shitong came from a relatively well-off background, yet seemed to prioritize material conditions in her relationships. Though this barbecue was somewhat pricey, it likely wouldn't impose a significant burden on her. The main issue was Lin Huaizhi's apparent lack of courtesy. From a certain perspective, it seemed he held no interest in Shen Shitong, perhaps even a slight aversion. As a person of conscience, Su Yao knew she ought not to take pleasure in this situation, yet her moral compass was ever fluctuating, and at that moment, she found herself inexplicably delighted. Huaizhi, how could you let that young lady pay the bill? This is not the sort of behavior I would expect from you. Indeed, previously, when that senior invited you to dinner, despite your misgivings, you still settled the bill. Why the inconsistency today? Zhao Yuanan and Lin Wan, puzzled, directly inquired once Shen Shitong had departed. She wanted to thank you, didn't she? I'm simply a good man offering her an opportunity, Lin Huaizhi replied, maintaining his stance without elaboration. A normal girl would likely not wish to pursue further interaction with someone exhibiting such indifference, as he merely wished to sever all ties with Shen Shitong. Nothing is more crucial than life, and even in matters of love, he felt no fondness for Shen Shitong, who would forsake the captivating and delightful girl beside them to pursue one who posed a threat to their very existence. Anyone with a modicum of sense would know how to choose wisely. You just let me take the blame for you. Had it not been for me, you'd have added her on WeChat, Su Yao said, feeling entirely at ease now that Shen Shitong was no longer present. She eagerly approached Lin Huaizhi, bobbing her head, her joy evident. Do you wish for me to add her on WeChat? Of course not, Su Yao blurted out. Then that settles it. Lin Huaizhi's satisfaction was apparent, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes as Zhao Yuanan and the others felt inundated with a deluge of affectionate banter. All right, you two, having eaten your fill, spare us the display of affection. It's becoming too much. Su Yao flushed at Zhao Yuanan's comment, feeling a tad embarrassed. After all, she was a girl with little romantic experience, and the sudden surge of emotions left her feeling shy. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Huaizhi, considering that Su Yao had military training the following day, decided they should return early to prepare for bed, lest tomorrow prove arduous. The streets were bustling with nearby residents out for a leisurely stroll, alongside numerous university students. Lin Huaizhi walked slowly, wary that Su Yao might lag behind. Is the skewer delicious? Yes, indeed. It's absolutely delightful. Eating together with you all feels so relaxing, akin to gathering with a group of friends for a lively meal, such a warm and carefree atmosphere. I truly cherish this feeling. Su Yao articulated her thoughts, her small hands swaying gently, and Lin Huaizhi found her somewhat childlike, reminiscent of youth. Though his mind was filled with contemplation, much of it consisted of his own musings. He instinctively considered others while also advocating for himself. He couldn't deny that, despite their brief acquaintance, he found Su Yao's presence endearing. If I like you, I'll bring you along in the future, and they all like you too. I like them as well. When I meet new friends, I'll introduce them to girlfriends. Su Yao recalled Zhao Yuanan's words. They were genuinely good people, simply a bit straightforward and shy, which had hindered their romantic pursuits. Should the opportunity arise, she would gladly play matchmaker. And what about me? Am I not your good friend? Lin Huaizhi halted, looking down at Su Yao, eagerly anticipating her response. I can only say that I cannot survive without you. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yao provided an answer that sounded rather ambiguous. Lin Huaizhi laughed upon hearing it. She was not entirely wrong. Without him, her life would indeed cease to flourish. I am a bit greedy. If possible, I wish for us all to thrive. If it comes to that, I will ensure your well-being, for you are truly wonderful. Upon receiving this second chance, Su Yao realized that the system had bound her to Lin Huaizhi, the character she adored most. Encountering him only solidified her belief that he was the finest person in the world. At least during her previous life, Lin Huaizhi had showered her with care and attention, accommodating her unreasonable cohabitation request without any ill intentions. He assisted her with her luggage, treated her to milk tea, sought to furnish her space, and even considered her financial situation by offering the lowest rent. When they had just dined, he was attentive to her needs, providing water when her food was too spicy and handing her her favorite skewers. Su Yao, you must live well. In life, everything will come in due time. Lin Huaizhi held Su Yao's shoulders, and each time he heard her heart's musings, he felt a complex mix of emotions, both touched and pained. What kind of life had she endured that made her so easily moved, willing to sacrifice everything for such trivial matters? Indeed, living is of utmost importance. Huaizhi, can you promise me to keep your distance from Shen Shitong? Su Yao expressed her grievances, suddenly overwhelmed with the urge to cry, her eyes and nose reddening like a mistreated kitten. Upon witnessing her distress, Lin Huaizhi felt a surge of panic. Why are you crying? Promise me, will you? Su Yao's voice dropped in pitch, trailing off with a slight whine, as if she were playfully coaxing him. This is the first time I've made such a request. Will you grant it? Lin Huaizhi gazed at the tearful girl, who was tugging at his hand with a gentle sway, his heart nearly melting. I promise you. Just stop crying, all right? He awkwardly dabbed at her tears with a tissue, his actions clumsy as it was his first time performing such a gesture. Then let's make a pact. Once we do, you cannot go back on your word. Seeing Su Yao extend her pinky, Lin Huaizhi would have found it childish on any other day. However, in his current state of muddled thoughts, all he desired was for her to cease her tears. He extended his finger and locked pinkies with Su Yao, sealing their agreement with a flourish. Is this satisfactory? Yes, you are truly wonderful. Chapter 12. The sensuous slip dress. Lin Huaizhi felt fortunate that when he purchased this house, he had considered the bathing arrangements. Both rooms were equipped with bathrooms, which made it more convenient for Su Yao. You have military training tomorrow. Remember to set an early alarm. You need to gather at the playground in formation before the training begins under the instructor and amp. Oppos, as guidance, he advised. Su Yao nodded, recalling her previous apprehensions about military training. The scorching heat made her feel like a roasted lamb, enduring the sun's relentless rays all day. This time, however, she had obtained a medical certificate from the hospital, allowing her to remain in the service unit. I understand, don't worry, she reassured him. There are more girls in your major, so the instructor will likely go easy on you. Just endure it, and make sure to apply sunscreen to avoid getting tanned. Embracing his role as a senior with experience, Lin Huaizhi offered some tips to Su Yao. I'll just stay in the service unit since I have a medical certificate, so I won't have much to do anyway. Lin Huaizhi was aware that Su Yao had previously suffered from a serious illness, although he was unaware of the specifics. What kind of certificate? He asked, curious. To be assigned to the service unit, it must be a significant ailment. There are many restrictions. My heart isn't in good condition. I can't engage in vigorous exercise, so this level of training is suitable for me. Su Yao explained, her demeanor relaxed. She had come to terms with her illness, understanding that as long as her vitality remained intact, it wouldn't impose a significant burden on her life. Does it hurt? Lin Huaizhi inquired, his knowledge of her condition limited, yet he could imagine the struggle she faced daily against her affliction. It used to be very painful, but now it's not. If you pity me, just allow me to accompany you, she replied. Not pitying you, but you may join me, he said, and after that, he retreated to his room, lying down and glancing at his chat interface with Su Yao, which contained only a greeting and a single transaction record for her rent. Su Yao had chosen a selfie as her profile picture, where she was smiling brightly with her eyes closed, radiating vitality. Heart disease. Lin Huaizhi mused as he searched for information online, his curiosity about Su Yao deepening. After returning to her room, Su Yao picked out a slip dress to take a shower. Normally, she preferred not to wear a bra, and after a moment's hesitation, she confidently chose to forego it, reassured by the thought that Lin Huaizhi was a gentleman who wouldn't leer at her. Emerging from the shower, she felt refreshed and comfortable. Lying on her bed, she engaged in leg exercises while browsing shopping apps, contemplating how to decorate her sparsely furnished room. The living area appeared overly minimalistic. She considered purchasing some potted plants and decorative items to create a warmer atmosphere. Additionally, she wanted to prepare a gift for Lin Huaizhi as a token of gratitude. As she continued shopping, fatigue washed over her, and feeling parched, she squinted and stumbled into the living room to fetch some water. Hearing noises outside, Lin Huaizhi opened his door, only to be met with an unexpectedly alluring sight. He felt his throat dry up, frozen in place for a brief moment. After Su Yao finished drinking, she turned around, and Lin Huaizhi's heart raced. Am I being perceived as a lecher? He pondered, realizing he had momentarily forgotten to avert his gaze. Yet, Su Yao didn't seem to notice him at all, groggily making her way back to her room. Is she sleepwalking? He mused. Upon entering, she left the door ajar. Lin Huaizhi steeled himself and approached. How can she be so unguarded? Su Yao lay on her bed, sound asleep, the covers barely covering her, exposing her long legs and arms, with the light still on. How could she be so exhausted? He thought. Well, as the landlord, it's only right to look after my tenant. Finding a justifiable reason, he entered to tuck her in, consciously avoiding looking around. But he still caught sight of things he shouldn't have. After turning off the light and closing the door, Lin Huaizhi poured himself a glass of water, gulping it down, only to realize it was the same cup Su Yao had just used. Isn't this akin to an indirect kiss? The thought took root in his mind, accompanied by recollections of the alluring sight he had just witnessed. Damn, can't I be a bit more disciplined? After returning to his room, he retrieved his favorite adult film, intending to relieve himself, yet his mind and eyes were at odds. In his imagination, the protagonist morphed into himself and Su Yao. Midway through, his rationality resurfaced, reminding him of the inappropriateness of his thoughts, especially considering how much trust Su Yao placed in him. How base of me! Yet, such thoughts remained just that, thoughts, and he couldn't help but continue. Afterward, Lin Huaizhi's ears burned with embarrassment. Previously, he had only sought visual stimulation, but this time, he had fully immersed himself in fantasy, with the object of his desire being his beautiful junior living under the same roof. Truly seductive. Adjusting the air conditioning to ventilation mode, he sprawled across his bed to rest. The image of Su Yao's sleepwear lingered in his mind, prompting him to muse that if she truly intended to entice him, he would welcome such an endeavor. That night, after having relieved himself once, Lin Huaizhi unexpectedly experienced a vivid dream, with Su Yao as the leading lady, clad in even more revealing attire than he had seen earlier. The sounds of her soft whimpers and pleas acted as a catalyst, igniting not tenderness, but a deeper lust within him. The following morning, the alarm jolted him awake, and he raked his fingers through his hair in frustration. How utterly beastly! He chastised himself. Shaking his head, he attempted to erase those memories. Yet the very next moment, Su Yao knocked on his door. Huaizhi, are you awake? Startled, Lin Huaizhi quickly pulled the covers over himself. Yes, is there something you need? As Su Yao opened the door, her eyes fell upon Lin Huaizhi's bare upper body, showcasing his chiseled abs, broad shoulders, and slim waist. His fair complexion complemented by a ruggedly handsome face that exuded masculinity rather than femininity. Wow, I can't believe I'm seeing such an explosive sight this early. I want to touch. Let me touch. Let me touch. Let me touch. I can't even imagine how delightful it would be to sleep beside him. Su Yao, having written her fair share of risque stories in the past, blurted out such thoughts without a second thought. Oh, I want to measure your waist and sit on your lap to kiss you. This one do. I'll use you as the inspiration for the male lead in my next story. The more Su Yao thought about it, the more excited she became, standing at the door with her gaze transfixed on Lin Huaizhi. Hearing every word of her musings, Lin Huaizhi felt his cheeks flush. How could this girl be so brazen? Yet, one must admit, the waist-measuring idea had already occurred in his dreams the night before. Since she harbored such thoughts, it seemed only reasonable for him to indulge in his fantasies about her. After all, it was entirely normal for a young man to feel a stir of attraction towards a beautiful peer with both looks and figure. All right, I'm at peace with this. Su Yao, you're drooling, he teased, fully aware of her obliviousness to his previous actions, while he comprehended her thoughts all too well, leaving him unfazed. Hastily, Su Yao raised her hand to wipe, only to find nothing there. Chapter 13. Apart from his mother, Su Yao was the first. What? There's no saliva. Su Yao realized Lin Huaizhi was teasing her and snorted. However, her eyes remained fixed on him. Haven't had your fill yet? Lin Huaizhi couldn't help but ask. Her ears were flushed, yet her gaze lingered on his upper body. He felt a surge of smugness, as it indicated his physique was attractive to her. What's wrong with looking? Don't be so stingy. Seeing Su Yao's stubbornness, Lin Huaizhi reached for the quilt. Want to see more? I'm not wearing anything. You pervert. Su Yao immediately turned around and closed the door, her tone tinged with exasperation. If I weren't afraid of being kicked out, I'd definitely take a look. Always teasing me, taking advantage of my thoughts, thinking I wouldn't dare to look. Wait until the day I actually do. Ugh, what are you thinking, Su Yao? Stop imagining. Su Yao felt her mind was filled with too much suggestive thoughts, things that couldn't even be described on Little Tomato. Seeing Su Yao's bashful side, Lin Huaizhi felt exceptionally good. He grabbed a new set of clothes and, without even brushing his teeth, opened the door and went out. Holy crap, so handsome. Woke me up for breakfast? Lin Huaizhi looked at the 2 bowls of noodles on the table, surprised. Yeah, my cooking is all right. Wanted you to try it. Besides, you kindly took me in. I should repay you. Su Yao had mentioned yesterday that if she had time, she could take care of the cooking and housework. Lin Huaizhi had taken such good care of her, so she naturally wanted to show her appreciation. You eat first, I'll go brush my teeth. Lin Huaizhi wanted to say it wasn't necessary to go to such trouble, and they could just grab something from the breakfast shop downstairs. But this was Su Yao's gesture, and it smelled delicious. He was eager to try it. In all his years, no girl other than his mother had ever cooked for him. Su Yao took this opportunity to change into her military training uniform. Since it was issued by the school, a whole set for 100 yuan, the quality wasn't great. It felt rough against her skin, making her uncomfortable. But she wasn't one to be overly sensitive. She had endured her fair share of hardships, so she didn't complain. Su Yao, Lin Huaizhi quickly washed his face, and when he came out, he didn't see her, so he called out, I'm here. Su Yao opened the door, and Lin Huaizhi was once again struck by her beauty. The girl had fair skin, a great figure, and even in such ordinary military training clothes, she stood out. Does it feel like the quality isn't very good? Although it had been 2 years since his own military training, Lin Huaizhi still remembered the poor quality of the uniform. During his marching practice, his crotch ripped. He felt a chill down there, and even though few people knew besides his roommates, he couldn't forget it. It was too embarrassing. Yeah, I feel like you could buy this quality online for half the price. It's not worth 100 yuan at all. Su Yao usually bought cheap things. And over time, she had become quite skilled at finding comfortable and stylish items. Try it quickly. See if it's missing anything. Give me some suggestions. Cooking noodles was simple, but everyone's tastes were different. Su Yao wanted to remember Lin Huaizhi's preferences so she could make food that suited his palate in the future. Seeing her anticipation, Lin Huaizhi took a bite. Delicious, very good. Really? Yeah, really delicious. The breakfast shops outside aren't as good as what you made. Lin Huaizhi was skilled at compliments, and Su Yao was thrilled. Then if there's anything you want to eat in the future, just tell me directly. I can make it for you. If I don't know how, I'll learn. All right, I'll let you know if I want anything. But if I want a late-night snack, look for me. Wake me up. I'll make it for you. Su Yao was very accommodating. It was just cooking. She would be willing to do more than cook a meal. So obedient. Lin Huaizhi was just asking. He wasn't some capitalist boss who exploited his employees. He wouldn't pressure her like that. Military training is from 8:30 to 11 o'clock in the morning, 2 to 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and 7 to 9 o'clock in the evening. Right? Or has it changed for your year? No, that's it. What's wrong? Su Yao took a bite of noodles. Oh, this schedule is a bit tight. By the time I get back and make food, you'll probably be starving. Su Yao looked troubled. She had said she wanted to cook for Lin Huaizhi. But with this schedule, it wasn't very practical. That's not what I meant, Su Yao. You don't think I'm really using you as a maid, do you? Lin Huaizhi was a little helpless. Was he someone who didn't know how to cherish women? Besides, he was a grown man. Although he couldn't cook or anything, he had money. He could eat anywhere. He didn't need Su Yao to serve him. I just feel like I promised you, and if I don't do it well, it's not very good. I don't need you to cook for me every day. You can eat at school or order takeout. If you want to cook, just do it occasionally on the weekends. Don't treat it like a task. Lin Huaizhi softened his voice and patiently explained to Su Yao. Thank you, you're so good. From yesterday until now, Su Yao had said this many times. She was different from other girls. She was brave in expressing her thoughts and said thank you directly, openly, and generously. If she liked someone, she definitely wouldn't be stingy with her feelings. Dating a girl like that would be interesting. Lin Huaizhi suddenly had this thought. Are you going home for lunch? I don't have class in the morning. I can help you buy breakfast first, so you can rest more after you eat. There were so many people at school now, and if Su Yao went to the cafeteria after military training, she would be exhausted. And with her illness, if something happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Anyway, he had to eat, so he could just help her get a portion. It wasn't a big deal. But wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? You're helping me too much. It's no trouble. If you really insist on not doing it, then the housework is yours, and I'll give you my elective course assignments. Lin Huaizhi was afraid that Su Yao would feel burdened, so he made 2 requests. He would definitely help with the housework. And as for the assignments, those elective course teachers even asked them to write papers and reports. For Su Yao, a liberal arts student, it should be a piece of cake. Okay, then I'll trouble you. I'll definitely do what you said. After military training, I'll cook for you too. I'll buy you anything you want from the shops. The two reached an agreement, and Lin Huaizhi asked Su Yao if she had any food allergies so he could order accordingly. After eating, Lin Huaizhi wanted to take on the dishwashing task, but Su Yao didn't give him a chance. She acted quickly and didn't need his help at all. We just agreed I could take care of these things. If I remember correctly, he doesn't seem to do these things. Lin Huaizhi heard this and felt a sense of unease. Did Su Yao think he couldn't do anything and had no survival skills? However, the next second, luckily he doesn't, otherwise he wouldn't need me, and I wouldn't have a chance to show off. Luckily. Haha. Lin Huaizhi knew that Su Yao's thought process was different from ordinary people. In any case, she didn't think he was bad. Su Yao quickly washed the dishes and went to her room to find a canvas bag, packing her water bottle, sunscreen, umbrella, tissues, and other items. Then I'll go to school first. Text me if you need anything. Oh, right, Senior Huaizhi, thank you for turning off the lights for me last night. Upon awakening in the morning, Su Yao noticed that the room's lights had been turned off. However, she vaguely remembered browsing a certain online shopping platform until fatigue took over her, and after sipping some water, she drifted off to sleep, forgetting to extinguish the lights. Lin Huaizhi truly exemplified the virtues of a gentleman, possessing a meticulous nature. Who could possibly resist such an admirable young man? No worries. I shall remain vigilant on the road. After Su Yao departed, Lin Huaizhi settled onto the sofa, beginning to introspect on his feelings for her. How should he articulate it? Indeed, he found himself intrigued by her. Firstly, her appearance and physique were undeniably captivating, and as for her character, she exhibited a hint of flirtation, radiated vitality, and harbored no ill intentions, making their interactions quite pleasant. Yet, to entertain such thoughts after merely one day of acquaintance seemed rather peculiar. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Huaizhi suddenly found solace in his reflections. Wasn't this reaction entirely natural? He was not in haste to forge any romantic connection with Su Yao. If fate were to favor them, their affection would undoubtedly blossom gradually through their continued interactions. All current assumptions and speculations were ultimately unwarranted. Time would reveal all. Chapter 14. Mr. Landlord. As Su Yao made her way to school, she glanced at the life value displayed on her wrist. Her spirits lifted. After spending so much time with Lin Huaizhi yesterday, coupled with the morning's interactions, her life value now indicated 37 days remaining. Although it wasn't an extensive duration, just over a month, Su Yao felt a profound sense of happiness and security. At this rate, if she could manage to spend even a little more time with Lin Huaizhi each day, the time would only increase. If they could share some intimate moments, her life value might even double. Life was indeed wonderful. Today was military training, and the streets were filled with freshmen clad in military uniforms. It was only 8 in the morning, yet the sun shone brightly. She dared not imagine how daunting the training would become by noon. Fortunately, she had been clever enough to procure a medical exemption, allowing her to escape the ordeal. In this new environment, Su Yao was devoid of acquaintances, let alone friends. Observing the groups of students chatting merrily, she felt a twinge of envy. Previously, her life had been consumed by part-time jobs, leaving no room for friendships. Now, arriving here felt like a fresh start. Everything would surely improve. Upon reaching the playground, Su Yao quickly noticed that the students had already formed lines. As a member of the service team, she spotted a girl on the far right holding a sign for the service team and hurried over. "Hello, is this where the service team gathers?" Su Yao was quite attractive, her face adorned with sunscreen. Though she wore no makeup, she possessed a captivating beauty that made the girl holding the sign blush and stutter. "Why, yes, the service team gathers here." "Great. I'll stand behind you then." The service team had numerous requirements for entry, so among this large cohort of students, fewer than 30 were likely to meet the criteria. The other formations were bustling with students, while theirs stood rather isolated. "There's no one here yet. We can chat. My name is Su Yao. What's yours?" Su Yao decided to take the initiative, having learned that proactivity was key to seizing opportunities, much like her relationship with Lin Huaizhi, which thrived on her boldness. "I'm Zhang Nana. We're in the same class." Su Yao was somewhat taken aback, and Zhang Nana continued, "I noticed you during the meeting in the lecture hall yesterday. You caught my eye because you're quite beautiful, but you snuck out through the back door before the meeting was over." "Huh?" Su Yao was surprised that her little stunt had attracted attention, feeling a bit embarrassed. There were 3 classes together for that meeting, and our advisor was overseeing all 3. So it was quite crowded. After roll call, I dashed to intercept Lin Huaizhi, thinking I had been discreet, but apparently not. "I had something to take care of yesterday." "Haha, so I left early." "The teacher didn't notice, right?" No. I just like to observe people, so I noticed. It wasn't my intention to pry." Zhang Nana appeared nervous, avoiding Su Yao's gaze, anxious about being misunderstood. "It's fine, I didn't think anything of it, really. The idea of prying is rather extreme. I didn't even consider that." They chatted further, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. By 8:30, most students had assembled, and it was time for speeches. The principal spoke, followed by military leaders, both delivering standard platitudes. After nearly an hour, the instructors finally led their formations to the training grounds. The young instructor leading the service team was somewhat charming, appearing to be in his mid-20s, and he exuded a certain shyness, lacking any intimidating demeanor. Given the unique circumstances of their team, he did not require them to engage in rigorous training. As expected, the instructor guided them to the outer edge of the athletic field, where trees provided shade, ensuring they wouldn't be overly exposed to the sun throughout the day. Su Yao felt a secret thrill. This military training could very well turn into a leisurely affair. During a break, Su Yao snapped a few photos and sent them to Lin Huaizhi. "Look at these little ones. How do you look during military training? Do you have any photos?" Mr. Landlord must look quite dashing in military attire. Since Lin Huaizhi hadn't initiated contact, she decided to share with him, believing her sweet demeanor would prompt a response. However, 3 full minutes passed without a reply. "Are you waiting for your boyfriend's message?" Zhang Nana asked, intrigued by Su Yao's photo-taking. Noting her expressions of exasperation when no reply came, It was evident she was experiencing the ups and downs of romance. Oh, yes, not my boyfriend. At least not right now, Su Yao added with a clarification. Then he must be someone you have feelings for. With your looks, you should have quite the advantage. I'm sure the boy you like is equally impressive. No sooner had Zhang Nana spoken than Su Yao received a series of photos from Lin Huaizhi, mostly candid shots taken by others, along with a couple featuring him with Zhao Yuanan and their friends. You're so handsome, bro. So that's why you took so long to reply. Were you hunting for photos? Clearly, you care about me. Su Yao's playful banter surprised Lin Huaizhi, who had anticipated her response, but not her boldness in conversation. It was just a brief moment. Su Yao, why are you in such a hurry? The brief exchange made Su Yao blush. The implication was clear. She must have been quite eager if she felt that time moved so slowly. Oof. She would not be outdone. Grabbing her phone, she found a flattering angle, pouted, winked, and took a few photos to send back. Reciprocity. Allow me to show you what a pure college girl looks like during military training. If you think I'm pretty, hit one. Lin Huaizhi opened the photos, finding Su Yao's playful expressions charming. What did her pouting mean? Was she hinting a kiss? Clearly, she understood the nuances of flirting. He found himself gazing at the images for quite some time, even zooming in before saving them to his album. He had spent a while searching through his photos and even asked his dorm mates for a couple of pictures, which accounted for his delayed response. Consequently, he faced teasing from Zhao Yuanan and the others. Yet it was worth it. Soon, the break ended, and, as the instructor called for assembly, Su Yao still had not received a reply from Lin Huaizhi. Surely he was admiring her beauty and taking his time to appreciate it. Yes, that must be it. Frustrated, she wondered why Lin Huaizhi hadn't responded. Was it truly so difficult to acknowledge with a simple one? Was it only Shin Shitong who piqued his interest? How unfair. Well, if he chose not to reply, so be it. She genuinely didn't care. Su Yao's thoughts were quite animated, and had Lin Huaizhi been nearby, he would have been amused by the rapid shifts in her mood. When the next break arrived, Su Yao dashed to the shade of a tree, pulling out her phone to check for messages. 1. What do you want to eat later? There's a place nearby that serves delicious small dishes. Let us check the menu. Several photos of food followed. Zhang Nana observed Su Yao's delighted expressions, convinced her instincts were correct, while the person involved might be oblivious. It was clear to an outsider that Su Yao felt differently about that boy. You choose. I'm not picky. Here, as a cute expression. After a morning of basic training in standing at attention and rest positions, without even practicing military posture, the service team was promptly dismissed as soon as the time was up. Zhang Nana needed to hurry to the cafeteria, so after walking part of the way together, they parted ways. On her way back, Su Yao skipped along, feeling elated. Although she hadn't done much that morning, the photos Lin Huaizhi had sent had stirred her appetite immensely, and she was feeling quite ravenous. Now, I simply wish to return home and indulge in a meal. Such is the fate of a chosen foodie. Lin Huaizhi calculated the time, realizing that the takeaway would arrive shortly before Su Yao returned. In fact, even before Su Yao stepped through the door, he could already hear her thoughts. I'm back. As Su Yao entered and changed her shoes, she caught sight of Lin Huaizhi arranging the meal on the dining table, and an unexpected sense of tranquility washed over her. This scene is akin to coming home after a long day at work to find my devoted husband has prepared dinner for me, she mused. Oh, how fortunate I am. Lin Huaizhi felt somewhat speechless. How could devoted possibly describe him? A rugged man who had never washed a dish was being praised in such a manner? Hurry over to eat. What are you daydreaming about? Huh? I'm not daydreaming, Su Yao replied, puzzled by the notion that she had been lost in thought. After all, she had merely announced her return. How could Lin Huaizhi presume to know her inner musings? Chapter 15. We shall live to be 100 years old. Why do you inquire thus? What did Lin Huaizhi and Appo's previous statement imply? Indeed, her mind teems with activity. But how could he discern this? Fresh from military training, her countenance was radiant, and her lips nearly stretched to her ears as she changed shoes. In this state, you are surely harboring some mischievous intent. Lin Huaizhi's toes tensed with anxiety, chiding himself for his imprudence in placing excessive trust in Su Yao, having blurted out the words without forethought. I am hardly so, she retorted. Su Yao, with unhurried composure, continued to unseal the takeout box, betraying no unease. Confident in her self-awareness, she dismissed any suspicion. Very well, it appears I am indeed as he described. TSK, my undignified demeanor has been witnessed. What else could be expected? Your emotions are perpetually etched upon your visage. Lin Huaizhi, relieved that Su Yao had ceased to suspect, finally relaxed, having strained to maintain composure lest he betray himself. Ah, the aroma of this repast is exquisite, Senior Huaizhi. Your taste in takeout is impeccable. Lin Huaizhi arched an eyebrow, finding Su Yao and Appo's sycophantic manner endearing. Yet, to praise the mere selection of takeout was, in a sense, quite remarkable. Senior, why do you remain silent? Have you grown weary of waiting? Fortunately, I typically dine at this hour, and having partaken of your noodles this morning, I'm not particularly famished. Lin Huaizhi extended the chopsticks to her, finding himself content, while Su Yao seemed poised to bury her face in the rice. Pray, what is the sum? I shall remit the funds to you. Su Yao, having shoveled a mouthful of rice, recalled her outstanding debt. Lin Huaizhi had already shown her considerable consideration, and she was loath to exploit his generosity further. Thus, she activated WeChat and transferred 1,000 yuan. Why so much? Do you deem this meal a veritable imperial feast? Pray accept it. Military training spans several days. Should you require further funds, I shall supplement them. Very well. Lin Huaizhi accepted the payment, aware of Su Yao's aversion to accepting favors. Finding it peculiar had she not insisted. Was military training arduous this morning? Though aware that Su Yao was in the service company, Lin Huaizhi posed the question regardless, finding solace in hearing her recount it. Not all. The instructor is quite amiable and possesses a certain comeliness, though of course he lacks your handsomeness, his bearing falling far short of yours. This morning, he merely led us in practicing at ease and attention. I spent the entire time idling my mind elsewhere, yet the instructor made no comment, perhaps fearing an outbreak of illness. Su Yao chuckled, jesting, yet not entirely incorrect. The instructor did possess a certain appeal, and Zhang Nana had regaled her with tales of student council members engaging in romantic liaisons with instructors. Though strictly prescribed, some sought merely to provoke. In sum, having previously paid scant attention, she now discovered that university life was far more intriguing than she had imagined, though not without its seamy underbelly. For instance, some teachers were unworthy of their vocation, while some peers, outwardly resplendent, indulged in licentious behavior behind the scenes, bereft of moral compass. University merely provided academic filtering, while character and ethics were, regrettably, wanting. Why was your mind elsewhere? Were you unwell? Lin Huaizhi's countenance betrayed concern. Was it not said that his presence would resolve any issues? Could there be other constraints? It was all because of you, your failure to respond, which induced in me a state of appearance anxiety. To send a selfie for the first time and receive no reply is most disheartening. Fortunately, my resilience is formidable. Merely hunger, hence my lack of focus. Su Yao's words belied her thoughts entirely. Lin Huaizhi, perceptive yet discreet, felt a flicker of elation, never having imagined that Su Yao would value his opinion so highly. He had surmised that he was not the only one so affected. Love, that elusive phenomenon, would arrive in due course. As for the rest, he would strive to effect change. So famished? Then partake more heartily. Lin Huaizhi placed a morsel of meat in Su Yao's bowl. You too must partake. Once this busy period subsides, I shall prepare for you pickled fish, which you so relish. I am particularly adept at this dish. The fare this morning consisted entirely of Su Yao's preferred dishes. Aware that Lin Huaizhi was accommodating her dietary preferences, she reciprocated in kind, preparing his favorite dish. No need to rush. We shall speak of it once things have quieted down. After you finish eating, rest for a while. I, too, have classes shortly. We shall proceed to school together. Lin Huaizhi and Appo's statement was declarative, aware of Su Yao and Appo's desire to remain in his company. Having spent so long in military training this morning, her life force must surely have diminished. Very well, very well. We shall depart a little earlier. I desire to imbibe milk tea. With the weather so torrid, the demand for milk tea would surely be high. Once she arose, she would place an order via the mini program, thus expediting the process. Very well, but you must not overindulge. Excessive milk tea is detrimental to one's health. Lin Huaizhi, as if tending to a child, neither forbade her entirely nor permitted excessive consumption, lest it harm her constitution. I understand. I shall heed your words, Su Yao replied docilely. Having finished eating, Su Yao placed the takeout containers in a bag and wiped the table clean. In accordance with her former habits, she would have retired directly to bed. But the circumstances were altered. She desired to remain close to Lin Huaizhi. Senior, did you not state yesterday that your classes were few? I should like to peruse your timetable. Su Yao had initiated an awkward exchange. Lin Huaizhi, aware of her intent, obligingly opened the mini-program for her perusal. Your course load this semester should not be excessive, either should it? Typically, the first semester upon entering university is not burdensome, with the course load increasing from the following semester until the end of the sophomore year. Some, more unfortunate, find their schedules packed even in their junior year. Lin Huaizhi's major, however, was less demanding, averaging a single class per day. Not excessive, merely somewhat tedious. To retake freshman and sophomore year is indeed tedious, yet tolerable. As I still remember much of what I learned previously, I can devote more time to earning money. What do you enjoy doing besides attending classes? Lin Huaizhi adopted interrogation mode. Previously, my thoughts were solely on earning money. Now, too, I shall commence writing novels to eke out a living once military training concludes. I am typically quite bored, so if you have any activities, senior, might I accompany you? Su Yao was loath to relinquish any opportunity to spend time with Lin Huaizhi. Surely he had his own affairs to attend to, so she could only proactively cling to him. Very well, but do you wish to join any clubs? Some clubs offer numerous activities. Su Yao had no strong feelings on the matter, but as Lin Huaizhi had inquired, she deemed it appropriate to join one. Senior, have you joined any clubs? Lin Huaizhi shook his head in the negative. Did he not have sufficient leisure time? How could he contemplate joining a club? Then I believe I, too, have no particular interest. Su Yao's change of expression was astonishingly swift, leaving Lin Huaizhi bewildered. Su Yao, do you address other males in this manner? Such words come so readily to your lips? What? I do not. Su Yao hastened to defend herself. I have no friends, and rarely converse with males. Lacking even communication, how could I utter such words to others? Then have you never harbored affection for any male? Only by surviving can one afford to consider other matters. Previously, I desired only to live. Lin Huaizhi surmised that Su Yao had endured hardship in the past, yet her words evoked in him a peculiar sense of heartache. You shall live to be 100 years old, Su Yao. Su Yao's eyes sparkled momentarily. She had seemed somewhat aggrieved just moments before, yet upon hearing those words, it appeared as if she had been infused with vitality. Indeed, we shall both live to a ripe old age. The two exchanged glances and shared a knowing, foolish laugh. Lin Huaizhi had never personally experienced the agony of illness. Although his parents often reminded him that health was paramount and everything else was ancillary, he had merely listened without truly absorbing the sentiment. However, at this moment, he comprehended the trials Su Yao had endured and recognized the fervor of her will to survive. Likewise, he dismissed the notion of short life. He resolutely intended to cherish life alongside Su Yao. Chapter 16. The twisted Lin Huaizhi. Lin Huaizhi typically does not indulge in afternoon naps. However, having risen early that morning, he decided to rest briefly on his bed. Upon waking, he splashed his face with water, instantly feeling rejuvenated. As he stepped outside, he noticed Su Yao, who had just awakened, sitting on the sofa applying sunscreen. Under the glaring sun, even a man like him had liberally slathered on sunscreen during military training, while only Zhao Yuanan stubbornly refused, dismissing it as a feminine concern. By the end of the training, he alone had turned as dark as coal, taking a year to regain his former complexion. Are you not going to get ready? Su Yao inquired, aware that Lin Huaizhi had a class to attend. However, seeing him unhurried and disorganized, she felt compelled to remind him. Prepare for what? Don't you bring books to class? My books are in the dormitory. Zhao Yuanan and the others are bringing them for me. Su Yao nodded, recognizing that they were attending class together. In that case, I'll order a milk tea and have them pick up a cup for you. Lin Huaizhi frowned slightly. While he understood the gesture of buying a milk tea, He was perplexed as to why she felt the need to include Zhao Yuanan and the others. A sense of displeasure stirred within him. Why bring them anything? Just buy for me. His tone was self-assured, as if those individuals were not his friends. Aren't they your friends? Just consider it a token of my appreciation. There is no ulterior motive, Su Yao clarified. She believed they were all good friends of Lin Huaizhi, and, since they would likely spend time together, it would be beneficial to foster familiarity. Moreover, should she develop a deeper relationship with Lin Huaizhi, it would not hurt to prepare in advance. If that was her reasoning, he could reluctantly accept it. Ultimately, they were merely benefiting from his influence. What else would you think? I'm not some scheming person who flirts with everyone. Su Yao's words were evidently pointed, almost naming Shen Shitong outright. Are you subtly hinting at me? I cannot fathom Shen Shitong's intentions, but I assure you, I will not provoke her. If even Su Yao, who was well-versed in the subtleties of social dynamics, could not discern Shen Shitong's motives, then it was clear to him that she was not a person of good character. At least from his perspective, the closer one drew to her, the sooner one could expect trouble. That's good. Just remember to keep your distance. As they stepped outside, the sun blazed unforgivingly. Fearing sun exposure, Su Yao, despite her application of sunscreen, took out an umbrella without hesitation. I'll handle it. Lin Huaizhi, perceptive and considerate, took the umbrella from her hands. This was a scene he had envisioned before, and now it was finally realized. Though they were not yet in a romantic relationship, it felt satisfactory nonetheless. Upon arriving at the milk tea shop, Su Yao's order was already prepared. She had also ordered a cup for Zhang Nana. Lin Huaizhi noticed the 2 cups in her hands, his gaze darkening slightly. Su Yao, is it wise to have 2 cups of milk tea daily? You should exercise some restraint. Although you are not overweight, excessive sugar intake is detrimental to your health. Having fallen ill, shouldn't you prioritize your well-being instead of indulging so freely? It's quite worrisome. Are you genuinely concerned for me? Su Yao tilted her head, observing Lin Huaizhi. No one had previously cared about her milk tea consumption, and now only he would remind her of the potential health risks. Although she felt touched, other emotions mingled with that sentiment. A gentle breeze tousled the stray strands of hair framing Su Yao's face, momentarily obstructing her view. She casually brushed it aside, continuing to gaze at him, while Lin Huaizhi's throat tightened, his grip on the milk tea becoming firm. As my tenant, we have grown somewhat familiar. It is only natural to express concern, Lin Huaizhi hurriedly justified, unwilling to admit his genuine worry for her health. You're genuinely concerned for me, senior. Why not just admit it? But it's all right. I understand you. If you want to be awkward, be awkward. I see through you. The athletic field and Lin Huaizhi's classroom were not in the same direction, so the two parted ways at the school entrance. Su Yao, feeling particularly tempted, had already consumed half of her milk tea during their walk. Now, she was eager to finish the last few sips, but she cast a glance at the other cup, shaking her head to dismiss the thought. No, that was for Nana. She mustn't indulge. Yao, I didn't see you during morning training. Which squad were you in? As Su Yao walked, she unexpectedly encountered Shen Shitong, who seemed to have approached her rather than the other way around. Upon entering the athletic field, Su Yao had seen Shen Shitong sitting under a tree. She had intended to pretend not to see her and walk past, but Shen Shitong had closed the distance. I was in the service squad. Despite her disdain for Shen Shitong, Su Yao maintained a smile. A lesson learned from her past life. Regardless of one's feelings, one must not display negativity openly, lest it be used against them. Really? ISNT, the service squad, reserved for those with serious illnesses? I have a sensitivity to ultraviolet rays and cannot be in the sun. I had hoped to sneak in for a break, but I didn't meet the criteria. Shen Shitong feigned shock, covering her mouth dramatically, her voice rising in volume, attracting the attention of nearby students resting in the shade of the tree. Su Yao preferred to keep a low profile. She sought to minimize her presence and avoid drawing attention. Shen Shitong, however, seemed intent on becoming the center of attention. How annoying. Yao, do you have some special connection? How is it that you can only enter the service squad? I envy your ability to slack off. Our training is quite intense, and you are so fortunate. Shen Shitong's words instantly ignited resentment among some classmates nearby. Su Yao could sense unfriendly gazes scrutinizing her. Perhaps you've misunderstood? I came here alone to study. I'm unfamiliar with anyone here, and there's no special connection. Besides, the school has its own regulations. As a newcomer, I have no such power." Though her mind was brimming with insults, Su Yao maintained her smile, lowering her head in a feigned display of hurt. "Oomph. Pretending to be a green tea princess? Anyone could do that." Shen Shitong pretended to be familiar as she grasped Su Yao's hand, her tone still awkward. "Yao Yao, you don't have any illnesses. If you had no connections, how did you get into the service squad? Could it be that you know the instructor?" During morning announcements, it had been emphasized that instructors should maintain distance from students. Shen Shitong's words seemed designed to push Su Yao into a precarious situation. The rumor mill would undoubtedly spin, and soon she would be summoned for discussions. Shen Shitong was far from the innocent protagonist. She was clearly playing the role of a malicious antagonist. However, if she wished to undermine Su Yao, there would be no mercy shown. Su Yao pinched her thigh hard, the pain causing tears to well up in her eyes. She sobbed, "Tang Tang, how could you think of me this way? I truly considered you a friend. Your slander hurts me deeply." Shen Shitong's expression flickered as she realized that Su Yao was not as easy to manipulate as she had thought. "Yao Yao, it is precisely because I regard you as a friend that I cannot bear to witness you commit foolish acts. It is not yet too late. You should promptly confess your error to the counselor and sever ties with the drill instructor. Considering this is your first offense, the school will undoubtedly exercise discretion. I am merely concerned that you are straying from the correct path." Shen Shitong was convinced that Su Yao had employed some form of artifice. Otherwise, how could she have so effortlessly gained entry into the service company? Prior to entering the school, she had inquired through acquaintances and learned that, barring a severe ailment, all students were required to participate in the standard rigorous military training. Yet, Su Yao, by all appearances, seemed to be in robust health. I'm not in good health and cannot participate in the regular training, which is why I joined the service company. I did not resort to any underhanded tactics. You must not spread such rumors. I sincerely consider you a friend." Su Yao wept, her face resembling a rain-drenched pear blossom. Shen Shitong earnestly attempted to dissuade her. The two young women, both possessing exceptional beauty, coupled with the sensational nature of their conversation, attracted a considerable crowd. As the commencement of military training drew near, the head instructor, noticing the commotion, immediately approached, his voice laced with admonishment. "What is the meaning of this?" Chapter 17. Shen Shitong schemes as a soldier. Shen Shitong exuded a fierce aura that set her apart from the ordinary. With a loud shout, the students surrounding Su Yao immediately scattered, albeit only a short distance away. Most remained nearby, eager to witness the unfolding drama. "Have you not checked the time? Why are you loitering here instead of gathering at your designated formations?" Su Yao's sobs had yet to cease. She wished to avoid conflict, yet Shen Shitong clung to her, and if she did not retaliate, the rumors could spiral out of control, leaving her unable to clarify her situation later. The fear of public opinion loomed large, if anyone were to relay Shen Shitong's words. She and the instructor from the service team would likely be painted in an unflattering light. "Instructor, I merely expressed concern for my friend. I heard she was in the service team, and I feared she might be avoiding military training to deceive others, hence my advice." Su Yao chose not to rush her words, patiently waiting for Shen Shitong to cast aspersions upon her, knowing that when she clarified the situation, Shen Shitong would struggle to defend herself. The larger the scene, the more advantageous it would be for her. "Do you have anything to say?" The chief instructor, naturally, would not heed only one side of the story and turned his gaze towards Su Yao, eager to hear her account. I was indeed unwell, which is why I joined the service team. The school procedures were duly completed. It was not an attempt to shirk responsibilities." Su Yao stifled her tears as she articulated her position, her eyes brimming with sincerity, presenting a demeanor that did not suggest deceit. "What is your name?" "Report, instructor. My name is Su Yao, and I have a medical certificate issued by the hospital." Su Yao rummaged through her bag and produced the certificate, handing it to the chief instructor. Thankfully, she had not left it at home. It proved useful now. Shen Shitong certainly knew how to stir trouble. She initially thought her role was inconsequential and that she would be free from such complications. However, It seemed that once one became entangled with certain main characters, trouble was inevitable. As for Shin Shitong, she would evade her if possible, but if avoidance proved futile, she would confront the situation head-on. The chief instructor examined the certificate, and the sternness in his eyes diminished significantly. Classmate, if you feel any discomfort, do not push yourself. Communicate your needs with the instructor. Your health is paramount. Military training is intended to cultivate your willpower and instill good habits, but these must be underpinned by good health. What is your name? As a friend, how can you not only fail to show concern, but also slander and spread rumors? After years of education, do you lack even the most basic moral principles? The chief instructor's contrasting attitudes towards Su Yao and Shun Shitong were stark, and the onlooking students began to grasp that Shun Shitong had deliberately sought to create discord with Su Yao. Given the chief instructor's demeanor, it was evident that Su Yao must have been gravely ill. Indeed, otherwise, how could the instructor have spoken so gently? She is quite beautiful. It is puzzling what ailment she must have. How pitiful. This girl appears easygoing, yet who knew she could be so malicious, deliberately framing Su Yao? Exactly. This is hardly friendship. She clearly harbors animosity towards Su Yao and is causing trouble. Listening to the surrounding students' discussions, Su Yao remained tranquil, unperturbed. Had it been in the past, she might have felt it was unjust, believing she had become a spectacle for others to gawk at. However, having faced death once, her perspective had shifted. The opinions of others no longer held significance for her, as she wished to invest her emotions only in those worthy of them. Gather for training. Do not linger here discussing classmates. Are you intending to stand in formation or run laps? The chief instructor's bellow dispersed the students immediately. Shin Shitong remained rooted, taken aback. She had presumed Su Yao was merely employing tactics, never anticipating that she was genuinely unwell. Yet, did Lin Huaizhi not know of Su Yao's condition? After all, how could he permit her to reside there? Shun Shitong, do you have anything further to say? The chief instructor regarded Shun Shitong, noting that the gravity of the situation hinged upon her attitude. I apologize, instructor. It was my fault. I am truly sorry, Yao Yao. I did not consider all aspects. I was merely worried about you and did not expect it to escalate like this. I'm sincerely sorry. Shun Shitong spoke earnestly, bowing to Su Yao in her contrition. Su Yao regarded Shun Shitong with a cold smile within. She was astute enough to know when to concede. After all, she was the protagonist. If she lacked intelligence, that would truly be abnormal. It is all right. As long as the matter is clarified, I am fine. Having experienced much, Su Yao understood that if she did not accept the apology now, Shun Shitong would merely feign remorse, and soon enough, others would label her as aggressive. Under these circumstances, it would be wiser to establish a favorable image for herself, ensuring that when Shun Shitong returned to create trouble, she would possess some leverage. Ultimately, the matter was left unresolved, with the chief instructor merely requiring Shun Shitong to submit a 3,000-word reflection, imposing no further penalties. Lin Huaizhi arrived at the classroom, carrying milk tea, while Zhao Yuanan and others had already saved him a seat. Brother Huai, the sun must be setting in the west today. You actually brought us milk tea? The trio stared in disbelief at the drink Lin Huaizhi held. It was well known that he rarely indulged in such beverages, let alone voluntarily bringing some for them. Have you encountered some trouble? Do you need our assistance? Zhao Yuanan took the drink, distributing cups to Lu Xing and Lin Wen. Let me guess, you want us to help you figure out how to pursue Su Yao? Lu Xing took a sip and ventured his speculation. Very likely. Absolutely. I noticed yesterday that Brother Huai treats Su Yao differently. Lin Huaizhi rolled his eyes in exasperation, retorting, even if I were to pursue someone, I would never consult you lot for advice. Being single my entire life, if I were to follow your suggestions, I fear Su Yao would run away in fright. That is not how you should think. Have you never seen a pig run, even if you have not eaten one? While we lack practical experience, our theoretical knowledge is quite substantial, Zhao Yuanan countered. Not needed. Lin Huaizhi took a sip from his cup, lazily adding, this was bought by Su Yao. It was meant for me alone, but since you're my friends, I thought to share. His tone was laced with pride, causing Zhao Yuanan to feel as if the milk tea in his mouth had suddenly lost its sweetness. Damn, Brother Huai, show some decency. How can you flaunt this? Lin Huaizhi shrugged, casually sipping again. Oddly enough, he now found the drink rather enjoyable, despite having previously deemed it unpalatable. Drink yours. It's free, so hurry up. Brother Huai, tell the truth. Do you have some feeling for Su Yao? Zhao Yuanan, despite feeling a twinge of jealousy, could not suppress his curiosity. After all, Lin Huaizhi had always kept his distance from women, showing no interest in those who expressed affection towards him. Now, encountering a junior, it seemed he had developed a soft spot. Perhaps, mainly, I find her quite attractive. Goodness, you are a real beast, focusing solely on looks. Lu Xing, typically composed, could not restrain his exclamation upon hearing Lin Huaizhi's revelation. He was a staunch believer that the foundation of a relationship should stem from a deep understanding of one another's souls. Lin Huaizhi set the milk tea down on the table, preparing to engage Lu Xing in a serious discussion. After all, as Su Yao had indicated, he would soon find himself deceived by a woman, losing everything, perhaps even being expelled. This guy's views on love are rather limited. Thus, the group debated for 10 minutes, transforming their conversation into a lively exchange of insults in their group chat until class commenced. Throughout, Lu Xing absorbed not a single word of Lin Huaizhi's counsel. There is little that can be done, as he has yet to experience it himself. Advising him to be cautious of deceit sounds entirely like an unfounded warning. In any case, if someone has a girl they admire, it is imperative that they do not keep it a secret. It would be best to arrange a meeting to become acquainted. Lin Huai's counsel ends here. He will keep a vigilant eye on Lu Xing's actions, ready to extinguish any signs of potential deception at once. Chapter 18. A suggestion for schools to assign boyfriends and girlfriend. Zhang Nana invited Su Yao to lunch in the afternoon. Based on their interaction today, Su Yao found herself quite fond of this girl, so she agreed. If all goes well, Zhang Nana is likely to become her first true friend here. Though Lin Huaizhi could technically be considered the first, it was a different kind of connection. Are you not going to inform your future boyfriend? Found nanatist Su Yao. I already did. I just spoke to him a moment ago. Su Yao replied. A bit slow to catch on. What future boyfriend? Stop joking with me. Although Su Yao entertained the thought, it remained just that, a thought, as she dared not act upon it. The fear of doing something that would displease Lin Huaizhi and consequently being cast aside loomed large in her mind. The fact that you didn't immediately refute it shows you have some thoughts on the matter, Zhang Nana remarked incisively. Have you ever been in a relationship? How do you know so much? Did you learn from books? Su Yao questioned. Her understanding of romantic matters stemmed from the multitude of novels she had read and her own writing experiences. Yet Zhang Nana's insight puzzled her. The girl appeared too shy to possess such knowledge. Who says I haven't dated? I currently have a boyfriend, Zhang Nana exclaimed, pulling out her phone to show Su Yao a photo of her and her boyfriend. What? Are you serious? So, you've been together since high school? Su Yao felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. She and T even held hands with a boy, and here Zhang Nana was already in a relationship. Why not just distribute boyfriends directly at school? As a perennial singleton, I too wish to engage in romantic escapades. All those snippets of romantic scenes I've written rely solely on imagination. If I had the chance to practice, it would surely enhance my writing skills. If she gained sufficient experience, perhaps she could even pivot her writing style to craft a specific genre of romantic tales, exploring every nuance of love. Your landlord is the perfect candidate. ISNT, a solitary man and woman sharing the same space. Surely sparks would fly. Besides, they say when a woman pursues a man, it's merely a thin veil separating them. If you take the initiative, you're bound to succeed. Su Yao rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Zhang Nana. Nana, you were shy talking to me this morning. How come you're so bold now? Offering me advice? I just had a bit of social anxiety at first. Once I'm familiar, I chat quite a lot. My current boyfriend was my desk mate in high school. Initially, he seemed aloof, but I managed to win him over. So, if you sweeten your words and take the initiative, you have a good chance. Zhang Nana shared her dating experiences and tips for pursuing boys, which Su Yao eagerly noted down, envisioning them as material for her writing. The dynamic of a bashful yet passionate deskmate versus a cool and proud academic was simply too intriguing. As for Lin Huaizhi, she would take her time. There was no need to rush. The afternoon training session remained lackluster, and at one point, the chief instructor exchanged a few words with the young officer training them, casting glances towards Su Yao several times. Consequently, the atmosphere lightened, allowing them to rest for the majority of the time. However, after the incident involving Shin Shitong, Su Yao had become somewhat of a topic of conversation during lunch, with many discussing her. With a good attitude, Su Yao paid little mind to the chatter. She rewarded herself with a large chicken leg during lunch. Battling with the scheming girls had drained her energy, and only food could soothe her weary heart. The afternoon passed slowly, and with much of her break already gone, Su Yao opted to wander the campus with Zhang Nana to familiarize herself with the surroundings instead of heading home. The evening's main event was a singing competition, with various groups belting out songs, while some students showcased their talents through song and dance, receiving cheers and applause. Sitting on the grass, Su Yao watched the scene unfold, feeling an entirely different sensation than before. Now, she simply felt joy in youth. It radiated brilliance. To love fiercely and hate passionately. To cheer unabashedly in moments of affection. That was the essence of youth. The service team consisted of fewer members, making the competition with larger groups somewhat unfair, as the outcome was already determined. Thus, the instructor gathered them on the grass to share stories from the military, addressing their questions. The term soldier carried a weighty significance. As the instructor recounted the harsh living conditions at the border, Su Yao felt a deeper respect for them, particularly when she learned that the instructor had been accepted into a prestigious school but chose to enlist without hesitation. She asked him why. To her surprise, the usually shy instructor answered resolutely, "Some things must be done by someone. If everyone seeks only pleasure, how can a nation prosper? How can the lives of its people improve? Contributing even a small part to that goal, no matter how insignificant, is worth it." His voice was soft, yet resonated powerfully. After a brief silence, Su Yao and her peers erupted into applause. This was no mere virtual world. Everyone was real, each with their own beliefs, aspirations, and steadfastness. "Stop looking at me like that." The instructor reverted to his bashful demeanor. The evening was dedicated to relaxation, and Su Yao relished the experience. Later, the instructor took them to mingle with other groups, and they enjoyed the festivities immensely. Meanwhile, Lin Huaizhi returned home after classes, having accepted some freelance programming projects during the break. He found solace in working alone, focusing on his tasks, and lost track of time. When he finally looked up, darkness had enveloped the sky, and the clock read past 8. Why did time fly by so quickly? Lin Huaizhi stretched his neck, feeling stiff from sitting at the computer for too long. The vicinity of the school had been somewhat unsafe lately, and he couldn't help but wonder if Su Yao was being cautious. During dinner with Zhao Yuanan and others, Zhao had shared the latest gossip about a flasher lurking around the school who would expose himself to girls at night, chasing them if no one was around. Many girls found themselves caught off guard in such situations, often only realizing they needed help when the flasher was nearly upon them. Several incidents had already occurred, and the campus security was only responsible for patrolling within school grounds, making the outside quite perilous. The more Lin Huaizhi pondered, the more uneasy he felt, deciding he should go pick up Su Yao. Wait a minute, it's only a 10-minute walk. Isn't it a bit ambiguous for me to go out of my way to get her? He stood up, then sat back down, reconsidering. Right? I haven't eaten yet. I just happen to want to buy food, so I'll swing by the school and pick her up along the way. Yes, that's it. Having convinced himself, Lin Huaizhi grabbed his phone and headed out. With time still on his side, he found a place to eat some fried noodles. But when he checked WeChat, he noticed that Su Yao hadn't sent him a single message. Escoved. Women. This morning, she was all over me, asking if I looked good and wanted to share everything. Now, after just one afternoon, she's gone completely cold. Had she not been his tenant, he wouldn't have bothered making this trip, but as her landlord, he felt responsible for her safety. Are you almost done? I'm at the school gate. Let us head back together. Lin Huaizhi sent a message to Su Yao, and to his surprise, she replied instantly. Why did you come to school? Do you have classes tonight? An immediate response. Su Yao, how could you? The prompt reply indicated she was occupied with her phone, implying a state of leisure. Given her relaxed state, why hadn't it oppose? She proactively contacted him? Lin Huaizhi felt a subtle discomfort. No classes. Just taking a stroll. If you prefer to return on your own, feel free. I'll head off first. Lin Huaizhi observed the typing indicator and mused that if Su Yao dared to let him leave first, he would never pick her up again. Now that you and Appos here, just wait for me. I want to take a city walk with you. It and Appos. It's been several hours since I last saw you. I need to gaze upon a handsome face to revitalize myself. Please, Su Yao's sweet words swiftly placated Lin Huaizhi. All right then, I'll reluctantly grant you an opportunity. Lin Huaizhi's slight arrogance immediately dissipated. Noticing that the time was approaching, he positioned himself under a large tree near the school entrance, where students were beginning to emerge. After informing Su Yao of his location, Lin Huaizhi leaned against the tree and entertained himself with a game while he waited. Excuse me, handsome. Chapter 19. Dalliance. Lin Huaizhi looked up to see a girl in a military training uniform standing before him. She had short hair and a delicate, innocent face. Can I help you? He inquired. The girl nervously clutched her clothes. After a few moments of hesitation, she looked up at Lin Huaizhi and said, I saw you as soon as I came out. Would you mind if I added you on WeChat? Lin Huaizhi pondered how to refuse without hurting the young girl's feelings. In the past, he had always been aloof in his rejections, especially with older women who only wanted to sleep with him. He would be even more blunt and vulgar with them. But this girl seemed quite adorable and spoke politely. He couldn't bring himself to mistreat her. She deserved his respect. Huaizhi. Su Yao came running over. As soon as the instructor dismissed them, she had quickly packed her things and rushed out, eager to see Lin Huaizhi and not wanting to keep him waiting. But to her surprise, she found him flirting with a freshman. Dallying, flitting from flower to flower. Had he been waiting long? Although Su Yao was displeased, she softened her tone, making her voice sound incredibly gentle. You shouldn't dislike that type, right? Don't you fancy girls with long hair? Su Yao asked, afraid that Lin Huaizhi would question her first. What makes you think I like long-haired girls? Lin Huaizhi, fully aware of Su Yao's little thoughts, deliberately teased her. Just intuition. I feel like you be into girls with long hair, fair skin, big eyes, a slender waist, and long legs. Girls who are both beautiful and well-figured, Su Yao said, describing Lin Huaizhi's ideal type as depicted in the book. Su Yao. Lin Huaizhi bent down, bringing his face close to hers. The girl's face was exquisite and delicate, her skin flawless, her eyes bright, and her teeth pearly white. She was truly a masterpiece of nature. What is it? Su Yao nervously clenched her fists and swallowed hard. Lin Huaizhi reached out and pinched Su Yao's cheek. It felt soft and pleasant to the touch. Su Yao opened one eye. The expected event didn't happen, and she felt a little disappointed. Where am I slow-witted? I'm quite clever. Why are you standing so close to me? Don't you know that men and women shouldn't be so intimate? I'm just a young girl. I can't handle your teasing, Su Yao said, feeling flustered, her words tumbling out one after another. I just think that the ideal type you described earlier sound a bit like you. Slender waist, long legs, and a full chest. Su Yao fit the description perfectly. And she also had long hair, not to mention her undeniable beauty. Oh, then do you? Do you have even the slightest bit of affection for me? Su Yao desperately wanted to ask, but after glancing at the life value on her wrist, she decided against tempting fate. Their current relationship was quite pleasant, and she didn't want to risk making things awkward between them. Why are you out so late for dinner? Su Yao changed the subject. I was working on a mini-program and lost track of time, he replied. Oh, what mini-program? Su Yao didn't recall this from a plot. Clearly, what she knew was only a small part of the story. The author couldn't possibly include every detail about Lin Huaizhi. She had thought she understood him, but it turned out to be just the tip of the iceberg. With my major, if I do well, I can make some extra money by helping with coding explanations, developing small software, or creating mini-programs. That's how I earn a little pocket money. Su Yao didn't fully understand, but she knew it was impressive. Wow, you're so professional. How much can you earn for making a mini-program? This one is worth about 10,000 yuan. What? That much? Su Yao had expected it to be profitable, but not to this extent. How many words would she have to type to earn that much money? Why are you so excited? Lin Huaizhi waved his hand dismissively. Their industry had a promising market. In the internet age, there were plenty of opportunities as long as you were willing to learn and work hard. He had paid for half of their apartment himself, with his parents covering the other half. That's how they had managed to buy it outright. But now he was short on cash, so he had taken on several projects to earn some living expenses. I suddenly feel like I chose the wrong major. I should have studied computer science. But then again, computer science majors probably lose their hair and they sit in front of the computer all day, which makes them prone to gaining weight. I've seen on TV that programmers all wear checkered shirts, have thinning hair, and big bellies. Never mind. Su Yao thought about that kind of work environment and realized she couldn't handle it. She also cared about her appearance and put a lot of effort into maintaining her figure and skin. If she became bald and fat, she would definitely become depressed. Su Yao, you're generalizing a bit. Look at me. Do I fit any of the characteristics you described? Besides, there are plenty of handsome guys in our major. Don't stereotype us. Lin Huaizhi said, defending his field. He was determined not to become like the person Su Yao described. I wasn't talking about you. You're so handsome. You're a rare sight. You're bound to be dazzling wherever you go. Senior Huaizhi, if you become rich in the future, don't forget about me. Take me with you. Su Yao was certain that if Lin Huaizhi didn't have that accident trying to save Shen Shitong, his future would be limitless. He would definitely do well, and it wouldn't hurt to get on his good side in advance. You flatter me, Ms. Author. If you ever have a book signing, I'll definitely be there to support you. And please, Ms. Author, give me a signed copy. Huh? When did I tell you I write? How did you know? Lin Huaizhi's heart skipped a beat. Damn it. I'll let it slip again. It's all because I'm too relaxed around Su Yao. I ended up digging myself into a hole. Isn't there a keyboard on your desk in your room? It's a membrane keyboard, not mechanical, and several of the letters are worn, indicating frequent use, yet you don't game. You must be writing something. Despite a hint of discomposure, Lin Huaizhi swiftly composed himself, adroitly averting suspicion. Hurry! Su Yao exclaimed, applauding enthusiastically. Typical protagonist, possessing both keen insight and remarkable intellect. A man who isn't mine needn't be so extraordinary. You're incredible. Your deduction is spot on, though I'm currently just a struggling novice. Should I ever achieve acclaim, I'll be sure to give you an autograph. Su Yao's eyes sparkled with aspiration, envisioning a future where her work might be published. A distant prospect, perhaps, but within the realm of possibility as long as life endures. Chapter 20. A collision with his abdomen upon returning home. Su Yao promptly retreated to her room for a refreshing shower, cleansing her intimate garments with the intention of hanging them on the balcony. Meanwhile, Lin Huaizhi was seated on the sofa, engrossed in a video game with Zhao Yuanan and others, the microphone amplifying their sporadic exclamations. As Su Yao emerged, clutching her delicate white lace underwear, Lin Huaizhi glanced at her, momentarily distracted by the memory of her alluring silhouette from the previous day, causing him to freeze in place. Hey, Huaiga, what are you doing? This wave is all yours. Why are you just standing there giving away free kills? Lin Huaizhi took a sip of water from the coffee table, surprised at his own lapse in concentration. Su Yao, seemingly unguarded around him, wore a long t-shirt instead of her previously revealing spaghetti strap dress. Perhaps I should retreat to my room. I cannot maintain my focus out here. After hanging her clothes, Su Yao noticed Lin Huaizhi had already returned to his room. To conserve electricity, she switched off the living room lights and proceeded to her room to write. The military training had not exhausted her, but hearing about Lin Huaizhi's impressive income had stirred her nerves. She resolved to delve into her old profession of writing, seeking to earn some living expenses. For Su Yao, military training felt no different from her usual idle days. Time passed swiftly, and soon they would reach the end of this phase. Their service unit had not been assigned any tasks, merely required to sit quietly and offer support. As the instructors departed, many students felt a sense of reluctance. Despite the hardships endured, bonds had formed during this time. Such is human nature. During trials, one often complains. Yet upon completion, fond memories emerge, leading to nostalgia that hinders the present, perpetuating a cycle of longing. Throughout the days of military training, Lin Huaizhi had consistently brought meals for Su Yao. Now that they had some leisure time, she resolved to buy groceries and prepare a meal to express her gratitude. Initially, Lin Huaizhi intended to treat Su Yao to a meal to celebrate the conclusion of her training, a suggestion made by Zhao Yuanan, unbeknownst to him. However, since Su Yao wished to cook for him, he readily declined Zhao Yuanan's proposal, informing the group that they would reschedule. As he made his way to the supermarket where Su Yao had suggested they meet, he noted that their home was devoid of snacks. Since he was heading to the supermarket, he thought to replenish their supplies. Given Su Yao's petite stature, he assumed she would struggle to carry much. So he decided to lend a helping hand. The street was bustling with people, but Lin Huaizhi spotted Su Yao from afar, crouched beneath a tree, glancing at her phone and occasionally scanning her surroundings, likely awaiting his arrival. "What are you doing squatting? Aren't your legs sore?" Lin Huaizhi observed her from above, her small frame appearing even more endearing from this angle. "Not sore at all," she replied, her face lighting up with a bright smile upon seeing him. As she stood, having crouched for too long, her legs went numb, causing her to stumble forward uncontrollably. Lin Huaizhi instinctively reached out to steady her, but she was still half-crouched, resulting in her face colliding directly with his abdomen. Ouch! Lin Huaizhi winced, fearing that if she pressed any further, he would be in trouble. Realizing the awkwardness of the situation, Su Yao grasped his hand to regain her balance. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. My legs just went numb." "How clumsy can you be?" Lin Huaizhi teased, though he did not release her hand. "Stop criticizing me. What if I really become clumsy?" Su Yao pouted playfully, prompting Lin Huaizhi to suggest she move around a bit before they enter the supermarket. "What do you feel like eating? I shall fulfill all your cravings today." Lin Huaizhi glanced at her noticeably ample bosom and remarked that anything would be fine. Although he wasn't particularly picky with food, he knew Su Yao's culinary skills would certainly please him. "Then I shall see what I can conjure up," she replied, yet proceeded to select fish and pig trotters, ingredients he adored, which delighted Lin Huaizhi inwardly. He had previously accompanied his mother to the supermarket, but had never known how to choose items, merely serving as a helper. Now, observing Su Yao's adeptness suggested she had frequently taken on such responsibilities herself. "Let's pick up some snacks as well. Our home is devoid of them," Lin Huaizhi proposed after she finished her selections. "Sure, choose whatever you desire. It's on me," Su Yao generously offered, particularly towards Lin Huaizhi. "Mochi, a taste of childhood. Would you like some?" Upon seeing it, Lin Huaizhi picked up a box, while Su Yao hesitated. "I used to see other children eat it, but I never had the chance to buy it for myself as I grew older. If I say I've never had it, will Lin Huaizhi think I'm lying?" She pondered. "I want to try it. I've never had it before." Typically, Su Yao would only express the first half of her thoughts to others, but with Lin Huaizhi, she felt compelled to reveal her true self. "Then take 2 boxes. You shall have double the childhood joy, Su Yao. When I was young, my mother only ever bought me 1 box each time we visited the supermarket." Lin Huaizhi placed 2 boxes into the cart and affectionately ruffled her hair. "Let us make it 4 boxes. I'll buy you some too, ensuring you have double the childhood happiness." "How can you be so kind? Treating me so well makes my heart flutter," Su Yao mused silently, while Lin Huaizhi, pushing the shopping cart behind her, could discern her thoughts clearly. In truth, he was not entirely innocent. Bringing her home was partly to unravel the mystery of their relationship. Ultimately, it was a form of leverage. If he could not hear her inner thoughts, he likely would not have engaged with her, let alone treated her with such kindness. "Ah, watch where you're going." Yao Yao, what a coincidence." Su Yao, distracted, collided with Shun Shitong at the corner. Shun Shitong, momentarily bewildered, softened her tone upon recognizing Su Yao. "I'm so sorry. I was lost in thought and didn't see you. Are you all right?" Su Yao maintained a cordial facade, unwilling to confront Shun Shitong directly, adhering to the principle of non-aggression. "Not at all. Are you here shopping as well?" "Yes, I'm just picking up a few things for home." "Lin Huaizhi is here too. What a coincidence." Shun Shitong's demeanor shifted upon noticing Lin Huaizhi. Su Yao observed a boy beside Shun Shitong, identifying a beauty mark at the corner of his eye. He must be the male lead. Such is the charm of typical narratives. A beauty mark at the corner of the eye, a hallmark of the male protagonist. This must be Zhou. Lin Huaizhi remained silent, his attention fixated on the young man, who appeared youthful and vibrant, likely younger than himself. Although his looks were decent, Lin Huaizhi could not fathom how he fell short in comparison. From any angle, he considered himself clearly more attractive. Shun Shitong noticed both Su Yao and Lin Huaizhi staring at Zhou, perplexed by their focus. Why is Lin Huaizhi looking too? Her eyes brightened with realization. Lin Huaizhi must also be interested in him. The previous indifference he displayed during their barbecue outing had to be Su Yao's doing. Now that he saw her with another boy, he would surely feel uneasy. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Shen Shitang's confidence surged. After all, he was the protagonist, and no male could possibly resist his charm. Allow me to introduce, this is Zhou Ying, my high school classmate. We both attended the same school, and he is a senior in the Huai program. Speaking of which, Zhou Ying is also from your major. Zhou Ying, meet Su Yao, and this is Senior Huai. Zhou Ying nodded, observing that both Su Yao and Lin Huai's gazes were rather unfriendly. Yet he gazed at Shen Shitang with a touch of warmth. This Zhou Ying truly embodies the character described in novels, his eyes only for Shen Shitang, as if our presence were but an inconvenience. The author must be out of their mind. Why can't they portray the male lead in a more relatable manner? And as for Shen Shitang, I can hardly muster the energy to critique. Aside from their looks fitting the archetypes of the protagonists, they seem utterly unrelated in every other aspect. Su Yao lamented internally, her thoughts spiraling uncontrollably. Chapter 21. Where can I touch? No matter how you look at it, Lin Huaizhi is undoubtedly better. The author truly lacks appreciation, creating such a jumbled mess of characters. Nowadays, any oddball can be the male lead. Due to Lin Huaizhi, Su Yao found it hard to like Zhou Ying. Moreover, this Zhou Ying has a strong possessiveness and will later fight with Lin Huaizhi over Shen Shitang. Su Yao glanced at Lin Huaizhi and Zhou Ying. The disparity in their physiques was quite evident. Zhou Ying appeared slender, with fair skin and delicate features, resembling a frail dog, while Lin Huaizhi boasted broad shoulders and a narrow waist, exuding a sense of security. It was utterly foolish for Zhou Ying to even consider fighting Lin Huaizhi. I recall that although Lin Huaizhi won, Shen Shitang was furious upon seeing Zhou Ying injured and slapped Lin Huaizhi hard. Consequently, he lost his scholarship and thereafter had no opportunities for future awards. At that time, the dean called both of them for a discussion, and since Lin Huaizhi was the one who initiated the conflict, only he faced punishment. Zhou Ying is infuriating to look at, and as for Shen Shitang, if she dares to strike him, I will certainly help Lin Huaizhi retaliate. Lin Huaizhi lisan quietly tosu always complaints. He regularly exercised and excelled in sports. Against a weakling like Zhou Ying, he could easily take on 3 opponents. However, being slapped by Shen Shitang and losing the chance for awards? It was utterly absurd. What was so good about Shen Shitang? He wanted nothing more than to distance himself from her and had no desire to be embroiled in their tumultuous love-hate relationship. The only silver lining was that Su Yao was willing to assist him in fighting back. That was commendable. He had never struck a girl, and while he found Shen Shitang bothersome, he would never resort to violence. Don't you want to drink some yogurt? Let's go over there, Lin Huaizhi said, pulling Su Yao toward a nearby shelf. Shen Shitang observed their intertwined hands, momentarily startled, but quickly regained her composure. Lin Huaizhi must have felt jealous upon seeing her and Zhou Ying shopping together. Thus, he purposefully held Su Yao's hand to showcase his displeasure. TSK. It all boiled down to him liking her. Although the method was misguided, she was magnanimous enough not to hold it against him. Yet, Su Yao was undeniably an eyesore, having caused her embarrassment during military training and even making her write a reflection. She was determined to settle that score. Tang Tang, don't be too trusting of others. They approach you with ulterior motives. You must learn to discern. Zhou Ying reached out to caress Shen Shitang's face, but she instinctively stepped back in fear. Upon noticing Zhou Ying's displeased expression, she hurriedly nodded in agreement. I understand, Brother Zhou. You were the best to me, and I have always known. They were merely classmates. There was no harm in getting to know one another, so she thought of making friends. Seeing the girl obediently comply eased Zhou Ying's earlier agitation considerably. However, he continued to instill his beliefs in Su Yao, insisting that they were insignificant individuals, and she need not bother interacting with them. Having him was enough. Zhou Ying then pulled Shen Shitang into his embrace, her face nestled against his chest. Upon closer inspection, her hands trembled, and her eyes were filled with fear and a desire to escape. Su Yao watched as her vitality surged by 10 days, now totaling 67 days. Over the past few days, she had been following Lin Huaizhi whenever she had the chance. Unfortunately, without any actions, The vitality gained merely offset the loss, leaving no surplus. Yet now, Lin Huaizhi had taken the initiative to hold her hand, resulting in an unexpected 10-day increase. Indeed, it seems that only intimate contact can do the trick. How I long for a kiss, how I yearn a touch. There's so many places on my body, aside from my hands, that are available for touching. If Lin Huaizhi were to explore them all, wouldn't that be a tremendous gain? If we could even discuss biological knowledge. I can hardly imagine. Will my vitality explode? At first, Lin Huaizhi found Su Yao endearing and thought that a brief touch wouldn't hurt, especially since it could add several days to her vitality. However, as Su Yao's thoughts spiraled into the absurd, he quickly released her hand. What's wrong? Su Yao looked puzzled, bewildered as to why he suddenly let go after holding hands so well. You're just a little girl. Lin Huaizhi hesitated to voice his thoughts, deciding it best not to engage in such trivialities. A little embarrassment was acceptable. After all, he was rather heavy on desire. What being a little girl? I understand now. Is it because you saw me staring at Zhou Ying and felt uncomfortable? Su Yao shot him a knowing glance. Oh, rest assured, I don't like someone like Zhou Ying. I like you. Su Yao paused. I like someone like you. Heaven knows that upon hearing Su Yao profess her affection for him, his first reaction wasn't rejection, but rather a realization that such a relationship was untenable. If there were to be any confession, it must be initiated by him. He was hopeless. Lin Huaizhi. Su Yao tugged at the sleeve of his shirt, her eyes wide with a pleading expression. Please don't like Shin Shi Tong, okay? I can do what she can, and if I can't, I can learn. Can you not look at her? She isn't that great. I don't like her. I have no feelings for her at all. Lin Huaizhi smiled, realizing that Su Yao was willing to change and learn for him. All right then, you are not allowed to like her. Now and in the future. Let's make a pact. With Lin Huaizhi's affirmative response, Su Yao beamed brightly and extended her pinky. How childish. Although Lin Huaizhi verbally criticized her, he nonetheless took her pinky and made the promise. After wandering through the snack section, they gathered a bountiful haul. When it came time to check out, Su Yao insisted on paying. Lin Huaizhi was aware that she was alone and didn't have much money, feeling somewhat guilty and concerned about the financial burden on her. Why are you so eager to pay? You still have more than half of the meal money I transferred to you. During military training, Lin Huaizhi often brought meals for Su Yao, sometimes from school, which were quite economical. The initial 1,000 yuan remained largely untouched. With so many items purchased, it felt as if he were living off her generosity. What's wrong? Do you feel guilty? If you truly feel that way, you can always touch me more. Touch where? Lin Huaizhi responded swiftly, leaving Su Yao taken aback by his unexpected compliance. Why are you silent? Where can I touch? Lin Huaizhi was delighted to witness Su Yao's shy demeanor. Typically, she was chatty and outspoken, but now, his teasing had rendered her face flushed. I don't know. Su Yao lowered her head, biting her lip, her previously fair skin now tinted with a rosy hue, making her appear utterly delectable. He wanted a touch. He wanted a bite. He wanted a kiss. Visions of various tantalizing scenarios flooded Lin Huaizhi's mind, leaving him parched. I'm not teasing you anymore. Let us go home. Lin Huaizhi carried the bags in both hands, while Su Yao's hands were empty, holding nothing. Home. The word felt warm, and in Lin Huaizhi's company, Su Yao could distinctly sense that she was the one being cared for. Previously, she had to adapt to facing all challenges alone, handling everything on her own, carrying luggage, fetching water. Now, with Lin Huaizhi around, all the heavy lifting was his responsibility, allowing her to experience the joy of being cared for. If only it could remain this way forever. Upon arriving home, Su Yao soaked the rice in water before preparing the vegetables, while Lin Huaizhi organized the snacks in the cupboard. They worked in harmony, resembling a couple who had been together for a long time. Do you need any help? Although Lin Huaizhi refrained from entering the kitchen, he nevertheless wished to lend a hand, as merely waiting idly for the meal felt awkward. There's no need. I've nearly completed the preparations. Feel free to amuse yourself. Su Yao cooked with remarkable efficiency and possessed excellent timing. Lin Huaizhi stood by the refrigerator, observing her silhouette. Her legs were long and straight, appearing elegant even in simple shorts. Her back was slender, seemingly delicate, yet he knew of her resilient nature. She pursued her desires with unwavering determination. Indeed, her beauty and physique presented numerous opportunities, as comeliness is often regarded as an asset, bestowing undeniable advantages. However, Su Yao surpassed his expectations. She possessed writing skills, professional competence, and had acquired interpersonal skills through her extracurricular endeavors. She was adept at preparing coffee, creating latte art, and cooking, all commendable attributes. From their initial acquaintance to the present, Su Yao exuded an enchanting allure, gradually drawing him closer. Simultaneously, he recognized that he held a similar fascination for her. Chapter 22, a masterpiece, Su Yao declared, plating the final dish. Lin Huaizhi promptly assisted in carrying the dishes to the table. Braised pork knuckle, sauerkraut fish, shredded potatoes with green peppers, eggplant and savory soy sauce, and a verdant vegetable soup, a symphony of nutritional value and captivating aromas. Lin Huaizhi was once again impressed by Su Yao's exceptional domestic prowess. How can your cooking be so delectable? He marveled. Your skill surpasses even my mother's. Though I haven't yet tasted it, I'm certain it's a feast for the senses. Su, you are truly remarkable, Lin Huaizhi complimented without prompting. Despite his minimal contribution, he understood the importance of providing emotional support. He no longer found the female psyche enigmatic. He seemed to grasp Su Yao's every thought. With such a sweet-talking companion, I'm even more inclined to cook, Su Yao responded. Feel free to request any dish that pleases your palate. I'll be sure to prepare it for you. Su Yao relished the art of cooking and found the process deeply gratifying, especially when catering to the tastes of someone she cherished. Lin Huaizhi, breaking with habit, retrieved his phone to capture the culinary spread, which he then shared in their dormitory group chat. Dining in style, he posted. Sensing that this was insufficient, he added, courtesy of Su Yao. Zhao Yu and the others were immediately consumed with envy, vehemently denouncing Lin Huaizhi's actions. As notifications flooded his screen, Lin Huaizhi silenced his phone, announcing, dinner time, before immersing himself in the meal. The fish is exquisitely tender, and the acidity is perfectly balanced, truly delicious. The pork knuckle is delightfully soft, with a spiciness that suits my taste. And even the humble shredded potatoes surpass anything served at the university. The eggplant appears slightly oily, but the flavor is just right. And the soup is wonderfully light and healthful, Lin Huaizhi lauded, offering high praise. Excellent. Lin Huaizhi, not known for his eloquence or culinary vocabulary, had exhausted his linguistic reserves. Thank you, Su Yao responded, her face radiant. She appreciated Lin Huaizhi's sensitivity. His words, however simple, were more than adequate in her eyes. Eat heartily. You need to build up your strength, Su Yao said, serving Lin Huaizhi a portion of food. Hold on. I'm in peak condition. You're the one who needs nourishing. Lin Huaizhi retorted, his thoughts veering in a suggestive direction. You haven't seen my physique? Why would you think I need to build up my strength? Do you think I'm one of those outwardly strong but inwardly weak guys? I don't need it either, Su Yao responded candidly, casting a glance at her chest. The shape is good, not too big, but still noticeable. Do you prefer the very ample kind? Su Yao probed tentatively. Shen Shitang isn't particularly busty. Does Lin Huaizhi dislike that? Does he prefer them so large that they're unmanageable? Is that why he wants me to build up? No, we're eating dinner here. What strange thoughts are you having? No, yours are perfect, Lin Huaizhi stammered, attempting to defuse the awkwardness but only exacerbating it. The air hung heavy with silence, as if time itself had ground to a halt. Lin Huaizhi buried his face in his rice, regretting his response. What am I even saying? Su Yao was equally flustered. It was her first time engaging in such a conversation with a man, especially one that involved an evaluation of her breasts. Had it been anyone else, she would have considered them vulgar and disrespectful, but this was Lin Huaizhi. He likes me as I am? Does he want to touch me? Holding my hand at the supermarket added 10 days to my lifespan. If he touched me, it would probably add a month or two. That's even more intimate than holding hands. Touching would definitely double the effect. Should I wear a low-cut top tonight and parade in front of him? Create an opportunity? No, Su Yao. That's not who you are. Get a grip. You can't do that. Lin Huaizhi is a gentleman. If he gets angry, he'll just pack me up and throw me out, and that'll be the end of that. Su Yao envisioned the scene and quickly shook her head, lightly slapping her cheeks to regain composure. Little did she know, Lin Huaizhi was eagerly anticipating her sartorial transformation. What gentleman? Occasionally succumbing to primal urges wouldn't hurt. Besides, a little touch shouldn't be a problem, right? I could experience it, and Su Yao could increase her lifespan. No, that won't do. It's not like I'd be a loss, but Su Yao is still a young woman, and ultimately, women are always at a slight disadvantage in these situations. I want to touch, kiss, and nibble, but not until we're in a committed relationship. Reason prevailed over instinct, and Lin Huaizhi's mind slowly calmed. Eat up, it's getting cold, Lin Huaizhi said, serving Su Yao some food. They both tacitly agreed to drop the previous topic. Because Su Yao's cooking was so exquisite, Lin Huaizhi consumed more rice than usual. The vegetables were completely devoured, leaving only the sauerkraut fish and pork knuckle. These dishes were more laborious to prepare, so Su Yao had made enough for 2 meals. She sealed them with plastic wrap and placed them in the refrigerator for tomorrow. I'll take care of the dishes. You rest, Su Yao offered diligently, knowing that Lin Huaizhi was inexperienced with such tasks. She didn't want to burden him, and she had promised to handle the cooking and housework when she moved in. Since she had made that promise, she would do her best to fulfill it without complaint. I'll wash the dishes, Lin Huaizhi countered, not wanting to leave everything to Su Yao. If you do everything, I might as well pay you a salary. After all, hiring a housekeeper costs several thousand a month. That's not how it works. Really, there's no need, Su Yao demurred. But Lin Huaizhi simply rolled up his sleeves and prepared to begin. Then you need to be careful. The knife and cutting board need to be washed. So be careful not to cut yourself, Su Yao cautioned, offering advice. Her tone was gentle, not bossy, but rather sharing her experience. Lin Huaizhi didn't find it annoying. Oh, wait, Lin Huaizhi's sleeves weren't secured, and they kept slipping down as he washed. Su Yao immediately stepped forward to roll them up for him. Su Yao was focused, and Lin Huaizhi looked down at her, taking in her long, thick eyelashes as they fluttered. Done, Su Yao announced, looking up. Their eyes met, and they were lost in each other's gaze. I'm going to get some water. You wash, Su Yao said, making an excuse to leave. Seeing their matching cups, she felt the atmosphere grow even more charged. She had bought many small items online, like cups, potted plants, and ornaments, all in pairs. Now that she thought about it, they were all couples items. Su Yao exclaimed, "Slapping hervorraad. I shouldn't have bought so much random stuff. Now it's even more annoying. I'm staring at such a handsome guy every day, fantasizing about him like a pervert. I don't have a shred of the innocent college girl left." After washing the dishes, Lin Huaizhi also wiped down the tiles, removing water stains and splattered grease. Only then did he wash his hands and dry them with a paper towel. Su Yao was surprised when she saw it. So clean? Some people simply wash the dishes without noticing the invisible housework. Lin Huaizhi, however, had done a thorough job, which surprised Su Yao. It's not difficult. Isn't it simple? Lin Huaizhi responded. Did Su Yao think he was a pampered young master who couldn't lift a finger? It's not that I do these things often, but I can do them well, and I don't mind doing them. So I can share the housework with you. After all, this is our shared home. Thus, there is no need for you to be overly courteous towards me in the future. If you require my assistance, feel free to express it directly. Lin Huaizhi candidly conveyed his stance and thoughts to Su Yao, believing that this would eliminate any potential misunderstandings. Is there any assistance you can offer? Lin Huaizhi nodded, oblivious to the unusual nature of the exchange. I indeed need your help with something. I will seek you out after I have bathed this evening, agreed? Su Yao did not afford Lin Huaizhi the opportunity to respond, swiftly turning on her heel and retreating to her own chamber, leaving him bewildered at the door. This evening, and after a bath. Chapter 23. Upon returning to his room, Lin Huaizhi embarked on a whirlwind of thoughts. What could possibly necessitate a conversation in the evening, especially after a bath? It was not merely his heart that raced. Rather, he couldn't and oppose. He shake the feeling that discussing matters of intimacy between men and women was the correct course of action. During dinner, Su Yao had been preoccupied with such thoughts, and her directness now indicated she was resolute in her intentions. What if Su Yao truly desired to pursue something? Would it be too harsh to outright reject her? As a young woman, Being turned down would surely wound her deeply. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Huaizhi retrieved his sleepwear and headed for the shower. Yet, today he lingered longer than usual, indulging in the shower gel twice, taking nearly half an hour to complete what typically took only a few minutes. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was nearly 8 o'clock, and night had fallen. Why hadn't Su Yao arrived yet? He rose from his bed, paced a few circles, gulped down some water, and mindlessly scrolled through videos on his phone, hardly paying attention to the content. He checked his reflection in the wardrobe mirror to ensure his attire was appropriate. Noticing his stubble had grown a bit long, he decided to shave. Finally, just before 9 o'clock, a knock echoed from his door. "Senior, may I come in?" "Yes," he replied. Lin Huaizhi sat upright, his phone still playing a video, though he was oblivious to its content, feigning nonchalance as he focused on the screen. However, Su Yao's attire was far more modest than he had anticipated. He had expected her to wear a sheer camisole dress, but instead, she sported a pink slip dress that, while still attractive, revealed she was wearing undergarments. As Su Yao approached, she observed the video displayed on his screen, featuring a woman in a nurse's outfit, her legs adorned with stockings, subtly swaying to the rhythm of the music. It appeared innocuous, yet was undeniably captivating. "So, he enjoys this sort of thing." Su Yao silently noted. "Huh?" Lin Huaizhi, catching her inner thoughts, turned his attention to the video and realized Su Yao had misunderstood. "No, Su Yao, I don't like this sort of content. It's just algorithmically suggested." "Oh, we all understand. It's perfectly normal to enjoy such things. I understand completely. If I ever need it, I'll also purchase a set like that. Catering to preferences can't be wrong." Su Yao glanced again, taking note of the style. Lin Huaizhi, initially inclined to clarify, quickly abandoned the notion upon realizing Su Yao's enthusiasm. While he did not find the video appealing, he surmised that Su Yao might look splendid in such attire. "What brings you here? Is there something you need help with?" Lin Huaizhi regarded Su Yao, her skin a delicate blush, her freshly washed hair still damp at the tips, and a small section of her dress slightly wet, revealing a rosy mark on her collarbone, perhaps from an insect bite. The sight was undeniably alluring. The fragrance of her shower gel matched his own, yet hers carried a more delightful, youthful aroma. Stepping closer, Su Yao minimized the distance between them, and Lin Huaizhi could feel the warmth of her breath. "I want you to touch me." Su Yao's hand gently caressed his arm, her gaze moist and inviting, undeniably enticing. This was beyond the bounds of propriety. Lin Huaizhi swallowed hard, aware that Su Yao was close enough for him to see the white bandeau she wore beneath her dress. "Touch where? Is it really okay to be this direct?" "Actually, I'm a bit stuck with my writing. When I attempt to depict intimate moments between the male and female leads, I'm never satisfied with my portrayal. I hope you could assist me in gathering some material to provide me with a more authentic experience, thus enabling me to write better. I want to create some intimacy. It would bolster my confidence. Otherwise, I feel quite insecure with the upcoming holiday. If I do not take some initiative now, what will happen when the break arrives? He cannot simply stay away for the new year, and I have nowhere to go. It would be absurd to follow him." "Exactly. Hence, my actions are entirely justified." Su Yao mentally reinforced her decision, having absorbed so much romantic literature in her room. She felt prepared now. "Senior, could you assist me?" she implored, her voice softening, her body subtly swaying. "Of course," Lin Huaizhi replied, no longer holding back. As Su Yao had articulated, her reasoning was compelling enough that to refuse would seem callous. Besides, he had harbored his own desires to touch her. With this thought, he drew Su Yao into his embrace. Such a slender waist, he mused, his hands grazing her delicate form, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Seeing her momentarily frozen in surprise, Lin Huaizhi's hands ventured upwards, traversing her bare skin along her back. Upon reaching the exposed area, Su Yao shuddered. Lin Huaizhi seemed to embody a character from a narrative, his hands exploring with increasing boldness, lingering at her exquisite collarbone, ultimately pausing at the rosy mark. The urge to leave a lasting impression upon her was overwhelming. Fortunately, he retained a semblance of restraint, opting to ascend rather than descend. His fingertip traced her collarbone, gliding along her elegant neck, finally brushing against her earlobe. Alas, The moment they made contact, Su Yao instinctively turned her head, attempting to trap his hand between her head and shoulder, preventing any further liberties. Her ears were particularly sensitive. She had never allowed anyone to touch them. Even at salons, she would ensure her hair was impeccably clean to avoid contact. Su Yao retreated, but her legs felt weak, and she instinctively grasped Lin Huaizhi's arm for support. That's enough. Despite their actions not being overtly inappropriate, Su Yao found herself breathless, her voice trembling. Is it not to your liking? Quite the contrary, she relished it. She adored Lin Huaizhi's touch, the scent of him, the way his fingers traversed her body, igniting a clandestine thrill within her. She yearned for his complete embrace, for more shared intimacy. Yet, it felt utterly absurd. What right did she have? It would be profoundly unfair to Lin Huaizhi, not only a disservice to herself, but a form of insult to him. If Lin Huaizhi were to discover her intentions, her desire to grow closer, to lower herself, to please him merely to survive, he would surely despise her. It was a foregone conclusion. He would be repulsed. Are you all right? Lin Huaizhi felt a pang of guilt, fearing he had overstepped and upset Su Yao. Yet it appeared she was not displeased. I'm fine, I've remembered this feeling. Thank you. Su Yao composed herself, standing tall, releasing Lin Huaizhi and increasing the distance between them. Though a hint of redness still graced her cheeks, the previously charged atmosphere had dissipated entirely. You should rest. I won't disturb you any longer. With that, Su Yao hastily departed, leaving Lin Huaizhi in a state of regret. Had he gone too far? Had he frightened her? What had prompted such a reaction? It was all his fault. He should have exercised greater restraint, at the very least seeking her consent before acting. Lin Huaizhi collapsed onto his bed, closing his eyes, the lingering scent of Su Yao enveloping him, her restrained gasps, the shivers of her shyness, her most candid reactions, all akin to powerful aphrodisiacs that drove him to madness. That night, he dreamt of Su Yao once more. However, this time the content was even more sensational than before. As the orchestrator, he could freely admire and relish the girl's physique, engaging in fervent embraces and kisses, all that had been unfulfilled moments ago. Lin Huaizhi enacted entirely in his dream. Chapter 24. Avert your gaze at 8 in the morning. Su Yao's alarm clock chirped, prompting her to grope for it blindly and silence the intrusive sound, intending to resume her slumber. However, recalling her arrangement with Lin Huaizhi, she reluctantly roused herself. So weary, she murmured. After returning to her room the previous night, her heart had been pounding incessantly, precluding any chance of sleep. Closing her eyes only conjured images of Lin Huaizhi. She remained awake until nearly 3 in the morning, finally drifting off into a brief slumber as dawn approached. Despite the embarrassment, her vitality had surged considerably. Initially hovering around 60 days, it had doubled after those few minutes of contact the night before, now standing at a robust 130 days. Nearly 4 months, a remarkable achievement. With this in mind, Su Yao forcibly pried open her eyelids, gradually achieving a semblance of alertness. She had been unaware of Lin Huaizhi's captivating charm. His deep voice alone was enough to bewitch her, not to mention his striking countenance. Su Yao surmised that any girl would be smitten, so she considered her own capitulation the previous night quite normal. She had reaped only benefits, increased vitality, the experience of intimate contact with a man, and fresh fodder for her writing. For these reasons alone, she resolved to attend to Lin Huaizhi with diligence. Su Yao promptly swung her legs off the bed, but after taking a few steps, she felt lightheaded with a distinct lack of energy and a touch of nausea. Perhaps I should order takeout, she mused. I can't keep eating noodles, and there's nothing else in the house. Some congee would be much healthier. Finding an excuse, Su Yao settled on the sofa to place her order, then waited for the delivery. Lin Huaizhi ruminated on his dream from the previous night, marveling at his own growing audacity, with each dream becoming more intense. However, he wondered if he was dreaming of Su Yao too frequently. Lin Huaizhi consulted Baidu, posing the question, what does it mean to dream of the same girl repeatedly? From a psychological perspective, dreams reflect our daytime thoughts and feelings. If you frequently dream of the same girl, it may indicate that her image represents emotions or experiences you're undergoing. For instance, she might symbolize care, creativity, or something you deeply desire. Desire? Su Yao certainly possessed an appealing figure. Lin Huaizhi made no attempt to conceal his preference. Compared to overly flamboyant women, he found Su Yao's just right physique more appealing. However, he had encountered similar women before, yet none had inspired such frequent dreams. The answer became clear. He not only coveted Su Yao's body, but also harbored affection for her. He desired both physical and emotional intimacy. Well, dreaming is a way to accumulate experience, he thought. When I put it into practice later, I should be more skilled. The sensations in dreams are far more vivid than watching videos. It feels as if I'm actually doing it. I'll use it eventually. There's no rush for me or Su Yao. We can take it slow. These things can't be forced. When the time is ripe, we'll naturally be together. After washing his face, Lin Huaizhi intended to exercise, expending some energy to divert his attention from the matter at hand. However, upon opening the door, he discovered Su Yao asleep on the sofa. The girl was curled up in a ball, still wearing yesterday's pink sundress, albeit without a bra. Because Su Yao was lying on her side, Lin Huaizhi could easily see her fair bosom. So fair, so soft, he murmured. Lin Huaizhi swallowed hard, then shook his head vehemently, slapping himself twice on the face. No, I'm a person, not a beast. I'm a person, not a beast. Avert your gaze. Avert your gaze. I'm a person, not a beast. Not a beast. Lin Huaizhi exhaled deeply and approached Su Yao, his eyes still drawn to her. Why are her dark circles so pronounced? Didn't she sleep last night? Now that dawn had broken, sunlight would soon stream through the balcony. While drawing the curtains would block the light, the limited space made for uncomfortable sleeping. With this in mind, Lin Huaizhi bent down, slipped his left arm under Su Yao's legs, and supported her head with his right hand, easily lifting her. Su Yao was caught completely off guard, even nuzzling his chest like a kitten. She's so thin. I need to fatten her up, Lin Huaizhi thought. Lin Huaizhi carried Su Yao steadily back to her bed. She was fast asleep, immediately turning over upon touching the mattress. Apparently finding the dress restrictive, she hiked it up to her waist. Lin Huaizhi stood transfixed. Before he could react, Su Yao's long legs were fully exposed, revealing her adorable pink underwear. A warmth spread through his nose, and Lin Huaizhi touched it, discovering he had a nosebleed. She's an enchantress, he thought. Foul play. Lin Huaizhi closed the door and reached for a tissue to stanch the bleeding. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Hello, your delivery is here. Lin Huaizhi opened the door, accepted the delivery, and glanced at the order. It was indeed Su Yao's order. This made sense. Su Yao must have gotten up to prepare breakfast for him, but, overcome with fatigue, decided to order takeout instead, falling asleep before the delivery arrived. How could you be so clumsy? He thought. Breakfast is something he could handle himself. She didn't need to take care of him so meticulously. The girl was so unguarded, afraid he would take advantage of her, doing chores and cooking, even buying him things. Yet he saw right through her. Lin Huaizhi placed the breakfast on a coffee table, washed up, and changed his clothes. His pajamas were stained with blood, so he tossed them into the washing machine. Su Yao's order included fried dough sticks, soy milk, and congee, all in small portions. He could easily finish it himself, indicating that Su Yao hadn't planned to eat breakfast, ordering it solely for him. The thought of her being so exhausted made Lin Huaizhi smile. Just one night had left her with such pronounced dark circles, resembling a panda. His mind raced with thoughts, daring to imagine anything. But when it came to action, she was more timid than anyone. How amusing, he thought. In short, she's all talk and no action. After the clothes were washed, Lin Huaizhi went to hang them on the balcony, noticing Su Yao's lingerie hanging there, girlish styles in delicate pink hues. Recalling the glimpse he had just caught, combined with what he had seen before, Su Yao was practically exposed to him. Yet, the girl remained oblivious, completely unaware. No, I need to teach her, he thought. What if she's bullied at school without realizing it? There are so many scoundrels these days, and without any dating experience. She might be deceived, and even help them count their money. Lin Huaizhi felt that as Su Yao's senior and landlord, it was his duty to educate her on such matters, just in case. Knowing Su Yao wouldn't wake up anytime soon, Lin Huaizhi returned to his room, grabbed a notebook. and began to organize the information he had gleaned from Su Yao. Zhou Ying and Shun Shitong were the main sources of conflict. Any involvement with them would be detrimental to him. Moreover, his intuition told him that Zhou Ying was not as harmless as he appeared. The way he had looked at Shun Shitong yesterday suggested he considered her his possession, displaying intense possessiveness. Such individuals were prone to losing control and doing anything. Su Yao had mentioned a fight. He was now deliberately avoiding contact with Shun Shitong and harbored no feelings for her, so a fight should be out of the question. As for Shun Shitong, she was cunning and inscrutable. He always felt that she knew something. Even when he deliberately avoided her, they seemed to cross paths and interact. Finally, there was Lu Xing. According to Su Yao, the book didn't mention him much, but as a friend, he needed to address the matter. The situation was far more intricate than he had initially presumed. He had believed that by deciphering Su Yao's innermost thoughts, he would gain a sense of direction. However, reality proved otherwise. Even with a script at hand, it could never encapsulate the entirety of their experiences and emotions, which far surpassed the mere words inscribed upon the page. Thus, the script served merely as a guide, not a definitive answer. Only he possessed the power to dictate the course of his own destiny. Chapter 25. Are you sick? Upon clarifying his thoughts, Lin Huaizhi closed the notebook and placed it beside his computer. After a moment's reflection, he deemed it inappropriate and tucked it away in the drawer. His previous assignments remained unfinished, but with the weekend at hand, he found ample time to dedicate himself to his work. Completing the tasks would allow him to present them to his client and secure his payment sooner. Over the past 2 years at university, his earnings had gradually escalated from a few hundred to a couple of thousand, a steady accumulation of progress. The complexity of his projects had increased, and he had become increasingly adept. Now, as long as Lin Huaizhi was willing to invest time, earning money was a simple endeavor. Moreover, his diligent and courteous demeanor had led former clients to introduce others to him, resulting in a substantial network of potential clients over 2 years. Half of the current small program remained incomplete, but with a focused push today and tomorrow, he could yield results by the following evening. Once he received his payment, he planned to treat Su Yao to a sumptuous meal. But wait, why was his immediate impulse to take Su Yao out for a nice dinner upon earning money? Recalling the sensation of holding her earlier, he noted that she was indeed quite slender, perhaps weighing around 90 pounds. Yet, she had filled out in all the right places. He could also buy her a new keyboard, as the one she currently used had several worn-out keys. With a newfound determination, Lin Huaizhi immersed himself in programming. Fueled by motivation, and before he knew it, nearly 4 hours had passed. Hearing some commotion outside snapped him back to reality, reminding him to take a break. Realizing how long he had worked, he felt a twinge of discomfort in his back and waist. Fortunately, his room boasted a massage chair, perfect for relaxation. After all, Su Yao often spent long hours at her desk writing, so the chair would serve a dual purpose. He opened the door, intending to ask Su Yao if she was hungry, only to find her munching on potato chips. Clearly, she was indeed ravenous. After such a long sleep and skipping breakfast, it was only natural. Did you sleep well? He inquired. Su Yao nodded, having just caught up on some much-needed rest. She felt revitalized now. Though she had struggled with nausea upon waking earlier, her eyelids feeling heavy. Have you eaten? She asked. Not yet. I was just working on something. Perhaps it was due to his intense focus, but he felt hungry until Su Yao's question suddenly made him realize he could devour a whole cow. Upon hearing that Lin Huaizhi had yet to eat, Su Yao rushed towards him, offering her chips. Have some to tide you over. I'll start cooking right away. Give me 40 minutes, and I'll have dinner ready. Su Yao felt a pang of guilt. She had promised to cook for him, yet here it was, already afternoon, and he hadn't had lunch. Although Lin Huaizhi was generally easygoing and had not voiced any complaints, her conscience weighed heavily. Thankfully, the hearty dish she had prepared last night could be reheated, and she only needed to whip up a couple of side dishes. Otherwise, she felt she might just collapse from guilt. I and Oppos. Well, I'll be quick. Just wait a moment, she assured him, bustling with urgency. Lin Huaizhi watched her, noting how she hadn't even had breakfast herself, yet was so hurried to prepare food for him. It stirred an uncomfortable feeling within him. Su Yao, please. Have a few chips first. I had breakfast earlier, so I'm not that hungry. Don't rush, he urged. stepping closer and gently grasping her wrist to halt her frenetic movements. "Listen to me." Su Yao paused, captivated by the elegance of his hands. With long fingers and distinct knuckles, an absolute dream for any hand enthusiast. "Why are you so kind to me?" she longed to ask, having been independent since birth. She had grown accustomed to solitude. While she occasionally encountered kindness that reminded her of the world's beauty, none compared to Lin Huaizhi's gentle words, his unwavering support, and his admiration for her writing. He was overwhelmingly good to her, prompting thoughts she felt she should not entertain. She found herself wishing for his affection, yearning for him to be exclusively hers. Yet, she could not voice these feelings when she was typically bold and playful. She now felt a swirl of emotions that left her hesitant. Lin Huaizhi is kind to you because he is inherently a good and exceptional person, not merely because you are Su Yao. Get a grip, Lin Huaizhi thought to himself, wanting to refute the notion that he treated everyone the same way. Throughout his life, if he had ever felt a flutter of interest, it was merely a fleeting pang toward a classmate in high school, nothing more than youthful infatuation that faded with time. Since entering university, he had encountered various girls, yet he remained indifferent, never contemplating buying them bubble tea or observing their preferences. He had never yearned to make them smile. However, with Su Yao, he found himself engaging in behaviors he had never exhibited before. He felt a childish desire to show off when she cooked for him and looked forward to her efforts to connect with him. Was this what they called liking someone? It certainly seemed to fit, but he understood that their time together had just begun, and they needed to gradually delve into each other's lives. He wasn't in a rush, but he wanted Su Yao to realize that he was not the type to be universally kind to everyone. "Su Yao, I don't have any female friend around me, and this is my first experience living and eating with a girl. I may not know how to care for someone effectively, but I will learn. I don't need you to always look after me. Just like now, it's just a meal. Being a little hungry one tea hurt me. I want you to consider yourself too. You don't need to be so cautious around me. Do you understand?" Having spoken so frankly, he hoped Su Yao would comprehend his intent. How can there be someone so gentle and considerate? I want to cry. Good-looking, fit, kind-hearted, humorous, and empathetic. Oh, if only I could have a man like Lin Huaizhi, I would gladly live in a mansion and drive a luxury car. And you can tell, he must have a strong reproductive capacity. He is the type who is gentle yet attentive to how others feel. I might even use him as inspiration for my next steamy novel. As Su Yao mused, her lips curved into an uncontrollable smile. Meanwhile, Lin Huaizhi, overhearing her increasingly outlandish thoughts, felt himself teetering on the brink of laughter. If only it weren't for the need to maintain decorum, he would have playfully knocked her head, inquiring what on earth she was thinking. Could it be her creative writing that caused such rapid shifts in her thoughts? One moment, she was lost in melancholy, and the next, she was soaring to new heights of imagination. He was curious about the style of her writing. Did it reflect this same whimsical nature? "Su Yao, did you absorb what I just said?" "Of course I did. It's all noted down." Su Yao returned to her carefree demeanor, having dismissed the fanciful thoughts. "If you heard me, then why are you still standing there? Didn't we agree you'd eat a little something first?" Though she claimed to have understood, her hands continued to work diligently, washing rice with methodical precision. "I'll be quick, don't worry. I had a bite earlier, so you don't need to fret," Lin Huaizhi replied, playfully feeding her some chips, which she accepted without hesitation, munching as she continued her preparation. While washing vegetables, a bold idea struck Su Yao. If Lin Huaizhi feeds me while I accidentally brush my lips against his hand and give it a little lick, wouldn't that count as intimate contact? Could this possibly extend my lifespan? Feeling clever, she soon reconsidered. Perhaps such actions were a bit too forward. What if Lin Huaizhi found it distasteful and reacted poorly? Kissing and licking might indeed be a bit excessive. Perhaps I should play it safe. Suspending her contemplations, Su Yao noticed a flush upon Lin Huaizhi's face and ears. "Huaizhi, why is your face so flushed?" Su Yao, having dabbed her hands with a tissue, rose on her toes to touch Lin Huaizhi's brow. "You seem a bit feverish. Are you unwell? Stoop down, let me check." Su Yao, looping her arms around Lin Huaizhi's neck, drew him down, aligning her forehead with his to gauge his temperature. "Indeed, you're quite warm. Perhaps you're ill. Do we have a thermometer? Come, sit down." As Su Yao attempted to guide Lin Huaizhi, he demurred, shaking his head. I'm quite all right. I merely feel a bit warm. Please continue with the cooking. Heavens, no feber. He had merely caught a glimpse of Su Yao's thoughts, of kisses and caresses, and such imaginings had stirred a warmth within him. Yet, oblivious, Su Yao drew near, her touch igniting his senses. Who could withstand such proximity? Are you quite certain you're well? Indeed, I assure you. Worry not. Seeing no deception in Lin Huaizhi's countenance, Su Yao relented, confident in her ability to care for him should he fall ill. Chapter 26. Unsuitable for cohabitation, Lin Huaizhi wandered around the room and washed his face, feeling the heat dissipate before stepping outside. Fortunately, he typically wore loose-fitting trousers, so any reaction he had would not be too conspicuous. He touched his skin, checking for warmth. Su Yao, uneasy, immediately approached Lin Huaizhi as he emerged, only relaxing once she verified he was not overheating. Thankfully, it was not a fever. Sit and wait a moment. Dinner will be ready shortly. After about half an hour, Lin Huaizhi helped set the table, and they finally enjoyed their lunch. This was an anomaly. It will not happen again, Su Yao promised, placing a piece of fish in Lin Huaizhi's bowl. Classmate Su, allow me to reiterate that you need not concern yourself overly with this arrangement. I will assist with cooking and chores. If you continually emphasize boundaries, it may indicate we are ill-suited for cohabitation, Lin Huaizhi stated firmly. Having spent time together, Lin Huaizhi discerned that Su Yao was not always as vivacious as she appeared. At times, she could be quite stubborn and fearful of burdening others, even doubting herself when receiving help. For instance, she often believed his kindness stemmed merely from chivalry, oblivious to the fact that it was her inherent goodness that inspired his special regard for her. Lin Huaizhi wished to avoid showing a cold demeanor, yet after expressing his thoughts, he noticed no change in Su Yao's stance. Thus, he felt compelled to adopt a more assertive approach to encourage her to reconsider her mindset. I truly understand now. We are well suited for each other. Su Yao's heart raced at Lin Huaizhi's suggestion of not living together, fearing that if they did part ways, it would spell disaster for her. Su Yao, it is merely a meal. There is no harm in eating later. I'm not targeting you. I simply believe that since we share a living space, we should both relax a little. It makes things easier for both of us. Don't you agree? Lin Huaizhi shifted from a stern tone to a gentler one, softening his approach significantly. I only wish to take better care of you because you have helped me immensely, and I want to reciprocate. Grateful for Lin Huaizhi's generosity, Su Yao endeavored to contribute more, viewing it as a form of gratitude. However, she realized this could also become a burden for him. I understand. I will ease up a bit. So are we friends now? Lin Huaizhi nodded. Of course. For now. We are friends, but perhaps not for long. After their meal, Lin Huaizhi took over the dishwashing duties, aiming for a sense of equality. Su Yao perceived her closeness to him as a means of survival, yet Lin Huaizhi too had his own motives. Since their initial intentions were not entirely pure, it mattered little who deceived whom. A relaxed interaction would benefit them both. While Lin Huaizhi washed the dishes, Su Yao busied herself watering the plants on the balcony and gathering his laundry, creating the impression of a couple living together. Thank you for carrying me back to my room. I don't recall how I fell asleep this morning, she said. Lin Huaizhi had assumed she had forgotten the incident entirely. If you are tired, sleep a little longer. I do not always have breakfast. It is no trouble for me to manage on my own. At university, an unhealthy lifestyle is quite common. Who would wake up early for breakfast if there were no early classes? He mused. Breakfast is essential. Skipping it is detrimental to your health. You must cultivate a healthy lifestyle, Su Yao immediately countered. Health is paramount. Only with good health can one find the time and energy for other pursuits. Lin Huaizhi scrutinized her, aware of the importance of health, yet she indulged in excessive milk tea and often stayed up late writing. Do you think that merely eating breakfast will ensure your health, Su Yao? Su Yao felt a bit guilty, avoiding his gaze as she fidgeted. I will manage it. Lin Huaizhi gently patted her head. Go write your draft. You too. By the way, I have a massage chair in my room. If you feel fatigued, you can come and relax. Prolonged sitting is not good for you. Lin Huaizhi, having often sat for long periods himself, understood the toll it could take. Su Yao spoke of caring for her health, but seemed unaware of how to genuinely nurture herself. Upon returning to his room, Lin Huaizhi opened a shopping app, intending to select a keyboard for Su Yao. Young women often value aesthetics. A beautiful and practical design is equally important. Since she typed frequently, he needed to choose a keyboard with a comfortable switch. After some deliberation, he finalized his order and continued to work on a small program to earn pocket money. It was only when nearly 9 o'clock arrived that he felt fatigue set in. After a long period of mental exertion, it was time to rest. Realizing he was also a bit hungry, he considered having a late-night snack. "Su Yao, are you still writing?" Lin Huaizhi knocked on her door, immediately hearing her hurried footsteps. "Come in, don't be shy." Initially, he had only intended to suggest a break and discuss dinner options, whether to dine out or order takeout. However, since Su Yao invited him in, he naturally accepted. Su Yao's room was cozily arranged, adorned with succulents, a stark contrast to when she first moved in. "Please sit," she said, noting Lin Huaizhi standing awkwardly. She gestured toward the bed, as there was only one stool that she had recently occupied, leaving it warm, while the bed offered a softer, more comfortable option. As Lin Huaizhi sat, he sensed a subtle fragrance in Su Yao's room. Her sheets were adorned in soft pinks, exuding a youthful essence. It felt somewhat incongruous for him, a robust young man, to be in such an environment. "Are you hungry? Is there anything you wish to eat?" "I crave spicy hot pot, fried chicken, grilled cold noodles, and milk tea." Su Yao responded eagerly, listing several options. "Milk tea is a no-go. If you drink it now, you want to be able to sleep later." Lin Huaizhi promptly dismissed the idea, watching as Su Yao pouted in disappointment. "However, the others are fine. Would you prefer to dine out or order takeout?" Su Yao sulked, reluctant to move. She preferred to stay in, as going out entailed changing clothes and shoes, which felt like a hassle. "Then let us order takeout. No need to go out." Lin Huaizhi saw through her reluctance. He was indifferent to whether they went out or not. He primarily wanted to accommodate Su Yao's preferences. In the 2 years at university, he had sampled nearly every nearby takeout option. Back in the dormitory, he often joined Zhao Yuanan and others for late-night snacks, gaining 20 pounds in the first month of school. Eventually, he could not endure it any longer and obtained a gym membership, exercising whenever he had the time. Now, he had managed to control his weight, and, thanks to regular exercise, his physique had improved considerably. "I'll place the order. Do you know which place is good?" Su Yao shook her head, replying, "I just arrived here. That is why I'll order. I know quite well. And isn't it only natural for us to help each other?" Lin Huaizhi reminded her. "Do you forget what I said earlier?" He understood that Su Yao did not wish to feel indebted to him, yet his financial situation was far more stable compared to hers. Besides, it was merely a meal. There was no need to be overly concerned. "I remember. You order, and I'll just wait to enjoy." As she mentioned sharing, Lin Huaizhi recalled that Su Yao had said something similar when they first met. Sharing in such a manner would undoubtedly become a norm in their interactions moving forward. In this inaugural semester, Su Yao's curriculum was relatively light, averaging around 2 classes per day. However, based on her prior experiences, she anticipated that by her sophomore year, her schedule would be packed from dawn till dusk. The freshman courses weren't particularly challenging, especially considering she had already diligently studied the material once before. Consequently, Su Yao planned to coast through the lectures, using the time to outline her new book. After a fulfilling weekend, she awoke with renewed vigor. Su Yao selected a simple ensemble of a blouse and jeans, tying her hair into a high ponytail, radiating youthful energy. She appeared vibrant and full of life. As she departed, Su Yao left a note on the refrigerator, reminding Lin Huaizhi not to drink anything cold on an empty stomach, as it was detrimental to his digestion. Su Yao purchased a wrap from the cafeteria and leisurely ate it as she made her way to the classroom. Zhang Nana had already secured a seat for her. Su Yao sat down and extracted 2 bottles of yogurt from her bag. "Here, have some yogurt." "Thank you. I brought some cookies too, try them." Exchanging favorite snacks was something Su Yao had always envisioned as a blissful experience. Now that it was happening in reality, her joy surpassed her expectations. Lin Huaizhi was like her lucky charm. Since meeting him, she seemed to possess a fortunate aura, and each day was filled with happiness. Their seats were in the penultimate row. Su Yao preferred not to attract attention, nor did she wish to be noticed by the instructor. In this regard, Zhang Nana shared her sentiments. However, Su Yao recalled that Shun Shitong also disliked sitting in the front. Although she was fond of displaying herself, she wasn't particularly studious, resulting in mediocre grades. When she read the novel, she had criticized the protagonist for being a cunning woman devoid of substance. She found it offensive that such a character was the female lead. Given this, Shun Shitong would likely be seated near her, which annoyed her. Having a romantic rival nearby dampened her spirits. As Shun Shitong entered the classroom, she immediately spotted Su Yao. When Su Yao met her gaze, she distinctly sensed Shun Shitong's displeasure. Of course, despite her annoyance, Shun Shitong could instantly switch from a cold expression to a cheerful demeanor, continuing her conversation with her friends. She was truly remarkable, befitting the female lead. Su Yao had contemplated the possibility that Shun Shitong simply disliked her, or perhaps her presence near Lin Huaizhi made her uncomfortable. But why would she feel uncomfortable? Did she also harbor feelings for Lin Huaizhi? However, she already had Zhou by her side. The novel depicted their affections from high school, their on-again, off-again relationship, and their eventual union. Regardless, Lin Huaizhi was exceptional, and it was only natural that Shun Shitong would notice him. She simply needed to be vigilant and prevent them from interacting too much. But what if Lin Huaizhi still had feelings for Shun Shitong? She couldn't directly tell him that he would die in a car accident on his way to find Shun Shitong. Could she? Even if she dared to say it, Lin Huaizhi wouldn't believe her. Anyone would dismiss such absurd claims as the ramblings of a madwoman. At least the current situation was optimistic. As long as no major mishaps occurred, Lin Huaizhi would be safe. Su Yao bolstered her spirits, determined to protect Lin Huaizhi and herself. Why is she sitting in the front? Su Yao was momentarily lost in thought. When she regained her senses, she noticed that Shun Shitong had taken a seat in the first row. Something was amiss. Her memory shouldn't be faulty. Why was Shun Shitong sitting so far forward? Yao, why are you staring at Shun Shitong? Zhang Nana noticed Su Yao's unusual behavior. She was aware of the incident during military training, which had circulated widely on the school's online forum. However, the matter had quickly faded away. Shun Shitong seemed to possess a certain charm, as those around her would easily soften their stance after she cried and acted pitiful. Meanwhile, Su Yao, the victim of the bullying, was labeled as an overbearing person. Some even accused her of being selfish and inconsiderate, demanding that everyone accommodate her due to her illness. These were the milder comments. Others resorted to personal attacks. Zhang Nana, a seasoned internet user, unleashed a torrent of abuse, cursing the keyboard warriors and their ancestors. It's nothing, just looking around. Su Yao smiled, mentally reassuring herself that Shun Shitong's change in behavior was likely due to her own actions. After all, the system had mentioned that her presence would alter the course of events. Perhaps Shun Shitong simply didn't want to be too close to her, so she chose to sit in the front. Yao, have you seen the school's online forum? Shun Shitong is incredibly popular now, and so is Zhou Ying from the computer science department. But in my opinion, you're the most beautiful. It's just that there aren't many photos of you. The ones that have been uploaded were taken secretly during military training, while Shun Shitong's are all professionally edited. Zhang Nana enjoyed gossiping on various social media platforms. Now that she was in college and had more free time, she spent even more time on these apps. College was far more exciting than she had imagined. With stories of seniors cheating on multiple partners, freshmen engaging in secret rendezvous in the woods, and people complaining about stolen food deliveries. The school's confession wall was mostly devoid of confessions, filled only with gossip. Yao, I just found out that your boyfriend is a true prodigy. He's at the top of his class and won first prize in the robotics competition last year. He's practically the face of their department. I and Oppos. V also heard that he and Oppos. S aloof and hasn't and Oppos. T dated anyone in his 2 years of college. You came along and conquered him, as expected of my best friend. Zhang Nana rambled on, and Su Yao didn't and Oppos. T know which point to address first. Nana, Lin Huaizhi and I, it and Oppos. That's not what you think. Really, Don and Oppos. T say things like that. If someone overhears, it could cause him trouble. Su Yao hoped that what Zhang Nana said was true, but things weren't always as they seemed. Lin Huaizhi's kindness didn't necessarily mean he wanted to be in a relationship with her. Besides, she didn't even know how long she would live. So it was too early to consider such things. Yao, have you forgotten what I told you last time? Create opportunities for close contact Dress sexily. You're so beautiful. This trick will definitely work. Both boys and girls are visual creatures. Who doesn't like someone who's good-looking? Be soft-spoken and sweet. And you won't have to worry about the senior not liking you. Hearing this, Su Yao's face flushed crimson. She had already tried it, parading in front of Lin Huaizhi in a spaghetti-strap dress. That day, Lin Huaizhi had even caressed her waist and touched her collarbone. As a seasoned bookworm, Zhang Nana immediately sensed that something was amiss. Yao Yao, is there something going on? Confess. Nothing. Class is starting. Let's pay attention. Su Yao didn't know how to explain it to Zhang Nana. Fortunately, the bell rang. The professor for this course was a seasoned academic. As soon as class began, he presented a passage for everyone to interpret and share their thoughts, allowing 20 minutes for the task. Su Yao remembered having read this passage before. Combined with her solid foundation, she wanted to attempt an answer. However, as she was preparing, Shun Shitong raised her hand. Does this student already have some thoughts? The professor's smile widened when he saw Shun Shitong's raised hand. Since you have some thoughts, please share them with everyone. Shun Shitong stood up and spoke methodically, analyzing the author's intended meaning and offering her own insights. Despite her dislike for Shun Shitong, Su Yao had to admit that her points were excellent. What's your name, student? I'm pleasantly surprised that you were able to dissect so many points. The venerable professor, upon hearing her, could not contain his laughter, already regarding Shin Shitong as his esteemed protégé. Teacher, I am Shin Shitong, she said with a gentle smile, prompting an immediate round of applause from her classmates. Su Yao clapped along, though she felt an inexplicable unease, unable to pinpoint precisely what seemed amiss. Ultimately, Shun Shitong was appointed as the class representative for this course. After class, the professor sought her out for a discussion, inquiring about her future aspirations and whether she had considered pursuing graduate studies. He encouraged her to begin preparations if she had such intentions. Su Yao was perplexed by the extent of Shun Shitong's transformation, particularly as her explanations bore striking resemblance to those of the professor, as if she had foreknowledge of the answers. Chapter 28. Sacrificing my life for you. When Lin Huaizhi awoke in the morning and opened his phone, he received a payment from his benefactor. The sight of money instantly brightened his mood. The hard work of the past few days felt worthwhile. He transferred half of the received amount to his savings account, while the remainder would serve as his regular living expenses. Since last year, he had refrained from asking his parents for money. The bonuses and earnings from his freelance work had been meticulously saved to purchase his current residence. Although he did not pay for it entirely out of pocket, he contributed half, with the other half supported by his parents. The absence of funds left him feeling insecure. Hence he took on numerous projects, anticipating that once completed, he would have a modest sum saved up. Lin Huaizhi felt fortunate to have chosen a field he was both skilled in and passionate about. Although he occasionally felt like a mere shadow of a person, clarity would soon return. He was flesh and blood, possessing thoughts and emotions, surrounded by family and friends. Every experience from his past remained vividly etched in his memory. He was a normal individual, and regardless of circumstances, he should never doubt that. After washing his face, Lin Huaizhi intended to find something to eat. As he opened the refrigerator, he noticed a sticky note on top, a personal reminder from Su Yao, adorned with a fierce expression. The drawing was quite well done. Fine, if he didn't feel like drinking today, then he wouldn't. However, he was certainly not one to be constrained by his partner. He simply happened to not desire a drink today. At noon, Su Yao called him to inquire which cafeteria at school was the best. After dining, she even brought him a portion. While he was eating, Su Yao sat beside him, hoping to absorb some of his vitality. I have no classes in the afternoon, but you do. Our schedules really don't align, she lamented. From Monday to Friday, she had classes, while weekends were filled with her own affairs. She felt the need to be cautious and seize every opportunity to stay close to Lin Huaizhi. Otherwise, her vitality seemed dangerously low. Do you want to be with me all the time? Lin Huaizhi teased, a casual remark to amuse Su Yao. To his surprise, she was not the least bit shy, responding immediately, is that possible? Can I attend class with you? Really? Su Yao became increasingly excited. With little to occupy her at home, the prospect of spending time with Lin Huaizhi was an opportunity she greatly desired. Lin Huaizhi considered the afternoon's specialized class, realizing it might not be feasible. There were only a handful of students in the class, and the teacher recognized them all. If she attended, it would be too conspicuous. Moreover, there were only a few girls in their major. Bringing along a charming girl like Su Yao would surely attract attention. And he could imagine some oblivious individuals approaching her for her WeChat, which would only lead to unnecessary trouble for himself. All right, forget it, Su Yao pouted, a hint of disappointment creeping in. I only have one class this afternoon. Should I bring you some milk tea? Is there anything you want? Lin Huaizhi, knowing Su Yao's preferences, saw her eyes light up at the mention of milk tea, her spirits lifting instantly, dispelling the earlier gloom. I heard from Zhao Yuan and that the dessert shop nearby is quite good. Is there anything in particular you fancy? I can bring something back. Having researched how to please girls, Lin Huaizhi recalled that it was rather simple. One only needed to cater to their tastes, whether it be bags, shoes, cosmetics, or snacks. Su Yao had a penchant for food, so bringing her a treat seemed the right choice. However, he noticed that her wardrobe seemed limited. Young girls typically love to dress up, and he could consider buying her some cute dresses in the future. Wait, that doesn't seem right. Lin Huaizhi realized his thoughts were wandering. Su Yao was merely feeling a bit down about not being able to drink and attending class alone. Why was he suddenly contemplating buying her milk tea and dresses? Such gestures were typically reserved for boyfriends, weren't they? No need, I just want milk tea. 7/10 sugar is fine. I'm on a diet. Recently, she had indulged herself with milk tea and barbecues, feeling as though her waistline had expanded. Should I buy a scale to keep at home? At this rate, will I have to settle for milk tea with only half the sugar? Su Yao glanced at Lin Huaizhi, feeling it was quite unfair. Why am I the only one gaining weight? You seem completely unaffected. Listening to Su's musings, Lin Huaizhi found her utterly adorable. She felt plump, thus opting for less sugary milk tea, but he believed that she should not refrain from enjoying it altogether. Is it really that delicious? He inquired. If I had to choose between you and milk tea, which would you select? The moment he posed the question, he regretted it. It was an oddly peculiar query akin to those ridiculous hypothetical scenarios girls often ask. If your mother and I fell into water, who would you save? Spending too much time with Su Yao had rendered him somewhat irrational, leading him to ask such nonsensical things. I would choose you. Lin Huaizhi was about to clarify that he was merely joking, but in the next moment, Su Yao provided a definitive answer. You didn't hesitate at all? She exclaimed, as if the comparison was entirely one-sided. Lin Huaizhi was exceptional. As long as he lived a long life, what did it matter if she never drank milk tea again? Forget about milk tea. I would willingly sacrifice my life for you, she declared from the depths of her heart, believing Lin Huaizhi to be an incredibly good person, so much so that it seemed almost unreal. Thanks to him, she was now living a life she once deemed unattainable. In the past, Su Yao had no friends, no support, and no personal space, constantly embroiled in internal struggles. Now, starting anew, she had learned how to cherish herself. Su Yao, prioritize yourself. Upon hearing her words, Lin Huaizhi felt a pang of sadness. If he had thought about this on the day she moved in, he would have resolved to live at all costs. But now, he wished for both himself and Su Yao to live long, healthy lives. Was it not said that as long as she was by his side, her health would remain intact? He was willing to endure together. I understand. You should do the same. Put yourself first. While love is beautiful, be discerning. Do not trust others too easily. Learn to recognize those who are disingenuous, she advised. Almost on the verge of revealing to Lin Huaizhi that Shun Shitong was not a good person and that he should keep his distance. Yet, she realized that she, too, bore a hint of insincerity, always leaning toward Lin Huaizhi, even harboring thoughts of seduction. Are you referring to Shun Shitong when you mention disingenuous individuals? Lin Huaizhi was not devoid of female acquaintances. He could discern such behaviors. Moreover, he was well aware of what Su Yao had on her mind concerning her rival. She indeed isn't the best. I'm not trying to slander her. I just feel, well, I just don't like her and wish you would keep your distance from her, Su Yao admitted, throwing caution to the wind. While she did not wish to speak ill of others, her disdain for Shun Shitong was undeniable. She simply did not want any entanglement between Lin Huaizhi and Shun Shitong. Do you want me to distance myself from Shun Shitong, or from all girls? Lin Huaizhi asked bluntly, aiming to compel Su Yao to confront their relationship. There was no rush to be together, but he did not want her to remain oblivious to their situation. Then I certainly hope you want me to keep my distance from all girls except you. However, how could I ever voice such sentiments? That would be outrageous. If I said that, what would I become? I understand now. You should rest. Lin Huaizhi let out a soft chuckle, feeling a slight softening of his heart as he took the initiative to provide Su Yao with an escape route. After all, he was already aware of the answer. There was no need for her to articulate it. Very well, I shall take my leave to rest. Although Su Yao had yet to grasp the situation fully, she obediently rose to head for her room. What does he know? I haven't even responded yet he claims to know. What if he is mistaken? How can he be so confident? Lin Huaizhi inje singli persuaded Su Yao asomehatnave. She appeared astute, yet her heart was exceedingly tender when others showed her kindness. She would almost wish to lay her heart bare for them to see. Such a disposition could easily lead to her downfall. And what if a benevolent young man were to appear by her side? Then Su Yao. No, absolutely not. At the mere hint of such a possibility, he would extinguish it in its infancy. After completing his meal, Lin Huaizhi relaxed for a short while, idly browsing his phone on the sofa. Assuming Su Yao was still asleep, as there was no sound from her room, he sent her a WeChat message before quietly heading out. The sun was at its zenith, radiating intense heat. Fortunately, he had applied sunscreen. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly gotten a tan. It had been quite some time since he last used the product after military training. However, observing Su Yao's daily application, he decided to follow suit. After all, Su Yao was already fair-skinned, and her consistent use of sunscreen implied its necessity. He jested to himself the possibility of leaving a mark on her delicate skin, leading his thoughts astray before he reined them in. As Lin Huaizhi strolled toward the school gate, he continued to scroll through his phone. The path was relatively deserted, with few people venturing out in the sweltering heat. Senior Shun Shitong called out, jogging to catch up with Lin Huaizhi, slightly breathless. I called out to you several times, but you didn't seem to hear me. What were you so engrossed in? She inquisitively peered at Lin Huaizhi's phone screen, which displayed various dresses on Taobao. Dresses? Shun Shitong harbored a suspicion that they were for Su Yao, who was now living with Lin Huaizhi. She speculated that Su Yao had used some sort of ploy to make Lin Huaizhi so indifferent toward her. It's just because of her looks that she was able to seduce Lin Huaizhi, isn't it? I'm not inferior to Su Yao in any way. If it weren't for Su Yao meddling, Lin Huaizhi would have already fallen for me. Do you need something? Lin Huaizhi inquired, switching off his phone screen and stepping back to create some distance between himself and Shun Shitong. He was not particularly fond of Shun Shitong. However, without Su Yao, he might have been tempted by Shun Shitong, as she was quite adept at feigning innocence. Senior, I know you're a good person, handsome, and professionally competent. Your personality and values are also excellent. Although I'm only a freshman, I've already heard a lot about you. Shun Shitong said, her lips curved into a smile. Her makeup and attire were geared towards sweetness, and her soft-spoken manner made it easy for people to lower their guard. Moreover, her words were pleasing to the ear, and she praised others with such sincerity that people couldn't help but believe her, greatly satisfying their vanity. However, Lin Huaizhi was different. As he looked at Shun Shitong, he found her verbose and annoying. She was beating around the bush instead of getting straight to the point. It was obvious that Shun Shitong had ulterior motives. Despite having a boyfriend, she was trying to seek attention from him, which was a classic example of a manipulative woman. What exactly do you want? Lin Huaizhi asked, scrutinizing Shun Shitong. Although Shun Shitong was displeased, she maintained a pleasant expression. Senior, I just think that you're such a good person, and it would be unfair if someone were to take advantage of you. Although it's not good to gossip about others for your sake, I've been thinking about it and feel that you should know about this matter. Shun Shitong said, her face filled with hesitation. If Lin Huaizhi didn't know her true nature, he might have been deceived by her. What is it? Well, Senior, Su Yao, she's actually hiding something from you. Never mind, I'll go all out. For your sake, I still want to tell you the truth. Shun Shitong grabbed Lin Huaizhi's sleeve, her eyes overflowing with admiration and concern. Senior, Su Yao has a heart condition, and it's a very serious one. You're being kind to take her in, but if something were to happen to her, you'll be responsible. I only found out about it later, and I've been very worried every day since then. I can't even eat properly because I'm worried that this might affect you. I'd be very worried if something really happened. Shen Shitong assumed that Lin Huaizhi was unaware of Su Yao's heart condition. After all, he was destined to like her. Or rather, no excellent man would dislike her. Zhou Ying was like that, and so should Lin Huaizhi. Now that she had revealed this matter, Lin Huaizhi would realize that Su Yao had been lying to him all along, and that she, Shen Shitong, was the only one who truly cared about him. But why was Lin Huaizhi's reaction so calm? Could it be that he was too shocked to accept it? Senior, don't be sad. I know Su Yao didn't mean to deceive you, but I'm just really worried about you and afraid that you'll be deceived. Su Yao is indeed very pitiful, and I'll take care of her more. Senior, don't be sad. I'm here for you. As Shen Shitong spoke, she reached out to take Lin Huaizhi's hand, but Lin Huaizhi dodged it. Shen Shitong, I know she's not in good health, and she won't be in any danger. This is our business, and you don't need to worry about it. Also, Su Yao doesn't need you to take care of her. If you have time, you should mind your own business. Shen Shitong's face turned pale. How could things have turned out this way? Even after knowing that Su Yao had a heart condition, Lin Huaizhi still agreed to live with her? After she said so much, he didn't feel even a little bit moved? How could this be? This shouldn't be the case. If Lin Huaizhi liked Su Yao, then what about her? What was she? Shen Shitong couldn't understand and didn't know where things had gone wrong. Senior, listen to me. Shen Shitong wanted to continue to act pitiful, but Lin Huaizhi didn't bite at all. Junior, you should explain things to your boyfriend. He looks a little unhappy. From the moment Shen Shitong tried to reach out to him, Zhou Ying had been standing behind Shen Shitong. Although the distance was a bit far, it was easy to see Shen Shitong's actions clearly. Seeing Zhou Ying's face darken little by little, Lin Huaizhi knew that these two were going to have an argument. And Shen Shitong, after hearing his words, retreated in fear, her hands clutching her skirt nervously. This reaction wasn't just nervousness, but also fear. But why would Shen Shitong be afraid? Lin Huaizhi walked away, sorting out his thoughts. It was obvious that Shen Shitong had come to him because she thought he didn't know that Su Yao had a heart condition. So, she came to him to seek attention and destroy the relationship between him and Su Yao. After all, most people wouldn't live with someone they just met who had a heart condition. If something really happened, they would be responsible. Unfortunately, Shen Shitong's plan had backfired. Although Su Yao hadn't told him at the beginning, as long as he was there, Su Yao would be fine. So, when he learned that Su Yao had a heart condition, he didn't think it was a big problem. Moreover, Su Yao was such a fool that if he cared about her even a little bit, she would want to put all the good things in front of him. How could such a fool be a threat? From Shen Shitong's words, eyes, and actions, every part revealed one thing. She wasn't simple. She wasn't just a simple green tea. She was a good actress and knew how to gain sympathy. Logically speaking, Zhou Ying should have been completely under her control. Even if Zhou Ying was possessive, she could coax him well by acting cute. But looking at her reaction just now, things were obviously more complicated. What a headache. Lin Huaizhi was too lazy to care. As long as this Shen Shitong didn't cause trouble, he and Su Yao would be safe and sound. Shen Shitong watched Lin Huaizhi leave just like that. She stood there, feeling complicated. And to make matters worse, Zhou Ying had seen it. How was she going to explain? Tang Tang, what were you just discussing with him? Zhou Ying inquired. His countenance darkened, his tone imbued with a subtle menace that could unsettle even the most composed individuals. Shen Shitong, not immune to his intimidating aura, felt a mixture of fear and apprehension. Yet she endeavored to compose herself, striving to project an air of normalcy. I was merely cautioning him to be mindful of Su Yao's delicate heart condition, urging him to seek prompt medical attention should any complications arise, Shen Shitong explained, flashing an ingratiating smile as she reached for Zhou Ying's hand. Given the sweltering weather, I thought I would bring you some milk tea before your class. I happened to encounter him and simply offered a friendly reminder. Upon hearing Shen Shitong's explanation, Zhou Ying's demeanor softened considerably, the ominous shadows that had previously clouded his face now dissipating. Chapter 30. Selling one's beauty. Tang Tang. I have warned you before to keep your distance from those boys who bid you farewell. You simply cannot fathom their intentions. They approach you with ulterior motives. Only I possess genuine affection for you. The men who draw near do so merely because they find you attractive, seeking nothing more than a fleeting encounter. You are so innocent, and if I do not enlighten you, you shall surely be deceived. Tang Tang, please heed my words. I have no intention of harming you. I shall always treat you well. Do not pay attention to others, and avoid contact with other boys. As Zhou Ying spoke, his agitation grew. He grasped Shun Shitong's arms with increasing force, oblivious to her discomfort, his obsession compelling him to shake her, demanding a response. Tang Tang, I like you. I have always liked you. When will you agree to be with me? When will you cease entangling yourself with other boys? Is that too much to ask? Tang Tang, why are you silent? His wide eyes appeared wild, his mental state clearly unhinged. Shun Shitong was filled with terror. She could sense the intensity of Zhou Ying's grip. Although she could not see the bruises forming, the pain radiating from her arms brought tears to her eyes, overwhelming her with fear that threatened to engulf her. Zhou Ying, you are hurting me. On the brink of an outburst, she finally mustered the strength to free herself from his grasp. Stepping back, she let her bag fall, the contents of her milk tea spilling and shattering upon impact. This bag had been a hard-earned purchase, yet she had no time to mourn. All she desired was to escape, leaving it behind without a second thought. Zhou Ying, belatedly aware of the situation, reflected on the years he had spent alongside Shun Shitong, always by her side. Yet, when others inquired about him, she merely referred to him as a high school classmate. What did that render his years of devotion? Shun Shitong had always been obedient, but now she had spoken so defiantly and fled. How he wished she would remain compliant. Then he would never have to raise his voice against her. Her defiance had driven him to this state. All he needed was for her to be obedient. The class bell rang, yet Zhou Ying remained unperturbed, crouching down as if indifferent to the lesson. He leisurely dipped a finger into the remnants of the shattered milk tea, a small amount still clinging to the bottom, albeit tainted by dust from the breeze. He was unbothered, savoring the remnants with a smile, reminiscent of Tang Tang's sweetness. He picked up the bag from the ground, cradling it in his arms, unconcerned with the stains that might tarnish his white shirt, almost obsessively holding it close. It bore Tang Tang's scent. Unaware of Zhou Ying's unsettling behavior, Shun Shitong was consumed by fear, her body drenched in cold sweat as she ran forward, not daring to glance back until she reached the safety of her dormitory. How could Zhou Ying have acted this way? No, he had always been this way. He would never change. Crouching on the floor, she hugged her knees, seeking solace in this position to calm her racing heart. She rolled up her sleeves to reveal the vivid red marks left by Zhou Ying's grip, resembling the imprints of a binding rope. Shun Shitong's eyes glazed over. Trapped in a harrowing memory, she could not escape. Shitong, why are you crouched here? Chunya, returning with milk tea, noticed Shun Shitong in a distressed state. As they shared a dormitory, and Shun Shitong had always been kind to her, Chunya approached with concern. What happened to your hand? Who hurt you? Shun Shitong quickly pulled down her sleeves, shaking her head. I'm fine. I just bumped into something. Weren't you going to deliver milk tea to Zhou Ying? Doesn't he care if someone mistreats you? Chunya was taken aback upon seeing the injuries on Shun Shitong's hand. Zhou Ying, with his privileged background, good looks, and academic excellence, had garnered attention since the beginning of the term. Everyone was aware of Shun Shitong's close relationship with him, although they had not formally defined their bond. It was widely accepted that they were meant to be together. They were a match made in heaven, a couple everyone admired, and many awaited their romantic developments. Seeing Shun Shitong's injuries, Chunya could not fathom that Zhou Ying was the culprit. Shun Shitong anticipated this reaction. To others, Zhou Ying was the epitome of an ideal partner. Even if she were to reveal the truth, no one would believe her and might instead cast blame upon her. I already delivered it. Yeah, I just crouched here for a while. My legs have gone numb. Could you hold me up? Shun Shitong wished to avoid discussing her troubles with anyone. Even if she did, it would serve no purpose. Come, let me assist you. Thank you. Yeah. By the way, you look lovely today. That dress suits you perfectly, making your legs appear long. Shun Shitong resumed her warm and sincere demeanor, knowing that Chunya was straightforward and easily swayed. Indeed, upon complimenting her new dress, Chunya momentarily forgot about the earlier incident, blushing as she glanced down. Isn't this the one you helped me pick out? Your taste is impeccable. Just earlier, I was approached by a boy asking for my contact information, all thanks to you. You're too kind, Tang Tang. Girls like you, who are beautiful, kind, and academically gifted, are exceedingly rare. Hardly anyone like that can be found in school. Shen Shitong scoffed internally, considering herself unique, unworthy of comparison with others. Yet, that Su Yao seems quite popular. I notice many discussing her. She is indeed beautiful and has the merit to be talked about. Chunya, unreserved in her speech, shared her thoughts without noticing Shen Shitong's discontent, growing more animated. This morning, I saw her up close. She doesn't wear any makeup, and her skin is so flawless it seems to glisten. She looks stunning in anything. Tang Tang, what do you think? Is Su Yao pretty? Shen Shitong dismissed the notion. Su Yao was merely an insignificant variable, a source of annoyance. What did beauty matter? She had her own ways of ensuring Su Yao's downfall. However, she understood the need to maintain a faade, so she donned a perfect smile, echoing Chunya's sentiments. She is indeed beautiful. I cherish friendships with attractive girls, which is why I appreciate you. Yeah, the moment I laid eyes on you. I wish to get to know you. Chunya's disbelief was palpable. Really? You wanted to know me from the first moment? Of course, that was a lie. Foolish girl. Did you truly believe a few compliments would elevate your worth? You should take a look at that unsightly mass of flesh on your body. And no amount of makeup can conceal your blemishes. Shen Shitong scolded her internally, yet her expression betrayed none of her true feelings. Of course, yeah, I truly like you. If you are willing, shall we become good friends? Absolutely. To befriend someone as stunning as you is something I never dared to dream of. Chunya beamed, eager to share everything she knew with Shen Shitong. While she herself merely offered agreeable responses, her thoughts entirely consumed by Lin Huaizhi. Lin Huaizhi was aware that Su Yao, that wretched girl, suffered from a heart condition, yet still chose to reside with her. After much contemplation, it became evident that Su Yao was the mastermind behind this predicament. Su Yao hailed from a modest background, devoid of wealth, and her schooling and familial circumstances were unremarkable, to the extent that she was an orphan with no home. During military training, she applied for financial aid, clearly indicating in the section concerning her family situation that she was indeed an orphan without parents. As a class representative, she even cast a vote in her favor during the recommendation process. However, it was unforeseen that Su Yao would continuously complicate her own life. The only method for someone like her to capture Lin Huaizhi's attention was through the allure of her appearance. Yet, Lin Huaizhi was not that kind of person. Based on her understanding of him, he was always upright and vibrant, and it was inconceivable that he could be deceived by Su Yao. It was apparent that Su Yao possessed numerous cunning tactics. This was evident from their military training experience, as she harbored deep-seated schemes. Lin Huaizhi, being so innocent and inexperienced with girls, was easily led astray by Su Yao. This situation was untenable. Su Yao must not remain near Lin Huaizhi. Shen Shitong's mind began to devise a new plan. Regardless of the circumstances, she was resolute in her intention to drive Su Yao away. Chapter 31. To speak or not to speak during class, Lin Huaizhi was still pondering the recent events, particularly the peculiar expression in Shen Shitong's eyes when she learned of Zhou Ying's presence. Regardless of the angle from which one approached the situation, childhood friends with mutual affections, it seemed illogical that Shen Shitong would not simply concoct an excuse to explain her feelings, especially given her eloquence and perceptiveness. Was it truly so daunting for her to charm Zhou Ying? Lin Huaizhi formed several hypotheses, intending to observe the situation closely if the opportunity arose. Of course, it would be preferable to avoid any intersection. Safety lay in distance. With a little over 10 minutes remaining in class, Lin Huaizhi opened an app to order milk tea, calculating the timing to coincide perfectly with the end of class. Zhao Yuanan glanced over, perplexed. Just moments ago, Lin Huaizhi had been deep in thought, seemingly troubled by something, and now he was ordering milk tea, an unusual shift. Hey, why the sudden fondness for milk tea? Didn't you claim it was too sweet before? Zhao Yuanan recalled their dorm days when they often ordered takeout, only for Lin Huaizhi to consistently refuse anything but fruit tea. Now, just a few days into the semester, he had already ordered several times. Could it be for Su Yao, the freshman? Zhao Yuanan pieced it together, astonished at how rapidly someone could change. Of course, came the collective agreement from Lu Xing and Lin Wen. Uncharacteristically, Lin Huaizhi did not dispute their claims, but ordered a new flavor to let Su Yao try, later hesitating, concerned she might not enjoy it. He then selected another cup, ensuring he could manage any leftovers she might not fancy. Come on, speak up. What is the current status with Su Yao? The trio leaned in, their expressions rife with curiosity, reminiscent of dogs spotting a bone. They had never shown such enthusiasm for their studies. Don't look down on us. We're counting on you to introduce us to your girlfriend, Zhao Yuanan clarified, fully aware that finding a partner on their own was nearly impossible. It was far more sensible to place their hopes on Su Yao. Let's be honest. The most abundant majors for girls are in Chinese language and literature. It's practically a matriarchal society, unlike our computer science department, which has a mere handful of females, most of whom are already taken. Don't rush. Once you're in a relationship, you'll surely share the details with us. It's still early, and Su Yao is quite young and shy, so take your time. Truth be told, Lin Huaizhi wished for progress as well, yearning for moments of intimacy instead of dreaming about them. Yet, he acknowledged that romance is not merely about physical desires. His views on love aligned closely with Su Yao's. A gradual understanding and melding of their lives was essential for lasting connection. After all, we are in our third year, and Su Yao is likely 2 years our junior. When is her birthday? If it's soon, Lin, you should prepare something special. It will be the perfect opportunity for a confession. Even if you don't confess, a small gift or surprise could boost her affection. They chimed in with suggestions. Yet, Lin Huaizhi felt uncertain. After all, they were not in the same world, and age could bring differences. However, birthdays remained constant. No one had celebrated hers before. He resolved that he would be the one to do so. Are you all free this evening? I'll treat you all to dinner. He had some cash left over from a previous outing where he had inadvertently made Shen Shitong pay. So he thought it only fair to treat his friends in gratitude for their ideas. Absolutely. Where are we going? What is on the menu? They shouted in unison, with Zhao Yuanan's voice rising above the rest. Their enthusiasm caught the attention of fellow students and even the professor at the podium. Young man, where are you off to in such a hurry? It's only 3 o'clock, and you're already thinking about dinner? If you're so eager to eat, I presume you've been very attentive in class. As Lin Huaizhi and his friends lowered their heads, pretending to read, Zhao Yuanan felt a chill as he realized the gravity of the situation. It seemed that in times of trouble, everyone scattered, leaving him to bear the brunt of the reprimand. Professor, I didn't have breakfast, so I'm a bit hungry. I assure you, I will not disrupt the class again. With his persuasive skills and humble demeanor, Zhao Yuanan managed to escape the professor's ire. As the bell rang, Zhao Yuanan immediately locked arms with Lu Xing and Lin Wen. You two always let me take the fall. Just sitting back and enjoying the show, huh? Lu Xing attempted to defend himself, insisting, it's not my fault. You spoke so loudly. How could the professor not notice? Zhao Yuanan refused to concede. If I hadn't spoken up, you two would have been the ones in trouble. Lin Huaizhi shook his head, bemused by Zhao Yuanan's flawed logic. These 3 rascals created chaos daily, yet remained blissfully unaware of their antics. I'll go ask Su Yao what she wants to eat. Once I know, I'll let you guys know. I'm off. Lin Huaizhi hurried to retrieve the milk tea, for Su Yao had messaged him the moment class ended, reminding him not to forget. Though she claimed to be on a diet, she could never resist indulging. With her petite frame, adding a few pounds wouldn't tea hurt. She could afford to enjoy her food. Ignoring the chatter of his friends, Lin Huaizhi gathered his belongings and left. Moments after he departed, classmates trickled in for the next class, and the uproar subsided. Shall we head back to the dorm for a few rounds of games? We can wait for Lin to call us for dinner, Zhao Yuanan suggested. Are you kidding? Do you not understand? Oh, trying to play coy now? I know exactly what kind of person you are. Go ahead, keep pretending. You think you can silence me? I'll just speak up louder. Lin Wen discreetly distanced himself from Zhao Yuanan and Lu Xing, unwilling to admit their friendship, let alone their brotherhood. Zhao Yuanan shook his head, a victorious grin on his face. You think you can challenge me? I reigned supreme in the dormitory. Just as he reveled in his triumph, he noticed several girls entering, their gazes fixed upon him, whispering and giggling amongst themselves. Oh no, I was so caught up in my banter that I completely overlooked them. Now I've lost my chance. Ha! That wasn't my intention. I usually don't speak like that. Zhao Yuanan chuckled, flashing his bright smile. But the girls merely glanced at him before returning to their hushed conversations, ignoring him entirely. In frustration, he chased after them, only to find Lu Xing missing. Whereas Lu Xing, he had intended to confront him, but only Lin Wen remained. He mentioned something about needing to handle family matters and left in a hurry. Family matters? Did he say what was? Is it serious? Does he need our help? Zhao Yuanan, ever the loyal friend, immediately shifted his focus, concerned for Lu Xing's situation. He mentioned that there was nothing to worry about. He simply needed to return home, and it seemed that dinner together in the evening was no longer on the agenda. I was initially concerned, but after inquiring twice, he reassured me that everything was fine, so it appears there is no cause for alarm. Among the residents of our dormitory, Lu Xing is the most reserved. At the beginning of the semester, he rarely spoke, but fortunately, Zhao Yuanan's outgoing nature quickly fostered a harmonious atmosphere among us. However, it is evident from our interactions that Lu Xing is the type who, even when wronged, would not seek retribution or make a fuss. This is why Zhao Yuanan felt a bit anxious earlier, fearing that Lu Xing might be concealing some family issue. He didn't seem off in any way, did he? No signs of urgency or panic. Lin Wen shook his head, indicating otherwise. No, everything appeared quite normal. He merely glanced at his phone and seemed rather pleased, albeit a bit tense, though I couldn't quite articulate it. Well, if he is happy, then there's likely no significant issue. Zhao Yuanan felt relieved. After all, it was a matter concerning Lu Xing's family. As good friends, they ought to maintain a sense of discretion. If someone chooses not to disclose something, it is best not to pry excessively. Chapter 32. A desire to dream beside you bearing 2 cups of milk tea. Lin Huaizhi returned homeward. Even before inserting his key, he sensed Su Yao's presence, her anticipation palpable as she mentally summoned the refreshments. I'm here. My milk tea. Is her mind solely occupied with milk tea? He mused. After such a long absence, has she not spared a thought for me? My lifeline. If only I could hold it close. A smile graced Lin Huaizhi's lips. That's more like it. How could she have forgotten such a crucial matter? I have returned. Lin Huaizhi paused at the entrance to remove his shoes, but Su Yao, uncharacteristically attentive, preemptively retrieved his slippers and extended her hands to receive the milk tea and satchel. Wash your hands before indulging, Lin Huaizhi cautioned, noting her eagerness. How could she partake so soon after touching her shoes? Even in her haste, such a lapse was unacceptable. Understood, Su Yao murmured, feigning compliance while harboring mischievous thoughts. With such fastidious cleanliness, would a kiss be limited to mere lip contact? Would even the tenderest exploration be forbidden? That could be arranged, he blurted. Pardon? Su Yao queried, turning to Lin Huaizhi, a flicker of bewilderment in her eyes. What could be arranged? Had she inadvertently voiced her innermost thoughts? Lin Huaizhi felt a pang of trepidation equal to Su Yao's. The very scenario she had conjured was precisely what he yearned to enact. In a moment of infatuation, the words had slipped free. The milk tea emporium has introduced a novel concoction, lauded by critics. I wish for you to sample it, Lin Huaizhi improvised, his mind racing to salvage the situation. Fortunately, Su Yao's suspicion waned, her focus reverting to the beverage. I shall partake and render judgment. The hue is rather appealing. The taste should prove equally delightful. How easily young women are deceived, he mused. A simple fabrication, and she readily believes. So innocent, so vulnerable. I wonder if she is easily deceived. Fortunately, her cohort consists primarily of women, with few male rivals. Indeed, it is quite delectable. Partake, I implore you. Su Yao exclaimed, extending the cup to Lin Huaizhi's lips, eager for him to savor the treat. Presented with such an offering, Lin Huaizhi, though not particularly inclined, yielded. Grasping Su Yao's hand, he inclined his head and took a sip. Whether due to the intrinsic quality of the tea or the residue of Su Yao's touch, he found it surprisingly agreeable. Indeed, it is sweet, Lin Huaizhi declared, his gaze fixed upon Su Yao's lips. She tilted her head to meet his gaze, and a palpable tension filled the air. What is this sweetness he speaks of? Is he attempting to seduce me? His gaze lingers upon my lips. Could it truly signify what I suspect? Su Yao mentally orchestrated a tender and passionate tryst between herself and Lin Huaizhi, only to abruptly recoil, realizing she was fantasizing about the man before her. I am a demure and introverted maiden. How could such thoughts arise? Compose yourself, Su Yao. Or has my age reached a point where such desires manifest? I never experienced this before. Why is Lin Huaizhi's naked form so prominent in my thoughts? Could it be that, deprived of such experiences in my previous existence, I now yearn to explore them? Su Yao nodded, finding justification for her body's and mind's transformation. Yes, that must be it. Lin Huaizhi had never fathomed the intricate workings of a woman's mind. Observing Su Yao's attempts to rationalize her thoughts, he found her irresistibly endearing. Su Yao, what occupies your thoughts? Why is her countenance flushed? The more he witnessed her embarrassment, the more he felt compelled to tease her, sensing a unique amusement, even if it bordered on the perverse and caused her discomfort. I desire to sleep with you, Su Yao stammered, mortified that her innermost thoughts had escaped her lips. Lin Huaizhi tilted his head, feigning incomprehension. Sleep with me? What do you imply? Su Yao's panic intensified. She thrust the milk tea into Lin Huaizhi's hands and fled to her chamber. Never before had Lin Huaizhi witnessed such alacrity. Ah, the maiden is shy. Understandable. I shall refrain from teasing her further, allowing her to regain her composure. Su Yao collapsed on her bed, burying her face in a pillow, stifling a scream for fear of being overheard. Am I truly so base? How could I utter such words? Lin Huaizhi will undoubtedly misinterpret my intentions, believing I lust after his body. No, he would not be mistaken. But that is even worse. How could I voice such sacrilegious thoughts? I would rather perish. No, I retract that statement. I misspoke. I wish to live, to spend a century alongside Lin Huaizhi. Su Yao spoke impulsively, only to realize her words were inauspicious, prompting her to amend them. But by fleeing in such a manner, will Lin Huaizhi not conjure images? I should offer an explanation. With renewed resolve, Su Yao rose, hastily arranging her disheveled hair and adopting a demure smile. Esteemed senior, I wish to discuss a matter with you. Regarding the weekend, I would like to invite you to dine with me, if you are available. Lin Huaizhi, witnessing Su Yao's near tears, felt a pang of sympathy. Indeed, I am. There is a vast amusement park with a culinary street in the Northern University District. Would you care to visit? Su Yao was overwhelmed with gratitude. Lin Huaizhi was truly considerate, refraining from prying and accommodating her sensibilities. I have never experienced the wonders of an amusement park, she thought. Why does he treat me with such kindness? Tears welled in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks. Lin Huaizhi, hearing her sobs, was filled with distress and hastened to blot her tears with tissues. His touch was gentle, lest he cause her further discomfort, but Su Yao's weeping only intensified, her words broken and breathless. I have never been there. Lin Huaizhi enfolded her in his embrace, her head resting against his chest. Held thus, she seemed so petite and fragile. Do not weep. I shall take you. Wherever you desire to go, I shall accompany you. Be at peace. Lin Huaizhi was unskilled in the art of consolation, yet he reached out to stroke her hair, his actions clumsy yet profoundly tender. Chapter 33. Shattered defenses. Su Yao was mortified by her own vulnerability. She had weathered so many hardships alone in the past, yet now, in the presence of Lin Huaizhi, she felt disoriented. He was too perfect, like a divine gift crafted solely for her, allowing her to experience things she had never dared to dream of. Hold me, she sobbed, her body racked with emotion. Lin Huaizhi embraced her tightly, understanding that actions often speak louder than words. Since she was so distraught and unable to listen to reason, he would let her feel his warmth and sincerity. He had never envisioned such intimacy with a girl, sharing daily life and emotional burdens. But Su Yao's arrival had ignited that desire within him. So warm, she murmured. I want to stay like this forever. Her voice, softened by tears, sounded like a tender plea, melting his heart. Lin Huaizhi tightened his embrace, longing to meld her into his very being. Wait, Su Yao gasped, struggling for breath. She reached up to push him away slightly. I can't breathe. Realizing he had lost control of his strength, Lin Huaizhi immediately loosened his grip and gently patted her back. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying, like a little rabbit, and her lips glistened with moisture, making her appear utterly pitiable. Ordinarily, he would have been filled with sympathy, but instead, he was seized by a primal impulse. If she's crying this much now, what if I teased her more intensely? Would she cry even harder? He wanted to make her weep, to hear her beg him to stop. "Senior, you're so good to me," Su Yao said, her voice still tinged with sadness, tears clinging to the corners of her eyes. "You're the best person I've ever met." Lin Huaizhi couldn't help but swallow hard at her words. The way she addressed him as senior seemed to amplify the risque images flashing through his mind. "Well, what do you want for dinner?" he asked. "It's my treat. Zhao Yuanan and the others will join us. We were planning to celebrate your return from military training, but they had some things to take care of. They brought it up again in class today, so we decided to do it tonight." Lin Huaizhi lied without a hint of shame. He would never admit that the real reason they hadn't celebrated her return was because he had wanted to eat Su Yao's cooking. "I want meat," she said. "When I'm upset, I crave meat." "All right, let's go to a barbecue place. I'll make a reservation at a good one we've been to before. It's a bit pricey, but the meat is top-notch, and the atmosphere is nice. How about 6 o'clock? Sounds good. You can handle the arrangements." "I'll be good." Su Yao smiled, already accustomed to relying on Lin Huaizhi, while depending on others made her feel vulnerable and conjured up fears of abandonment. She wanted to try it with Lin Huaizhi. As Lin Huaizhi finalized the reservation, Su Yao stood before him, gazing at him blankly, her expression somewhat vacant. "Aren't you going to drink your bubble tea?" he asked. "When you're feeling down, something sweet can invigorate you and lift your spirits." "I am." Like a playful tease, Lin Huaizhi effortlessly guided Su Yao's thoughts. At the mention of bubble tea, she hurried back to the sofa, took a large gulp, and instantly banished her earlier sadness. Having embraced Lin Huaizhi for so long, she had gained nearly 20 days of life. She was initially overjoyed, but then regretted not having held on longer, knowing how much life force she could have absorbed. Lin Huaizhi, reading her expressions and eyes, knew exactly what she was scheming. Around 5 in the afternoon, Lin Huaizhi and Su Yao, having packed lightly, headed out. Upon arriving at the restaurant, they found only Zhao Yuanan and Lin Wen. "Where's Lu Xing?" Lin Huaizhi asked, assuming something had delayed him. "He said he had some family matters to attend to back home," Lin Wen replied, repeating Lu Xing's words. He didn't seem too concerned, so it must not be anything serious. Home. The timeline in the novel isn't very clear. Lu Xing was expelled at the end of this semester, but there's no mention of when it started. Could be happening now. Lu Xing is gentle and naive. That girl must have worked hard to win him over, swindling him out of money and falsely accusing him of rape. It caused a huge scandal, leading to his expulsion. "No, I have to warn Lin Huaizhi and the others." "It's only Monday," Su Yao said, trying to sound casual. "If Lu Xing's home is nearby, and if he's free, we could ask him to join us. Maybe he's already finished what he needed to do." She feared Lin Huaizhi and the others might misunderstand her concern for Lu Xing, which could seem odd. "That's right. I'll give him a call," Lin Huaizhi said, anticipating her suggestion. "If he's available, we'll invite him over." Zhao Yuanan and Lin Wen exchanged glances, sensing something was amiss. Su Yao was acting strangely. She and Lu Xing barely interacted, so why was she so concerned? And why was Huaiga so compliant? They couldn't understand it. Su Yao seemed kind and innocent, so it was unlikely she was being unfaithful. Zhao Yuanan scrutinized them, trying to decipher what was going on. Lin Huaizhi promptly dialed Lu Xing's number and put on speakerphone. It rang several times before he answered. "Lu Xing, have you finished your family matters?" Oh yes. I'm done," Lu Xing stammered, his voice sounding unnatural and unlike his usual self. Something's not right, Su Yao thought. Lin Huaizhi shared the same sentiment. If it were a genuine family matter, why the hesitation? It was as if he were making excuses, doing something else, or meeting someone. "If you're done, come join us for dinner." "Where are you right now?" "I'm too far away. You guys go ahead and eat." Any doubts were now erased. Lu Xing was lying. He hadn't even been told where they were eating, yet he was already declining. "Lu Xing, I think I hear a girl's voice next to you," Su Yao said. "Is it your girlfriend? If so, bring her along. Huaizhi is paying, so we could take advantage of him. If the girl was after money, she might be tempted. Even if she wasn't, Lu Xing would panic if he were exposed." Su Yao was anxious. She wanted to help Lin Huaizhi's friend. knowing how much he would suffer if something happened to him. If she could change things, perhaps Lin Huaizhi's accident could be avoided. Ah, I. Yes, yes. Let's go, big brother, a female voice chimed in. I'm hungry too. Zhao Yuanan and Lin, when simultaneously exclaimed a crude expression. What the hell? He's been sneaking around with a girl? What the hell? There really is a girl? Lu Xing, you get your ass over here. You're lying to us now. Saying you had family matters when you were actually on a date? Zhao Yuanan and Lin, when harmonized with one another, their excitement palpable, as if they could overturn the table in their fervor. Yet, one could empathize with their sentiments. It was akin to an agreement to neglect their studies and refrain from attending class, only for Lu Xing to emerge with a perfect score on his exam. Naturally, Zhao Yuanan and Lin, one would feel utterly defeated. In the end, Lu Xing conceded, stating he would arrive shortly and urged them to begin their meal. That rascal Lu Xing even claimed he had familial obligations, but what was the truth? He had secretly gone on a date, keeping it from us. Zhao Yuanan, already infuriated, had nearly consumed half of the chrysanthemum tea, his thoughts growing increasingly discontented. Lu Xing, typically so reserved, had suddenly taken such bold steps. And to think he had a girlfriend. How could someone who was shy around girls be the first to engage in a romantic relationship? Chapter 34. The habitual liar Lu Xing was not far away. He could arrive in half an hour. Lin Huaizhi instructed the waiter to start grilling the meat without waiting for Lu Xing. When Lu Xing arrived with that girl later, he would surely need to probe her intentions, and amidst the scheming, there would be little time to truly enjoy the meat. Taking advantage of the current tranquility, Lin Huaizhi grilled several pieces of meat for Su Yao. Eat up, this is perfectly grilled and just the way you like it. Lin Huaizhi placed the succulent meat in Su Yao's bowl. Zhao Yuanan and Lin, when were still in a state of shock, completely devoid of appetite. Su Yao felt a bit uneasy. She had interrupted earlier, unsure if Lin Huaizhi might misinterpret her intentions. She held no ulterior motives regarding Lu Xing. What if Lin Huaizhi misunderstood her? Forget it, I should clarify. Huaizhi, I only asked because I heard a girl's voice. You're not upset, are you? Su Yao's chopsticks trembled in her hands, her anxiety preventing her from even looking at the fragrant meat before her. I was just a bit worried because Lu Xing is your friend, truly. Su Yao swallowed hard, fearing Lin Huaizhi would doubt her sincerity. You understand, Su Yao. I know everything. Lin Huaizhi gazed into Su Yao's bright eyes, knowing her better than anyone else. He understood her thoughts and would never misconstrue her actions. On the contrary, he felt grateful for her willingness to help not only him, but also his friends. Truly, she was the girl he admired. Su Yao's lips curled into a smile. Her earlier worries dissipated by Lin Huaizhi's reassuring words, and her appetite returned. Great. I'm glad you understand. It was evident that he was the type of boy she liked. Perceptive and not overly complicated. With the grilled meat paired with the restaurant's unique dipping sauce, each bite filled Su Yao with happiness. She savored the moment, even feeding Lin Huaizhi several pieces, while Zhao Yuanan and Lin would observe their interaction with a twinge of envy. Soon, Lu Xing would arrive with his girlfriend, and it seemed they were the only ones left in a world of heartache. Let me take over the grilling. I used to work part-time at a barbecue place, and my skills are quite good. This is a perfect opportunity for you to taste my cooking. Lin Huaizhi had been serving her, and Su Yao felt a bit shy. She had envisioned such a scene while working at the barbecue place, dreaming of someone grilling for her. Now, her wish was fulfilled, bringing her immense joy and satisfaction. You did part-time work during high school? Zhao Yuanan blurted out, and before Lin Huaizhi could respond, he added, impressive. You managed to earn money while studying and got into Jiangxing University. Truly remarkable. Unlike me, who only knows how to eat and drink. With emotional intelligence, Zhao Yuanan reframed his words as compliments. Su Yao felt grateful, not belittled. You're the impressive one. You all can earn money with your professional knowledge, which is quite cool. Su Yao said, reaching for the tongs, but Lin Huaizhi beat her to it. To sit back and enjoy. We the big guys are here. No need for you. A young lady to serve us. Exactly, just relax and eat. We'll handle the grilling. With Zhao Yuanan's encouragement, Lin Huaizhi handed the tongs over to him. Here's your chance to shine. Reluctantly, Zhao Yuanan took the tongs but couldn't help reminding Lu Xing. Where are you? I'm eager to see what kind of girl our Xing has found. As 7 o'clock approached, Lu Xing finally arrived at the table with the girl. Everyone's eyes fixated on her. She had shoulder-length hair, appeared young, with fair skin and a petite face, dressed in a short t-shirt and skirt, nervously grasping Lu Xing's hand. Clearly anxious. This is Miao Miao. Lu Xing was nervous and hesitant to declare her as his girlfriend, fearing it might come off too abruptly. Wow, you truly are a beast. Although Zhao Yuanan felt a pang of jealousy, he was genuinely happy for his brother finding a girl he liked. Miao Miao, hello. Would you like to sit next to me? As the saying goes, knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Conversing closely could reveal some insights. Miao Miao remained silent, merely shaking Lu Xing's hand, her intentions clear. She is a bit shy, so sitting next to me is fine. Thank you. Lu Xing understood Miao Miao's reticence and guided her to sit beside him. Miao Miao, tense, clutched his hand, and despite having done so many times before, Lu Xing felt a bit awkward in front of his close friends. Xing, tell us how you two met. We're not going to bite. Why this secrecy? If it weren't for Su Yao's keen ears, would you have kept it a secret forever? At this point, Lu Xing decided to be open about it and recounted his story with Miao Miao. Lin Huaizhi listened intently as Lu Xing explained how he had helped Miao Miao when she was being bullied outside school, leading to their exchange of contacts and frequent conversations, naturally fostering their relationship. Ah, I see. So that is why you sometimes smile at your phone and claim to be reading a novel. I actually believed you. Zhao Yuanan exclaimed. It seemed that to find love, one either needed a house like Lin Huaizhi to share with a girl, or like Lu Xing, to venture out for a heroic rescue, sparking a romantic tale. As for Zhao Yuanan, who stayed cooped up in his dorm playing games, his chances of finding love were almost non-existent. How old is Miao Miao? She looks so young. Su Yao leaned closer, resting her chin in her hands, observing Miao Miao. They don't realize Miao Miao is a con artist. I need to extract information to make them aware of the situation. I've read the novel over 10 times and remember the plot well, but the author didn't provide much detail about Miao Miao, only that she associates closely with some delinquents. And the so-called heroics were all orchestrated by them. Even the best pretender will eventually slip. I need to let her reveal her flaws. Miao Miao was 19 this year and a freshman in college. Lu Xing answered on her behalf, while Miao Miao quietly sat, occasionally nodding and smiling, presenting herself as the perfect, obedient girl, making it difficult to spot any flaws. Why is she so quiet? How am I supposed to gather information? Lu Xing, who usually seems taciturn, is now answering so quickly. Su Yao felt a sense of urgency. Such opportunities were rare. And if she couldn't find something amiss to alert Lu Xing, he would likely become more ensnared in her web. Xing, let her speak. We will make it hard for her. Lin Huaizhi casually remarked, prompting Lu Xing to quickly clarify. Miao Miao is quite introverted and a bit afraid of strangers, so she doesn't speak much. She'll warm up eventually. Oh, I thought she would be lively like Su Yao from the tone of her voice on the phone. I didn't expect her to be so reserved. Just moments ago, during their phone conversation, Miao Miao expressed great enthusiasm about joining him for a meal. However, upon arrival, she appeared to be an entirely different person, silent and withdrawn, which struck Lu Xing as rather peculiar. He was at a loss for words, as Miao Miao typically displayed a warm and spirited demeanor towards him, often to a rather excessive degree. Yet, earlier on their way, she confided in him that her nervousness often rendered her speechless, especially in the presence of his friends, fearing that she might not be well received, hence requesting him to speak on her behalf. Chapter 35. A brotherly address. I am not accustomed to interacting with boys, and suddenly finding myself amidst so many brothers made me feel rather anxious. After a considerable pause, Miao Miao finally mustered the courage to speak, but her words were laced with an overwhelming air of pretense. Su Yao silently critiqued her, observing the reactions of the others. Zhao Yuanan and Lin Wen appeared oblivious, simply grinning foolishly, while Lin Huaizhi maintained a stoic expression, though it was clear he harbored some skepticism towards Miao Miao. It seemed I could only rely on Lin Huaizhi. Zhao Yuanan and the others were unreliable. Oh, Miao Miao, we are all quite friendly here, so there is no need to feel nervous. You'll become accustomed to us in no time, Su Yao said, attempting to bridge the gap by serving Miao Miao some meat. Do try this. The dishes in this restaurant are quite exquisite. If it weren't for Senior Huaizhi treating us, I wouldn't have the means to dine here. Su Yao aimed to steer the conversation towards Lin Huaizhi, while Miao Miao had a singular intent to extract money. She was subtly crafting Lin Huaizhi into a wealthy heir, confident that he would be ensnared. Indeed, Miao Miao cast several lingering glances at Lin Huaizhi, and though she feigned shyness upon entering, she had evidently been captivated by him. After hearing Su Yao's words, her interest was piqued. After all, a handsome and affluent man like Lin Huaizhi was a prime catch, and the prospect of a profitable relationship was enticing. Speaking of which, Senior Huaizhi has purchased a new home, and we have yet to celebrate properly. Why not take advantage of this gathering and raise a toast? Su Yao continued to divulge information about Lin Huaizhi's new property. The group raised their glasses, congratulating him on acquiring his own home at such a young age. Let us aspire to be like Senior Huaizhi. We'll follow him from now on. Su Yao discreetly observed Miao Miao, who visibly brightened at the mention of Lin Huaizhi's full payment for the house. Her initial awkwardness faded, and after the toast, she even poured a bit of wine for Lin Huaizhi, raising her glass to him. Congratulations, brother Huaizhi. Cough, cough. I'm not very good with alcohol. Iopuludisa? Cough. Miao Miao coughed, appearing pitiful as her eyes reddened. Lu Xing, seated nearby, expressed concern, offering juice and patting her back while murmuring words of comfort. How long have we known each other for you to be this concerned? Such a good actress. Do boys really prefer this type? Calling each other brother as if it's second nature? Could it be that Lin Huaizhi is also fond of this? Su Yao glanced at Lin Huaizhi, who wore a slight smile. He truly does like it. Lin Huaizhi's amusement stemmed from Su Yao's incessant chatter. He was not fond of such antics. Yet he found Su Yao's charm endearing, picturing her affectionately calling him brother, which intrigued him. Some strong measures are necessary. Otherwise, Lu Xing might end up losing everything. Su Yao thought, not just Lu Xing, but Lin Huaizhi as well. If he remains oblivious, he might fall under Shen Shitong's spell someday. Su Yao felt an uncharacteristic surge of irritation. Lin Huaizhi sensed Yao's thoughts. Miao Miao appeared dubious no matter how one looked at her, yet Lu Xing was already entranced. Without some decisive action, Lu Xing would be in a precarious situation. Miao Miao, I need to go to the restroom. Would you accompany me? Su Yao suddenly clutched her stomach, feigning discomfort, and looked at Miao Miao with pleading eyes. Oh, you understand? Please accompany me. Miao Miao, eager to maintain her image as a caring person, readily agreed and pretended to show concern as she assisted Su Yao to the restroom. Sister Yao Yao, are you still feeling unwell? Do you need me to fetch some medicine? Or should I ask Brother Huaizhi to help you? Su Yao, with her head bowed, feigned a smile, realizing she had successfully baited Miao Miao, testing the waters regarding her relationship with Lin Huaizhi. I have no ties with him. How could I ask him for help? Rest assured, I'm feeling much better now. Miao Miao, you're truly kind. Upon hearing Su Yao's response, Miao Miao began to formulate a plan. She had targeted Lu Xing because he was easily deceived, requiring little effort to manipulate. With someone like Lin Huaizhi, if she could stir his protective instincts, employing a few tactics, she might ensnare him as well. After all, no boy would refuse a sweet, obedient girl who came to him willingly. Sister Yao Yao, you are quite beautiful. The moment I saw you, I wanted to speak with you, but I hesitated, fearing you might not like me. Su Yao feigned agreement, clearly observing Miao Miao's gaze fixated on Lin Huaizhi. Green tea, indeed, knows how to play the game of words. I like you too. You are so adorable and kind. However, Su Yao hesitated, leaving her sentence unfinished. However, what? Miao Miao, it's not my intention to gossip, but I noticed you and Lu Xing seem quite close. I just wanted to warn you that Lu Xing's relationship with Huaizhi isn't as amicable as it appears. Though they seem cordial, there's more beneath the surface. Just keep that in mind, and refrain from mentioning Huaizhi in front of Lu Xing. Su Yao patted Miao Miao's hand, instructing her to wait outside while she entered stall. Uncertain if Lin Huaizhi would believe her, Su Yao decided it was worth a try. As Lin Huaizhi had been somewhat aloof earlier, likely sensing something amiss with Miao Miao. After composing her message, Su Yao sent it to Lin Huaizhi, succinctly expressing her desire for him to collaborate with her in testing Miao Miao. Upon receiving the text, Lin Huaizhi responded with an affirmative gesture, then set his phone down to continue the conversation. Lu Xing, are you officially with her now? I'm not quite sure. Meow Meow is just so wonderful. I feel it would be disrespectful to rush things, so I want to take my time. Lu Xing scratched his head, revealing his genuine infatuation. What is her attitude like? Has she expressed any feelings for you? Zhao Yuanan chimed in, intrigued. Yes, she really likes me. She has said so multiple times, Lu Xing admitted, his ears flushing red as he feigned busyness to hide his embarrassment. Wow, how far have you two gone? You seem quite close just now. Surely you haven't tea. Absolutely not. I would never engage in that with her. I respect her too much. Lu Xing vehemently shook his head, recalling how Meow Meow had taken the initiative during their first date, leaving him momentarily stunned and unsure how to react. Later, she had also expressed a desire for intimacy, but he had turned her down, believing she was too young to understand such matters. He couldn't act solely for his own pleasure. He would wait until the right moment when he could truly be responsible for her. That is more like it. We mustn't act like beasts, deceiving innocent girls. Lin Huaizhi recognized Lu Xing's honesty. If he claimed nothing had occurred, it was likely true. As long as nothing inappropriate had happened, the situation was not dire. If they had crossed a line, Lu Xing, being underage, would be in deep trouble. How well do you know her? Where is she from? Which school does she attend? Do you have any idea? Lu Xing shook his head. She hasn't shared much about her past with me, as she didn't have a good upbringing. I believe once she trusts me more, she will open up. You mentioned she was very enthusiastic towards you. How could she not share these details? Lin Huaizhi showed no mercy in his questioning, as Lu Xing's soft heart led him to make excuses for Meow Meow, clearly indicating that he had become quite infatuated in a short time. She may not be entirely prepared yet, Brother Huai. My affection for Meow Meow is genuine, and as you are my dearest friends, I implore you to extend her your respect. Unlike his usual demeanor, Lu Xing's gaze was resolute, leaving no doubt as to his sincerity. Lin Huaizhi nodded, offering no further comment. In light of this, the only recourse is to cooperate with Su Yao's plan. For the sake of brotherhood, a minor sacrifice is warranted to unmask this charlatan and allow Lu Xing to witness the true nature of the person he has come to admire. Chapter 36. Lin Huaizhi is a big fish. As Su Yao emerged from the restroom, Meow Meow immediately approached her, taking her hand. Just moments ago, she had been indifferent, yet now she was so eager. One might assume they shared a deep bond. Such a relationship felt utterly superficial. Sister, does Huaizhi come from a well-to-do family? It's impressive that he owns his own house at such a young age. Meow Meow's attention had indeed shifted to Lin Huaizhi, and she began inquiring about him. The bait was set. It was now up to her and Lin Huaizhi to see how this would unfold. A subtle smile graced Su Yao's lips as she familiarly held Meow Meow's hand. His family background is quite decent, and he earns well on his own, making it rather easy for him to buy a house. He is treating us to dinner today because he just completed a lucrative deal, earning several tens of thousands. Su Yao exaggerated the truth to entice Meow Meow, knowing full well that at her tender age, such a sum would be incredibly alluring. Upon hearing about the tens of thousands from a single deal, Meow Meow's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having spent nearly a month with Lu Xing, she had only managed to pocket a mere 2,000 or 3,000. If her target were Lin Huaizhi, her prospects would certainly improve. That's amazing, sister. Do you know what kind of girl he likes? I have many good friends. I could help introduce you. There are plenty of handsome guys around, and with your looks, they would surely be clamoring for my contact information. Meow Meow was not shy about seeking her own advantage. Su Yao couldn't and amp. Oppose. T helped but smirk. Meow Meow was a charlatan herself. What good people could she possibly know? If she truly wished to date, she wouldn't overlook an exceptional prospect like Lin Huaizhi in favor of others. However, if she wanted a real Meow Meow in, she would need to play along. Really? I prefer someone a bit more cheerful, taller, perhaps. Do you have anyone suitable in mind? Could you introduce me? Meow Meow. If you can help me make connections, I'll treat you to a meal. Meow Meow eagerly nodded, of course. Your affairs are my affairs. I'll keep an eye out for you. But, sister, you still haven't told me what kind of girl Huaizhi prefers. Let me think. Su Yao released her hand, pretending to ponder, then surveyed her from head to toe, her voice growing even more animated. You should like someone like you. pure and endearing, with a lovely figure. Upon hearing this, Miao Miao felt no doubt. After all, the seemingly virtuous men she had encountered before would readily fall for her slightest flirtation. None had resisted her charm. The adage that a woman pursuing a man merely required a thin veil of separation rang true. As long as she took the initiative, rejection was unlikely. Even those with girlfriends would often be tempted by the allure of other women, a lesson she had long since grasped. Is that so? Miao Miao twirled a lock of hair, flashing an innocent smile. Though phrased as a question, her expression conveyed a sense of inevitability. Seeing her confidence, Su Yao found it amusing. With that, she decided to stoke the flames of ambition. Once Su Yao and Miao Miao returned to the dining table, Lu Xing attentively served Miao Miao some meat. Su Yao, watching from the side, was grateful she had already eaten. Otherwise, the sight of Miao Miao indulging would surely tempt her. Since it's still early, how about we book a private room for karaoke? Su Yao suggested, receiving an immediate response from Zhao Yuanan. Sure, it's been ages since we went. Let us make the most of the lively atmosphere. Miao Miao, however, was not fond of noisy places. You all go ahead. I'll take her home early. Lu Xing, concerned that Miao Miao might not adjust well, took it upon himself to dampen the mood. Su Yao watched Miao Miao's performance with keen interest. This was a prime opportunity she could not afford to miss. Such chances to dine together were rare, and if she failed to make progress today, she would drift further away from the big fish that was Lin Huaizhi. Brother, I want to go too. I'm not afraid of noise. I've never been to such a place. Please take me with you. Miao Miao clung to Lu Xing's hand, her demeanor charming. Lu Xing, unable to resist such a plea, quickly acquiesced. But if you feel uncomfortable or unwell, you must tell me. Don't push yourself. Zhao Yuanan and Lin Huaizhi exchanged incredulous glances, shocked to witness this side of Lu Xing, who was usually so quiet and reserved. It was clear that love could significantly alter one's demeanor. In the air hung an unmistakable scent of romance that was almost nauseating. Eventually, as they were pressed for time to move to the next gathering, Lin Huaizhi settled the bill. Upon returning, Zhao Yuanan playfully made a heart gesture at Lin Huaizhi. Thanks, Huaigo. It's always you treating us. I feel so fortunate. Lin Huaizhi frowned, muttering a dismissive get lost. Miao Miao, however, seized upon the key detail. It was always Lin Huaizhi who paid. Indeed, he was a big fish, and as Su Yao had suggested, if Lin Huaizhi and Lu Xing's relationship was strained, it presented her with a golden opportunity. Boys inherently possess a competitive streak. Even if they do not show it, they often wish to compare themselves against rivals. As long as she took the initiative, Lin Huaizhi might even agree to her presence just to irk Lu Xing, allowing her to linger by his side until she had drained him dry. She was confident in her abilities. After all, she had never failed in her pursuits. The journey was not long, and they arrived at the KTV in just over 10 minutes. Aware of Su Yao's intentions, Lin Huaizhi promptly requested the most lavish private room. As they passed other rooms, Su Yao could hear the cacophony of off-key singing, some even belting out the national anthem. The absurdity left her momentarily stunned. She pretends to have never been here. Only I am the fool, visiting such a place for the first time. Oh, I lived too conservatively before, merely focusing on saving money to survive without enjoying anything. Thankfully, I still have a chance to experience it now. When we reach the room, I want to sing a couple of songs and soak in the atmosphere. Listening to Su Yao's musings, Lin Huaizhi resolved to take her out more often. Having never experienced such outings before, he was determined to share these first with her. As for singing, he wished to duet with Su Yao, but given the current dynamics, that seemed unlikely. Acting as bait felt somewhat disconcerting to Lin Huaizhi, yet he was willing to endure it for Lu Xing's sake. Upon entering the private room, Zhao Yuanan immediately seized the microphone and belted out a song, while Su Yao intentionally sat beside Miao Miao, engaging her in conversation over drinks. Lu Xing, who was not very good with alcohol, found himself drinking with Lin Huaizhi. After consuming 3 bottles of beer, he appeared slightly tipsy, leaning back on the sofa with squinted eyes. Look at them, subtly competing because their relationship is strained. Lu Xing is nearly drunk. Miao Miao nodded, showing no concern as she downed her can of beer. Getting drunk was advantageous, it meant she would not be disturbed. Lin Huaizhi's face flushed easily with alcohol. Though he appeared rosy-cheeked, he remained quite lucid. Lu Xing intoxicated quickly, but also sobered up just as fast. Lin Huaizhi knew he had to seize the opportunity while it lasted. With that thought in mind, Lin Huaizhi took his phone outside, claiming he needed some fresh air. "Sister, I'm going to the restroom. You should go sing too. You've been chatting with me and haven't sung yet." Meow meow, seeing Lin Huaizhi leave, could hardly wait a minute before wanting to follow. Su Yao noticed this and feigned concern. "Do you want me to accompany you? Are you afraid?" No, I'll be back quickly. You go ahead and sing." Having spoken, Mia abruptly rose, her departure marked by an eagerness that brooked no delay. A sense of vexation stirred within Su Yao. Despite her conviction that Lin Huaizhi would find Mia unappealing, the possibility lingered that Mia might employ some stratagem, or, catching him unawares, steal a kiss. Such a scenario could not be entirely dismissed. A wave of agitation washed over Su Yao as she conjured the scene in her mind. Mia, like an adhesive, clinging to Lin Huaizhi, inevitably taking advantage of him. At this thought, Su Yao seized a can of potent liquor, consuming half of it in rapid gulps. Chapter 37. A proposition after Lin Huaizhi exited. He lingered by the doorway, engrossed in his phone. "Moments latte, mio amarja." She feigned surprise upon seeing him, quickly composing herself and flashing a radiant smile. "Huaizhi Gij, are you feeling unwell?" Lin Huaizhi nodded. "I had a bit too much to drink. There's a convenience store nearby. Shall I fetch you some yogurt to soothe your stomach?" Meow meow feigned concern, believing that men were drawn to women who were beautiful, demure, seemingly innocent, yet secretly uninhibited. She had always relied on this persona and rarely met with failure. The initial nervousness of deceiving others had long faded, replaced by a complete lack of guilt. Wherein and oppose. Those men only kind to her because they desired her body? If she offered her body, shuden and oppose, should be compensated? Lin Huaizhi was different from the men she had encountered before. He possessed both striking looks and financial stability. If she could ensnare him, it would be far better than being with that Lu Xing. To be honest, his attractiveness made her more eager to please. "Didn't you say this was your first time here? How do you know there's a convenience store nearby?" Lin Huaizhi questioned, honing in on the key point. "I was concerned that the brothers might feel unwell after drinking, so I took a look around when we arrived. I'm accustomed to observing my surroundings. Although I dislike such places and find them unsafe, I'm not afraid with Gij here because I know you'll protect me." Meow meow smiled, unfazed by the exposure, and crafted an explanation to further endear herself to him. "Gij, why don't you rest here? I'll go buy it for you." Lin Huaizhi narrowed his eyes and followed her with a long stride. Meow meow smiled, her confidence growing. "Is Gij accompanying me?" "Yes, it's not safe for you to go alone." Lin Huaizhi remained expressionless, unable to feign interest in the girl before him. He maintained a cold facade to preserve his aloof persona, while offering subtle gestures of concern, allowing Meow Meow to fill in the gaps with her imagination. As expected, even without his prompting, Meow Meow initiated conversation. "Gij, I was immediately struck by your handsome looks. Your nose is so high, and your lips look so sensual, the kind that makes I want to kiss them." Meow Meow paused, gazing at Lin Huaizhi and Appo's face, her eyes lingering on his lips, even slightly flicking out her tongue in a suggestive manner. Lin Huaizhi suppressed his discomfort, clenching his fists. However, Meow Meow interpreted this as him being interested but trying to restrain himself, ultimately desiring to act on his impulses. "Gij, what do you think of Yao Yao Jie?" Meow Meow suddenly asked as they neared the bottom of the stairs. Lin Huaizhi's mood lifted at the thought of Su Yao, but before he could answer, Meow Meow pulled him into a nearby alley. The alley was dimly lit and deserted. Meow Meow held Lin Huaizhi's hand, her demeanor completely different from before. She placed his hand on her chest. Lin Huaizhi didn't immediately pull away, letting it hover in midair. Couldn't wait any longer? She was still young and lacked the ability to discern people's true intentions. After successfully deceiving a few people, she believed she could manipulate anyone. Her eagerness to expose herself revealed her lack of intelligence. But that was fine. A lack of intelligence would expedite the matter. "Aren't you fond of Lu Xing? Why are you trying to seduce me now?" Meow Meow smiled, releasing Lin Huaizhi's hand and caressing his chest. The The moment I saw Gidge, my heart belonged entirely to you. I only play with him out of pity. If I were to say who I truly like, it would definitely be someone like Gidge. Meow Meow's hand traced circles on his chest. Instead of responding, Lin Huaizhi felt disgusted. So, you don't actually like Lu Xing? Of course not, Gidge. Lin Huaizhi had heard what he needed to hear and no longer wanted to waste time playing along. After all, he couldn't compromise his integrity. He wanted to reserve those experiences for Su Yao. You disgust me. Lin Huaizhi revealed his hand. I and Oppos. VE recorded everything you just said. Don and Oppos. T bother Lu Xing again. With able hands and feet, why resort to this? Do you have no sense of shame? Meow Meow was taken aback, but quickly understood that Lin Huaizhi had been toying with her. You did this on purpose? Lin Huaizhi shrugged. What else? Did you think everyone was as foolish as you? Lu Xing is just kind and naive, which is why he was deceived. And you took advantage of that to swindle money? Don't appear before Lu Xing again, and this matter will be dropped. If it happens again, I'll go straight to the police. Having said his piece, Lin Huaizhi lost patience and turned to leave, not bothering to pay her any more attention. However, as soon as he entered, he saw Su Yao standing there, pouting like a squirrel. Waiting for me? Worried I'd be tempted? Lin Huaizhi pinched her cheek. But Su Yao angrily dodged his hand. That hand of yours didn't just touch her, did it? Are you jealous? Lin Huaizhi thought gleefully. You were the one who told me to seduce her, and now you're disgusted by me. Su Yao, you're so overbearing. Su Yao glared at him and went upstairs. I was just afraid you'd be sad. Now it's all for naught. I haven't even touched you, and someone else already has. That Meow Meow seems so proactive. It was dark outside, and they were out there for so long. Who knows what they did? If you hadn't come back, I would have thought I'd have to go check out a hotel. Su Yao grumbled inwardly. She had been annoyed when Meow Meow left the room. In the end, she couldn't and Oppos. T resist and secretly followed them. She saw them over there, but couldn't and Oppos. T interrupt, which made her feel so stifled. It felt like an eternity, and she was anxious. But Lin Huaizhi was so slow. It took him so long to resolve things. Now that it was over, he didn't even tell her what had happened. Lin Huaizhi thought Su Yao was like a child, her thoughts written all over her face, easy to decipher. However, Meow Meow's assessment was inaccurate. As an involved observer, Su Yao was not small at all. She was just the right size, exactly how he liked her. If Su Yao had been the one seducing him like that, he definitely wouldn't have been able to resist. Perhaps he would have already started reacting when she complimented his sensual lips. I recorded it. Do you want to listen? Su Yao shook her head. No, did she kiss you? Lin Huaizhi chuckled. He wasn't an idiot. Even if Meow Meow had such inclinations, he wasn't dead. Wouldn't he dodge? Why aren't you saying anything? She really kissed you. Su Yao broke down. She hadn't even kissed him yet, and a con artist had gotten there first? Of course not. Su Yao, what are you thinking? Lin Huaizhi flicked Su Yao's forehead. If she didn't, then are you regretting it? Lin Huaizhi was so shocked that his mouth hung open. So, this was how imaginative girls were when they were jealous. If he hadn't explained, would Su Yao have thought he wanted to sleep with Meow Meow? Chapter 38. I knew she was deceiving me. Lin Huaizhi and Su Yao returned to the private room. One after the other, Zhao Yuan and Lin, when it ceased their singing, their usual playful demeanor replaced by a serious conversation with Lu Xing. Upon seeing them enter, Lu Xing looked up with red-rimmed eyes. Has she left? The scene before Lin Huaizhi and Su Yao was unexpected. How could Lu Xing possibly know? As Lin Huaizhi approached Lu Xing, he asked, So, you have always known she was deceiving you? Lu Xing nodded, not bothering to deny it. I realized there was something amiss long ago. I checked her phone and learned that their encounter that day was merely an act. She wasn't genuinely in danger, nor was I her savior. Then why do you continue to associate with her? Su Yao questioned, perplexed. It seemed illogical to maintain ties with someone she recognized as a fraud. She shared her story with me. Although I know she is lying, I believe her experiences are genuine. She has indeed been abandoned by her parents, and I wanted to show her kindness. I thought that perhaps, if I treated her better, she might change. Lin Huaizhi understood Lu Xing's compassionate nature, yet he was surprised that Lu Xing was aware of the truth, yet chose to act otherwise. He didn't view Lu Xing as foolish, nor did he wish to scold him for his confusion. Rather, he felt it was time for him to awaken to reality. Have you truly given up on her? Would you still like to hear the recording I have? Lin Huaizhi shook his phone, ready to delete it if Lu Xing wished. Go ahead, I want to know what she was truly like. The recording began as they exited the private room, everyone listening intently, including Su Yao. Initially, Su Yao pouted, but when she heard meow meow cueing Lin Huaizhi to touch her chest, she was utterly shocked. Not just her, but Zhao Yuan and Lin Wen also glanced up at him. Lin Huaizhi hurried to clarify, "No, I didn't touch her. What are you all thinking?" "Enough," Lu Xing interjected, unable to bear it any longer. He had held onto a sliver of hope, believing Meow Meow might feel differently towards him, that despite her flaws, she wouldn't truly harm him. But now, he realized he had been mistaken. She was inherently that type of person, indifferent to whom she dealt with or whether they were sincere. As Lin Huaizhi paused the recording, he wished to comfort Lu Xing, yet the words stuck in his throat. None of them had experienced such matters, nor did they possess romantic experience. All were straight men, momentarily at a loss for words. Her upbringing undoubtedly affects her. It is entirely natural to feel compassion for someone who has suffered, Su Yao observed, glancing at Lin Huaizhi, aware of his thoughts. With a firm stance on the matter, she expressed her opinions, hoping to assist Lu Xing Sr. Meow Meow had numerous paths she could have chosen, yet she opted for this one. She has deceived many before you. In every regard, she is unworthy of your devotion. Have you considered how she might treat you if something were to develop between you? She would incessantly extort money from you, and if you were unable to provide it, do you think she would care about her reputation? She would push you to borrow, to ask your parents, to create disturbances at your school or home. People like her are capable of anything. Being compassionate is commendable, but at times, we must also guard ourselves. We cannot allow our kindness to lead to our own detriment. Su Yao, who typically spoke little, now found herself articulating much, feeling parched from her discourse. Lu Xing bowed his head, remaining silent for some time, before finally speaking. "I've come to a realization. Thank you, Junior and Huaiga, for today." Lu Xing was not foolish. Despite his slow reactions, he discerned that their peculiar behavior was for his sake. Zhao Yuan and Lin Wen exchanged glances, feeling foolish for having been oblivious while engrossed in food and song. The atmosphere had soured to the point where singing was no longer an option. Their initial purpose for coming to the KTV was to unveil Meow Meow's true character. Now that the matter was resolved, it was time to return home. Lin Huaizhi advised Zhao Yuan and Lin Wen to be mindful of Lu Xing's feelings. Yet, judging by Lu Xing's recent reactions, he appeared far stronger than they had anticipated. As they left, Meow Meow was still squatting there. Upon seeing Lu Xing emerge, she immediately stood, though her legs felt numb from squatting too long. She looked at Lu Xing with a pitiful expression. Lu Xing remained motionless, while Zhao Yuan and Lin Wen felt it was their moment to intervene and approach to shoo her away, only to be halted by Lin Huaizhi. He needs to resolve this on his own. Having gained clarity, it was time for him to express himself. "Brother, please let me explain. I truly like you," Meow Meow pleaded, her acting skills impeccable as she feigned tears. Under ordinary circumstances, Lu Xing would have felt immense sympathy for her, but now he merely felt repulsed. "I've listened to the entire recording. Why would you assume I would still believe anything you say? I once thought your deceit stemmed from desperation, but now it seems you lack any sense of shame." Chapter 39. If you touch me, you can't touch anyone else. It's not like that. It's that vixen, Su Yao. She set me up. She told me Lin Huaizhi was a great catch and lured me into doing it. "Brother, please, trust me one more time," Meow Meow pleaded, tears streaming down her face as she clutched Lu Xing's hand. Su Yao, the one just called a vixen, was beyond words. Why was she always the one getting hurt? Lin Huaizhi recorded the conversation. Lin Huaizhi rejected her advances, and yet she was the only one being branded a vixen. What kind of justice was this? All she wanted was to do a good deed. Was that too much to ask? Lin Huaizhi, sensing Su Yao's distress, reached out and gently stroked her head. "Don't listen to her nonsense. You did great." Zhao Yu and Lin Wen didn't know where to look. The lovebirds were putting on a show, and Lin Huaizhi, usually so ruthless and devoid of emotion, was actually comforting someone. It was a spectacle. Meanwhile, their most reserved friend was arguing with a con artist. The drama was at its peak. "I know everything you said. Did someone force you to beg others to touch you?" Lu Xing asked coldly. Only now did he fully grasp how foolish he had been. The girl before him was a web of lies, her eyes only for money, with no semblance of morality. And he had actually deluded himself into thinking she might like him, that she would change for him. It was laughable. If it weren't for the recording and Su Yao's words, he wouldn't have had the heart to say any of this. Miao Miao looked at Lu Xing. His eyes were devoid of any affection. The love she used to see in his gaze was gone. Huh! Miao Miao sneered, a stark contrast to the fragile, weeping girl from moments before. She raised her hand, wiping away her tears, her eyes filled with disdain. What do you think you are? What right do you have to judge me? Do you really think you're some kind of savior? Did you really think you, with your puny frame, could rescue me from that crowd? Lu Xing, that was all a setup. You're a coward. Trash. Miao Miao jabbed her finger into Lu Xing's chest, returning the humiliation she had just suffered. Since she had fallen this time, no one would have it easy. She hadn't been waiting at the door for half an hour just to be scolded. I know. Lu Xing stared intently at the girl before him. It was undeniably the same person, and he had to accept that her acting was just that good. What did you say? An idea flashed through her mind, but she quickly dismissed it until Lu Xing spoke. I knew it was a scam. I knew it the first time we went on a date. After saying that, Lu Xing seemed to have exhausted all his energy. He turned and walked away, not wanting to look at her for another second. Su Yao watched Miao Miao. She was certain that, for that brief moment, the girl was moved, regretful, questioning herself. But old habits die hard. If it were that easy to change, she wouldn't have ended up this way. As expected, she soon began to curse and shout, but no one paid her any attention. Just now, her heart had been pierced. She had deceived so many people, and every single one of them ended up calling her a slut or a vixen. But there were the ones begging her to sleep with them, the ones professing their love. How dare they begrudge her taking a little of their money? The more successful she became, the more disillusioned she grew with humanity. Until just now, when Lu Xing said he knew she was deceiving him, but he still treated her well. No, that wasn't right. If he really loved her, why would he walk away so mercilessly? She was right. Lu Xing was just like the others, no different. Taxi or walk back. Zhao Yu and the others had left. Now it was just Lin Huaizhi and Su Yao. It was about 2 kilometers from here to home. Lin Huaizhi didn't mind either way, so he left it up to Su Yao. Let's walk. I want to talk to you. All right. Lin Huaizhi had Su Yao walk on the inside, and when she didn't speak, he waited patiently. I thought Lu Xing liked Miao Miao because he didn't know her true colors, but I didn't expect that he knew what she was like. Yet he was still willing to accept her. Su Yao didn't understand. Perhaps because of her own experiences, she always put herself first. Because no one loved her, she had to at least be good to herself and elevate her own position. That's just Lu Xing's personality. He's willing to consider others and doesn't think it's unacceptable to be at a disadvantage. So it makes sense, Lin Huaizhi said calmly. So, I think he's amazing. I can never do that. Su Yao felt conflicted. She began to doubt herself. Was she doing the right thing? Even if she tried her best to help Lin Huaizhi reverse his original fate, what if she failed? She was like a thief, greedily leeching life force from Lin Huaizhi. The better he treated her, the more guilty she felt. This guilt grew stronger over time, and after seeing Lu Xing's complex emotions towards Miao Miao, she felt lost. Su Yao, you're great. You and Lu Xing are both kind-hearted people. Don't be so hard on yourself. Lin Huaizhi stopped. Under the streetlights, he spoke sincerely. Human emotions are complex. Putting yourself first is the most important thing. If you meet someone you're willing to give everything for, then I believe they will be willing to sacrifice for you as well. So, follow your heart, do your best, and the results will be good. Look, today's events with Lu Xing are a prime example. The evening breeze rustled, and the wind-blown sand stung Su Yao's eyes, causing her to tear up. Yes, just do my best. If Lu Xing's ending could be changed, then Lin Huaizhi's certainly could too. Did you really not touch her? Su Yao's topic changed so abruptly. 1 second she was emotional, and the next she jumped straight to this question. Lin Huaizhi couldn't keep up. Huh? Su Yao, do you write your novels this erratically too? After all this time, Lin Huaizhi still couldn't understand Su Yao's thought process. Strong self-healing abilities were a good thing, but was she taking it too far? Yes. That's how I write my novels. So, did you touch her or not? Hers are really bigger than mine. Men don't say it, but do they really like them that big? And Miao Miao, she's so confident. Do guys like girls who are so proactive? But I can't learn that. I can't just grab Lin Huaizhi's hand and put it on my chest, can I? After he touched me last time, I can't stop thinking about it when I close my eyes. Ugh, this is so annoying. Lin Huaizhi chuckled at her and continued walking without answering. Why are you walking so fast? You haven't answered me yet. Lin Huaizhi, you didn't really touch her, did you? Su Yao jogged to catch up and grabbed Lin Huaizhi's arm. Do you want me to touch you too? Lin Huaizhi teased, looking at his arm that she was holding and smiling. Sure, if you touch me, you can't touch anyone else. Su Yao blurted out her inner thoughts, and she even shouted it loudly. The couple strolling nearby were drawn to her voice. Seeing the couples passing by and smiling at her, she suddenly realized what she had said. I must be crazy. What am I saying? Su Yao's mind was in a whirl, especially when she met Lin Huaizhi's teasing gaze. Her face turned even redder. Forget it. The best strategy is to retreat. Lin Huaizhi watched as Su Yao dashed ahead, prompting him to hastily pursue her. Be careful and watch your step. Don't run so fast. He called out. Stop chasing me. I'm feeling quite embarrassed right now. Su Yao responded loudly, and upon finishing her words, she accelerated even further. Chapter 40. Seek Lin Huaizhi. When in need, Lin Huaizhi found Su Yao irresistibly charming, particularly after hearing her innermost thoughts, which only intensified his admiration for her. It is often said that girls harbor numerous intricate sentiments, and while Lin Huaizhi was uncertain about others, Su Yao appeared rather simple-minded to him. Despite not having experienced much kindness, she radiated warmth and brightness like a small sun, eager to reciprocate even the slightest gesture of goodwill. Having endured a similarly unfortunate childhood, Su Yao had emerged remarkably resilient and diligent. How could such a captivating spirit not draw him in? Su Yao, be careful of the traffic. Don't run so fast. Lin Huaizhi called out as he watched her dash ahead, occasionally glancing back to see if he was in pursuit, oblivious to the potential hazards along the way. He worried she might trip and fall. Upon returning home, Su Yao hurried into her room, and when Lin Huaizhi attempted to open the door, he found it locked. How amusing. Only moments ago, she had claimed he could touch her alone, and now she had barred him from entering. At that moment, a notification pinged on his phone, revealing a message from Su Yao. I'm really tired today, going to sleep now, don't bother me. She added, I didn't say anything earlier. I'm already asleep, please do not disturb. Very clever, he scoffed. Although she requested solitude now, he was certain she would seek him out again when her vitality waned. At that time, she would likely concoct some clumsy excuse to draw closer to him. This thought lightened his mood somewhat. After returning to his room, Lin Huaizhi texted Zhao Yuan to inquire about Lu Xing's condition. Thankfully, Lu Xing was coherent and hadn't engaged in any reckless behavior, merely expressing a desire to drink more. Drinking was a normal coping mechanism, and since they had no classes the next morning, both Zhao Yuan and Lin accompanied him out of guilt. Lin Huaizhi made a few remarks before concluding the conversation. Fortunately, the issue was resolved without Lu Xing facing expulsion. He retrieved a notebook from his drawer, marking a check next to the matter to signify its resolution. However, he felt a nagging unease regarding Shen Shitong, whom he deemed suspicious, and he resolved to keep a watchful eye on her. Similarly, Zhou Ying seemed to be in a peculiar state. Their relationship appeared far from straightforward. The next day, Su Yao rose early, making an effort to avoid any noise that might disturb Lin Huaizhi. She had regretted her earlier brashness throughout the night, vowing to tread carefully from then on to avoid provoking him to the point of banishment, which would spell disaster for her. With a class scheduled for 10 in the morning, she seized the opportunity to draft another chapter. The content she was writing was purely romantic, and in the past, she might have struggled with writer's block. However, drawing from her previous experiences, she reminisced about the scenes as she typed, flowing with ease. Within an hour, she had completed the chapter, reviewing it with satisfaction. Indeed, experience made her writing far more engaging. Next time, she might just ask Lin Huaizhi for assistance. As she admired her work, she suddenly felt overheated. No, she mustn't entertain such thoughts. Her innocent and shy nature had kept her from indulging in any improper imaginings. Offering herself a positive affirmation, she splashed water on her face in the bathroom before grabbing her textbooks and stepping outside. At the school gate, she purchased an egg pancake. savoring each bite as she strolled along, feeling utterly content. As she reached the base of the stairs, she noticed a crowd gathered near the second-floor classroom. Curiosity piqued. She approached and discovered Shen Shitong and Zhou Ying at the center of attention. Indeed, only the leading characters could draw such a spectacle. Adhering to the principle of knowing one's rivals, Su Yao moved closer to observe. Zhou Ying was holding an extravagant bouquet of roses in one hand and a designer bag in the other, likely worth over 100,000. How generous of him toward Shen Shitong. She couldn't help but feel envious. They were indeed the epitome of a couple from a novel, both talented and hailing from affluent backgrounds. As her classmates around her murmured in agreement, Su Yao nodded, acknowledging their status as the protagonists, while she felt like just an inconspicuous bystander. Staring at the pricey bag in Zhou Ying's possession, she was struck by the disparity of their worlds. How many words would she need to write to afford such luxury? She hesitated even over a modest keyboard purchase, and sometimes felt guilty over spending 10 yuan on bubble tea, while they casually splurged over 100,000 as if it were mere water. Sighing, she thought that if given the chance, she would love to embody a wealthy heiress in a story, if only to experience the life of affluence. With that thought in mind, she took a generous bite of her egg pancake and headed back to class. Ah, this egg pancake is delightful. Next time, I must buy one for Lin Huaizhi as well. The classroom was sparsely populated, most students having gathered outside to witness the spectacle. But Nana was already seated in the back row. Upon seeing Su Yao enter, she waved enthusiastically. Yao Yao, I missed you. Zhang Nana leaned against Su Yao's shoulder, and Su Yao felt her spirits lift. They had only parted the day before. How could she have missed her so soon? Oh, I missed you too. Su Yao replied warmly, genuinely fond of Zhang Nana. Although Nana had never disclosed her illnesses, Su Yao harbored no grievances. Everyone has their secrets, and it is entirely understandable to keep some things private. Why aren't you out there enjoying the commotion? Su Yao inquired. Zhang Nana pouted. I refuse to. That Shen Shitong bullied you last time. I can't stand her. And really, sending gifts just to attract attention? It's as if she's afraid no one will notice. True, giving gifts is quite ordinary, but I can't help but dislike them, hence my bias. Zhang Nana was refreshingly honest, her disdain evident on her face. Su Yao nodded, I feel the same. Their intentions are too heavy, especially Shen Shitong. In the story, Lin Huaizhi meets his demise because of her, and she shows no remorse, too absorbed in her romance with Zhou Ying. It's utterly heartless. Chapter 41. She holds the power of choice today. Shen Shitong donned a long-sleeved shirt, for the scars from her injury had yet to fade, and upon awakening this morning, they appeared even more pronounced. To achieve complete healing would undoubtedly require several days. She had resolutely decided to distance herself from Zhou Ying, yet the moment she beheld him, holding a bouquet of flowers in one hand and a bag far more luxurious than the one she had soiled in the other, regret washed over her. Zhou Ying was undeniably handsome. His family owned a company, and he excelled in every aspect compared to Lin Huaizhi. Although Lin Huaizhi was a decent person, his family's circumstances were on an entirely different level than those of Zhou Ying. Choosing Lin Huaizhi would surely mean a compromise in her quality of life, whereas being with Zhou Ying, given his nature, would confine her to the role of his pet canary. Well, she thought one step at a time. It was just the beginning, and she still had the opportunity to choose. Perhaps a turn of events was on the horizon. Shen Shitong accepted the flowers from Zhou Ying, her eyes curving into a smile, genuine delight radiating from her. Though she was eager to glimpse that new bag, she feigned indifference. Ying, your gift of flowers brings me immense joy. There is no need for such extravagant presents. Zhou Ying gazed at her with deep affection, placing the bag into her hands. Tang Tang, you deserve all the finest things in the world. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. Shen Shitong felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. The envious murmurs from those nearby made her wounds feel less painful. She indeed merited the best of everything. Who wouldn't be enchanted by her? She was the center of the universe, and both Zhou Ying and Lin Huaizhi ought to orbit around her. As the class neared its end, Shen Shitong cradled the flowers and entered the classroom, only to find Su Yao laughing and chatting with a nearby girl. With such a commotion outside, had Su Yao truly not heard? Or did she believe that moving into Lin Huaizhi's residence would earn her his affection? How naive! If she did not see the reality of her position, perhaps she needed a lesson. During today's lesson, Shen Shitong remained actively engaged, successfully ensuring the teacher remembered her name. As class was about to conclude, Su Yao and Nana packed their belongings, eager to rush to the cafeteria, for it was mealtime, and any delay would result in a lengthy queue. Those who are not proactive in eating must have some issues, they both mused, rushing out the moment the teacher dismissed the class. As they passed the front row, Shen Shitong grasped Su Yao's arm. Su Yao looked at her, puzzled, unsure of her intentions. Yao, do you have a moment? I wish to discuss something with you. Su Yao shrugged her off, asserting, if it were truly important, you wouldn't need to discuss it with me. We are not close. If it is trivial, then I certainly do not wish to hear it. Goodbye. With that, she dashed away, leaving Shen Shitong in a state of bewilderment. Chunya, noticing Shen Shitong's disheartened expression, quickly offered comfort. Su Yao rarely speaks to anyone, so do not take it to heart, Tang. Shen Shitong feigned sorrow. I merely wish to inquire about her relationship with Senior Huaizhi. After all, her health is not the best, and when I last conversed with Senior Huaizhi, he seemed unaware of her heart condition. He is kind-hearted, and I worry that if Su Yao's health deteriorates, it may trouble him. I just wanted to discuss this with her to encourage her to be honest with him. If he has any concerns, she ought to move out promptly. That would be the right thing to do. Shen Shitong, always a figure of attraction, drew the attention of those around her, especially after Zhou Ying's earlier display. Upon hearing her words, many gathered to inquire further. Tang, the Senior Huaizhi you mentioned cannot be Lin Huaizhi from the computer science department, can he? I've seen him on forums. He ranks alongside Zhou Ying in popularity, and he is remarkably handsome, a true representative of our school. Indeed, I heard that the promotional video for the school was initially meant for him, but he declined upon learning there would be a female partner. That is beside the point. The focus is on Su Yao living with Lin Huaizhi. Moreover, he is unaware of her illness. Exactly. If something were to happen to Su Yao, wouldn't he bear the responsibility? Su Yao has always seemed difficult to deal with. It is no surprise she would engage in such behavior. I read on the forums that Senior Huaizhi is quite aloof. Who knows how she managed to move in with him? In my opinion, she must have deceived him. Tang, you are truly kind-hearted. You do not directly expose her, yet you give her the chance to be honest. I noticed this during military training. Su Yao is not a good person. Just because she is unwell does not mean others should accommodate her. Indeed, last time, she even caused Tang to write a reflection. How could she be so cruel? Only you, Tang, would still be so considerate even after being wronged by her. You should have simply informed the senior, without sparing her any grace. Surrounded by girls who chimed in with their opinions, Shen Shitong's mere words hastily condemned Su Yao. They praised Shen Shitong's understanding nature while disparaging Su Yao, easily branding her as manipulative. These individuals seemed devoid of independent thought. A single statement from Shen Shitong led them to elaborate further, disregarding the truth of the matter. As they positioned themselves on a moral high ground to judge Su Yao, Shen Shitong felt elated. Su Yao was merely a variable, regardless of her actions. Shen Shitong maintained control over everything. A person like Su Yao, lacking background and ability, who emerged from nowhere, dared to oppose her. This time, she would experience what it felt like to be scrutinized by all, to be publicly vilified without mercy. Chapter 42. The insouciant Su Yao. I can't help but notice that Shen Shitong seems to be fixated on you. Do you think she's harboring resentment from the last incident? Zhang Nana, an astute observer, perceived that Shen Shitong was far from the simple girl she portrayed. She was cunning, loved to be the center of attention, and it was unlikely she had dismissed the embarrassment Su Yao had caused her. Her sudden approach towards Su Yao suggested she was plotting something malicious. Su Yao was well aware of Shen Shitong's nature, perhaps better than anyone. However, she sensed a discrepancy. Compared to the original novel's narrative, Shen Shitong appeared more astute, adept at cultivating favor. Even devoid of the protagonist's aura, she had amassed a considerable circle of friends. Even in class, Shen Shitong was diligently striving to improve herself, paying close attention to the lectures. Moreover, as an NPC, Su Yao shouldn't have garnered such attention from Shen Shitong. Could it be due to her obstructing Lin Huaizhi's pursuit of her? Yet, Shen Shitong harbored affections for Zhou, and besides Zhou, she had no shortage of admirers. There was no need for her to cling to Lin Huaizhi. Oh well, she mused. I can't quite decipher it. But as long as Lin Huaizhi shows no interest in her, that's all that matters. Let her stir up whatever trouble she pleases. I suppose so, but it doesn't matter. I haven't done anything wrong, so I'm not afraid of her, Su Yao affirmed. Zhang Nana, considering Su Yao's disposition, knew she wouldn't allow herself to be bullied. And even if something did happen, she would stand by her side. Yao, how are things progressing with your landlord? Has there been any further development? Have you put any of my previous advice to good use? Zhang Nana, with her worldly experience, could easily discern that Su Yao's feelings for Lin Huaizhi were more than platonic. As a good friend, she naturally wanted to encourage their connection. Mentioning this caused Su Yao to blush. Zhang Nana might appear introverted, but her mind was filled with risky thoughts. She couldn't believe she had actually told Lin Huaizhi to touch her and not others. She couldn't fathom what she had been thinking at the time, how she had mustered the courage to utter such a candid statement. It was fortunate that Lin Huaizhi was a man of integrity. Otherwise, she would have been taken advantage of. However, if he remained unmoved despite her advances, did that imply she held no allure for him? Nana, Su Yao began, if I'm very forward, but his reaction is indifferent, does that mean I have no chance? Zhang Nana sensed the scent of gossip and immediately grew excited. What happened? Tell me the specifics. What exactly did you do, and how did he react? Don't leave out any details. I'll help you analyze it. Su Yao was about to speak, but upon reflection, she realized she hadn't given Lin Huaizhi the opportunity to respond. She had fled after speaking and hadn't spoken to him since last night. Nana, you seem so innocent, yet you know so much. Su Yao hastily changed the subject. She had already sorted things out in her mind and didn't need Zhang Nana's strategic guidance for the time being. She would seek her advice when the time was right. Zhang Nana's personality was such that she appeared innocent and well-behaved in front of strangers, but once she became familiar with someone, she would unleash her true self, often making outrageous statements that startled people. I know a lot more than you think. Would you like to learn some techniques? I won't charge you. I'll teach you for free. I guarantee he won't be able to leave you and will be captivated by your skills. Let me tell you, no matter how upright a man may seem, they're all lustful. The more assertive you are, the more they'll like it. So don't be shy, be bold. Haven't you heard the saying, the more shameless, the harder to part. The more lustful, the more harmonious? As long as you find the right approach, you'll definitely win over your landlord. Zhang Nana's words grew increasingly outrageous, prompting Su Yao to quickly cover her mouth to prevent her from saying anything further. She hadn't even kissed Lin Huaizhi yet, so what was the point of considering techniques? However, if they were to actually engage in such activities, her life points would undoubtedly increase exponentially. Tempting, she thought. No, how could I be swayed by her? I don't have such thoughts. If we were to do it, it would have to be out of mutual affection, a natural culmination of our feelings. Su Yao purchased a portion of chicken and rice, a dish Lin Huaizhi enjoyed, which prompted her to try it. Thinking of Lin Huaizhi, it had been quite some time since she had spoken to him. After some deliberation, Su Yao sent Lin Huaizhi a message. At that moment, Lin Huaizhi was still working on orders at home. He ignored his phone when it rang, but after a few seconds, he couldn't resist picking it up. What if it was a message from Su Yao? She was so carefree, locking herself in her room last night and moving so quietly this morning that he hadn't heard sound. By the time he woke up, Su Yao had already left. Was she that afraid of him? He hadn't responded to her words last night. Upon careful consideration, he was quite willing to accept her proposition. Lin Huaizhi's face finally broke into a smile as he read Su Yao's message. She knew to ask if he had eaten. Seeing that she was in a good mood, he would reluctantly overlook her behavior. Not yet, he replied, maintaining a cool demeanor despite his forgiveness, wanting to see if Su Yao would coax him. Lin Huaizhi felt a surge of anticipation as he saw the typing indicator above the message box. It's already lunchtime. You shouldn't skip meals. It's bad for your stomach. What do you want to eat? I'll order takeout for you. Lin Huaizhi secretly rejoiced, realizing that Su Yao did care about him. Nevertheless, he maintained his aloof facade. No need. No, you need to eat on time. I'll order the bibimbap from that place you said was delicious last time. Su Yao immediately switched to the takeout app and ordered food for Lin Huaizhi. It's already ordered. Eat it as soon as it arrives. Lin Huaizhi was now completely appeased, and the unhappiness from last night had vanished. The young lady was shy, so it was natural for her to be reserved. When they were together in the future, he would take the initiative. It wasn't a big deal. Zhang Nana noticed that Su Yao was playing with her phone and hadn't eaten much, so she tapped the table to remind her. Put down your phone and pay attention to the people around you. Oh, I was just taking a quick look. Su Yao put down her phone. To be honest, she missed Lin Huaizhi a little. Coincidentally, they both only had one class in the afternoon. After class, they could go home together, buy milk tea and some fruit on the way, and watch a movie together at home. She could even try to hold his hand when he wasn't paying attention, creating some intimate contact. TSK, she mused. It sounds wonderful. She was already looking forward to it. Chapter 43. 10 is her lucky number after Lin Huaizhi received his meal. He took a photo and sent it to Su Yao. He contemplated sharing it in their dormitory group chat, but reconsidered, knowing that Lu Xing was likely still grappling with heartbreak. To be precise, it wasn't even heartbreak. It was merely one-sided deception. As a good friend, he chose not to poke at the wound. Lin Huaizhi finished his meal swiftly, in just over 10 minutes, feeling inexplicably that Su Yao's food was more delectable. Rising later than usual, he decided against taking a nap and instead continued working on some assignments before gathering his belongings to head to school. Perhaps it was merely his delusion, but today as he walked along the path, he noticed an unusual number of glances directed his way. While he was accustomed to occasional looks, the frequency today was notably higher, accompanied by hushed whispers among the girls. Lin Huaizhi glanced down at his outfit, finding nothing amiss. He had worn similar attire before without eliciting such commentary. Upon arriving at the classroom, he immediately spotted Zhao Yuanan and his two companions sprawled over their desks, likely suffering from the effects of a late night of drinking. Their dedication was commendable, as they still made it to class despite their apparent fatigue. Lin Huaizhi set down his bag and began fiddling with his phone. It was not until the class was nearing its conclusion that Zhao Yuanan finally lifted his head. As class started, Lin Huaizhi rolled his eyes, baffled by their motivation for attending. Not yet, go back to sleep. Without a hint of doubt regarding Lin Huaizhi's words, Zhao Yuanan promptly resumed his slumber. Lin Huaizhi paid attention to the lecture, diligently taking notes, and later shared them in the dormitory group chat, recognizing that it was a specialized course with some level of difficulty. If they hadn't been attentive, they could review the notes later. As the class bell rang, Lin Huaizhi roused his classmates, who appeared bewildered, struggling to grasp that the class had indeed concluded. Is class over? Zhao Yuanan's voice was hoarse, while Lin Wan and Lu Xing looked equally disheveled. In your condition, you might as well have enjoyed a comfortable sleep back in the dormitory. What was the point of coming to class? Initially, Lin Huaizhi had considered waking them for the lesson, but seeing their state, he opted against it, knowing they would likely succumb to slumber within moments. Can you make it back? Do you need me to escort you? Lin Huaizhi checked his phone, having already arranged with Su Yao to return together after class. No need. Hurry and go on your date with the junior, Zhao Yuanan remarked, instantly aware of Lin Huaizhi's intentions. They were merely tired, not seriously ill. Fine, I'll send the notes in the group. Make sure to look them over after you wake up. Seeing that they were indeed regaining their senses, he decided his presence was unnecessary and slung his bag over his shoulder. Upon arriving at the designated meeting spot with Su Yao, Lin Huaizhi stood beneath a tree, waiting. However, after a considerable amount of time, she had yet to arrive, and his messages remained unanswered. A sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to head directly to the College of Arts in search of her. Meanwhile, Su Yao found herself encircled by a group of girls, exasperation threatening to spill over. The leader, Chunya, was a sidekick to Shun Shitong, a character Su Yao had long regarded with disdain. In her readings, she could comprehend the motivations of the malicious female leads and their minions, but what could these girls possibly gain from Shun Shitong? They believed her words without question, despite her holding no significant role in the narrative. The absurdity of it all left Su Yao incredulous. She had anticipated Shun Shitong's cunning, but did not foresee the speed at which she could rally such a crowd against her. Su Yao, you haven't answered my question. Did you seduce Senior Huaizhi? One girl accused, while another chimed in, how shameless of you. If you're unwell, you should remain in isolation instead of ruining things for others. The irony was maddening. She had merely been dealt an unfortunate hand, yet here she was facing condemnation. Su Yao lifted her gaze, her expression no longer one of friendliness. Despite being outnumbered, she felt no fear. Having faced death once, what could these girls possibly intimidate her with? Who told you I seduced Lin Huaizhi? Where's your proof? Did you record a video? Or are you just flapping your gums? She retorted, her voice steady. And you, did you forget to brush your teeth after a bathroom break? Your words reek of filth. I suspect the real illness resides with you. Though Su Yao's appearance lacked the ferocity one might expect, her silence had led many to believe she was easy to bully. Now, witnessing her fierce retort, Qinya appeared taken aback. Yet, the advantage of numbers prevailed. Once one person reacted, the others began to follow suit. Su Yao, if you claim you didn't seduce the senior, then how do you explain living with him? Another girl questioned, escalating the situation. You're shameless. You made Tang write a reflection, and now you're ruining things for the senior. You're a disgrace to our college. A mere vase like you has no right to be here. Su Yao's head spun from their incessant chatter. It was overwhelming to decipher their accusations. When Qinya shoved her, Su Yao's anger flared, and she retaliated with a forceful push that sent Qinya sprawling to the ground, providing her a momentary sense of relief. If others treated her kindly, she would reciprocate in kind. However, if bullied, she would not endure it silently. Yet, as Qinya fell, the others lunged at Su Yao, pushing her backward until she too fell to the ground. Looking up at the girls around her, all of whom were her age and wearing menacing expressions, Su Yao felt a surge of gratitude. Thank goodness she had sent Nana to find a teacher. Otherwise, she would have to face this alone. Closing her eyes, Su Yao began counting in her mind. Upon reaching 10, the noise ceased, and when she opened her eyes, she saw Lin Huaizhi. Yao Yao, he called, lifting her into his arms just as Zhang Nana arrived with the teacher. In a moment of inspiration, Su Yao pretended to faint. In that instant, she realized her lucky number was indeed 10. Upon counting to it, she beheld the person she longed to see most. Chapter 44. A thoracic affliction. A plea for consolation. The instant Lin Huaizhi witnessed Su Yao being assailed, a throbbing commenced at his temples, his eyelashes quivered, and a resonant hum pervaded his ears, rendering him taut. In that fleeting moment, he acutely recognized that, despite the brevity of Su Yao's presence in his life, he had come to regard her with profound significance. Fortunately, Su Yao emerged unscathed. Otherwise, he shuddered to contemplate the actions he might have undertaken. He had consistently maintained a demeanor of chivalry, extending fundamental respect to all women, albeit within certain bounds. However, in the face of such vacuous individuals as these, he would not hesitate to resort to physical intervention, unburdened by any sense of shame, for evildoers recognize no gender distinctions. The instructor approaches. Though I am moved by Lin Huaizhi's timely intervention, I shall feign a momentary swoon. The matter must escalate to garner the instructor's attention. Otherwise, it will be dismissed summarily, and my suffering shall have been in vain. In moments of crisis, one must feign fragility to elicit sympathy. Indeed, it is I who possesses the requisite acumen. Lin Huaizhi divined Su Yao's intentions and concurred that the sight of these women was indeed irksome, warranting a measure of retribution. While Su Yao was presently unharmed, their relentless harassment might have precipitated untoward consequences, potentially exacerbating her underlying ailment. Their actions could not be excused simply because she had emerged unscathed. Wrongdoing should not be contingent upon outcome. Malevolent intent, coupled with its execution, warranted accountability for one's actions. Lin Huaizhi retrieved his cellular device and dialed the emergency medical services. The assembled women, now seized by apprehension, exchanged furtive glances, each hesitant to step forward, retreating several paces. What shall we do? Is she truly unwell? It is of no concern to me. I did not lay a hand upon her. Indeed, I merely uttered a few words. I did not physically assault her. Her constitution is inherently delicate, and any untoward outcome cannot be ascribed to us. Precisely. Moreover, her conduct is questionable, and we merely sought to offer a well-intentioned admonition. Even if accountability is sought, we were not the initial aggressors. Lin Huaizhi raised his gaze, casting a frigid glare upon their internecine squabbling. Moments prior, they had been united in their denunciation of Su Yao. Now, faced with potential repercussions, each sought to evade responsibility, engaging in a farcical display of self-preservation. Most preposterous of all was their conviction that their actions were justifiable. Lin Huaizhi had encountered foolishness in the past, but never to such an egregious extent. Chunya was similarly bewildered, her initial intent merely to assuage Shun Shitong's indignation by administering a mild rebuke to Su Yao. She had not anticipated such an escalation, particularly now, as the surrounding women fixed their gaze upon her, accusing her of initiating the physical altercation. I merely shoved her initially. You all joined in afterward. Chunya exclaimed in dismay, her countenance etched with panic. What is the meaning of this commotion? The dean, observing the densely packed throng, issued a resounding query, his voice laden with authority. Zhang Nana, aware of the rapport between the counselor and the Shun Shitong, bypassed the counselor entirely, seeking out the dean in his office. Fortunately, the dean was present. En route, Zhang Nana had apprised the dean of the situation in broad strokes, preparing him for the scene that awaited him. However, upon arrival, the reality exceeded his expectations. The group of women, led by Chunya, hastily parted, their fear intensifying upon the dean's arrival, each harboring their own designs, solely focused on evading culpability. Yao Yao, Zhang Nana, beholding Su Yao cradled in Lin Huaizhi's arms, wept openly. Yao Yao, has an ambulance been summoned? Will Yao Yao be all right? It is all my fault. I should have remained by your side, rather than seeking out the instructor on my own. Had I been present, I could have shielded you. Zhang Nana's sobs grew increasingly convulsive, and the dean, too, was seized by anxiety. Should Su Yao suffer any harm, the institution would bear an unbearable burden of responsibility. Have any medications been prepared? Has an ambulance been summoned? How long has she been unconscious? The dean approached, crouching beside them, extending his hand to ascertain Su Yao's respiration before exhaling in relief. No medication was available. An ambulance has been summoned. Her condition had been stabilized. The physician advised her to recuperate and manage her emotions to avert any significant complications. However, upon my arrival, the assembled women were verbally abusing and physically assaulting her, precipitating her loss of consciousness. Should any harm befall her, they would be culpable of homicide, warranting immediate intervention by law enforcement. Lin Huaizhi had no intention of involving the police, as Su Yao was not in any imminent peril, and the institution, eager to safeguard its hard-earned reputation, would undoubtedly seek to avoid such a public spectacle. His pronouncement was intended solely to exert pressure upon the dean, impressing upon him the gravity of the situation, necessitating stringent measures rather than perfunctory dismissal. With Su Yao incapacitated, unable to articulate her own grievances, he would assume the mantle of her advocate. As anticipated, the mere mention of police intervention galvanized the dean into action. The institution shall address this matter with utmost diligence, ensuring that Miss Su Yao receives a satisfactory resolution. The immediate priority, however, is to transport Miss Su for a medical evaluation. Why is the dean's voice trembling so? My beloved is truly remarkable, capable of manipulating the dean with a mere 2 sentences. I shall rouse myself momentarily, feigning a degree of frailty, to reassure the dean, lest he succumb to shock upon discovering my well-being. Lin Huaizhi, privy to Su Yao's inner thoughts, noted her levity even in this moment, confirming her lack of any genuine distress. Su Yao, after a moment of deliberation, slowly opened her eyes, uttering a feeble cry. Miss Su Yao, how do you feel? Yao Yao, HM, why is the dean the first to express concern? Nana is weeping profusely, yet this dolt displays no emotion whatsoever. Su Yao remained silent, her gaze fixed upon Lin Huaizhi, seeking to discern some flicker of concern within his eyes. How peculiar! He appeared so anxious moments ago. Why is he not surprised to see me awake? Could he have discerned my ruse? Lin Huaizhi struggled to suppress a smile. If she intended to deceive, she should commit to the performance wholeheartedly. Why, even at this juncture, Was she preoccupied with him? Was her affection so profound? How do you feel? Lin Huaizhi inquired, seeking to avert her exposure. My heart aches, it aches terribly. Su Yao squeezed out a tear, clutching Lin Huaizhi's hand, guiding it toward her chest. Touch me. It hurts so much here. An opportune moment indeed. A medical examination is such an innocent affair. Doctor, it hurts here. A thorough examination is required, Su Yao. Outwardly writhing in feigned agony, her cries conveying the impression of unbearable pain, was inwardly consumed by lascivious fantasies, engaging in a private role-playing scenario. Fearing her potential exposure, Lin Huaizhi did not resist. Moreover, despite the inherent embarrassment of such a public display, he harbored a desire to comply. There was a certain thrill in the clandestine nature of the act, conducted before an audience. And that address, Doctor, evoked within Lin Huaizhi certain scenarios involving such a dynamic. Physician and patient, patient and nurse. Cliché, perhaps, but intriguing nonetheless. Should Su Yao be inclined to enact such a scene? With the exception of Su Yao and Lin Huaizhi, all present believed Su Yao to be genuinely afflicted with cardiac pain, the two protagonists alone privy to their ulterior motives. Chapter 45. I adore you. He touched them. He actually touched them. My vitality must have doubled. His hands are so aesthetically pleasing. Even his touch on my chest feels gratifying. If the circumstances were different, I would insist on him touching both. Does she even realize the impropriety of the situation? How audacious! As Lin Huaizhi felt the softness, his mind raced back to the earlier glimpse of her figure. Yet, the sensation was far more exquisite than he had imagined. No, any further, and things would escalate. Su Yao was in his arms. Any arousal would be immediately apparent, and she would be alarmed. Teacher, I'll take her to the entrance to wait. The sooner she's examined, the sooner we'll have peace of mind. Seeing Su Yao's distress, the dean rose to accompany them, but Lin Huaizhi quickly declined, fearing exposure. I can accompany her. Teacher, please consider how to address this matter. Lin Huaizhi effortlessly lifted Su Yao, while Chunya, seeing her awake, resumed her defamation. Teacher, Su Yao's private life is scandalous. We merely wanted to caution her, but she fainted. You witnessed her grabbing someone's hand and placing it on her chest. Is that the behavior of a student? You must intervene. If Su Yao weren't acting, she would have rolled her eyes. This woman was truly dense. No wonder Shun Shitang manipulated her so easily. Her intellect was so lacking that even giving away would be a waste. Even now, she was trying to tarnish her reputation. Such behavior would preclude any leniency from the dean. The dean, despising stupidity, couldn't believe such a student had been admitted. What are you thinking? With such thoughts, you dare study literature? Meddling in others' affairs instead of studying? I am truly. The dean, seemingly encountering such a situation for the first time, was visibly shaken. Teacher, Su Yao must have seduced him. Lin Huaizhi, weary of the spectacle, simply uttered, I am Su Yao's boyfriend. If anyone speaks ill of my girlfriend again, I will not stand idly by before departing. Lin Huaizhi's expression was so earnest that Su Yao was stunned. He must have said that to defend me, right? That must be it. He's so kind. He probably couldn't bear to see me mistreated. But even knowing this, why is my heart racing? Lin Huaizhi looked down to explain, but Su Yao averted her gaze the moment their eyes met. Su Yao, aren't you curious why I said that earlier? Since she wouldn't ask, he would initiate. Why weren't you concerned about me? Weren't you surprised I woke up? Did you realize I was faking? Su Yao nervously bit her lip, avoiding his gaze. She dared not ask. Remaining ignorant allowed her to feign ignorance, but a definitive, unwelcome answer would prevent her from clinging to him so brazenly. She preferred ignorance. You haven't answered my question, Su Yao. I know you want to help me. So you said that. Su Yao stammered, preemptively excusing Lin Huaizhi. Yes, I wanted to help you. Despite her preparation, the disappointment in her eyes was fleeting, and her heart felt pricked. I shouldn't have hoped. You're kind to me because you are inherently good, not because you have feelings for me. But, even knowing this, why do I feel so sad? Su Yao suppressed her tears, afraid to look up. Su Yao, I think I'm fond of you. I know we haven't known each other long, but I do have feelings for you. Seeing you bullied, I was worried, afraid something might happen. I regretted not being by your side to protect you. I wanted to help you because you're Su Yao. I wouldn't do this for anyone else. Do you understand? Lin Huaizhi's gaze was tender, fixed on Su Yao, who was immediately captivated, sensing his affection. Are you serious? Not just pitying me or thinking I'm seriously ill and saying nice things to comfort me. Su Yao was more aggrieved than before. The thought that Lin Huaizhi was merely consoling her pained her immensely. This feeling of charity was 10,000 times worse than being bullied. Lin Huaizhi was grateful to hear Su Yao's thoughts. Otherwise, he couldn't have comforted her promptly. Despite her positive attitude, her personality was somewhat twisted. Su Yao, I'm serious. Do you see my feelings as charity? Am I the kind of person who says I like you out of pity? Lin Huaizhi wanted to examine Su Yao's mind. Despite her usual boldness, she hesitated and doubted him when he expressed his feelings. Women were indeed complex. That's not what I meant. I'm just scared. Su Yao mustered the courage to explain. Her boldness was confined to her thoughts. She was too timid to express her feelings face to face. But now that Lin Huaizhi had taken the first step, she should be brave. I like you too. Su Yao's face was flushed as she spoke. So, Lin Huaizhi pressed. So let's date. Although we haven't known each other long, we can grow together and love each other more. Really? Lin Huaizhi was delighted but felt irresponsible. This was their first relationship. How could they decide so hastily? Besides, he enjoyed their ambiguous relationship. It was similar to dating, just shy of the final step, creating a marvelous tension. Chapter 46. My brother is so toned if you're fond of me, and I reciprocate. Shouldn't we be together? Or do you deem it too precipitous? Su Yao responded swiftly, though she yearned to be intimate with Lin Huaizhi from his perspective. Things were indeed progressing at a rapid pace. She just moved in and was already trying to seduce him, and now, merely days later, she sought a relationship. Were she not so seemingly innocent, Lin Huaizhi would undoubtedly perceive her as a conniving woman of high caliber. Both were novices in love. Despite her lack of experience, she was, after all, a writer of saccharine romances, understanding that relationships require time to develop. A gradual approach demonstrated sincerity. Lin Huaizhi nodded in agreement. He shared her sentiment. A slow burn, waiting for the opportune moment for their union to blossom organically, was a responsible approach to both her and his emotions. I merely feel there's no need to rush. Agreed. A measured pace is preferable. Frankly, I'm not entirely prepared yet. Engaging in such activities directly would be overwhelming. Now that we've been candid, occasional cuddling and caressing are permissible, wouldn't you say? Lin Huaizhi was taken aback by Su Yao's audacious words. How could a young woman be so knowledgeable in this realm? They weren't even in a relationship, yet she was already contemplating such matters. Don't tell me she's unprepared. Even he, if prompted suddenly. Well, actually, he was always ready, as long as it was with Su Yao. He had no qualms whatsoever. Sometimes, merely watching her flit about in his presence stirred a reaction, let alone when Su Yao deliberately enticed him. Su Yao, you wouldn't behave this way with other boys, would you? Huh? In what manner? Su Yao was perplexed. She hadn't uttered a word, merely indulging in a fleeting mental fantasy, not acting upon it. Would you allow another to hold you, to guide his hand to caress your bosom? Furthermore, would you casually don a negligee for another's gaze? Though Lin Huaizhi knew the answer, he desired Su Yao to articulate it herself. Of course not. I would never do that. I only behave this way with you. I'm not one to be frivolous. Though I may occasionally be lewd, I adhere to principles. I only act licentiously with those I cherish. Su Yao hastened to vindicate her innocence, her voice rising in volume. She was utterly wronged. She'd perished in her previous life without having done anything, and now, in this existence, she only harbored affection for him. During the military training, she had flatly rejected all requests for her contact information, her heart consumed by him. Though initially she had approached him to survive, her feelings had evolved with their interactions. She was certain of her affections. She genuinely adored him. My heart is diminutive, capable of holding only you. You mustn't misunderstand me. I'm typically quite demure. Su Yao gazed at Lin Huaizhi with a plaintive expression, as if accusing him of misconstruing her. All right. Yao Yao is the most well-behaved. Su Yao's initial words had thoroughly delighted Lin Huaizhi, though he remained skeptical of the latter half. She's reasonably well-behaved, I suppose. Oh my. calling me Yao Yao and deeming me well-behaved. Oh, the thrill. I can't bear it. Had Su Yao not been in Lin Huaizhi's embrace, she would have writhed like a worm. Lin Huaizhi chuckled indulgently. Su Yao's emotional shifts were so rapid. A few placating words sufficed to soothe her when upset. As long as matters were clarified, she bore no grudges. Has the ambulance not arrived yet? The hospital isn't that far from our school, is it? Lin Huaizhi had carried her the entire way, attracting numerous gazes. Though somewhat embarrassed, Su Yao felt deeply gratified. This effectively exonerated her, demonstrating that she hadn't moved in through manipulative means. Though such a phenomenon had indeed occurred since moving in, it was a private matter between her and Lin Huaizhi, not to be exploited by others. I didn't actually call 120. I was merely bluffing. I discerned your pretense immediately and deemed it unnecessary to squander medical resources. After the commotion, your dean will undoubtedly address the matter. Lin Huaizhi knew Su Yao's health was sound, so he didn't want to trouble the ambulance. Moreover, considering the distance, if it arrived swiftly and subjected Su Yao to a battery of treatments, she would be unable to endure it. She couldn't feign illness indefinitely. Wow, you're so astute. How can you understand me so well? Su Yao began to preen, drawing circles on Lin Huaizhi's chest. My brother is so toned. Su Yao's courage waxed and waned. Now that Lin Huaizhi was holding her, unable to retaliate, she deliberately misbehaved, moving her hands and speaking in a deliberately affected voice. Lin Huaizhi was taken aback by Su Yao's mischievousness, his grip on her faltering. So, we're competing to see who's more licentious, are we? Su Yao, there are even firmer things. Would you like to touch them? Lin Huaizhi spoke with a grave expression, seemingly not joking. No way. Did I go too far? I understood instantly. Having glimpsed it before, it must be impressive. But I dare not touch it. I suppose I should admit my mistake. I'll do my homework and prepare thoroughly. Then we can engage directly and increase my life points. Haha. In a mere 10 seconds, Su Yao could conjure 800 thoughts. Something Lin Huaizhi had yet to become accustomed to. I was wrong. I'll behave myself. Brother, don't be angry. Lin Huaizhi pinched Su Yao's waist as a reprimand. Don't call others brother, not even senior, understood? Though not yet in a relationship, Lin Huaizhi's possessiveness was already surfacing. Su Yao was so alluring, her voice so sweet. The single utterance of brother had instantly captivated him. Why? Why can't I call others that? Are you jealous? Su Yao probed knowingly, her tone slightly impudent. What do you think? Lin Huaizhi shot her a look, and Su Yao immediately became docile. I would only call you that anyway. But since you profess your fondness for me, you mustn't look at other girls, especially Shen Shitong. Avoid any contact with her. Distance yourself as much as possible, all right? Su Yao tugged at Lin Huaizhi's clothes, softening her tone to cajole him. All right, I promise you. Even if Su Yao hadn't said it, he would have distanced himself. It was evident that Shen Shitong had instigated today's incident. Su Yao, today's incident was clearly orchestrated by Shen Shitong. She approached me previously, discussing her heart condition, with the obvious intention of having you move out. Today, she incited others to cause you trouble, to pressure you, with the same goal. Lin Huaizhi had suspicions about Shen Shitong, but couldn't be certain. He could only hope she and Zhou Yingsuo would be inseparable, ceasing to harm others. If she insisted on causing trouble, they couldn't remain passive. Sometimes, retaliation was the best form of self-preservation. What? Shen Shitong approached you? Why didn't you tell me? Su Yao's tone was sharp with concern, sounding like a reproach to Lin Huaizhi. Chapter 47. Unable to survive without you upon hearing this, Su Yao became exceedingly anxious, breaking free from Lin Huai's embrace. When did she seek you out? Did she say anything else? Shen Shitong, in the original narrative, was rather peculiar, showing no regard for Lin Huai's well-being. Her vanity and selfishness indicated that her feelings for him were insincere. She merely sought to exploit him. If her intentions were malicious, wouldn't Lin Huai be in danger? Noticing Lin Huai's silence, Su Yao realized her previous outburst had been somewhat loud. She quickly adjusted her tone and explained, I didn't mean to be harsh, nor do I wish to interfere. I'm just worried about you. I apologize for being overly emotional. Fearing Lin Huai might be upset, she softened her voice in an earnest apology. It's all right, you weren't really harsh. It's just that I've never seen you so worked up before, which surprised me, Lin Huai reassured her. Typically, even when Su Yao was upset, she would not express it so fervently. He found her different self quite endearing. After all, her agitation stemmed from concern for him, and once he recognized this, he found it impossible to be angry. Are you angry? I'm sorry. Please don't be upset. Su Yao blinked her eyes innocently, her voice tinged with vulnerability, resembling a kitten that had accidentally knocked over a vase, seeking forgiveness for her blunder. In this state, Lin Huai could hardly feel anger. Even if he did, it would dissipate swiftly. Feeling himself being charmed, Lin Huai could not bear to scold her. If this was how she apologized during a quarrel, he would undoubtedly relent. I'm not angry, Su Yao. There is no need to be so cautious. He gently pinched her cheek, something he had longed to do but had yet to find the opportunity for until now. The sensation was as he had imagined, soft and akin to the touch he had experienced earlier, though that was due to her wearing a bra. If he were to touch her directly, it would be as soft as cotton. Shen Shitong seeks to sow discord. She believes I am unaware of your heart condition, which is why she suggested you live with me. Lin Huai wished to clarify any misunderstandings. He had refrained from mentioning it earlier because there had been no significant events. Their conversations lasted only a few minutes, and making a connection to recent events made everything evident. Recalling Chun Ye's words, which implied she was being reckless by concealing her illness while trying to entice Lin Huai, Su Yao pondered, so Shen Shitong is doing this to make me move out. But why? Why does she care about you so much? Isn't she interested in Zhou? Confused, Su Yao noted that although the original plot was dramatic, Shen Shitong, despite being manipulative, had focused her attention on Zhou, while Lin Huai seemed to be pursuing her. Now that Lin Huai had developed feelings for her, why was Shen Shitong suddenly so insistent? Was it simply a matter of attraction to those who did not reciprocate her feelings? That did not seem right, especially since Zhou was so openly affectionate toward her, creating an undeniably ambiguous atmosphere. Why is she changing so quickly? Su Yao lamented. Is it because I interfered with the development of Lin Huai and her storyline that she is acting so strangely? Lin Huai realized that Su Yao's intellect was somewhat lacking and felt compelled to remind her. The relationship between Shen Shitong and Zhou was far more intricate than it appeared. Shen Shitong seemed to harbor a fear of Zhou. Lin Huai was certain of this. Though he did not know the specifics of their relationship, he could clearly see Zhou Ying's strong desire for control, which intimidated Shen Shitong. Yet, Zhou Ying showered her with gifts, making her appear quite pleased, which seemed normal, reflecting the atmosphere of budding romance. Su Yao remained unaware that while Shen Shitong exhibited some odd behavior, the system had previously indicated that her presence was a variable that could alter the plot's trajectory. An undeniable fact. Lowering his gaze, Lin Huai leaned closer to Su Yao, their noses nearly touching, hoping to discern something more profound in her eyes. What is wrong? Su Yao stammered, feeling the sudden shift in atmosphere. Why are you suddenly getting so close? She thought, her heart racing. Is he trying to kiss me? But isn't that a bit too fast without defining our relationship? Never mind. I want to lose out. I'll just close my eyes. With that, Su Yao shut her eyes tightly, her lashes fluttering nervously, fists clenched, her face a mask of anticipation. Lin Huai was utterly charmed by Su Yao's adorableness and couldn't suppress a chuckle. Upon seeing him laugh so joyfully, Su Yao opened her eyes, realizing she had been playfully tricked. He never intended to kiss her. Oof. If you're not going to kiss me, then don't, she retorted. Try to maintain her composure. I wasn't even that eager. Yet, why did you make me close my eyes? How embarrassing. Su Yao, I merely wanted to ask if you, too, enjoy flowers and bags. What were you anticipating? Closing your eyes? Did you hope I would kiss you? He had simply heard that Shen Shitong liked flowers and bags, and given their current flirtation, it seemed appropriate to offer gifts. He had only prepared a keyboard, having not purchased anything else. Their time together had been brief, and lacking experience. He was fortunate to hear Su Yao's inner thoughts, thus avoiding any guesswork. I don't like those. I like you. Just having you is enough, Su Yao boldly declared, though internally she felt a surge of anxiety. Initially, I only sought to gain some vitality, but now it's different. At first, my intentions were not pure. That was my fault. I assure you I will do better in the future and will protect you." Lin Huaizhi nodded, enunciating each word with a gentle seriousness. "If you cannot survive without me, then you must stay by my side and never leave." Chapter 48. Extorting money from Lin Huaizhi to buy gifts after leaving school. Su Yao realized that the ambulance had not yet arrived. Therefore, she decided to follow through with her original plan, to take a stroll with Lin Huaizhi, visit the supermarket, and then head home. However, Lin Huaizhi felt that this was insufficient. Since they had already begun this act, they ought to see it through to its conclusion, making it all the more exquisite. Lin Huaizhi smiled, perceiving Su Yao's naivety. She was far too kind to those who had bullied her. But that was of no consequence. He could willingly play the role of the villain. If they did not visit the hospital, how would they explain themselves to the teacher? Moreover, considering the arduous effort she had recently invested in her writing, why not seize this opportunity for a comprehensive health checkup? After all, the medical expenses would not come out of her own pocket, and she could also receive compensation for emotional distress. What do you think? Lin Huaizhi had never considered himself a pushover. When someone close to him was wronged, mere disciplinary action against the perpetrator seemed inadequate. They should also face material repercussions. Yet, he pondered whether Su Yao, being so innocent, might feel she was being unreasonable. Su Yao stared blankly at Lin Huaizhi, her mind devoid of any elaborate thoughts. He felt an inexplicable anxiety. In her eyes, was he merely a fool from a novel, willing to sacrifice everything for love? A paragon of virtue who should not harbor thoughts of harming others? Or perhaps she would deem him rather mundane. "Wow, you're so clever. I hadn't even thought of that," Su Yao exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she shook Lin Huaizhi's hand. They must extort a fair amount from those who had bullied her. After all, it was they who had tormented her, and nothing was more tangible than money. "In that case, I'll have even more money to spend on you. What should we buy? Perhaps a better computer? A mouse or something? A watch seems rather expensive. I'm not sure how much it costs, but we can plan for it once we get the money." With this thought, Su Yao became increasingly enthusiastic, taking Lin Huaizhi's hand and hailing a taxi to the hospital. The summer breeze tousled her hair as it swept through the open window, stirring his heart as well. His concern seemed unfounded. Su Yao understood him completely. They were of the same ilk, though she was more innocent and perhaps a little foolish, as her first thoughts were of him rather than herself. She felt as though she had deceived herself, leading to an inner guilt that compelled her to strive for better conduct, unaware that he had motives for having her move in from the very beginning. If viewed from that perspective, could it not balance the scales? "Su Yao, do you not think my suggestion is somewhat oppressive?" "Not at all. They bully me first. I find your idea wonderful. I truly like it." Su Yao gazed unabashedly at Lin Huaizhi, her eyes twinkling like stars. Besides, they did not actively bully others. When faced with aggression, being a bit fierce was the best way to protect oneself. Having experienced many trials, Su Yao had grown accustomed to the fickleness of human nature. She understood the innate malice within people. Some were simply born to be wicked. Having faced bullying and cold indifference, she managed to retain her true self. Captivated by the warmth life offered, she maintained kindness towards others, yet she felt entitled to embrace a darker side when treated unfairly. Indeed, Yao Yao is remarkable. How could he not be captivated by her? Upon arriving at the hospital, Lin Huaizhi accompanied Su Yao for a full health examination. Throughout the process, Su Yao wore a radiant smile, as if she were indulging in some joyous experience. "How can you be so cheerful during checkup?" Lin Huaizhi gently ruffled her hair, akin to petting a kitten. "Because it's the first time someone has accompanied me to the hospital. I used to come alone, although I've grown accustomed to it. It still saddens me a bit. Now that you're here, I feel so happy. Plus, the thought of not having to pay makes me even happier." Su Yao chattered excitedly, eager to share her joy with Lin Huaizhi, but the doctor called her name, prompting her to pause. "The doctor is calling me. I'll go in first. Wait for me here, all right?" Lin Huaizhi felt a slight moisture in his eyes as he smiled and waved her off to enter. The wind seemed a tad too strong today. His eyes felt uncomfortably teary. Love is a form of tenderness, a sense of perpetual indebtedness. Lin Huaizhi suddenly grasped the essence of this sentiment. Waiting outside the examination room, he rushed to greet Su Yao as soon as she emerged. "How is it? Are you all right?" Su Yao shook her head, glancing at her wrist monitor, her spirits high. "I am perfectly healthy. The feeling of having someone waiting for you is truly blissful. If only it could always be like this." Lin Huaizhi took the initiative to grasp Su Yao's hand, silently vowing to always be by her side. Whenever she needed him, he would be there, never allowing her to face solitude again. "What do you want to eat tonight? I'll make it for you. I'll buy it for you." As the words left his lips, he remembered his utter lack of culinary skills and quickly amended his statement. "Is there anything you'd like? Just say it. I'll cook for you. Even if I don't know how, I can learn. My cooking skills are good. After a couple of attempts, I can make even the most challenging dishes taste great." Su Yao was quite confident in this regard, knowing Lin Huaizhi did not enjoy cooking. Their preferences complemented each other perfectly, making them a match made in heaven. Lin Huaizhi contemplated for a moment, realizing he did not particularly crave anything. His gaze lingered on Su Yao's chest for a fleeting moment. Having touched her earlier, he wondered when he might steal a kiss. "Ahem, no need. Cooking is too much trouble. Let us eat out. You can have whatever you desire, and I'll treat you." Su Yao shook her head, declaring, "That one tea do. I think we should eat at home. We might run into our schoolmates nearby. And what if someone takes our picture?" As Lin Huaizhi had suggested, since they had begun this charade, they ought to be more cautious. "Then let us order takeout at home. Didn't T want to watch a horror movie? Today is perfect for it." Lin Huaizhi wished to spare Su Yao from exertion. They had encountered numerous events today, and even if she was strong, her mood would undoubtedly be affected. He would take care of her, ensuring they engaged in activities she enjoyed. As soon as horror films were mentioned, Su Yao's interest peaked. "I used to be too scared to watch horror movies because of my fear. Back in school, my classmates would watch them together, but my psychological resilience was weak, so I never participated. After learning of my illness, I became even more apprehensive. Now, I could try it since you're by my side. Surely nothing will happen. And it creates an atmosphere that can enhance our bond. The dark ambience is most conducive to unexpected sparks." That is not quite the right description. Lin Huaizhi chuckled indulgently. Since she wished to watch, he would accompany her. Chapter 49. Silencing her as Su Yao exited the hospital, dusk had already fallen. Her phone was set to silent, and she had been engrossed in tender moments with Lin Huaizhi, completely oblivious to the barrage of messages from Zhang Nana. Just as Lin Huaizhi suspected, the principal was genuinely furious this time. A multitude of students, both from Su Yao's class and others, had been summoned. The counselors responsible for each class were called into the office, and the principal decided to impose strict penalties, which included not only disciplinary actions, but also a 2-week suspension for reflection at home. Once the disciplinary notice was issued, parents were to come to the school to collect their children. Upon hearing about the disciplinary actions and the need for parental involvement, Chunya panicked, claiming she only wished to vent for Shen Shitong and had no intention of harming anyone. Zhang Nana, as the best supporter, chimed in with a sarcastic remark, suggesting that perhaps Shen Shitong was the true instigator behind Chunya's actions. She recalled how Shen Shitong had previously troubled her during military training. Writing a self-reflection concerning Su Yao's illness, it seemed that Shen Shitong had seized the opportunity to recruit allies in bullying Su Yao just to relieve her own frustrations. Listening to this voice message, Su Yao nearly burst into laughter. Recently, Zhang Nana had been watching palace dramas and was quick to adopt the dramatic flair. The effect was immediate. Shen Shitong was summoned for a discussion, and the girls who had previously supported her began shifting the blame onto her and Chunya, resulting in utter chaos. If it were possible to record the scene, Zhang Nana would have undoubtedly captured it to share with Su Yao. She too wanted to witness the spectacle of their infighting. Though Nana's description was already vividly entertaining, seeing it firsthand would surely be even more delightful. Delighted, Su Yao swayed her body, unabashedly reveling in her emotions. Didn't Zhang Nana say they would come to apologize? If that doesn't suffice, we can make it a bit more difficult for them, ensuring they compensate more. Lin Huaizhi decided to stay close to Su Yao these days. After all, news travels fast among the gossip-loving crowd, and as her boyfriend, it was his duty to protect her. Absolutely. This time, I must demand a greater sum, she declared. And as for Shun Shitong, does she not fancy playing the green tea role? I too can feign tears. Who cannot act? The method to outsmart a green tea persona is to walk the same path, leaving her with no escape. While Lin Huaizhi had encountered many such personas, he had yet to discern this potential within Su Yao. As perceptive as she was, she quickly recognized the doubt in Lin Huaizhi's gaze and, with hands on her hips, confronted him indignantly. What kind of look is that? Do you think I'm not as pretty as Shin Shitong? Or do you believe I lack the softness to portray a green tea character? Su Yao's exasperation resembled that of a hamster, her voice sweet and soft despite her ire. Even in her accusatory tone, her expression rendered her anger nearly imperceptible. Observing her, it became evident that Su Yao indeed possessed the talent for such portrayals. Lin Huaizhi fought the urge to kiss her, stroking his chin in contemplation as he scrutinized her, deliberately teasing her with a tone that was playfully vexatious. Let me think. He elongated his response, feigning deep contemplation, clearly relishing the moment. Su Yao, suppressing her grievances, maintained her angry facade, though her heart had long since crossed into the territory of sorrow. Why must you ponder for so long? Do you truly think I am less attractive than Shin Shitong? Does he prefer her type, sobbing and all? I want to cry, but I must endure. I cannot lose face. Su Yao lamented internally, her expression faltering as her lips quivered on the verge of tears. However, Lin Huaizhi anticipated her reaction and, just as she was about to burst into tears, he pinched her lips together. Indeed, he had directly grasped her lips. Su Yao's expression morphed into one of shock and disbelief. Her eyes widened. Though her mouth was silenced, her gaze conveyed her confusion and protest. What are you doing? Is this an appropriate moment? This impulsive act was born from Lin Huaizhi's urgency. Although he had never acted in such a manner before, he found himself admitting that Su Yao looked rather adorable in that moment. With mischievous intent, he playfully pinched her lips again and slowly uttered, Su Yao, you currently resemble a platypus. Su Yao. Her manual attempt to silence herself proved futile as she abruptly burst into tears, overwhelmed with grievance. You think I am less attractive than her, and you call me a platypus. Such emotional displays were commonplace in university settings. But Su Yao's loud and heart-wrenching cries were indeed a rarity. Passers-by halted to observe, and had there been sunflower seeds available, many would have settled on the roadside, munching while enjoying the drama. While watching couples argue might not usually be entertaining, witnessing a quarrel between attractive individuals was irresistibly captivating. Lin Huaizhi, acutely aware of the onlookers' attention and Su Yao's loud sobs, began to feel flustered. With no prior experience in comforting a distraught girl, especially one he had inadvertently caused to cry, he found himself at a loss. Yao, I didn't mean it that way. For the first time, Lin Huaizhi felt utterly helpless. Previously, even when grappling with the most challenging programming bugs, he had never faced such a sense of despair. Yao, I do not believe you are less attractive than her. You are beautiful in every way. It is you I adore. Never before had Lin Huaizhi experienced such mental blankness. While he longed to utter sweet words to console Su Yao, he found himself at a loss for words. Reaching out to wipe her tears, he found it futile, resorting to fumbling in his pocket for tissues to assist her. Indeed, it seemed women were made of water, capable of shedding tears so profusely, with no other recourse. Lin Huaizhi embraced Su Yao gently, patting her shoulder softly as he spoke soothingly. Yao, you're the most beautiful. No one compares to you. Look at me. I've been in school for 2 years without feeling anything, and yet you've captured my heart in mere days. Isn't that evident? Under normal circumstances, Lin Huaizhi would never have dared to voice such sentiments, nor would he have believed his voice could sound so tender, trying to feign indifference. Really? Su Yao is niflet? Looking up at Lin Huaizhi with tearful eyes. This is simply unfair. How can you look so good even while crying? If you cried in bed, it would be even more mesmerizing. Lin Huaizhi abruptly halted his dangerous thoughts, tenderly stroking Su Yao's head with utmost sincerity. Truly, you are the most beautiful. No one can compare to you. Humph, that is more like it. My mood has improved instantly. As long as you like me, I can accept being compared to a platypus. Finding Su Yao irresistibly adorable, Lin Huaizhi playfully pinched her cheek. Yet in the next moment, Su Yao had other intentions. Well then, if you truly like me, kiss me. Come on, kiss me. I am willing. We didn't get to do it earlier. Lin Huaizhi glanced around, sensing the inappropriateness of the setting. Furthermore, they had just agreed to take things slowly. Rushing into a kiss now would complicate matters. What would it even be termed? A friendship of lips? A bond of kin? Chapter 50. The proper way to enjoy a horror film. Lin Huaizhi sensed that Su Yao had calmed down, so he extended his slender finger and gently tapped her lips. The sensation surprisingly soft, reminiscent of jelly. Next time, he would kiss her, but for now, they were heading home. Although she should have felt a twinge of disappointment. Gazing into Lin Huaizhi's profound, tender eyes and hearing him mention going home lifted her spirits. Su Yao skipped along beside him, her mood brightening as she realized she might be the center of attention to passers-by. Surely they wouldn't be staring at me while I cried, would they? Su Yao tentatively inquired, not wishing to draw attention to herself. Lin Huaizhi shrugged, his tone light. Why not? Su Yao's face darkened at his response. She didn't want to be seen. Seizing the moment, she linked her arm through his, lowering her head as they walked. What are you doing? Taking advantage of me? Although he was entirely unopposed to her gesture, he still enjoyed teasing her. Oh, come on. Just let me hold your arm. After all, you're going to be my boyfriend from now on, Su Yao declared confidently, as if it were as certain as the promise of fine weather the next day. All right then, I suppose I can allow it, Lin Huaizhi replied, feigning reluctance while inwardly smiling broadly. After arriving home, Su Yao chatted briefly with Zhang Nana, mentioning that she would be going to school the next day, where Shen Shitong and Chun Ye's group would apologize to her and face consequences. The dean and counselor had called several times, but she only answered the dean's call, responding to the counselor via message. As the counselor favored Shen Shitong and would likely downplay the situation, advising her not to take it too seriously. However, she intended to hold her ground. It was she who had been wronged, and those who urged her to be magnanimous wouldn't be so forgiving if the shoe were on the other foot. After finishing her conversation with the dean, Su Yao silenced her phone and set it aside. Lin Huaizhi arranged the snacks he had brought back, fried skewers, milk tea, grilled cold noodles, and drew the curtains, leaving only a warm lamp to illuminate the room. Ah, it's starting, Su Yao exclaimed with excitement as the film began. This was her first experience watching a horror movie, and Lin Huaizhi, concerned she might be frightened, had chosen a film he had seen before, so he could shield her eyes during the more intense scenes. However, as several frightening images flashed across the screen, Su Yao munched on skewers, utterly engrossed, showing no signs of fear whatsoever. Wait, this is not how I envisioned it, Lin Huaizhi thought. Schoolmate su terrified. Shouldn't she be sobbing and seeking solace in his embrace, looking pitifully for comfort, while he pretended to be annoyed but gently reassured her that it was all just a fabrication? He had prepared for that scenario, and yet here she was completely unfazed. Why was she not scared at all? As Su Yao continued to stuff her mouth with food, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Turning slowly, she met Lin Huaizhi's intense gaze, which was far more unsettling than the horror scenes. Oh, you startled me. Why are you looking at me like that? Aren't you watching the movie? Lin Huaizhi turned away, feigning disdain. This isn't scary at all. It's rather dull. Su Yao was puzzled. He had picked this film, and before they started, he had mentioned how much he liked it. If he was unhappy, it must be due to her reaction, right? After pondering for a moment, Su Yao found the answer and quickly wiped her hands, then nestled into Lin Huaizhi's embrace, her voice sweetly pleading, Senior, I'm scared now you're scared? You were just devouring the food a moment ago. Su Yao shook her head vigorously. I was too frightened earlier, so I had to distract myself with food. Now that I'm full, the fear is creeping back. Very well, seeing you so frightened, I suppose I can indulge you with a hug, Lin Huaizhi said, wrapping his arms around her. Finally, he felt satisfied. This was the perfect way to watch a movie. Holding her close, even the ghosts on screen seemed less intimidating. After the film concluded, Su Yao rated the experience a perfect 10. She and Lin Huaizhi playfully tussled on the sofa for a while, but as time slipped away, she retreated to her room to freshen up. However, the fear she had initially dismissed returned with a vengeance the moment she closed the bathroom door. The ghost from the movie had emerged from the mirror. What was she to do? She felt too frightened to bathe. Could the after effects of such a horror film be this overwhelming? While she and T felt scared during the viewing, now, encountering a similar scene, she was terrified. But fear aside, she couldn't avoid bathing, could she? Senior, as Lin Huaizhi was about to head to the bathroom, Su Yao peeked out, looking pitifully at him. With such a sweet call, he knew she had a request. What is it? What do you need from me? Seeing the hesitation on Su Yao's face, Lin Huaizhi crossed his arms and firmly refused. Su Yao, I haven't even kissed you yet, and you want me to help you bathe? That's out of the question. Even if my body agrees, my rational mind says no. Now, it was Su Yao's turn to be shocked. Had she asked him to help her bathe? Though she had her desires, she wasn't that forward. What are you thinking? I just want you to stay in my room while I wash up. I'm scared, and if you're outside talking to me, I'll feel safer. I never asked you to help me bathe. Su Yao was both angry and flustered, realizing Lin Huaizhi had misinterpreted her intentions. All right then, let us go to your room, he said with a nonchalant air, showing no sign of embarrassment over the misunderstanding, which only made Su Yao feel less confident. Just sit on my bed. If I get scared, I'll call for you, and you can just respond to reassure me. Okay? Su Yao instructed, clutching her nightgown at the bathroom door. Go ahead and wash. I'll be right outside. Just call me if you feel scared, Lin Huaizhi said, finally showing a hint of understanding as he obediently settled on her bed. Perhaps it was a difference between genders, but Su Yao's room was fragrant and cozy, with cute pink bedding and potted plants on the table, far more inviting than his own space. Chapter 51. Bathing together, the room was enveloped in tranquility, the only sound breaking the silence being the gentle splashes of water from the bathroom. Su Yao's soft voice occasionally drifted out, Senior Huaizhi. I'm here. Senior, are you still there? I'm here. Senior, what are you doing? I'm sitting here waiting for you. Fear clouded Su Yao's awareness, her voice imbued with a palpable sense of dependence. The bathroom was shrouded in mist. As she closed her eyes, unsettling images from earlier haunted her mind, prompting her to call out. Fortunately, each time, there was a reassuring reply, alleviating her terror. With her worries eased, Su Yao applied the same shower gel as Lin Huaizhi, enveloping herself in his scent. Meanwhile, Lin Huaizhi sat with his legs together and hands braced at his sides, feeling a tumult of emotions. The thought of Su Yao bathing, completely bare behind a mere bathroom door, ignited a heat within him. He considered stepping out for a glass of water, but hesitated, fearing she might call for him just then. Reluctantly, he resolved to rely on his steadfast willpower to endure. 20 minutes later, he glanced at his phone, bewildered by the protracted bathing session. He could complete his own shower in 10 minutes. Surely even a girl with long hair wouldn't take this long? After another 10 minutes, the sound of running water finally ceased. Lin Huaizhi released a long breath. The waiting had been torturous, his imagination running wild. Each thought a new form of agony. I'm done. Su Yao emerged in her nightgown, revealing only a hint of her delicate, fair legs, yet exuding an innocent allure. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes glistened, reminiscent of a fawn, as the steam from the bathroom clung to her. Unbeknownst to her, her gaze was incredibly enticing. Lin Huaizhi swallowed hard, the modest restraint he had managed to suppress now surging back with vigor. Just make sure to dry your hair before sleeping. I'm going to wash up now. As he stood, he instinctively hunched his body, wary of her seeing anything inappropriate, fearing it might startle her. He rushed out, his long strides carrying him swiftly away, leaving Su Yao no chance to respond before the door clicked shut behind him. Phew! The imagination is truly a formidable thing. Despite witnessing nothing, the reactions it incited were overwhelming. Back in his room, he finally relaxed, panting heavily, rinsing himself once more with cool water before grabbing a towel. However, as he opened the bathroom door, he was met with the sight of Su Yao perched on his bed. Their eyes widened simultaneously, staring at each other in disbelief for a moment before comprehension dawned. Su Yao, she appeared unabashed, her eyes unwavering as they locked onto his. Was this the audacity of a brazen girl? How had she become so bold? I knew you were good-looking, but I didn't expect you to be this good. I'm a bit shy, you know. Your figure is amazing. I want to touch, kiss, and lick. Lin Huaizhi was rendered speechless, his mind racing in confusion, retreating to the bathroom to wrap himself in a towel. Kissing and touching were understandable, but licking? His body reacted honestly, vivid images flooding his mind, causing his face to burn a deep crimson. But this was not the time for such thoughts. He needed to maintain his gentlemanly facade, even if it was a charade. Why did you come in here? Were you afraid? I came because I was scared. You bathed with me, so I thought I could come to you too. In truth, Su Yao had felt frightened alone in her room, believing that proximity to him would offer her comfort. She and T anticipated witnessing such an alluring scene. Had she known Lin Huaizhi could be this free-spirited, she would have dressed more provocatively. When did I say I was afraid? I'm not like you, timid and frail. You just wanted to take advantage of me, didn't you? Su Yao, look at you with such an innocent face, but secretly so daring. Are you so desperate that you just wander into others' rooms and eavesdrop on their showers? Fuming, Su Yao shot back, I did not. You're the one who dressed so lightly, not me. Oomph. Besides, I didn't peek. You came out like this on your own. How can you blame me? I can show you too. As she spoke, she began to slide one strap of her nightgown down, revealing her smooth shoulder. Why aren't you stopping me? Are you really going to strip down to your underwear? Quick, stop me. Though she feigned bravery, beneath her facade lay a heart quaking with trepidation. Do you truly want to see? Seeing Lin Huaizhi remain unfazed, she stammered, uncertain. Otherwise, you've already seen me. I should return the favor, shouldn't I? Lin Huaizhi smirked, mischief dancing in his eyes, gesturing for her to hurry. Are you really making me undress? This isn't what I imagined. I'm suddenly feeling tired, and my hair isn't even dry. I'll go dry it first. Good night, senior. Sweet dreams. With that, Su Yao slipped away, her feet skidding slightly. What cheeky girl. Lin Huaizhi chuckled softly. With her timid nature, she merely dared to tease. Yet, truth be told, he was intrigued to see more. Chapter 52. Why such interest in his body? Early the next morning, Su Yao appeared before Lin Huaizhi, sporting dark circles under her eyes reminiscent of a panda, startling him. Su Yao, what on earth did you do last night? Those bags under your eyes are quite severe. The girl, having had a restless night and still groggy from sleep, tilted her head in innocent confusion upon hearing Lin Huaizhi's pointed remarks. Huh? What do you mean? Lin Huaizhi stepped closer, leaning down toward Su Yao, teasingly suggesting, is it not because you were too excited after seeing me in the nude that you couldn't sleep a wink? Listen, what nonsense are you spouting? Su Yao retorted, her surprise clearing her mind. Just last night, she had looked at him with visible reluctance. How could he now shamelessly praise his own irresistible charm? Quickly, she denied his insinuation, her tone tinged with exasperation. That's not at all. I admit that I did consult a few rather risque novels to better craft the intimate scenes in my writing, so my mind might have been flooded with bold ideas. However, I absolutely did not spend the night contemplating your naked form in some peculiar manner. I still have my dignity. Oh, then what was the reason? Lin Huaizhi, with a mischievous glint in his eye, continued to probe, fully aware of the answer, yet relishing the moment. Because I was scared. The horror film I watched last night terrified me. Being scared is one thing, but your mind is clearly polarized. One moment I would be haunted by the bloody visage of a ghost from a film, and the next I'd be thinking of your undeniably captivating physique. The constant back and forth made it impossible to get any sleep. Do you know how difficult it is for me? I swear I will never watch horror films again. Lin Huaizhi lisan salandlito su lament. Quickly grasping the crux of her complaint, her vow to never watch horror films again implied she still wished to behold his naked form. TSK. Such a woman. So contradictory. Since she enjoyed gazing at him so much, he might as well indulge her a little before they became official. Perhaps opting not to dress so formally at home. It's all your fault. You knew I was afraid, and yet you didn't offer to accompany me. Noticing Lin Huaizhi's silence, Su Yao assumed he was feeling guilty and pressed her advantage, placing the blame squarely on him. She expected him to retort, but to her surprise, he acquiesced. All right, it's my fault. Do you need me to sleep with you tonight? A different light sparkled in Lin Huaizhi's eyes, causing Su Yao to instinctively take a step back, bashfully lowering her gaze, reluctant to respond. If we truly sleep together, how will I control myself? I will undoubtedly take advantage. No, I must maintain my persona. Lin Huaizhi surely prefers the pure and innocent type. I shall continue to play that role. As naive as she was, Su Yao remained lost in her own thoughts, attempting to analyze what Lin Huaizhi found appealing. Oblivious to the fact that he comprehended her entirely and had long since seen through her. I believe it would be best if we each slept alone. Then, Su Yao, if you find yourself unable to sleep again tonight, don't come to me tomorrow morning, angrily questioning why I didn't offer to accompany you, Lin Huaizhi replied, his cunning nature refusing to concede any ground, relishing in teasing her to silence, leaving her to swallow her words in a mix of indignation and unexpressed anger. After this morning's tumultuous exchange, Lin Huaizhi accompanied Su Yao to breakfast at a leisurely pace before heading to the academy. Despite her insistence that he need not join her, he understood her underlying desire for companionship. Indeed, on their way to the academy, Su Yao stole glances at him, her joy unmistakable. Upon arriving at the classroom, they found the dean, the vice dean, various counselors, and some teachers Su Yao did not recognize already seated, indicating they had just concluded a meeting. Given the severity of the situation, it was evident that if Su Yao's physical constitution had been even slightly weaker, it could have resulted in dire consequences. Su Yao, please take a seat. And you, young man, may sit as well, the dean instructed, though he typically paid little heed to the gossip surrounding students. Yesterday, Zhang Nana had shown him numerous discussions circulating within the academy, allowing him to piece together the events that had transpired, including Lin Huaizhi's basic information. Although he was not from the literature department, he had made an effort to familiarize himself with the situation. Dean, this student is neither a family member of Su Yao nor a student of our academy. Will his presence here have any adverse effects? The counselor spoke up. Having taught Su Yao 2 professional courses this semester, she had a fondness for Shun Shitong, and it was likely she would favor him in this instance. Sir, he is my boyfriend, akin to family in my eyes. Moreover, he was present during the incident yesterday, so there shouldn't be any issues with his presence here. Su Yao instinctively defended Lin Huaizhi, her rationale sound. Had the teacher been chastising her, she might have endured it, but targeting Lin Huaizhi was a different matter entirely. She was resolute in her defense. Su Yao, the teacher is speaking. Why are you interrupting? Furthermore, you have only just begun university, and while dating is one thing, living together? As a girl, shouldn't you learn to take care of yourself? With a cold sneer, Su Yao retorted, Are you lecturing me again? One might think I committed some heinous crime, when in fact, I am the victim here. Teacher, as an adult, Su Yao has the right to choose her partner. Besides, this is a school, not a monastery. Which school regulation states that couples cannot cohabit? It's not even something addressed by national law. And yet you seem to be meddling quite a bit. Lin Huaizhi took Su Yao's hand, his gaze conveying reassurance. With him present, no one could bully her. The counselor, taken aback by being challenged by a student, especially in front of so many colleagues, found her pride wounded, her face a mix of green and pale. Enough. Lin Huaizhi, you may also take your seat. With the dean's firm resolution, the counselor had no choice but to fall silent. Su Yao silently lavished praise upon Lin Huaizhi. It felt wonderful to be protected. Before long, the group of girls who had bullied Su Yao yesterday trickled in, with Shin Shitong among them. Chapter 53. Who can't pretend to be a green tea? Su Yao sat there with a face full of displeasure. She had just been in a splendid mood at home, but upon seeing these individuals, her spirits plummeted to the depths of despair, leaving her utterly vexed. The dean recounted the results of the recent meeting. They were to be suspended from school for half a month, sent home for reflection, and given a demerit. However, if their conduct improved during their university years, there was a chance for the demerit to be revoked. The standards for good conduct were nebulous at best. Su Yao had witnessed enough of such matters to understand that performance often hinged on a few words from a counselor. One could easily secure a favorable impression by cultivating good relations with the counselor. However, for someone like her, who had unfortunately become the nemesis of her favored student, the consequences were dire. As for Shin Shitong, she had not been directly involved, thus only receiving a demerit and a reflective essay, sparing her from suspension. Su Yao submitted the bill for yesterday's inspection costs to the dean. The final compensation was set at 5 times the amount on the bill, totaling over 30,000 yuan. which would roughly amount to 3,000 to 4,000 per person. When the dean suggested that the group of girls apologize to her, Su Yao did not refuse. Although she was acutely aware that they would not genuinely reflect on their actions, let alone offer sincere apologies, she relished the spectacle of their reluctant submission. Such was her wicked amusement. As the saying goes, one is influenced by their surroundings. Her transformation was indeed a consequence of Lin Huaizhi's influence. Watching one after another apologize to her, Su Yao felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, yet she feigned tears to appear pitiful. Lin Huai observed her with admiration, regretting his earlier assertion that Su Yao lacked the talent for deception. She was, indeed, adept at playing the role of a charming vixen. We're all classmates, and I believe none of you truly wish to bully me. Ultimately, it was merely the result of someone else's instigation, Su Yao sobbed, casting a glance at Shen Shitong, subtly implying that the hint should not be too overt. In an instant, the already disgruntled group of girls shifted their ire towards Shen Shitong. I hope we can all get along well in the future. I won't hold this incident against anyone, even though my heart truly cannot bear it. However, should anyone wish to continue this playful banter, I will endeavor to be stronger and avoid causing further trouble. The implication was clear. If they wished to continue bullying her, they ought to consider the consequences, as her heart was rather fragile. Covering her heart, Su Yao gazed at Chunya with a benevolent expression, and amidst her performance, she even reached out to pat Chunya's shoulder in a gesture of consolation. Given the shift in expressions, it seems internal conflict is brewing, Su Yao mused, having observed the girls' reactions since her entrance. They appeared relatively normal, but it seemed they were attributing the demerits to themselves. Knowing Shen Shitong's character, Su Yao surmised that she had likely worked diligently to distance herself from the issue the previous day, skillfully shifting the blame onto herself. Since that was the case, Su Yao decided to play the role of the green tea, allowing these naive individuals to discern the truth of the matter. Who had truly instigated this incident? Furthermore, Lin Huai was indeed my boyfriend. I do not know who spread the rumors of my seduction, and for now, I do not wish to pursue this matter further. I only hope everyone can cease the misunderstandings. I might as well have named Shen Shitong directly. If they had any semblance of intelligence, they should know who to confront, she thought. Upon exiting the office, Lin Huai took Su Yao's hand, and he offered a rather transparent explanation, stating that since they had already spoken out the previous day, they needed to maintain appearances. I do not believe that. It is evident you wish to hold my hand. Su Yao felt dilatif, suddenly sensing that fate was indeed on her side. Though she had faced some bullying the previous day, her relationship with Lin Huai had taken a significant step forward. Otherwise, given her nature, she would never have mustered the courage to express her feelings. Moreover, the unexpected financial gain would further enrich her little treasury. As for Shen Shitong and her group of friends, they were bound to start turning against one another. Just outside the academy gates, they had already begun to accuse each other. This is all your fault, Shen Shitong. If you hadn't spoken recklessly without understanding the situation, we wouldn't have foolishly sought trouble with Su Yao. Exactly. Now look at us, not only facing demerits, but also missing out on awards and evaluations. And we're being sent home. My parents scolded me for this. They even cut off my allowance. As the two girls vented, tears welled in their eyes. They had just embarked on their university journey, and such a significant incident could severely impact their future job prospects. They were all from ordinary families, with their families counting on them to succeed, while Shen Shitong was different. She had Zhou Ying, and even if she bore a demerit, it would not affect her. Let us not rush to conclusions. I had no idea Su Yao could be so treacherous. She must have deliberately misled me, leading to this misunderstanding. Shen Shitong calmly reassured the others, appearing caring and gentle, devoid of anger. However, beneath her composed exterior, her nails dug into her palm, causing blood to seep from the wound. Chen Ya, witnessing Sensitan's demeanor, eruptive. She may have acted foolishly, but she was not foolish enough to continue believing Shen Shitong's deceitful words. Su Yao had clearly stated inside that the one spreading rumors was none other than Shen Shitong. Now, at this juncture, she maintained her innocent facade while comforting them, yet the responsibility lay with them, while she remained unscathed. Why should that be? Shen Shitong, What are you pretending for? Xinya's expression hardened. Typically laid back, she now appeared entirely transformed, pointing her finger accusingly at Shen Shitong's chest and pushing her forcefully. Caught off guard, Shen Shitong fell to the ground. The ground was littered with small stones, and as Shen Shitong's hand made contact with the earth, it met the very wound she had inflicted upon herself, sending a jolt of pain through her. Ah, Xinya, how dare you push me? Shen Shitong, accustomed to being pampered, had never encountered such treatment before. In an instant, her temper flared, and she forgot her act. Throughout her life, no one had ever dared to strike her, except, what? No longer pretending to be the pitiful victim? Xinya looked down at her, arms crossed. And Shen Shitong finally realized she had deviated from the carefully crafted persona she had established. Yeah, I didn't mean it that way, Shen Shitong hurriedly explained, maintaining her facade of being wronged. I truly considered you all my friends. How could you think of me that way? I never believed you did anything wrong. If anyone is to blame, it should be Su Yao. With a deftness for deflecting blame, Shen Shitong excelled at shifting responsibility onto others. Beautiful and adept at feigning vulnerability, she often positioned herself as the victim, skillfully manipulating perceptions. However, it seemed that Xinya had grown wise to her tactics. Chapter 54. Changing tracks, do you think I am truly foolish, Shen Shitong? Xinya looked down at Shen Shitong with a condescending gaze. Devoid of the sisterly affection they once shared, her eyes filled with disdain and resentment. If not for the sake of appearances, she would have relished the opportunity to slap her across the face. In the past, Shen Shitong's every word had been taken at face value, but now, amid this turmoil, she had finally awakened to the truth. Upon revisiting her thoughts, the details she had previously chosen to ignore now intertwined, forming a comprehensive chain of evidence. The disparaging remarks Shen Shitong had made about Su Yao, along with her deliberate instigation for Xinya to confront Su Yao, when reflected upon, revealed her own naivety. She had played right into Shen Shitong's hands. Yeah, I didn't mean it that way. Please, let me explain. I truly did not foresee that things would escalate to this point. Can we all take a moment to remain calm and discuss the solution together? Shen Shitong felt a chill settle in her heart. This was not how it should be. Xinya and the others had always favored her. So how had it come to this? All of it was Su Yao's fault. Had it not been for her, Lin Huaizhi would not have treated her with such indifference. Had it not been for Su Yao, she would not have faced disciplinary action. And now, even Xinya and her friends were shifting their attitudes. If you truly wish to resolve this, it is quite simple, Shen Shitong. The compensation Su Yao demands should rightly come from you. After all, you are the instigator here, and we are merely innocent parties who place too much trust in you, leading to this series of unfortunate events. Given your family's wealth, and with Zhou Ying by your side, a little charm should suffice to procure the funds, should it not? Xinya's mind was exceptionally clear now, having realized Shen Shitong's ulterior motives. She had never regarded Xinya as a friend, but merely as a pawn in her vendetta against Su Yao. It was only fair that Shen Shitong bear some of the burden. The other girls, already distressed over financial matters, chimed in, their words flowing in a cacophony of agreement. Indeed, you are spared from suspension due to your connection with the counselor while we face the harshest penalties. If you genuinely feel remorse for us, it should not suffice to merely express it. You must take concrete action. This amount is trivial for you, yet significant for us. Surely, you wouldn't refuse our request, considering that even your smallest luxury item costs several thousand? Shen Shitong's face paled. The tactics she had once employed were now being wielded against her by these seemingly oblivious individuals. She had never laid a hand on Su Yao, so why should she be expected to cover this expense? Her allowance was spent on luxury goods. How could she possibly afford to compensate Su Yao? These people were nothing but opportunists, fixated solely on their own interests without a shred of genuine affection. Thankfully, she had never truly considered them friends. Her anger was merely a reflection of her disdain for their audacity. Unbeknownst to Su Yao, this farce unfolded around her. Having feigned weakness, her teacher allowed her to recuperate at home. Having already experienced her first year of college, she now had a legitimate reason to skip classes. which she intended to exploit fully. With no current manuscripts in hand, she seized the opportunity to write more, anticipating any unforeseen events that might disrupt her attendance. Thus, for the next few days, Su Yao remained sequestered in her room, diligently writing. Had it not been for Lin Huaizhi reminding her of the time and urging her to take breaks, she could have easily penned 15,000 words in a single day. Recently, Lin Huaizhi had taken our project with a startup studio, comprised of freshly graduated students brimming with enthusiasm, intent on developing a game that would capture the hearts of the populace. However, with their limited numbers and certain gaps in knowledge, they frequently encountered obstacles. Yet, their youthful fervor provided them with the resilience to overcome any challenges. After several convoluted introductions, they had finally reached Lin Huaizhi. After 3 hours of coding, he stretched in his gaming chair, feeling the tension in his neck from prolonged screen time. Su Yao must be even worse off than I am, he mused. At her young age, she works like a maniac, glued to the computer screen, furiously typing away. Over time, her body will surely suffer the consequences. She rarely exercises, and even a short dash to class leaves her breathless. If she continues neglecting her health, it is truly foolish. With this thought, Lin Huaizhi rose and knocked on Su Yao's door. "Come in," came her muffled voice. As he entered, she belatedly closed her laptop, asking, "What is up?" Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, I might have been caught discovering that I was the inspiration for your story, he teased. This cannot be revealed to him. Feigning calmness, Su Yao forced a smile, her fingers nervously tapping on her keyboard. This naive girl truly believed she could keep her secrets hidden. "Su Yao, have you written something scandalous that you're afraid to show me?" He inquired knowingly. He had always recognized that her narratives were relatively respectable, suitable for all audiences, yet her current demeanor suggested a departure from that norm. "I haven't written anything inappropriate. What I create is entirely in line with the core socialist values, devoid of any indecency," Su Yao insisted, her voice growing softer, lacking conviction. "And what of erotic literature? There is merit in that as well," he countered. I did not feel ashamed of it. I simply refrained from discussing it because of my modesty. Moreover, even erotic stories can possess intricate plots. It's merely that the intimate scenes are more abundant. My narratives are pure love stories, fully aligned with the core socialist values. Su Yao fervently assured herself. Initially, she had no intention of venturing into this genre, but after reading a few works, she felt an irresistible urge to explore this avenue, especially with Lin Huaizhi, an exceptional model for inspiration, by her side. In truth, Lin Huaizhi had no objections. He recognized that in the 21st century, where there is demand, there will be a market. Earning a living through one's own efforts was entirely normal. As for the fact that the male protagonist bore his likeness, that could be overlooked. It would only provide him with further reasons to engage in playful endeavors with her, which would undoubtedly enrich her creative process. "If you need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I would be more than willing to help," he offered. As soon as the words left his lips, Su Yao recalled the audacious occasion when she had approached Lin Huaizhi, claiming her struggle to write intimate scenes, and to her astonishment, he had agreed to assist her. "Currently, I am crafting a narrative involving a dominant male protagonist." She hesitated, contemplating whether to broach the subject. Chapter 55. Su Yao's affection for Lin Huai casually remarked that he liked Su Yao, although he harbored a strong desire for her. He was not yet ready to take that step. Furthermore, he understood Su Yao's personality quite well. She often spoke without restraint and drove with wild abandon. Yet when it came to actual intimacy, she was more timid than anyone else. Take the last time she attempted to seduce him, for example. She had deliberately changed into a form-fitting camisole that accentuated her curves, and even applied a light lip gloss after a shower, creating an inviting appearance. Yet, despite all of that, she fled before he could even touch her. What a coward. Su Yao seemed unaffected by the situation, but Lin Huai was a different story. He found himself restless, unable to sleep, and with the accumulation of such pent-up feelings, he feared it might lead to complications. Thus, before Su Yao could speak, he hurriedly preempted her. "I was merely speaking offhandedly. Please do not take it to heart." At once, Su Yao's expression shifted from anticipation to exasperation. She had been intrigued, only for her dreams to shatter before they even began. "Humph. You tease me and then refuse to take responsibility." With a sulky expression, Su Yao began to complain, feeling unjustly accused of enticing him. Lin Huai could not help but smile wryly at the absurdity of it all. He had never imagined that the term seduction would ever apply to him, a grown man. And yet, when it came to seduction, it was Su Yao who flaunted her scan attire in front of him, while he, the supposed victim, had kept silent. Ironically, she had learned to play the role of the accuser. Lin Huai stepped closer, resting his fingers on the chair, and with a slight tug, he brought Su Yao and her chair directly before him. Being taller, he now looked down at her. She appeared startled, her legs instinctively lifting before she managed to regain her composure. As Su Yao gazed up at Lin Huai, the angle offered a different perspective. It illuminated his sharp facial features and long, thick eyelashes. Isn't this a violation of rules? Help! I adore that dismissive gaze. Brother, look at me. Schoolmate, give me a kiss. Brother, let's cuddle. I want to slide down your noble nose. I wish to discuss anatomy with you, unclothed. The way you look tells me you are gentle, skilled, and strong. I can only imagine how blissful I would feel. The more Su Yao fantasized, the more thrilled and outrageous her thoughts became. Lin Huai felt a flush creeping up his neck, swallowing hard in discomfort. Wasn't she a bit too audacious in her imagination? What had begun as a playful tease aimed at her had somehow turned into an unexpected predicament for him. Lin Huai felt a pang of regret, only to find that Su Yao had grown even more animated. That Adam's apple is so alluring. I want to kiss it. I want to lick it. Wasn't this the sort of thought that should reside in a young girl's mind? Despite her seemingly innocent appearance, her thoughts were so daring. Truly, she was like a ripe persimmon in August, yellow and bitter. Su Yao, you. Curse it. It seemed futile to educate her, especially since she hadn't voiced her thoughts aloud, merely letting them swirl in her mind. Su Yao gazed at Lin Huai with her doe-like eyes, and he could only see innocence reflected there, as if she were nothing more than a naive young girl. Lin Huai felt a heat rising within him. He had always been drawn to those who appeared innocent yet possessed a fiery allure. Coincidentally, Su Yao fit that mold perfectly, and, from his vantage point, her curves were all too evident. Clearing his throat, Lin Huai coughed to mask his discomfort, then continued to gaze, rationalizing that it was acceptable to admire her since she would eventually be his girlfriend. They shared a moment of silence, during which Su Yao gradually lowered her head. Though not completely, her gaze landed on a rather suggestive area. This positioning. Su Yao's thought trailed off, and Lin Huai, sensing something amiss, was momentarily bewildered. He had an inkling that it was not a proper conversation, yet he could not decipher her meaning. What was wrong with the positioning? As Lin Huai mulled over various interpretations in his mind, Su Yao finally spoke. This position is rumored to be a certain posture. How embarrassing. Dining posture? In an instant, Lin Huai comprehended, staring at Su Yao in disbelief. What on earth was going through her mind? How could she utter such things? Though he had entertained similar thoughts, he had always deemed it inappropriate to impose such ideas on Su Yao, fearing it would disrespect her. Yet here she was. Lin Huai took a step back, unable to contain himself. Today he felt compelled to set her straight. She could not allow her mind to dwell on such indecent fantasies. Why are you being so harsh? Su Yao looked at him with an air of grievance. I only have these thoughts about you, and I haven't voiced anything or acted upon it. Why are you so severe with me? Indeed, boys prefer the demure and innocent types, not someone like me. Su Yao seemed genuinely hurt, her eyes glimmering with unshed tears. She looked as though she might cry at any moment. Seeing her like this, Lin Huai felt a pang of remorse. He had indeed raised his voice too much. It was understandable for her to feel hurt. I didn't mean to be harsh. Su Yao, I lost control of my emotions, he said, crouching before her and taking her hand, lowering his voice to apologize. Then why were you harsh? Did my gaze truly come off as so lewd? Was it so uncomfortable for you? Su Yao had previously been quite proper, suppressing her true nature. Although she hadn't been excessively bold, she was no longer so restrained. The thoughts that had crossed her mind were indeed far too risky for her to verbalize. Yet she remained unaware of how her gaze might have appeared. However, From another perspective, if someone were to look at her with a lewd expression, she would undoubtedly feel uncomfortable. Thus, Lin Huai's earlier harshness was likely a reaction to feeling offended. Su Yao, I merely believe you need to exercise some restraint at times. Forget it. It's not a grave issue. Just promise me you won't behave this way with others, nor use such a gaze on anyone else. Can you do that? Lin Huai had never spoken with such a gentle tone before, as if comforting a child. His heart was torn, being stern was ineffective, and punishment was out of the question. Ultimately, he could only lower his expectations. Chapter 56. An awkward predicament. I would never act that way with anyone else. I promise to behave, Su Yao declared, raising her hand as if taking an oath, her eyes wide with earnestness, as if she feared Lin Huaizhi wouldn't believe her. She resembled a little schoolgirl. Lin Huaizhi was charmed by her endearing display and reached out to pat her head affectionately, uttering a gentle compliment. You truly are well-behaved. Yao Yao. Su Yao's heart fluttered, and she nuzzled his hand like a kitten. Are you feeling peckish? It was nearing dinner time. He had always believed he was deeply engrossed while programming, but Su Yao was truly oblivious to the world, single-mindedly focused on tapping away at her keyboard. Her constitution was already delicate, and skipping meals would only exacerbate the issue. Lin Huaizhi didn't see any problem with his concern for Su Yao, completely forgetting that she was the one who had urged him to cherish his stomach and eat regularly. Now, he was the one reminding her, I'm a tad hungry. What would you like to eat? I'll prepare it for you. Su Yao still remembered the promise she had made upon moving in. She found joy in cooking for someone she cared for, and since Lin Huaizhi wasn't skilled in the culinary arts, she was more than happy to take on the role. Lin Huaizhi shook his head. You've been working so diligently these past few days, spending upwards of 10 hours in front of the computer. You must be exhausted. Why don't we order takeout or dine out? Take your pick. Su Yao glanced at her nightgown, feeling conflicted. She didn't want to change clothes and go out, but ordering takeout constantly didn't seem ideal. Lin Huaizhi discerned her thoughts immediately and made a decisive choice. Let an oppose. Order takeout. The restaurants we usually order from are places we in oppose. V dined in before. So hygiene is assured. They're in oppose. No need to worry. Hearing Lin Huaizhi and oppose words, Su Yao was once again moved by his attentiveness. The takeout arrived swiftly, and Su Yao bravely suggested watching another horror film, confidently asserting that her courage had grown significantly since the last ordeal and that she wouldn't repeat the previous incident of being too afraid to sleep. Lin Huaizhi raised an eyebrow, skeptical. After watching this, you won't ask me to accompany you to the shower again, will you? And then, after you're done, you'll come to my room and take liberties with me? Of course not. That was an accident last time. I'm much tougher now. I've even watched many horror movie analyses. So I want an oppose. Be scared. Lin Huaizhi shrugged. Heaven knows how Su Yao watched movie analyses. Instead of using the comment section as a shield, she sought out videos with high alert warnings or heavily censored scenes, then scrolled the video upwards, revealing only half the screen. If she was still frightened despite these measures, Lin Huaizhi had reason to suspect that her heart condition stemmed from timidity. Please, let's watch it. I want to watch it. Dear Huaizhi, please watch it with me. Su Yao had taken Zhang Nana's advice to heart. When dealing with men, especially honorable ones like Lin Huaizhi, flattery was bound to work. Sure enough, Lin Huaizhi finally relented. As before, he selected a film he had already seen that wasn't overly gory, so he could shield Su Yao's eyes in advance and not disrupt their meal. Su Yao ate while watching, and Lin Huaizhi would warn her before any terrifying scenes. Su Yao would then snuggle closer to him. They watched for an hour, and Su Yao, having finished her meal, leaned against Lin Huaizhi naturally. Su Yao, are you familiar with the saying, all brawn and no brain? Lin Huaizhi couldn't help but say, looking at Su Yao, who had once again burrowed into his embrace. Su Yao looked unconvinced. I'm not afraid. Just you wait. I won't need you to tell me about high alert warnings, and I won't react at all. As if to prove herself, Su Yao moved slightly to the side. As the high alert scene approached, Lin Huaizhi still reminded Su Yao, but she insisted that she wasn't afraid and told him to focus on watching and not worry about her. Lin Huaizhi nodded. All right, children must grow up eventually. Anyway, he was right beside her, so nothing would go wrong. However, The instant the protagonist lay down and the female ghost descended from the ceiling, Su Yao was startled. "Hey!" Su Yao screamed, straddling Lin Huaizhi's lap and clinging to him like a koala, burying her head in his shoulder and refusing to look up. "Wah, I'm scared. It's so terrifying. How could they film it like that?" Su Yao whimpered pitifully, her body trembling slightly, as if she were truly frightened. Lin Huaizhi held her tighter, disregarding the awkwardness of their position, and patiently comforted her. "Don't be afraid. It's just a filming technique. Try not to dwell on it. Think about the plot of your novel, and don't think about what you just saw, or you'll be scared." Seeing Su Yao trembling violently, Lin Huaizhi tried to divert her attention, talking to her incessantly. Gradually, Su Yao calmed down. "I thought I was prepared, but I'm still scared." Su Yao lifted her head from Lin Huaizhi's shoulder, her eyes red and swollen from crying, looking pitiful as if she had been wronged. "Then we won't watch it anymore. Even if we do, I'll cover your eyes, okay?" "Okay, but you have to be with me." As Su Yao gradually calmed down, her body relaxed. Her previously tense body instantly deflated, clinging directly to Lin Huaizhi. Lin Huaizhi swallowed hard and closed his eyes in discomfort. She wasn't wearing pants now. The nightgown was split on both sides of her thighs due to her straddling position. This position was particularly awkward, even with his remarkable self-restraint. Lin Huaizhi couldn't help but react. Lin Huaizhi wanted to disappear into the floor. Did he really have to say it? Couldn't she just say to him with a pure expression, like in a novel, "Your belt is a little hard"? "I'm sorry." Since he had made contact, he apologized. It wasn't intentional. It was simply difficult to control himself. "I'm bleeding." Lin Huaizhi was stunned, mouth agape. He had only touched her briefly, without doing anything else. There were 2 or 3 layers of clothing between them. How could she be bleeding? Chapter 57. His hands were exquisitely handsome. She began, "My period has commenced." Her recent days had been so carefree that Su Yao had completely forgotten about it and hadn't prepared any sanitary pads. Now, with a sudden ache in her lower abdomen, it abruptly dawned on her. Why now of all times? She lamented. It had to choose this moment, didn't it? The atmosphere was so amorous. We might have even shared a kiss or something. All of that has now gone up in smoke. I should just relocate to another planet overnight, she thought, mortified. My face is utterly disgraced. Su Yao wished she could vanish into the earth, but the most pressing matter was to attend to herself in the restroom. With that thought, she quickly dismounted from Lin Huaizhi and scurried to the bathroom. After a couple of seconds, Lin Huaizhi switched on the light and went to Su Yao's room. Standing at the bathroom door, he tentatively inquired, "Su Yao, might I be of assistance?" No, that wasn't quite the right way to phrase it. What I mean to ask is, do you have sanitary napkins prepared? Would you like me to procure some for you? Or was there anything else you require? Just let me know. This was the first time Lin Huaizhi had encountered such a situation, but he possessed basic common sense. He knew that some girls experienced severe menstrual cramps and needed pain relievers. He just didn't know what Su Yao's condition was. "I've already placed an order on Mate 1. It should arrive shortly. Could you please retrieve it for me when it does?" Su Yao's face was as red as an apple. She hadn't anticipated such an inopportune moment. The thought of the scene that had just unfolded made her want to expire on the spot. Fortunately, the flow wasn't heavy upon arrival. Otherwise, the image was too mortifying to contemplate. It would be akin to relieving one's self in the street, only to be witnessed by one's beloved. "You could have simply informed me of your usual brand. I could have gone downstairs to purchase them for you. They're in Oppo's SA convenience store just below. That would be much faster. Waiting for Mate 1 will take at least half an hour," Lin Huaizhi suggested proactively. He didn't feel embarrassed about buying sanitary napkins for his future girlfriend. Besides, what era were they in? It wasn't as if it was something shameful. It was merely a household item, nothing to be ashamed of. While he might feel a tad shy, he was more concerned with taking good care of Su Yao and providing assistance when she needed it. Lin Huaizhi's words took Su Yao by surprise. It wasn't as if she hadn't considered it, but she felt it would be too much trouble for Lin Huaizhi. Moreover, they hadn't yet established a formal relationship. So she quickly dismissed the idea and placed an order on Mate 1. No need. A delivery driver has already accepted the order, and the distance is quite short. So at 1 in Amp, Oppo's, tea take too long. Su Yao checked the Mate 1 order, calculated the time, and decided not to trouble Lin Huaizhi. "However, could you do me a favor? My trousers are soiled. I need a clean pair to change into. Could you fetch them for me? Lin Huaizhi quickly grasped the situation. Where are they located? In the middle drawer of the wardrobe on the first layer. You'll see them when you open it. Lin Huaizhi walked to the wardrobe, opened the drawer, and saw neatly folded lingerie, all in girlish designs. He carefully picked up a pair with his thumb and forefinger and knocked on the bathroom door. I'll turn my back to open the door. Just hand them to me. Su Yao had always known that Lin Huaizhi's hands were exquisitely handsome, clean, slender, with distinct knuckles, yet with unusually prominent veins on his arms, exuding a potent allure. Heaven knew she had written-related fictional scenes just these past 2 days. Now, seeing those beautiful hands holding her most intimate garments, Su Yao's thoughts raced, and her face flushed even more. Thank goodness he can't see what I look like, or I'd be utterly mortified, she thought. Those hands are simply too beautiful. My stomach hurts so much. I really shouldn't be so complacent. My period will punish every stubborn woman. Lin Huaizhi wasn't feeling much better himself, but since Su Yao was uncomfortable, he couldn't just stand idly by. He took out his phone and searched for information about menstruation. When he saw that drinking brown sugar water could help alleviate menstrual cramps, he immediately went to the kitchen to find the ingredients. They had both brown sugar and ginger slices. Following the steps, he first sliced the old ginger, then added it to cold water and simmered it slowly. Once the ginger water turned slightly yellow, he added the brown sugar. Considering Su Yao's fondness for sweets, Lin Huaizhi added an extra piece of brown sugar. Just as it was about to be ready, the doorbell rang. Lin Huaizhi went to open the door, and there was a bag full of sanitary napkins. Lin Huaizhi picked it up and examined it. There were daytime pads, nighttime pads, and something called sleep pants. He didn't know which ones Su Yao needed right now, so he simply handed them all to her. Su Yao stayed inside for nearly 10 minutes before emerging. Lin Huaizhi wasn't in a hurry. The freshly brewed brown sugar ginger water was still very hot anyway. It would be just right to drink after it had cooled down a bit. Are you feeling unwell? Seeing Su Yao come out, Lin Huaizhi put down his phone and went to greet her, leading her to the sofa. Noticing that her bare feet weren't in oppos, T wearing socks. He got up again to fetch a pair of socks from her room. Put on some socks. Don't catch a cold. Your body is already weak, and you never seem to take care of yourself. I saw that you even bought painkillers. If you experience menstrual cramps, why don't you pay attention to your diet beforehand? Count how many iced drinks and milk teas you consumed these past few days. It would be strange if you didn't hurt after treating yourself like that. I just looked it up, and it says that girls' menstrual cycles vary. How many days apart is yours usually? To prevent you from forgetting, tell me now. I'll supervise your diet 10 days in advance, and no iced or spicy foods allowed. Why aren't you saying anything? Lin Huaizhi rambled on, but Su Yao didn't amp. Oppos, T say a word, only drooping her head like a kitten being scolded. Had his tone been too harsh again? Had he upset the little girl? It was said that girls were emotionally sensitive during their periods, and now it seemed to be true. However, he was magnanimous and wooed into oppos. T bicker with a little girl who wasn't into oppos. T feeling well. A true man should be able to adapt to any situation. Su Yao, I'm not scolding you. I just want you to pay more attention to your health, understand? I know, Su Yao mumbled, her voice muffled. It didn't sound like she was unhappy. She looked up, her expression aggrieved. I'm just touched. No one has ever cared about me like this before. After saying that, she even harumphed haughtily, tilting her head back to prevent tears from flowing. Lin Huaizhi felt even more heartache. Su Yao hadn't an oppos. T had a good life before, growing up alone. So when she encountered this situation, there was no one to take care of her. Lin Huaizhi suppressed the bitterness in his heart and pinched her cheek like he was coaxing a child. That just means you're amazing, that you can grow up so well on your own. But from now on, you have me. I'll take good care of you. Don't feel wronged, okay? Lin Huaizhi vowed that he could never have said such things before, but now, seeing the little girl's moved expression as if she wanted to devote herself to him, he suddenly felt it wasn't into oppos, a big deal. If coaxing a child was what it took, then so be it. As long as it was effective, it was fine. And if he had a daughter in the future, it would be good to accumulate experience in advance. Chapter 58. Making way for the protagonist, Lin Huaizhi coaxed Su Yao into drinking the ginger tea with brown sugar. The young girl detested the taste of ginger, and her face contorted in distaste as she drank, yet she obediently finished it all. Did you cut the ginger into pieces? Did you hurt your hand? Su Yao grasped Lin Huaizhi's hand to inspect it. He rarely entered the kitchen, and he was not adept with a knife. She feared he might have accidentally nicked himself. The girl displayed a certain conscientiousness, expressing care for him, which brought Lin Huaizhi a sense of satisfaction, though he remained somewhat aloof. It was merely a trivial matter. Just boiling some ginger tea. There was no need to speak of injuries. He was not a child, and although he did not frequent the kitchen, he was not careless either. "Thank you," Su Yao said, her eyes glistening with tears, clearly overwhelmed with emotion. Typically, it was Su Yao who cooked. The intricate processes made Lin Huaizhi and Appo's head spin just by observing. Yet, Su Yao could whip up several dishes in a remarkably short time. In his eyes, she was the truly impressive one. Now, seeing her unwell, he had merely prepared a pot of sweet tea, and she was so touched by it. Looking on the bright side, it was simply her tender-heartedness. On the darker side, it indicated her tendency to trust others too easily. He would have to be cautious moving forward, ensuring no one took advantage of her. Given the current situation, Su Yao was uninterested in continuing the movie. Sitting on the sofa with nothing to occupy her, and feeling weak, Lin Huaizhi observed her pale complexion. "Why don't Appo's till you lie down and rest? If you catch a chill, your stomach will feel worse," he suggested. However, Su Yao shook her head rebelliously for once. "I want to talk to you. I don't Appo's till you want to sleep." "I'm not tired at all." "Then let's go to your room. I will keep you company while you lie down, and you can sleep when you feel tired." Having just consulted Baidu, Lin Huaizhi had memorized the pertinent details. During her menstrual period, one must avoid catching cold. The body was already in a weakened state and required ample rest. It was crucial to be mindful of diet, avoiding cold foods, and consuming nourishing items. Su Yao gradually reclined, and Lin Huaizhi helped her tuck in the blankets before pulling up a chair to sit beside her. "Senior, didn't you say that the mini-program project you took on was completed? Why have you been so busy these past few days?" Su Yao initiated the conversation. Lin Huaizhi sensed that there was more to this than met the eye, so he began to elaborate on the details. "A game studio approached me to develop a game. They call themselves a studio, but there are only about 5 or 6 people, all recent graduates eager to start business. However, with such a small team, the challenge is immense. I have been taking on contract for quite some time, and with my rich experience and reasonable skills, I have a decent reputation. They heard about me through recommendations, and a few days ago, one of them called me and even invited me to join them. I just brushed it off at the time." Lin Huaizhi had aspirations to continue his studies. His grades were well within the standards for postgraduate recommendations, and he had garnered numerous accolades for his school over the past 2 years. Several professors had approached him, all eager to mentor him. Thus, he had no ambitions regarding entrepreneurship. Moreover, given that the team was composed of recent graduates with limited budgets, he had quoted them the lowest price when accepting their project. Overall, his attitude remained skeptical. However, since Su Yao had brought it up, there must be her rationale behind it, prompting Lin Huaizhi to share more. Indeed, Su Yao's expression grew serious. "Do you know their names?" The plot mentioned them. They sought Lin Huaizhi for the project and invited him to join, but he declined. The person in charge then settled for Zhou Ying. Although Zhou Ying is not as capable as Lin Huaizhi, he comes from a wealthy family and possesses financial resources. Thus, he provided the funding. 3 years later, that game became an overnight sensation, bringing in substantial profits. In terms of character development, Lin Huaizhi, as the second male lead, excels in every regard, be it professional skills, character, or appearance. However, whenever it involves the male and female leads, he must always make way for them, ultimately missing out on opportunities himself. Fortunately, this can be changed. Certainly it can. Lin Huaizhi exhaled deeply, concealing the emotions in his eyes. "The person I am in contact with is Lu Hao. That's him, just as I suspected." Su Yao suppressed her excitement, anxiously gripping Lin Huaizhi's hand. "Senior, do you know what kind of game they want to create? Have you looked into it?" She longed to directly inform Lin Huaizhi, but refrained, opting instead to persuade him indirectly. Su Yao was uncertain. After all, this was not a trivial matter, and she could not expect him to change his mind based solely on her words. "No, since I did not join them, they certainly wouldn't divulge such crucial information to me." "Why? Do you think they will succeed?" Lin Huaizhi had already formed a conclusion in his mind. As Su Yao said, He had always been intelligent, with a talent in this field far surpassing the average. Regardless of how one viewed it, he deserved a better outcome. Now, the opportunity lay before him. If he remained inert, that would be foolish. Moreover, often, opportunity holds more significance than talent. He possessed the capability and Su Yao's support. He absolutely could not let this chance slip away. Yes, Senior, I believe you should look into it. What if their ideas are brilliant? With your incredible skills, if you were to join them, success is assured. Indeed, they are quite remarkable. Fresh out of graduation, they are full of passion, courage, and capability. If they persevere, they will surely find success. What should I do? I can oppose. Just outright declare that they will definitely succeed. No one would believe such a statement. How do I persuade them effectively? Help! Su Yao had never felt so inept with her words at such a critical moment. She struggled to articulate a coherent argument. Very well, I shall join them. What? Su Yao looked at Lin Huaizhi in disbelief. You agree just like that? Aren't and Amp. Oppose. You going to ask why? Seeing Su Yao and Amp. Oppose. S bewildered expression, Lin Huaizhi chuckled softly. If he did not respond soon, she might worry herself sick. It was absurd. She was not the one facing failure, nor would she be in trouble. Yet, her desperation was palpable. How foolish. I genuinely believe they are quite capable. I will reach out to them and see if it is feasible for me to join. Chapter 59. Her helplessness. Su Yao did not anticipate such a smooth progression. She initially believed that she would have to exert considerable effort to convince Lin Huaizhi. After all, were she in his position, she would surely harbor doubts and would not easily acquiesce to a trial. What could possibly be amiss? Su Yao sensed an oddity in the situation. It could not pinpoint its source. Something feels off. He has always been resolute, so how could he yield so readily? Could it be that he is deliberately deflecting because he sees me in discomfort? Or perhaps he merely agreed verbally without truly intending to follow through. Lin Huaizhi maintained an impassive expression, and when met with Su Yao and Appo's probing gaze, he remained tranquil, betraying no hint of unease. Yet beneath this calm facade, he felt a twinge of anxiety. It seemed he had consented too hastily, an action that strayed from reason. He could not reveal his ability to hear Su Yao's innermost thoughts, so he sought a pretext to cover his tracks. Why communicated with Lu Hao? I sensed his passion for the game and his willingness to innovate. Just as you said, trying it out incurs no loss and might even present an opportunity. I am now in my 3rd year. With over a year to contemplate, since this opportunity has arisen, I might as well give it a try. Trying incurs no risk. After all, I initially invited you to move in with me just to give it a shot. And now I have a little helper to tidy up my home and prepare meals. Lin Huaizhi félicite Su Yao. In this light, it seemed quite reasonable. Lin Huaizhi and Appo's willingness to consider her opinion indicated a degree of trust, suggesting that he perceived her as significant in his life. Upon realizing this, Su Yao and Appo's joy was palpable, akin to a response to her affections. Regardless of who it is, when someone occupies an important place in one and Appo's heart, one invariably hopes for an equal, if not greater, emotional reciprocation. Indeed, you are so capable. Whatever you undertake, success is assured. Su Yao exclaimed, shaking Lin Huaizhi's hand. She firmly believed that he would shine brilliantly, no longer relegated to the supporting role in Shen Shitang and Zhou Ying and Appo's narrative, but rather becoming the protagonist of his own life, so long as he kept a safe distance from Shen Shitang. Yes, success is on the horizon. With you by my side, I am certain of it, Lin Huaizhi affirmed earnestly. Not long after, he engaged Su Yao in conversation, but perhaps due to her fatigue, she soon succumbed to slumber. Listening to her rhythmic breathing, a smile involuntarily graced Lin Huaizhi's lips. Observing Su Yao's fair, serene visage, he succumbed to an impulse he had long harbored, gently pinching her cheeks. Although she was fast asleep, she stirred slightly in discomfort, emitting soft, endearing sounds. Were it not for the fear of her annoyance, Lin Huaizhi would have delighted in drawing a whimsical creature on her face, one that embodies the joy of eating and sleeping. Rather amused, Lin Huaizhi postponed his return to his own room, choosing instead to sit beside Su Yao. It is often said that women experience discomfort during their menstrual cycles. Su Yao had just purchased pain relief capsules, indicating a history of such issues. He felt a sense of unease should Su Yao be restless in the night. He would be unaware and unable to provide comfort. It would be unthinkable for her to endure pain alone while he slept soundly on the other side of the wall. Such behavior is unbecoming of a gentleman, particularly one who prides himself on being considerate. Thus, Lin Huaizhi resolved to stay a while longer. Should Su Yao awaken to find him vigilantly at her side, she would surely feel touched by his thoughtfulness. As moments slipped by, Lin Huaizhi leaned against the chair and soon dozed off. In the middle of the night, Su Yao was jolted awake by intense abdominal pain. Curling up in an attempt to alleviate her discomfort, yet to no avail. It felt as if someone were mercilessly assaulting her belly, and beads of cold sweat formed on her forehead. It hurts. Having consumed ginger tea and taken painkillers, why is this pain so severe? I swear, I will never eat anything cold again. Oh, dear Aunt Flo, could you not be a touch kinder? I promise from now on, I shall eat well and exercise. Damn it, if you have the power, just let me suffer in agony. I am a master of my own body. May you be obliterated. Cursed Aunt Flo. Cursed menstrual cycle. Hearing Su Yao's inner turmoil, Lin Huaizhi gradually awakened, realizing her initial reflections and pleas had devolved into unrestrained lamentation. A clear sign that she was in considerable distress. Su Yao, are you in great pain? He turned on the lamp and sat on the bed, reaching under the covers to massage her abdomen. Though it felt overly intimate, he dismissed such thoughts. After all, she was his beloved. Senior, have you been here all along? Su Yao did not expect Lin Huaizhi to remain in her room. Had it been anyone else, she would have deemed them a lecherous creep, lacking respect for her privacy. Yet, knowing it was Lin Huaizhi, her thoughts took a different turn. He had stayed by her side, concerned that she might feel unwell during the night, sacrificing his rest for her comfort. He truly loves me. Oh, how moving, but hurts so much. Su Yao frowned deeply as Lin Huaizhi drew her into his embrace, gently massaging her abdomen. To her surprise, the pain lessened slightly. Indeed, having someone one loves nearby can alleviate suffering. In her dormitory, Su Yao had 2 roommates, both of whom were in relationships. However, their boyfriends' attitudes toward them were worlds apart. Both girls experienced menstrual cramps. One's boyfriend, despite being 1,000 kilometers away, rushed to her side to care for her, while the other's boyfriend, who lived in the same city and could reach her in 2 hours by subway, showed no desire to see her upon learning she was on her period. Thankfully, Su Yao considered herself fortunate, knowing she had not encountered the latter. Is it feeling any better? Lin Huaizhi's brow remained furrowed. For the first time, he witnessed the reality of a woman's menstrual pain. Back in high school, many girls would use this as an excuse to avoid physical education, and he had thought little of it. Now, seeing Su Yao as suffering, he grasped how agonizing it truly was. From now on, Su Yao would not be allowed to consume anything cold. Even if he were present to ensure her health, the pain she endured would remain unchanged. Much better. Though still in pain, Su Yao managed to smile. Lin Huaizhi propped up a pillow for her to lean against. I'll fetch some hot water. You rest comfortably. While ginger tea can be effective, too much of it is not advisable. A bit of warm water would soothe her belly better. He took her favorite cup, filled it with hot water, and added a touch of cold. Su Yao had a penchant for aesthetic items, insisting that even her cup must be visually pleasing, claiming that drinking from a beautiful cup makes the water taste better. Lin Huaizhi couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. For someone as pragmatic as him, a cup merely served one purpose: to hold water. Upon entering the room, Lin Huaizhi found Su Yao staring at her wrist in disbelief, as if she had witnessed something terrifying. Tears glistened on her long eyelashes, her lips pressed tightly together, and in the next moment, tears cascaded down her cheeks, soaking into the pink bedding. Su Yao, what is wrong? Lin Huaizhi swiftly approached, placing the water on the bedside table. Su Yao gazed at him with her tear-filled apricot eyes, her expression a mix of fear and helplessness, her breathing shallow, as if she might vanish at any moment. Yao, tell me, what is it? What has happened? Lin Huaizhi, seated himself, disregarding all else, and enveloped the person in his embrace, yearning to provide her solace and assurance. Su Yao, who had been biting her lip with all her might, weeping silently, found herself unable to maintain her composure upon hearing Lin Huaizhi's anxious tone. "Wu, I'm terrified, senior. I am truly frightened. I do not wish to die. I desire to live well. I'm so afraid." Su Yao and Appo's voice trembled with the weight of her sorrow, her body quaking as she longed to express all her grievances, yet found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 60. The ephemeral nature of sincerity. Lin Huaizhi embraced Su Yao more tightly. Having been together for so long, he had never witnessed Su Yao in such a state. It was evident that something significant had occurred to elicit such a display, especially considering her stoicism even when mistreated in the past. Otherwise, given Su Yao's disposition, she would never readily reveal any issues or seek assistance from others, even from him, daring only to tentatively probe without truly opening her heart. "Yao, what has happened? Can you confide in me?" Lin Huaizhi inquired again, needing to understand the circumstances to provide the most effective support. His ignorance left him feeling helpless, a sensation he loathed. I fear I cannot endure this existence. I anticipated that my life force would replenish and deplete at a normal rate, but that is not the case. Just now, I merely experienced menstrual cramps, yet my life force diminished by over 30 days in that brief period. I am terrified that I may have contracted a serious illness, and if you're not by my side, I might truly perish." Su Yao closed her eyes in despair. Was this the price she had to pay? Granted a second chance, she had spent a little over a month seeking validation and taking advantage of Lin Huaizhi and Appo's presence. Now, having accumulated 200 days of life force, she had lost a significant portion during a brief episode of pain. The system had only appeared on the first day, and since then, it had remained dormant, indifferent to her fate. She had no one to confide in and no way to express her anguish. The dread of mortality, the uncertainty of the unknown, and a profound lack of confidence caused Su Yao to crumble, feeling as though her world was gradually collapsing. Lin Huaizhi remained silent, his expression grave, abandoning his usual nonchalant demeanor. Indeed, Su Yao and Appo's greatest fear was death. Having been granted a second chance, she was initially overjoyed at the prospect of living a full life, only to discover that even minor physical ailments could rapidly deplete her life force. Anyone would be devastated by such a revelation. Moreover, this was merely menstrual cramps. What if it were something else? A cold? A fever? A more serious illness? If he were not present, would her life force diminish even more rapidly? The mere thought filled Lin Huaizhi with trepidation, and he instinctively tightened his embrace, causing Su Yao to cough, struggling for breath, and push against him. Cough, cough. Too tight. Lin Huaizhi released her, concealing his emotions skillfully, unnoticed by Su Yao. "Can I assist you? You are weeping so sorrowfully. Is there anything I can do to help?" Su Yao had cried so unrestrainedly, releasing almost all the emotions in her heart. As a child, when she cried, adults would tell her that crying was futile, that if tears could solve problems, everyone would simply cry and lament when faced with difficulties, eliminating the need for effort and correction. Did Lin Huaizhi also find her annoying for crying so much? Crying was not a solution, but rather a way to vent emotions and recover. Yao. Tears are merely a means for you to express your emotions and rejuvenate yourself. In my presence, you can do whatever you wish without worry or fear. Lin Huaizhi seemed to have completely deciphered Su Yao, providing her with answers before she even voiced her questions. Answers that brought her solace. "Senior, could you possibly spend more time with me?" The word forever was too weighty, and sincerity was fleeting. Forever was merely an embellishment. Su Yao dared not ask for too much. She needed to learn contentment, cherish the present, and seize the moment. Who could predict the future? Forever is fine too. Lin Huaizhi suddenly smiled. He was equally aware and understood the complexity of human hearts. Many who were in love still parted ways. No one could guarantee eternal togetherness, but he was willing to try. As he contemplated the worst-case scenario, he felt a sharp pang in his heart. Su Yao wanted to help him change his fate, and he reciprocated that desire. He wanted to protect Su Yao and ensure she stood complete and unharmed in his future. Does your stomach still ache? Su Yao nodded and then shook her head. Perhaps the emotional collapse had been too rapid, and the intense pain had been overshadowed by sorrow and fear. Now, she felt much better, with only a slight discomfort. You should still drink some warm water. You are crying so much, it will soothe your throat. Lin Huaizhi helped Su Yao drink half a glass of water and gently massaged her stomach. Senior, could you stay with me? With Lin Huaizhi by her side, and his words still echoing in her mind, she felt a sense of security. However, seeing the sudden depletion of her life force, Su Yao was still afraid, so she tugged at Lin Huaizhi's hand. Could you sleep beside me tonight? Just tonight. Would that be all right? Lin Huaizhi nodded. He would not have been at ease with her current state anyway. He would agree to anything Su Yao asked for at this moment. Chapter 61. Give me a chance to care for you after soothing Su Yao for a while. Lin Huaizhi quickly washed up in his room. Normally, he would sleep without clothes, but tonight he donned his pajamas neatly before appearing at Su Yao's door, clutching his pillow. Perhaps she had merely been frightened earlier, leading her to propose such a request. Now that she had calmed down, she might reconsider. As a girl, she often spoke boldly, yet rarely acted out of line. However, the prospect of sharing a bed changed everything. Seeing Lin Huaizhi standing motionless at the door, Su Yao stared at him for a moment and urged, "Come over." Her voice was hoarse from crying. "All right, let us sleep," he replied, for it was merely a matter of sleeping in the literal sense. Lin Huaizhi approached, placed his pillow down, lay down, tucked himself under the covers seamlessly, his hands resting obediently on top, eyes fixed on the ceiling. Unwilling to glance at Su Yao beside him, time seemed to crawl in the eerie silence of the room. He could even hear the rapid beating of his heart. This was his first time sharing a bed with a girl, and it was only natural that he felt tense. Suddenly, the room was enveloped in darkness as Su Yao turned off the light. Just as Lin Huaizhi opened his mouth to speak, he felt Su Yao shift closer. And in the next moment, she pressed against him, wrapping her arms around him. Su Yao in the darkness, his senses heightened, and Lin Huaizhi's breath quickened. His heart racing faster than before, his palms sweating profusely, though thankfully Su Yao could not see. "Let me hold you, just for tonight, okay?" Su Yao and Amp, Oppo's voice was faint, and upon hearing it, Lin Huaizhi felt a pang of compassion, rendering him unable to utter a single word of refusal. Su Yao buried her head in the crook of Lin Huaizhi's arm, seeking solace. She genuinely felt fear. Everything was finally going in a positive direction, yet she was terrified that something might go awry and all she had would turn to vapor. After finally escaping her previous family life, she had begun anew, made new friends, and even found someone she liked. She hadn't yet confirmed that Lin Huaizhi would not be affected by the narrative, nor had she produced a work that was widely appreciated. She did not want to leave just yet. Only by feeling Lin Huaizhi's warmth did Su Yao find a semblance of peace. Lin Huaizhi was acutely aware of her thoughts. His hesitation stemmed purely from the belief that such actions exceeded the current boundaries of their relationship, which might not be fair to Su Yao. Otherwise, as a man, what was there to fear? When Su Yao cried earlier, he had solidified his feelings. He feared her departure, feared for her safety. He wished to seize this moment as an opportunity to formally express his desire to date her, yet the situation felt inappropriate. He was unprepared, without flowers or a meticulously planned outing. To bring it up so abruptly felt dismissive of the significance he attached to it. Zhao Yuanan had once remarked that a relationship that begins ambiguously would undoubtedly end ambiguously. He was uncertain of the validity of that statement, but he certainly did not wish for such an outcome. While bathing, Lin Huaizhi pondered how to create an appropriate opportunity to convey his feelings to Su Yao and offer her reassurance. At this moment, he felt the warmth of her body against his arm. Though she tried to suppress it, her body still trembled. Perhaps this was the very moment Su Yao needed him most. Flowers could be replaced, dates could be rescheduled. What mattered was the present. With this realization, Lin Huaizhi turned to embrace Su Yao tightly, whispering his feelings in her ear. Yao, let us be together. Allow me the chance to care for you, will you? I will always be by your side. If anyone bullies you, I will stand up for you. If someone treats you unkindly, I will retaliate. As he spoke, Lin Huaizhi suddenly faltered. Despite having browsed through collections of romantic phrases, his mind went blank when it was most needed. The room fell silent once more. He wished to discern Su Yao and Amp, oppose, as thoughts, but unusually, she seemed lost in contemplation. Was he being too abrupt? Did Su Yao feel he was not taking it seriously? Or perhaps his confession lacked sincerity, hence her silence? Just as Lin Huaizhi wrestled with self-doubt, Su Yao suddenly cupped his face in her hands, and in the next moment, their lips met. Even the most composed Lin Huaizhi was momentarily taken aback by her boldness. Why are you not responding? Does he dislike me? The girl's courage surged quickly, only to dissipate just as fast when faced with a lack of reciprocation. She began to retreat to her safe space. As Su Yao made to pull away, Lin Huaizhi's warm hand gently cradled the back of her head, his cool lips capturing hers delicately, tracing the contours of her mouth. Sensing her response, he deepened the kiss, conquering her lips. The detailed descriptions from novels now unfolded in reality, leaving Su Yao momentarily dazed. Lin Huaizhi felt her focus shift. His hand, which had been resting on her shoulder, grazed her skin, igniting a spark within her. Su Yao's nightgown was not particularly long, and after her earlier movements, it slipped to her waist. When Lin Huaizhi and Appo's hand brushed against her, she quivered involuntarily. So sensitive? Just touching her waist sends her into a frenzy? Lin Huaizhi felt invigorated. He was drawn to her shyness, especially in someone to think you lack self-discipline and then accuse me of being foolish. While I may be inexperienced in kissing, unlike some who seem to possess a wealth of knowledge from countless encounters, her earlier apprehension now dispelled. Su Yao directed her grievances towards Lin Huaizhi. Lin Huaizhi chuckled. What's the matter? Dissatisfied with my kissing technique, girlfriend? Before the indignant Su Yao could respond, he added, considering it was my first attempt, please bear with me. I'll endeavor to improve and ensure your satisfaction. Lin Huaizhi reveled in Su Yao's ruffled state, but recognizing her distress, he resolved to console her rather than tease her further. After all, it was their first official day as a couple, and a touch of chivalry was in order. Really? Your first time? Then how could you? Hearing Su Yao's incredulous tone, Lin Huaizhi's amusement deepened. What? Are you suggesting that instead of finding my kiss lacking, you suspect my proficiency implies a lack of experience? My dear Su Yao, one shouldn't attribute extraordinary abilities to external factors simply because they surpass one's own. Feigning innocence despite his intimate knowledge of her, Lin Huaizhi baited Su Yao, relishing the opportunity to coax an admission from her. I didn't mean that, Su Yao retorted, her tone revealing her dissipation of anger. I simply found your kissing subpar, inferior to my own. She's easily appeased, Lin Huaizhi mused inwardly, his fingers tracing her lips while his other hand remained restrained. Though physically inactive, his desires simmered beneath the surface. If my kissing is so inadequate, I implore my girlfriend to instruct me. A blatant invitation. Lin Huaizhi swiftly positioned himself above her, capturing her lips before she could react. Their breaths grew labored, and Lin Huaizhi's hand strayed beneath her nightgown. After an extended kiss, he shifted his attention elsewhere. Su Yao's grip tightened on his back, leaving crimson marks in her wake. The unfolding scenario mirrored a scene from her own writing, intensifying her shyness and rendering her unable to meet his gaze. If only I hadn't cast Lin Huaizhi as the male lead, she lamented internally, her mind now preoccupied with risky thoughts. Now, I'm unable to proceed, because it is that time of the month. Lin Huaizhi paused, taken aback by her candor. So, if not for your period, you would consent to continue? Su Yao, where is your discretion? You've only just agreed to be my girlfriend, and you're already offering everything? He gently pinched her cheek. It's not that I meant, she stammered. I simply care for you, and you wouldn't act irresponsibly. I care for you, and I desire intimacy. It's only natural. Although I feel shy, I wouldn't object if you wished it. Her voice diminished as she spoke, lacking conviction. Her desire for closeness stemmed from affection, not ulterior motives. Perhaps a young woman should exercise more restraint, she mused. Lin Huaizhi embraced her, stroking her hair. I don't intend to criticize you, but I want you to prioritize yourself. Learn to value yourself above all else and avoid being so naive. Su Yao looked up, tracing circles on his chest. Will you consider my feelings? I will, Lin Huaizhi affirmed. Except when I'm being a beast, I will always consider your feelings. Then it's settled. With you by my side, I have nothing to fear. Su Yao continued her idle patterns, seemingly unguarded. After a moment, she inquired, does this mean we're officially a couple now? Inwardly, Lin Huaizhi rolled his eyes, contemplating another playful pinch. What kind of question is that? We've kissed, touched, and engaged in intimate acts. If that doesn't constitute a relationship, the authorities should intervene. Su Yao, I advise you to choose your words carefully. Su Yao pouted and nestled closer. I'm merely curious. You must only look at me from now on and avoid any entanglement with Shun Shitang. Is that okay? In Su Yao's mind, Shun Shitang represented her rival, despite their current discord and Lin Huaizhi's lack of interest. Shun Shitang and Amp, Oppo's status as the female lead posed a potential threat. I must keep a close watch on Shun Shitang and prevent her from causing trouble. When have I ever given Shun Shitang a second glance? Rest assured, I have no interest in her, Lin Huaizhi vowed, gently massaging Su Yao's stomach. Chapter 63. A little caress won't hurt, will it? Perhaps it was Lin Huaizhi's presence that soothed Su Yao, for she soon drifted into a deep slumber, her discomfort abating. Lin Huaizhi, radiating warmth like a furnace, enveloped her in a comforting embrace, chasing away the chill. Listening to Su Yao and Amp, Oppo's even breaths, Lin Huaizhi found himself wide awake, his mind in turmoil. The sudden turn of events, the realization of a dream, filled him with elation. Yet, Su Yao's precarious life force loomed like a ticking time bomb, and he feared Shun Shitang's potential machinations. His resolve solidified. He would safeguard Su Yao while seizing every opportunity to deepen their bond and replenish her life force. Kisses and caresses held an irresistible allure. The recent experience had awakened a new appreciation for the delicate hums of pleasure, the warmth of skin against skin, and the tantalizing intimacy of forbidden places. He yearned for more. Though driven by primal urges, he would maintain his restraint. He would not take advantage of Su Yao's naivete and willingness. As a gentleman, he would bear the responsibility for his actions. As for Lu Hao, whom Su Yao had mentioned, he would take a chance, for such opportunities were rare. Regarding the necessary funds, he would likely have to borrow from his parents. As his current financial state was lacking, he could no longer afford to be complacent. He needed to dedicate more time to his studies, to hone his skills. As Su Yao had pointed out, he possessed considerable talent, arguably the strongest in his field in recent years. However, talent alone was insufficient. Opportunity was crucial. He was indebted to Su Yao for her unwavering support. With a tender heart, Lin Huaizhi embraced her more tightly. Su Yao, as if sensing his affection, snuggled closer, seeking solace against his chest like a kitten. The following morning, Su Yao awoke before Lin Huaizhi, her eyes heavy with sleep. As she realized she was nestled in his arms, a wave of tenderness washed over her. Checking her life force, she found that the previous night and Oppo's depletion had been replenished, with an additional 60 days added. A night and Oppo's sleep had proven beneficial, but the amorous activities of the previous night should have yielded a greater increase. Her weakened state had diminished the effect. Nonetheless, Su Yao was no longer afraid, for she had felt Lin Huaizhi's affection. Nana had said that a man like Lin Huaizhi would only seek intimacy with someone he truly loved. Now that she was officially his girlfriend, Su Yao was ecstatic. Who would have thought that this misfortune would lead to such a fortunate outcome, solidifying their relationship? Su Yao leaned in, gazing at Lin Huaizhi's handsome features, her heart pounding in her chest. As a novice writer, she possessed a wealth of knowledge on certain subjects. She knew exactly what lay beneath the covers. It looked impressive enough when it was still. I didn't end Oppo's to expect it to be so formidable, if we were to actually sleep together. The thought is a little frightening. No. Men are usually more aroused in the morning. I can end Oppo's to entertain such dangerous thoughts. Heroines are always delicate and innocent. I need to play the part of a pure maiden, not a lustful woman. But Nana said that many men who appear proper secretly enjoy a more sensual woman. I wonder if he and Oppo's like that? If he is, then perfect. I know so much about that kind of thing. I know all sorts of tricks. If not, I'll just have to keep playing the innocent maiden. I always thought the descriptions in novels were exaggerated, but now it seems they're quite accurate. Should I sneak a touch? He and Appos, sleeping so soundly. He probably wouldn't and Appos to even notice if I did something, right? Su Yao and Appos, arm, which was around Lin Huaizhi, fidgeted, unaware of his furrowed brow. Lin Huaizhi was awake. Su Yao's inner monologue was too loud to ignore, so he had been roused. He had feigned sleep out of curiosity, wanted to see how bold Su Yao would be. He had thought of Su Yao as a naive young woman, shy despite her outgoing nature. But her thoughts revealed a side that rivaled his own in terms of audacity. Su Yao casually withdrew her hand, placing it near her chest, both eager and hesitant. No. What if he wakes up? I and Appos am on my period, so we can and Appos to do anything. But I and Appos read about the initial rubbing and teasing. I can't do that in my current state. But there are other ways to satisfy him. Oral sex is mentioned in novels. Let me think. I can't. I and Appos am too embarrassed. What am I thinking? The explicit descriptions finally made Su Yao blush. Lin Huaizhi, too, had entertained the scenario, though reluctant to admit it. Lin Huaizhi had been anticipating it. He imagined it would be a unique experience if Su Yao were to help him. A warmth spread through his nose. Damn, a nosebleed. Lin Huaizhi abandoned his pretense and quickly sat up, grabbing tissues from the nearby cabinet. Huh, you're awake? Why are you having a nosebleed? Su Yao was startled. She had been lost in her fantasies, and now the object of her desires had suddenly awakened. It was impossible not to panic. But seeing Lin Huaizhi's nosebleed, she grew concerned and rushed over to him. Lin Huaizhi glanced at Su Yao and Appos' neckline, catching a glimpse of her exposed skin. The bleeding intensified. Appos, emifine. I and Appos. I'll take care of in the bathroom. Lin Huaizhi hurried out of bed and into the bathroom, splashing water on his forehead and the back of his neck. Despite his quick reaction, some blood had stained his pajamas. Looking at himself in the mirror, Lin Huaizhi wryly smiled. He never thought he and Appos be in this situation. Finally understanding Zhao Vietnam and Appos' nosebleeds while watching certain videos. If Zhao Vietnam found out, he would never let him live it down. Chapter 64. Reaping a modicum of interest, are you feeling better? Is it still flowing? Su Yao inquired from the doorway, her gaze scrutinizing him with curiosity. Having lived together for so long, you've never had a nosebleed. Why such an anomaly today? Hearing Su Yao's inner thoughts, a trace of disquiet flickered in Lin Huai's eyes. Could she have discerned something? Somewhat better, Lin Huai replied. His mind raced, seeking a plausible explanation to deflect suspicion, but his guilt made every excuse sound like a fabrication. That and Appos. That's good. Could it be because I and Appos been dragging you to eat such spicy foods lately? Su Yao expressed remorse and guilt. Having been homebound and shirking her academy duties, she had indulged in takeout, favoring fiery delicacies like spicy hot pot, fried chicken, and barbecued skewers. Now, not only had she made herself feel unwell, but she had also afflicted Lin Huai. Su Yao felt like a child who had erred, awaiting Lin Huai's reprimand. However, Lin Huai merely washed his hands and patted her head reassuringly. It's not that serious. It might just be the recent heat. Why overthink it? And why don't you consider other possibilities? Lin Huai's suggestive gaze was too blatant, especially as he stared directly at Su Yao's ample chest. Su Yao instantly grasped his meaning. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're implying. Su Yao blushed instantly, considering that she had even contemplated fondling little Huai. She felt the need for a potent stain remover. She knew full well what Lin Huai meant, but her persona was not one of brazenness. In Lin Huai's presence, she needed to maintain a facade. Her girlish thoughts were transparent. Moreover, Lin Huai could hear her thoughts. As he admired Su Yao and Appos' flushed face, he stepped forward and asked with playful audacity, "Want a touch?" The girl and Appos' eyes widened in momentary bewilderment. After a few seconds, Su Yao lowered her gaze, glanced at a certain area, and then turned away, stammering, I wanted Appos to touch it. I and Appos am not that kind of person. I and Appos am very innocent. Lin Huai regarded Su Yao with amusement, a low chuckle escaping his throat. How could someone's acting skills be so poor? Her thoughts were written all over her face. Not only did she fail to conceal them, but she also offered a futile explanation. Lin Huai couldn't stop laughing. Fortunately, his nose was no longer bleeding. Otherwise, he would have had to take a break from admiring Su Yao and Appo's adorable demeanor. What are you laughing at? If you want me to touch, I can touch too. It and Appo's. All for your pleasure. Su Yao was flustered by Lin Huai and Appo's laughter, feeling as if she had instantly lost ground and appeared cowardly. Thus, she mustered her courage, even puffing out her chest to demonstrate her bravery. With just a bit of manipulation, Su Yao had already lost her composure, eagerly falling into his trap. Their eyes met, and Lin Huai stretched out his long arm, pulling Su Yao in from the doorway and pinning her against the wall, looking down at her. Didn't and Appo's. Do you want to touch? Go ahead and do it yourself. Are you waiting for me to help you put your hand there? Lin Huai felt playful and deliberately provoked Su Yao. How did he know I wanted to touch? Is my gaze really that lewd? So lewd that others can tell what I and Appo's am thinking at a glance? I was just being cheeky. How could I, a young girl, dare to touch? But if I don and Appo's, touch now, he and Appo's, LL definitely think I and Appo's am too scared. How annoying. Lin Huai listened to Su Yao and Appo's lamentations without a ripple of emotion. Instead, he gestured for her to continue. Under his prodding, Su Yao tremulously reached out, closing her eyes as if making a momentous decision. However, the expected sensation did not come. Lin Huai grasped her wrist. You're quite bold, but the experience will be greatly diminished if you close your eyes. Experience? What experience could I have? ISN and Appo's. At you who and Appo's. As supposed to feel good? Su Yao was confused, unable to understand. Then, Lin Huai used his other hand to lift her pajamas, revealing his defined abdominal muscles, taut yet full of strength. Su Yao swallowed unconsciously, her hand instinctively reaching out to touch. As a lifelong single, she had never had such an experience. Now that she had a boyfriend, one with both a handsome face and a great body, it would be truly problematic if she could remain indifferent. Su Yao touched here and there, acting like a complete hooligan. Lin Huai found her shameless behavior adorable and showed no impatience. In a way, he felt pleased that he could attract Su Yao. After 5 or 6 minutes of touching, Lin Huai felt that he should collect some interest. He couldn't just let her touch him for so long while he merely watched. Are you done touching? Su Yao looked up in confusion. Only then did she realize how outrageous her thoughts had been. Crap, he meant touching his abs. Thank goodness I didn't actually touch it. Otherwise, I might as well emigrate to Mars. Realizing this belatedly, Su Yao felt like dying, utterly despondent. What's wrong? Why so dejected? Are you not satisfied with my physique? Although he already knew Su Yao and Appo's inner thoughts, Lin Huai still played along. No, I'm Appo's. I'm very satisfied. I like it very much. I've never seen a more perfect body in my life. I'm completely enamored. Su Yao flashed her trademark smile. Although her mind was in turmoil, she had learned to hide her emotions as a professional actress and offered a sincere compliment. Then shoot and Appo's. I collect some interest? Lin Huai took a step forward, completely coordinating Su Yao. What interest? I don and Appo's. Have abs. Su Yao lowered her head shyly, unable to look Lin Huai in the eye, gently biting her lip. Lin Huai enjoyed seeing her like this and became even more intrigued. In Appo's, okay, we can use something else to compensate. Despite knowing Lin Huai's true colors since last night, Su Yao still wanted to denounce him half an hour later. Are you a puppy? Su Yao looked at her collarbone and below, all covered in Lin Huai and Appo's bite marks. Although it didn't in Appo's hurt, her skin was delicate, and Lin Huai hadn't and Appo's held back, resulting in large red patches that looked somewhat alarming. The culprit, Lin Huai, showed no remorse. He had finally broken his fast, and she had touched him too. Wasn't it appropriate to kiss and nibble? Chapter 65. A suggestion for further study understanding the emotional volatility associated with the female physiological cycle. Lin Huaizhi remained solicitously by Su Yao's side throughout the day, engaging her in light-hearted activities such as watching variety shows and playing games, interspersed with affectionate embraces and tender moments. The following day at noon, He arranged a meeting with Lu Hao to delve into the specifics of the game project. The designated location was their studio, a considerable distance from their residence, necessitating a subway journey of over an hour. During the subway ride, Lin Huaizhi perused the materials provided by Lu Hao. Ostensibly, these were supposed to be pertinent documents, yet they consisted merely of vague generalizations pertaining to the fundamental game concept, objectives, and overarching strategy. Conspicuously absent were details concerning the framework, innovative elements, and unique selling propositions. This was perhaps understandable, given their unfamiliarity. It would be imprudent for Lu Hao to divulge all his strategic advantages to someone he barely knew. Should Lu Hao have done so, Lin Huaizhi would have had serious reservations regarding the veracity of the entire endeavor. Upon disembarking from the subway, Lin Huaizhi followed the navigation for more than 10 minutes before locating the purported studio. The bold, prominent characters proclaiming a studio were particularly striking. While somewhat melodramatic, the name possessed a certain compelling logic. The studio itself was a modest, 30-square-meter room. A cursory glance revealed only a few tables and chairs, each adorned with a computer. 6 young men were seated within. Upon noticing his arrival at the entrance, one of them, sporting a buzz cut and appearing to be of similar age, approached him and extended a handshake. He seemed youthful and energetic. "You must be Lin Huaizhi?" Lin Huaizhi nodded in affirmation. "Haoji," given the other party's seniority, addressing him as elder brother was appropriate. "Let's talk inside." As he followed, Lin Huaizhi sensed a certain hostility emanating from the 2 young men seated near the entrance. Their gazes were less than welcoming. Dismissing it as a potential misinterpretation, Lin Huaizhi proceeded to take a seat. "We are all recent postgraduate graduates, and our financial resources are somewhat limited. Consequently, we were unable to secure a more opulent space. The environment is rather ordinary, but at least it provides a functional workspace." Lu Hao offered Lin Huaizhi a glass of water from the dispenser, accompanied by a self-deprecating smile. Lin Huaizhi expressed his understanding, nodding in agreement and offering a reassuring sentiment. Every endeavor encounters initial challenges, but things will invariably improve. In truth, Lin Huaizhi held a deep admiration for their resolve. Their decision to pursue their aspirations immediately after graduation was a testament to their courage, particularly given that their peers had secured employment with established companies and were earning regular salaries. In contrast, they were not only foregoing income, but were also compelled to invest their own funds. This disparity inevitably exerted considerable psychological pressure, compounded by the lack of understanding from their families and their own internal doubts and anxieties regarding the outcome. Only an unwavering determination could sustain them. "I was referred to you by a mutual acquaintance. Despite being only a junior, your professional acumen is quite impressive. For what I've gathered, you are something of a luminary within the Jiangxing University Computer Science Department." Lu Hao's words were complimentary, as Lin Huaizhi prepared a modest rejoinder. The portly young man who had been leaning against the wall near the water dispenser interjected with a derisive snort. "Haoji, we are 5 years older than him and have studied for 5 years longer. He's merely completing junior-level coursework. How remarkable could he possibly be?" Another individual chimed in, echoing the sentiment. "Indeed, we would be better served by dedicating our time to writing more code rather than engaging in idle conversation." The atmosphere was palpable with tension. Lin Huaizhi surveyed the group. Although there were only 6 individuals present, they appeared to be divided into 3 distinct factions. Lu Hao was inclined to enlist his participation and believed in his capabilities. 3 others adopted a neutral stance, neither welcoming nor rejecting him. The 2 slightly overweight young men, however, were openly resistant to his presence, their words lacking any semblance of respect. "Cheng Xiang, Li Xiaolong. The program you 2 have been struggling to complete for days was written by him. Do you truly believe that exceptional talent is rare in our field? Using study time as a metric? Who taught you that?" These are the words of Lu Hao, his countenance darkening. As the leader, he had sought Lin Huaizhi's involvement solely for the benefit of the team. Had Lin Huaizhi lacked the requisite skills, he would not have been so proactive in his recruitment efforts. Refrain from such behavior. Avoid causing any further complications. Or are you directing your discontent not at him, but at me? Observing that the reprimand had reached its conclusion and that the 2 individuals' faces had alternated between pallor and flush, Lin Huaizhi sought to mediate. Haoye, there's no need for such severity. It's not that serious. No one relishes being subjected to criticism, and Lin Huaizhi was no exception. Despite his amiable disposition, he was not one to passively endure disrespect. He possessed the requisite skills, and his collaboration with Lu Hao could potentially create a mutually beneficial situation. However, if these individuals were unable to accept him and coalesce into a cohesive team, any prospect of cooperation would be untenable. They simply possess irascible temperaments. Please, do not take it to heart. Lu Hao was perceptive enough to discern the nuances of the situation. Given the team's limited personnel and the absence of external funding, the prospect of investing personal funds without generating revenue was dissuading potential recruits. Now that they had identified a capable and willing candidate with a favorable reputation, Lu Hao was loath to let him slip away. Haoji, I have had fewer years of formal study than the rest of you, so it is only natural that you may harbor doubts about my abilities. That is the nature of our field. Competence is the prerequisite for success. I understand. Lin Huaizhi slowly sipped his water, his expression inscrutable, as though unaffected by the tension. However, now that I am here, I must be afforded an opportunity to prove my worth. His words were unambiguous. Professional competence would be the deciding factor. The capable would prevail, while the inept would remain silent. Upon hearing Lin Huaizhi's assertive declaration, Cheng Xiang immediately bristled, as though certain of Lin Huaizhi's inability to deliver. I am encountering difficulties with a physics simulation. I have been revising it for over a week, yet I have been unable to pinpoint the source of the problem. If our junior is as exceptional as you claim, perhaps he would be willing to give it a try? It was evident to all that Cheng Xiang was deliberately attempting to create a challenging situation. This particular area was his forte during his postgraduate studies. If he was unable to resolve the issue, how could Lin Huaizhi possibly succeed? His intention was clearly to humiliate him. Lu Hao recognized Cheng Xiang's intent, but refrained from intervening on Lin Huaizhi's behalf. After all, he too was keen to assess Lin Huaizhi's capabilities. The friend who had recommended him had described Lin Huaizhi as a versatile talent with no discernible weaknesses. The program he had commissioned from him had indeed demonstrated his talent, but the extent of his abilities remained unknown. Even if Cheng Xiang had not raised the matter, he would have sought a means of evaluating him. The present circumstances provided a suitable opportunity. Lin Huaizhi shrugged, his expression placid. If he wished to remain, he would need to secure their acceptance. Otherwise, the constant friction would undermine any semblance of teamwork. Shall I get a try? Chapter 66, Two Faces. Lin Huaizhi occupied the position once held by Cheng Xiang, while those who had just been spectators now stood behind him, eagerly awaiting his commands. Cheng Xiang was equally perplexed. His intention was to send the others away, allowing Lin Huai to return to his tasks, rather than letting him demonstrate his capabilities on site. However, observing Lin Huaizhi's fearless demeanor, he thought it possible that he might leave out of embarrassment if he couldn't find a solution, providing Cheng Xiang an opportunity to mock him. With this in mind, Cheng Xiang refrained from further comments. If one cannot accomplish a task, they should simply admit it. After all, youth and lack of ability are normal, and more years of learning would remedy that. Cheng Xiang's well-meaning remarks had no impact on Lin Huaizhi, who seemed oblivious, engrossed in the screen before him, meticulously scanning lines of code and running simulations multiple times. Would he succeed? Over an hour had already passed. In the silent room, Li Xiaolong and Appo's voice rang out conspicuously, prompting simultaneous glances from Lu Hao and Cheng Xiang. I've searched for over a week. Damn it. I've spent more than 100 hours on this. And you think this is a child's play where you can just glance and solve it? Cheng Xiang did not speak on behalf of Lin Huaizhi. He merely stated a fact. If it were that simple, he wouldn't have lost so much hair over it, now left with a balding head. After another 10 minutes, Lin Huaizhi completed a final simulation of the latter part and finally identified the issue. His eyes lit up, and he began to act swiftly. What was happening? Had he discovered the bug? Could it be? So quickly? A flicker of disbelief crossed Cheng Xiang's eyes. Though he longed to taunt him, Lin Huaizhi's calm demeanor made him wary of missing something important, so he leaned forward to observe closely. Wow, I completely overlooked this part. It can be handled this way? Cheng Xiang's brief exclamations were filled with expletives, reflecting his overwhelming excitement. Lin Huaizhi, gazing at the smoothly running program, turned with a slight smirk. If a person is incapable, do not blame the uneven path. The sarcasm was palpable, more cutting than Cheng Xiang's harsh words. Just a moment ago, Cheng Xiang's eyes had sparkled with hope. Now his expression resembled someone who had just consumed something distasteful. Lin Huaizhi savored his changing expressions, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He had initially thought Cheng Xiang would stubbornly save face with excuses, but instead, Cheng Xiang grasped his hand earnestly, as if encountering a long-lost father. "Brother, Su Yao, you must join our studio. I welcome you wholeheartedly," Cheng Xiang implored. "Brother, listen to me. Someone of your talent joining us would undoubtedly lead to a bright future. Although we may seem a bit run down now, your presence would instantly elevate us, making us strong and prosperous. How good, say something. How can we keep Huaigo waiting? Have you no sense of urgency?" Cheng Xiang's unorthodox approach, coupled with his mastery of the national intangible cultural heritage of face-changing, caught Lin Huaizhi off guard. "Huh? What do you mean by two faces?" Lu Hao shot him a glare and slapped his shoulder, recalling how Cheng Xiang had just provoked Lin Huaizhi, suggesting he should return to school for 2 more years. "You've really said some outrageous things." Cheng Xiang regretted his words, realizing he had been too critical of Lin Huaizhi's appearance, which he deemed too handsome, resembling a pretty boy unfit for their field. The industry often claimed that individuals like him, slightly plump and clownish, were the true leaders, while the clean-cut, handsome types like Lin Huaizhi were merely pretentious programmers, lacking substance. After realizing his comments were inappropriate, Cheng Xiang hurriedly clarified, "Huaigo, that's not what I meant. I bear no ill will. I simply have a narrow perspective, so please don't take it to heart. If you join our studio, I will serve you tea and water." To be honest, Lin Huaizhi had felt a bit offended earlier, but hearing Cheng Xiang's words dissipated his irritation. So, it was merely due to his good looks that he faced rejection? This rationale was somewhat acceptable. Seeing Lin Huaizhi silent, Cheng Xiang grew anxious, yet his vocabulary was limited, leading to repetitive statements. "Huaigo, I was out of line earlier. Please don't be angry. The fat guy has no malicious intent. I just disdain those who pretend to know everything, but actually don't." It was a slip of the tongue. As Cheng Xiang continued his apologies, Lin Huaizhi waved his hand, signaling that he bore no ill will. Even if he had felt slighted earlier, that feeling had faded now. "How good? Shall we have a proper discussion?" Lin Huaizhi expressed, genuinely enjoying the atmosphere. In this space, meritocracy prevailed. No one harbored jealousy or engaged in petty tricks. Their preferences and aversions were openly displayed, a refreshing contrast to the usual subterfuge. Lu Hao nodded eagerly, wishing for such an opportunity. Had Cheng Xiang not misspoken earlier, he would have already taken Lin Huaizhi aside for a detailed conversation. "I want to join too." Cheng Xiang immediately raised his hand. "Let's all go together. If I missed anything, I can fill in the gaps." The room was too small for a meeting, forcing them to gather around a small table against the wall. Lin Huaizhi reviewed the materials Cheng Xiang provided, listening as Lu Hao discussed game design concepts, framework, client-side development, special effects, and animations. While not yet fully developed, for a team just starting, their progress was commendable. Su Yao's perspective was sound. The game's success was merely a matter of time, and today felt like the right decision. No longer hesitating, Lin Huaizhi decided that once the contract was signed, he would seek a loan from his parents for initial capital. His previous savings had gone into purchasing an apartment, leaving him with little to invest. He had to rely on their support. After committing to the venture, Lu Hao began to arrange a desk for him, a task that ultimately fell to Cheng Xiang. On the way home, Lin Huaizhi pondered how to broach the subject with his parents. They had previously expressed a desire for him to pursue graduate studies and secure a high-paying job post-graduation. He wondered how they would react to his sudden decision to venture into entrepreneurship. Upon reaching the door, the aroma of food wafted towards him. Just as he entered the password to unlock the door, Su Yao rushed into his arms, even wielding a spatula in her right hand. "I miss you so much. When you're gone, it feels like time slows down tenfold." Lin Huaizhi embraced Su Yao, his worries dissipating. Did she miss him this much? Perhaps it was time to show her with actions rather than words. Just as he leaned down to kiss her, Su Yao pulled back slightly. "First, Tell me how your discussion with the studio went. Are you joining them? Yes, we've come to an agreement. I'm joining. That's wonderful. Su Yao beamed, placing the spatula in Lin Huaizhi's hands and pulling out a bank card from her pocket. Here, this is your gift. Chapter 67. Su Yao's intentions gazing at Su Yao's exquisite and delicate visage, her eyes glistening like a tranquil autumn pond. With a gentle smile gracing her lips as she waved a bank card in her hand like a precious treasure, Lin Huaizhi had an inkling of her intentions. Yet still inquired, "What is this?" "My little treasure trove," she replied. "The earnings from my writing amount to nearly 100,000. And with the 30,000 they compensated me, it's all here." A few days prior, Shun Shitong added her on WeChat, claiming to return the money. She accepted the funds and promptly deleted and blocked him, not bothering to utter a single additional word. In the days following the transaction, Su Yao had been contemplating what gift to purchase for Lin Huaizhi, with several ideas swirling in her mind. However, she had been indecisive until this moment, when the opportunity arose to use her funds to alleviate Lin Huaizhi's current predicament. There could be no better gift. Joining Lu Hao and the others in their entrepreneurial venture was akin to embarking on a new enterprise, one that undoubtedly required financial backing. While she may not possess in-depth knowledge of the field, she understood the basic principles. Having recently purchased a home, it was evident Lin Huaizhi would have little in the way of savings and would likely need to seek assistance from his family or borrow from friends. From her understanding, while Zhao Yuanan and his companions were loyal, their own financial situations were not particularly affluent, and even if you were to ask them, they could contribute only a meager sum, perhaps even less than her own savings. Su Yao watched Lin Huaizhi with eager anticipation, ready to receive his praise. However, after a considerable pause, he remained silent. As he did not respond, Su Yao's smile gradually faded, prompting her to shake his hand gently. "I know it's not a large sum, but I'm writing every day, so I do have an income. Once my payment arrives, I'll give it to you. Every little bit adds up. If it's still insufficient, I can always write another book." Feeling somewhat aggrieved, Su Yao had anticipated Lin Huaizhi's joy. Yet, witnessing his icy demeanor and lack of smile, her mind began to spiral into negative thoughts, fearing he might consider the amount in her account to be too insignificant, and thus look down upon her. "Why are you so foolish?" "I am not dismissive. Rather, I am touched and at a loss for words," Lin Huaizhi said, playfully pinching her cheek in exasperation. How could he possibly be the kind of person who fails to appreciate such heartfelt gestures? Su Yao's sincerity towards him was undeniable, and the mere thought of her feeling rejected stirred his emotions. His earlier silence stemmed from a complex mix of feelings, astonished by the extent to which Su Yao was willing to go for him. Without relatives or a support system nearby, Su Yao was eager to earn money, and now, in his time of need, she was ready to offer everything she had, even promising to give him her writing income once it came in. How could he not be moved? "I am not foolish. I am diligently writing, and who knows when I might achieve fame. At that point, I can invest in you and support your endeavors. If you wish to stop working, I can take care of you. I am quite capable myself." Snuggling closer to Lin Huaizhi, Su Yao's earlier disappointment vanished upon realizing he did not disdain her. She returned to her usual boisterous self. Girls are easily appeased. With just a few kind words, Lin Huaizhi ruffled her hair, affirming her capabilities. "I understand your talent, but you must keep this money for yourself. Be obedient." Lin Huaizhi had his principles. While he appreciated Su Yao's intentions, he could seek help from his parents regarding financial matters. "Why not?" Su Yao pushed him away. "I am your girlfriend, and I support your endeavors. This is my heart's intent. Why refuse me? Or perhaps I am being presumptuous, believing myself to be of such significance? Is my attempt at assistance merely a burden in your eyes? Yet, should not couples assist each other, facing challenges together to forge a lasting bond? Su Yao's emotions were tumultuous. After all, this was her first experience with love, and she was uncertain whether she could fulfill the role of a good girlfriend. Thus, when faced with rejection, she instinctively veered toward negative interpretations, fearing she might be overstepping. "Yao Yao," Lin Huaizhi said, lowering his gaze to meet hers, his eyes now reflecting a deeper appreciation. "I merely believe this is your hard-earned money. You should keep it for your own needs. You are of utmost importance to me. and I am committed to building a future with you. Hence, I wish for you to prioritize your own well-being." In that moment, Lin Huaizhi felt immense gratitude for being privy to Su Yao's inner thoughts. Otherwise, he might have remained oblivious to her sorrow. By revealing his feelings to her now, he could dispel her worries and avoid any potential misunderstandings. Since we can foresee a long-term future together, does that mean we might consider marriage someday? Su Yao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Previously, she had viewed marriage as a distant concept, yet after only 2 days of dating Lin Huaizhi, she found herself yearning for the possibility. The very thought of marrying him filled her heart with sweetness akin to honey. If her future spouse were Lin Huaizhi, she would wholeheartedly agree. "Indeed, and I shall exert every effort towards that goal," Lin Huaizhi replied resolutely. Although the outcome remained uncertain, he possessed both the confidence and capability to strive for it. Then, if we are destined to be a family, shouldn't we blur the lines of financial matters? If you require funds, and I have some on hand, is it not entirely reasonable for you to utilize it? Does this not make perfect sense? Just as Lin Huaizhi was about to correct her logic, Su Yao rose on her toes to plant a swift kiss on his lips, sealing his words. In that fleeting moment of surprise, she slipped the card into his hand and dashed away. "My dish isn't even ready yet. I must be off. This matter is settled." Lin Huaizhi, gazing at the spatula in his hand, couldn't help but chuckle in resignation. How could one be so foolish? As he prepared to hand the spatula to Su Yao, he found himself lost in thought, staring at the bank card. He realized he needed to strive harder. Otherwise, how could he ever live up to the unconditional trust Su Yao placed in him? Chapter 68. She is an eyewitness in the following days. Lin Huaizhi found himself utterly overwhelmed, darting between the school and the studio, even perusing various materials while on the subway. The team was undeniably small, and given the ambitious initial concept of the game, it was clear that completing it with just a handful of people could take 3 to 5 years, if not longer. Moreover, the involvement of professionals was essential for character design, narrative development, and other aspects that were beyond the capabilities of their small group of engineering students. It became evident that they needed to recruit more individuals. After discussing with Lu Hao, it was agreed that the team was too limited and the daily workload was enormous, making timely completion impossible. Thus, they decided to bring in some new members. Ideally, these recruits would be people they knew, since they were in the early stages of their venture and lacked the funds for professional recruitment. If capable acquaintances were willing to join, it would be the best option, as it would ensure additional manpower while minimizing expenses. Lu Hao and his team would talk to unemployed individuals in their circle, as well as juniors from their college, to see if they could find some competent candidates. Lin Huaizhi also intended to invite Zhao Yuanan and a few others to join. Although their comprehensive professional skills might not match Lin Huaizhi's or Cheng Xiang's, everyone had their strengths. If they were willing to invest their efforts, they could undoubtedly contribute effectively. After class today, Lin Huaizhi had a brief conversation with them, and surprisingly, they all readily agreed to give it a try. There was no reason for hesitation. They were all pursuing this field because, to some extent, they harbored dreams of creating games. With this opportunity at hand, they were eager to seize it. Zhao Yuanan felt a surge of youthful enthusiasm, already envisioning himself as a successful figure, standing in a conference room, commanding respect. Lin Wen and Lu Xing shared a similar attitude. Their life plans were somewhat unclear, with only 2 paths ahead: either find a job after graduation or pursue further studies. Now, a third option had emerged, and they were keen to explore it. Moreover, at their age, if they didn't take risks, what would they be doing with their youth? Lin Huaizhi's capabilities were evident to everyone. If he believed they could succeed, then they certainly would. Even if they didn't enjoy the spoils, they would at least have a decent existence. "Brother Huai, you're in it now, so we're definitely following you," they exclaimed. "Indeed, love may deceive you, but career will not. I must also gather my resolve and pursue my ambitions." Lu Xing chimed in, having received several calls since their last encounter, but he had resolutely ignored them, blacklisting any number without a saved contact. Lin Huaizhi observed Lu Xing's disillusioned demeanor and chose not to comment further. After all, it was his first genuine interaction with a girl, and to have been deceived was disheartening for anyone. If Zhao Yuanan had been the one deceived, he would have been melancholy for a couple of days before moving on. But Lu Xing's sensitive nature made him more prone to sadness, and there was little anyone could do but wait for him to recover. With the current light course load at the academy, joining the studio could serve as a welcome distraction for him. As for love, it was all about fate, something that could not be sought after. Let us finalize this. I will coordinate with Lu Hao, and once the time is set, you can come in for interviews. The recruitment process would require submitting resumes and conducting public interviews to select suitable candidates. Lin Huaizhi made it clear that all candidates would undergo a unified interview process and decisions would be made collectively with the studio members. There would be no preferential treatment. After all, this was not solely his undertaking. He was merely an interim partner, fortunate enough to have the authority to speak due to his capabilities. Once discussions concluded, Lin Huaizhi gathered his belongings, ready to head home. He had not spent time with Su Yao in several days, and today he had the opportunity to return early and keep her company. As he pondered what to bring back for her, he reached the school gate and spotted Shen Shitong approaching. She appeared considerably haggard, but Lin Huaizhi paid little mind, glancing briefly before averting his gaze. "Huaizhi, senior," Shen Shitong called out, jogging towards him and blocking his path. Having not seen him for many days, she felt increasingly suffocated under Zhou Ying's tightening grip. She sought assistance but found no suitable confidant. She had considered visiting the academy to find Lin Huaizhi, but with Zhou Ying also attending, the chance of encountering him was slim, leaving her with no opportunity. Now, upon seeing Lin Huaizhi, she felt as if she had grasped a lifeline, shedding her previous aloofness and gazing at him with pleading eyes. Lin Huaizhi silently stepped back, creating distance between them, his voice devoid of emotion. "What is it you need?" Shen Shitong seemed aggrieved, tears welling in her eyes and spilling down her cheeks, and she stepped forward to grasp Lin Huaizhi's arm. However, he impatiently evaded her touch. "Senior, why don't you like me?" "You should like me," she implored. Lin Huaizhi raised an eyebrow. "I have a girlfriend. If you have nothing else, I'll be on my way." He understood Su Yao's temperament well. She would become jealous, especially with Shen Shitong involved, and he would have to soothe her. Perhaps it was because Shen Shitong was the original female lead that Su Yao feared she might possess some sort of halo, causing her to be on high alert against any feelings that might arise. "Senior, Su Yao isn't suitable for you. Why not consider me?" Lin Huaizhi regarded Shen Shitong, recalling how she used to manipulate situations from a position of superiority. Now, she was unabashedly directing her attention towards him. Had Zhou Ying done something to her? Weren't you Zhou Ying's girlfriend? Have you considered how he might feel about this? Observing her expression closely, he noted that, as expected, mentioning Zhou Ying caused her complexion to shift dramatically, fear evident in her eyes. It was clear Shen Shitong and Zhou Ying's relationship was not as straightforward as Su Yao had suggested. "I am not. I don't like him. I have nothing to do with him. He's the one forcing me." Shen Shitong raised her voice, but Lin Huaizhi remained unfazed. "Then you should clarify things with him and tell him to stop pursuing you. What good is it to speak to me?" He held no interest in their relationship, but was curious whether Shen Shitong possessed any memories of her own. "You should protect me." In the last life, Shen Shitong realized her slip of the tongue, panic flashing in her eyes. "I like you so much. You should like me too." Lin Huaizhi smirked. Indeed, Shen Shitong had certain memories. Unlike Su Yao, she was an eyewitness, having fully experienced the narrative Su Yao spoke of. However, it seemed the plot had diverged, leading her to fear Zhou Ying and firmly believe that she was meant to be with him, even willing to risk her life for it. "Shen Shitong, the only one who can save you is yourself. Your life is yours to navigate." Lin Huaizhi had no intentions of playing the hero. This piece of advice stemmed from a place of pity. What she chose to do from here was of no concern to him. Chapter 69. Reluctant to part with the ATM, Lin Huaizhi feigned to depart, unwilling to squander any more time with Shen Shitong. However, she persistently obstructed his path. "Senior, could you please lend me a hand?" Shen Shitong's voice faltered, her eyes brimming with tears, presenting a pitiful spectacle. Lin Huaizhi wagered that if Zhao Yuanan were in his stead, he would undoubtedly succumb to his baser instincts and accede to any request. Alas, he was not Zhao Yuanan. Even if Shun Shitong wept profusely, she could not elicit a shred of compassion from him. He even mused that if Su Yao were to weep before him in such a manner, his heart would surely be rent asunder. He recalled the last time he had pressed a kiss upon her, inadvertently nipping her, causing her to tearfully denounce his transgression. At that moment, he felt no remorse, but rather an urge to torment her further. Regrettably, Shun Shitong was not Su Yao, even if she lamented until the heavens darkened. Lin Huaizhi could not muster the slightest interest, let alone soften his resolve. How do you propose I assist you? Shun Shitong, if you genuinely fear Zhou Ying to such an extent, shouldn't you be avoiding him at all costs? Lin Huaizhi's gaze was as frigid as frost as he cast a cursory glance at her, devoid of any sentimentality. He treats me. Shun Shitong hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Lin Huaizhi scoffed, incisively pinpointing her innermost thoughts. So you both dread Zhou Ying, fearing his overbearing nature will be detrimental to you, and yet you are unable to bring yourself to reject such a convenient source of funds. Am I right? It was common knowledge that Zhou Ying hailed from a wealthy family, and Shun Shitong possessed an insatiable vanity. Despite her inner trepidation, she remained fixated on the prospect of financial gain. The deepest recesses of her mind had been laid bare, and a flicker of panic crossed Shun Shitong's eyes. Yet she refused to concede. I'm not like that. I do not think that way. My relationship with him is not predicated on money. Zhou Ying was indeed exceedingly generous, but that was only for the time being. Once his family was bankrupt and destitute, his possessiveness would feel like shackles. No one wished to be confined to a room day in and day out, nor did anyone wish to spend their days with an impoverished and incapable young master. She had long resolved not to repeat the past. The only reason she had not rejected Zhou Ying was his family's affluence. If Lin Huaizhi were willing to assist her, to cherish her as he once had, she would not continue her ambiguous relationship with Zhou Ying. Shun Shitong's frantic demeanor struck Lin Huaizhi as akin to madness. Thus, he pressed further. So, you are not with him for the money. You are with him because you love him? If that is the case, why have you come to me? Lin Huaizhi did not believe Shun Shitong. People like her were accustomed to being fawned over and pandered to, as if attracting attention were the sole purpose of their existence. As for those who admired her, she deemed it her due, oblivious to the concept of genuine reciprocity. Because of you. Shun Shitong wanted to say that in her previous life, he had been enamored with her. He would be by her side when she was afraid of Zhou Ying, and he would always appear when she was being bullied. Whenever she needed him, he would appear without hesitation, even at the cost of his life. She vividly recalled the profound sorrow she had felt upon learning of Lin Huaizhi's demise. However, one must always move forward. She had better options and could lead a better life, so she naturally would not remain stagnant. After Lin Huaizhi's death, she had chosen Zhou Ying, who was superior in every aspect, and had eagerly embraced the future, carrying with her Lin Huaizhi's affection. Having been granted a second chance, she had earnestly considered Lin Huaizhi, not treating him as a dispensable backup as she had done in the past. Instead, she had invested effort in trying to give him an opportunity, but events had veered off course. Lin Huaizhi had not only failed to fall in love with her, but had also become entangled with that Su Yao. She had attempted to remove Su Yao from his side, but Lin Huaizhi placed so much trust in Su Yao that he did not give her a chance. Su Yao, it's all her fault. Lin Huaizhi caught the resentment in Shun Shitong's eyes. Recalling Shun Shitong's past actions toward Su Yao, his face darkened as he issued a warning. Shun Shitong, I do not care what you know, but you had better stay away from Su Yao. Otherwise, the next time, money will not be enough to resolve the matter. Having uttered these words, Lin Huaizhi was unwilling to argue with her any further and departed without a word. In truth, Lin Huaizhi found Shun Shitong rather foolish. Having been granted a second chance, she did not focus on how to live her life to the fullest, but rather on clinging to others, believing that the entire world should revolve around her. It was quite laughable. Shun Shitong gazed at Lin Huaizhi's retreating figure, her heart a tempest of emotions, resentment, indignation, and defiance. Why? You were so fond of me before. It's all Su Yao's fault. Because of her, I was forced to write a self-criticism, and my classmates now ostracize me. She has even stolen Lin Huaizhi's affection. Lin Huaizhi did not hear Shen Shitang's words. Had he done so, he would have surely berated her severely. However, he was now certain that Shen Shitang, as a first-hand witness, knew what was to come. However, the parts concerning him had been entirely disrupted by Su Yao's appearance. Su Yao was like a variable. From the day she appeared, she had altered the course of events. For instance, he would have originally stepped forward to help Shen Shitang when she encountered the hoodlums, but due to Su Yao's intervention, Zhao Yuanan had taken his place. Influenced by Su Yao, he had not only lost interest in Shen Shitang, but had also developed a certain aversion towards her. He was quite grateful for that. He had no desire to be a backup option. On his way back, Lin Huaizhi detoured to a nearby flower shop, carefully selecting a bouquet of white roses mixed with jasmine. The moment Lin Huaizhi laid eyes on it, he felt that the colors were vibrant and full of life. Just like Su Yao, clutching the bouquet in his hands, Lin Huaizhi was extraordinarily cautious, lest he inadvertently damage it. Had this occurred a year prior, he would have vehemently condemned such behavior. However, now his mind was consumed by Su Yao. The mere thought of her brought a smile to his face, and he could already envision how delighted Su Yao would be upon seeing the bouquet. Upon arriving at the doorstep, Lin Huaizhi keyed in the password, inwardly counting down. He anticipated that Su Yao, as was her custom, would rush to the door upon hearing the sound, awaiting him to open it so she could leap into his embrace, her hands playfully exploring. The mere thought filled him with elation. 3, 2, 1. Lin Huaizhi, brimming with anticipation, flung open the door, presenting the flowers he had concealed behind his back. Tada! Huh? Where was everyone? Where was Su Yao? Lin Huaizhi felt a twinge of awkwardness. He looked rather foolish standing there. Yao Yao. Lin Huaizhi entered, exchanged his shoes, and called out, but received no response. Perplexed, he ventured further into the apartment. Upon reaching the living room, he discovered his mother seated beside Su Yao, her arm affectionately linked with Su Yao's, a radiant smile gracing her face. Even his father, typically reserved and stoic, was smiling alongside them. What was going on here? What brought his parents here? Mom, Dad, what are you doing here? Lin Huaizhi placed the flowers down, scratching the back of his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Since purchasing this apartment, his parents had never visited. He had been preoccupied lately and had not mentioned his relationship, let alone the fact that he and Su Yao were living together. Their sudden appearance was sure to have startled Su Yao. What was that you were doing at the door? Lin's father inquired, looking at Lin Huaizhi with a puzzled expression. Lin Huaizhi's toes curled in embarrassment. No wonder Su Yao hadn't responded to his messages. His parents had unexpectedly arrived. Oh, nothing. My throat was dry, so I just made some noise. So what brings you here? You didn't give me any advance notice. If we hadn't come, we would have been oblivious to all the things you've been keeping from us, Li Chunhua remarked, casting a sharp glance at her son. Su Yao glanced at Lin Huaizhi, concerned that he would be scolded. She interjected, Annie, it's my fault. I asked Senior to wait before telling you. I thought it would be best to wait until things were more settled before I came to visit you. Lin Huaizhi sat down, placing the flowers on the table. Mom, Yao Yao and I haven't been together for very long. I just thought we'd tell you later. There's no rush. Li Chunhua's lips twitched as she glared at her husband, signaling him to observe their good son. He had managed to ensnare a young woman and bring her into his home in such a short time. Give him more time. They might even have a grandchild to hold. Unable to decipher the exchange between the two adults, Su Yao sought assistance from Lin Huaizhi, gazing at him imploringly. Lin Huaizhi, aware of Su Yao's past experiences, sensed her anxiety. He rose from his original position and sat down beside Su Yao. Mom, stop monopolizing my girlfriend. If you keep holding her hand, what am I supposed to hold? Lin Huaizhi Su Yao closer. Unconcerned about displaying his affection for Su Yao in front of his parents. He felt that such a degree of intimacy was perfectly acceptable. You rascal. A girl as wonderful as Yao Yao is hard to come by. She's beautiful, and she has a great personality. You better not mistreat her. Li Chunhua was perceptive. As a mother, she knew her son well. Yao Yao, add Andy's WeChat. If he bullies you, tell me, and Andy will take care of him. Li Chunhua displayed her QR code for Su Yao to scan and transferred 2,000 yuan. Su Yao, upon seeing the money, quickly waved her hands in refusal. attempting to return it. Auntie, I don't need it. I can earn my own money. Thank you, but I can't accept this. While Su Yao was speaking, Lin Huaizhi snatched the phone and accepted the payment. If my mom gives it to you, then take it. It's normal for a mother-in-law to give her future daughter-in-law spending money. Lin Huaizhi was being flippant, repeatedly calling Su Yao his daughter-in-law, causing her face to flush crimson. Li Chunhua chimed in, echoing his sentiments. Su Yao, bewildered, accepted the money without protest. She could always transfer it back to Lin Huaizhi, who was currently in need of funds. Perhaps sensing Su Yao's unease, Li Chunhua announced that she had matters to attend to at home and had to leave. As she departed, she held Su Yao's hand and exchanged a few words. Huaizhi, see us out. This neighborhood is a bit confusing, and your father and I aren't that familiar with it. Lin Huaizhi nodded and followed them out. As soon as they entered the elevator, Li Chunhua began to interrogate him. Son, how far along are you in Yao Yao? I noticed that your bedroom door was open, and there weren't any pillows on the bed. That young lady is just starting college. Even if you're an old bull eating young grass, you can't deceive her. There are things that you can do, and there are things that you can't do. Observing Li Chunhua's earnest expression, Lin Huaizhi felt helpless and slightly uncomfortable. He had been sleeping with Su Yao for the past few days. Initially, he had exercised self-control, believing that they shouldn't sleep together so soon. However, once he had tasted the sweetness, he found it unbearable to abstain. As for the matter that his mother was concerned about, he was aware of the boundaries. No matter how intimate they became, he wouldn't rush into the final act. Mom, don't worry. I'm old enough to handle these things. Besides, Yao Yao is just a bit shy around elders. She's a wonderful person and is afraid that you won't like her. Li Chunhua pondered for a moment. Her son had never caused any trouble or worried her. This statement seemed credible. You need to consider the girl's reputation. Put the pillows back in your room and stop thinking about taking advantage of her all the time. Work on Yao Yao these next few days. Praise your dad and me more. And when she's less nervous, arrange for us to have a meal together. We can eat at home. I'll prepare a feast to treat her. Okay, I'll be sure to talk to her. You can rest assured. Lin Huaizhi nodded repeatedly, although he readily agreed. He had no intention of moving the pillows. It was a joke. No one would forsake a fragrant, soft girlfriend to sleep alone. Dating requires effort. You're all grown up now, so put in the effort. If you need more money, just tell me. She continued to nag in the elevator, and Lin Huaizhi dutifully agreed to everything. He knew that his parents were acting in his best interest. Although they were a bit long-winded, he didn't find it annoying at all. Finally, after escorting them to the entrance of the complex, Lin Huaizhi turned back. As he had anticipated, Su Yao had already opened the door before he could enter the password. How is it? How is it? Did Annie and Uncle say anything about me? Did they think there was anything wrong with me? Su Yao was anxious, eager to know what impression she had left on Lin Huaizhi's parents. Lin Huaizhi paused, recalling the events, and replied slowly, not much. They just told me to move the pillows back to my own room and not sleep with you. What? Your parents know we're sleeping together. Chapter 71. Do you have such tendencies? Observing Su Yao's evident anxiety, Lin Huaizhi felt a sudden urge to tease her. He exaggerated. My mother saw that there were no pillows on my bed and immediately guessed what was going on. I didn't deny it, and she even mentioned a few other things. Huh? What did she say? Did she think I was too forward? Did she believe my character is questionable? Su Yao and Appo's eyes brimmed with tears, her heart a chaotic mess akin to a ball of yarn tangled by a playful kitten, unsure of how to rectify the situation. She should have been more enthusiastic. After all, they were Lin Huaizhi and Appo's as parents. Despite her fear, she ought to have mustered the courage to leave a good impression. She yearned to excel, but felt utterly powerless. Over the past 20 years, she had only briefly experienced such encounters. As time passed, she had forgotten how to interact with elders and, even more so, how to win their favor. A pang of bitterness and regret filled her heart. Yet she held back her tears, eager to hear Lin Huaizhi elaborate on the specifics. Seeing Su Yao in such distress, Lin Huaizhi lost the desire to tease her further. With a heart full of compassion, he pulled her onto his lap, wrapping his arms around her waist. His voice, clear and soothing, carried a hint of affection as he spoke. My mother said she likes you, that you are beautiful and well-behaved, and she told me not to bully you. Su Yao sniffled, her skepticism palpable. Really? Is she not just saying that to comfort me? I want the truth. Having never been favored by her elders, her instinctive reaction to receiving compliments was one of doubt. Lin Huaizhi nodded earnestly. Indeed, she truly meant it. She also mentioned that once you were ready, she would invite you over for dinner, preparing a feast to welcome you. As for my father, he is usually quite stern, but upon seeing you just now, he couldn't wipe the smile off his face. They both like you. Su Yao's personality was a contradiction. At first glance, she radiated positivity and optimism. Yet as one got to know her, it became evident that she harbored insecurities that overshadowed her demeanor. Particularly in matters of the heart, her confidence wavered. Despite her many admirable qualities, she feared she was unworthy of him and worried about his family's approval. As her boyfriend, Lin Huaizhi wished to alleviate these insecurities, but the journey ahead was daunting. However, he remained hopeful. Even the most conflicted individuals could change in the face of overwhelming love. Su Yao devoted herself to him wholeheartedly, and he naturally desired to reciprocate. But I didn't present myself well just now. Before you arrived, I was chatting with your uncle and aunt, and I was so nervous that I stumbled over my words. Hearing Lin Huaizhi's reassurance, Su Yao felt a flicker of relief. Yet she remained dissatisfied with her earlier performance. Lin Huaizhi cupped Su Yao's face and planted a gentle kiss on her lips. It's all right, my parents are wonderful. They may be strict with me, but if we ever argue, they'll side with you. Just now, as I escorted them out, they kept praising how charming you are and insisted I should never bully you. Do they seem like they dislike you? Each word Lin Huaizhi spoke was earnest, gradually soothing Su Yao's earlier fears, allowing her to relax. Then, does that mean you should return to your own room to sleep? Your mother said so. Su Yao attempted to mask her sadness. After all, it was the request of an elder, and she felt compelled to comply. However, if Lin Huaizhi returned to his room, she would miss the chance to share a bed with him, a temptation she found impossible to resist. Moreover, beyond the physical intimacy, she genuinely cherished those moments together. Are you eager for me to move out? Lin Huaizhi's hands began to wander restlessly, moving higher on her waist. I'm not. I just think we should listen to your mother. Su Yao had grown accustomed to Lin Huaizhi and Appo's restless nature. In the past, he appeared like a paragon of virtue. Yet now, every night, he was anything but indulging in touches and kisses. When she first met him, Su Yao had intended a flirt, never envisioning that she would become so deeply attached. I'm asking you, do you want me to move out? Su Yao bit her lip, torn between maintaining her innocent persona and conceding. Moving out was an option, but considering they had only recently started dating, her mother had a point. Suppressing a chuckle, Lin Huaizhi listened to Su Yao's internal protests. Just say you don't want me to move. Have you never heard that when a girl says no, she actually means yes? Be assertive and refuse me. Isn't it rather assertive when I'm on top of you at night? Why are you silent now? Am I the only one yearning for you? Do I alone desire closeness? Why are you still not answering? Am I truly expected to move out? How would I be able to touch you at night? How would we get close? Help! Had I known, I would have been honest from the start, and simply said I didn't want you to move. Su Yao's thoughts spiraled into Lin Huaizhi's ears. It was somewhat overwhelming. Ultimately, his mother's words were just that. She had no knowledge of their living arrangements, correct? Finally, hearing the affirmation she longed for. Su Yao nodded vigorously. Het, joy un musket. I feel the same way. However, just to be safe, I think we should keep a pillow in your room. So when Annie comes next time, it won't raise any suspicions. Su Yao, having put in some thought, was determined to continue sharing a bed with him. Though Lin Huaizhi maintained a neutral expression, internally, he was elated. Yao, it turns out you don't want me to move at all. Lin Huaizhi teased, squeezing her waist with a playful grin. Su Yao huffed, you enjoy it too, yet you still tease me. With a small tantrum, she attempted to pull his hand off her chest, but her strength was insufficient to budge him. What? Now you want to let me touch? Lin Huaizhi quipped, squeezing her waist playfully. Su Yao winced, casting a reproachful glance at him. No biting. Last time you left marks all over me. It was too hot, and I couldn't wear short sleeves without a jacket. In previous encounters, Lin Huaizhi had been rather reckless, leaving numerous marks on her delicate skin. Yet he found himself addicted to leaving his imprint on her. Such behavior made Su Yao question whether he harbored certain tendencies. Oh dear, don't start biting just yet. The curtains aren't drawn. Su Yao attempted to slip off Lin Huaizhi's lap, but he held her firmly, the disparity in their physical strength rendering her efforts futile, only intensifying his interest. Yao Yao, your current demeanor is making me want you even more. Upon hearing his words, Su Yao instantly understood his implication and became still, quietly allowing him to kiss her, occasionally letting out soft sounds until Lin Huaizhi had his fill. Only then did she voice her concern. Do you possess such tendencies? Lin Huaizhi raised an eyebrow. What tendencies? Those kinds. S&M. I feel you might have a hint of that. Su Yao swallowed nervously, scrutinizing Lin Huaizhi's expression, fearful of missing something crucial. As a budding novelist, she possessed a certain understanding of such themes, having come across various works of this nature, albeit most were excessively flamboyant, causing her to frown at the mere descriptions. Since childhood, Su Yao had been sensitive to pain. Everyone's pain threshold varied, and she belonged to the category that felt pain acutely. A mere scratch on her hand could leave her feeling unbearable agony. If Lin Huaizhi truly possessed such tendencies, she feared for her fate. Chapter 72. Restoring the body. Lin Huaizhi swore that he was not as perverse as she might think. Usually, he felt immense sympathy whenever Su Yao bumped into something. How could he possibly bring himself to inflict harm upon her? In truth, when he left marks on her, he exerted little force, and although Su Yao never voiced it, deep down, she relished the sensation, which emboldened him to act so recklessly. However, the notion that she believed he harbored such tendencies was utterly outrageous. Yao Yao, what led you to that conclusion? As a principled young man, how could you possibly perceive me that way? Though Lin Huaizhi smiled, Su Yao could sense an undercurrent of chill, prompting her to retract her inquiry. Perhaps I misread the situation. Please don't be upset. Regardless of your inclinations, I cherish you. While her explanation felt somewhat contrived, the last sentence resonated beautifully, softening his temper considerably. What if I claimed to have such inclinations? Would you be willing to indulge me? Lin Huaizhi regarded Su Yao with playful anticipation. Help! You really do. I read somewhere about whipping. Just the thought sends chills down my spine. I am not in the best of health. You know, I can hardly endure such things, can I? Su Yao blinked her large eyes, attempting to feign innocence, but Lin Huaizhi was not swayed. He was unwilling to relent. After 3 seconds of silence, Su Yao, as if preparing for a grim fate, grasped his hand and murmured, if you could be gentle, I might endure it. Just please don't seek someone else. Now, it was Lin Huaizhi's turn to feel guilt. How could he possibly joke about such matters when a young girl was willing to go to such lengths for him, pleading not to seek others? If he weren't so timid, he might have considered wandering to the rooftop, descending without the stairs. I have never, you know me better than anyone. Why do you believe everything I say? Lin Huaizhi gently adjusted Su Yao's clothing, his eyes brimming with tenderness. He retrieved the flowers from the table and placed them in her arms, saying, I bought these on my way back from the flower shop, thinking you would appreciate them. I adore them. This is my first time receiving flowers. Su Yao exclaimed, her joie palpable. Though flowers were costly, receiving such lovely blooms undeniably uplifted her spirits, especially when gifted by someone she cherished. If you like them, I shall buy you more in the future. That one do. We need fun for the studio. Aren't you considering hiring someone? That entails significant expenses, and now is not the time for frivolous spending. Su Yao placed the flowers down and picked up her phone, intending to transfer the money she had just received to him. Lin Huaizhi, seeing through her intentions, pressed her phone down, saying, this money is for my mother for you. If you use it all up on me, what will that make me? I haven't spent much from my account, so there's no need to worry. Su Yao was excessively considerate, which often tugged at Lin Huaizhi's heartstrings. However, all he could do was strive to make the game project a success, ensuring a solid foundation to provide her with a better life in the future. All right, I will keep it for now. Su Yao agreed bitterly. Yet her mind was concocting other plans. When I receive my manuscript payment, I will just transfer it all to you. After all, you have no idea how much I earn. Wow, I must be a genius. Lin Huaizhi felt a whirlwind of emotions. He knew Su Yao's thoughts, yet pretended to be oblivious. He even pondered whether he could reach such lengths if their positions were reversed. Yao Yao, I am incredibly fond of you. Let us cherish what we have. In the past, such sentiments would have made Lin Huaizhi feel nauseated, often prompting him to make light of the situation. Yet, these words now flowed from his lips with genuine ease, an organic expression of his feelings. Initially, when he invited Su Yao to move in, he saw her as the key to his life, something to grasp tightly. Now, however, his perspective had transformed entirely. It was no longer merely about utility, but a matter of affection. The term love carried an immense weight, and he did not possess a profound understanding of it yet. Nevertheless, he was certain that, as time passed, his feelings for Su Yao would only deepen, and when he was ready, he would confess his love to her. I too am very fond of you, and wish to be with you always. My new book has received positive feedback, so when I receive my payment, I shall treat you to something delicious to restore your strength. Perhaps it was due to her intimacy with Lin Huaizhi that Su Yao felt inspired when writing. Her thoughts flowed effortlessly, and her prose became more vivid. P.S. Please do not conflate Yao Yao's actions with the authoress. I am perpetually single. Thank you. However, I firmly believe that once I embark on a romantic relationship, my writing of love scenes will improve significantly. Lastly, a small request. Please grant me some free electricity. I am in dire straits. Woe is me. Lin Huaizhi's interpretation of Su Yao's words differed entirely. To his ears, it sounded like blah blah blah, I like you, blah blah blah, restore your body. What ist? As a vigorous young man, did he truly need restoration? If not for the brevity of their time together and the timing not being right, he would have been eager to engage her daily. Su Yao, do you believe I require restoration? Su Yao was momentarily taken aback. Her reference to restoration was merely a reflection of his recent hardships, not implying anything else. It was evident that he had misconstrued her words. That wasn't my intention. Why would you think that? Do you genuinely feel the need for restoration? Realizing the misunderstanding, Su Yao boldly teased him until Lin Huaizhi scooped her up and carried her to the bedroom, at which point her heart began to race. Forgive me. Forgive me. I shall say no more. Put me down. It is still daylight. This is indecent. Lin Huaizhi paid her protests no mind, striding purposefully toward the room. This time, no complaints about sore arms. Chapter 73, Daydreaming the Day to Recruit People for the Studio arrived swiftly, chosen for Saturday morning to accommodate everyone's schedules. Chung Xiang, on this rare occasion, exchanged his flamboyant floral shorts for something more presentable, claiming it was essential to uphold the studio's image. With this declaration, he instantly became the center of attention. A thought lingered unspoken. Lin Huaizhi halted his actions, observing Chung Xiang. If this was meant to belittle me, it could remain unsaid. Chung Xiang dismissed the jibe with a roll of his eyes, yet his close friend Li Xiaolong felt compelled to interject, suggesting, I believe Brother Huai is hinting that without a mirror, one should take a moment to reflect on their own appearance before speaking. Am I that transparent, my friend? Lin Huaizhi feigned surprise, although he had indeed intended to convey that sentiment, albeit in a more refined manner befitting a gentleman. Initially, Chung Xiang had played a few tricks on him, but given that he had been consistently serving tea and tidying up, Lin had long since let go of any grievances. Lu Hao chimed in, casting a glance at Li Xiaolong, and jestingly remarked, while your words may carry some truth, they lack tact. Have you no regard for Chung Xiang's feelings? ISNT that right. National server Ma Chao? Brother Hao, you've not spared him either, came the laughter of others, leaving Chung Xiang feeling isolated in his wounded world. His expression transitioned from amusement to existential despair, while Lin Huaizhi reveled in the unfolding drama. Far more entertaining than any television series. Despite their initial misunderstandings, this group had fostered a positive rapport, especially with such a lively character in the office to uplift the mood during weary moments. All right, enough of this. It's nearly time. Let us prepare and adopt a more serious demeanor. Lin Huaizhi had disseminated the word through the school's announcement wall, the college QQ group, and the campus market, inviting interested individuals to learn more. This should prove somewhat effective, as a portion of students pursued this major out of genuine interest, and the prospect of practical experience in gaming was undoubtedly appealing. Conversely, a considerable number had enrolled in a daze, lacking foresight regarding their future careers, simply following trends without understanding the field. The proportion of those like them, who had clear interests and dedicated time, was relatively small. The time was set for 9:30, and shortly after 9 o'clock, several individuals arrived. However, they merely glanced at the studio, whispered a few words, and then departed. Lin Huaizhi surveyed the workspace, noting that it had transformed since his arrival. It had been tidied and rearranged to create more space, although the area remained limited. Moreover, the furniture had been procured secondhand by Lu Hao to save costs, resulting in a mismatched assortment that lacked sophistication. Even though he now possessed funds from Su Yao, he was determined to use them judiciously, postponing any significant changes to the studio's appearance. Do we resemble a pyramid scheme? Why did they leave after just a glance? Lu Hao nudged Lin Huaizhi, bewildered. Given Lin's distinguished presence and evident capabilities, he wondered why those individuals had fled, despite previously entering the chaotic space. Are you just now realizing this? When I first arrived, I too hesitated at the entrance for a moment and considered leaving. Lin Huaizhi rolled his eyes, discontent with the situation. They had intended to sift through candidates for capable individuals, yet it seemed that opportunity was slipping away. As more individuals trickled in, only one remained for the interview. Upon entering, he surveyed the surroundings. Had Cheng Xiang not brought him a glass of water, Lin suspected he might have bolted. Though he stayed, his lack of commitment during the interview was palpable. Despite an impressive resume and strong professional skills, it was evident he had no intention of staying. Lin and Lu Hao exchanged glances, deciding not to press further, allowing the encounter to conclude without fuss. The young man was merely a fresh graduate eager for a stable job. Clearly, their modest office did not fit that description. Lin Huaizhi closed his laptop, idly tapping on the desk, regretting that he had researched common interview questions the night before, as it seemed unnecessary now. This is far from what I envisioned. Had I known, I would have skipped the hairstyle. Cheng Xiang lamented, slumped in his chair, disillusioned. He had hoped the team would expand, but now realized it was merely a daydream. Lin Huaizhi scrutinized Cheng Xiang, unable to discern any notable difference in his hairstyle from usual, and cautiously inquired, "So, how did you style your hair?" "I specifically used a hairdryer. Can't you see? I've given these front strands some volume. It's quite evident." Laughter erupted among the group, injecting life into the previously somber studio, lifting spirits. Lin Huaizhi glanced at WeChat. No one had responded to his recent message in the dorm group. It was understandable that Zhao Yuanin had overslept, but Lu Xing and Lin Wen should have been present by now. Were they perhaps opting out? This possibility could not be dismissed, as he offered them no guarantees. It was reasonable to hesitate when investing significant time and energy without certainty of a return. Hey, they're here. What stunning looks." Li Xiaolong, perched on a chair at the entrance, suddenly exclaimed, catching Lin Huaizhi's attention. He recognized two familiar faces, Shun Shitong and Zhou Ying. What brought them here? However, Shun Shitong, cognizant of the game's value, had evidently acted swiftly, arriving before Zhou Ying. What changes might this bring about? "This is the opportunity one mentioned, Ying. I believe you should consider investing. It's bound to pay off," Shun Shitong said, affectionately linking arms with Zhou Ying. Upon seeing the announcement at the campus market, she sensed something amiss. She distinctly recalled Zhou Ying leading the game team to success. Why had Lin Huaizhi taken the reins now? Regardless, the game's worth exceeded her expectations. With Lin Huaizhi currently indifferent to her, she resolved to seize every chance with Zhou Ying to create opportunities. What if they faced bankruptcy? If transformation were possible, she could forsake her previous path, securing enough funds through Zhou Ying before his family fell into ruin. Thus, she could liberate herself from his constraints and live the life she desired. Chapter 74. Am I a part of your play? Tang Tang. I presumed you were eager to take me out because of your affection for me, intending to go on a date. Yet here I find myself. Zhou Ying stood at the entrance, casting a cold glance at the individuals inside. Upon noticing Lin Huaizhi's presence, his disdain only intensified. Last night, Shun Shitong had playfully coaxed him into spending the morning accompanying her to a place, and he had prepared himself for a romantic outing. However, Shun Shitong brought him to this dilapidated establishment, adorned with an immature sign, filled with a group of impoverished students, and now she expected him to invest money here? Had Lin Huaizhi not been present, Zhou Ying might have considered, for Shen Shitang's sake, to contribute a little to make her happy. A small expenditure seemed trivial. Yet, with Lin Huaizhi here, he would never squander his wealth on a beggar like him. Tang Tang, are you seeking my financial support for this studio? Or is it for Lin Huaizhi? The last time you were penalized by the Academy and mentioned a compensation of 60,000 yuan, I transferred you 100,000. I was indifferent to that sum, but upon inquiry, I learned that your grievances with Su Yao prompted your derogatory remarks. What exactly is your disdain for Su Yao rooted in? Zhou Ying's expression darkened, and in front of so many witnesses, he erupted, gripping Shen Shitang's hand with increasing force, causing her to shed tears from the pain. Zhou Ying, please calm down. It is not as you presume. Shen Shitang spoke with a trembling voice, attempting to withdraw her hand, but her strength paled in comparison to Zhou Ying's, and her struggles only fueled his anger further. The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom how the affectionate couple, who moments ago were intertwined and laughing, had suddenly transformed into this volatile scene. Moreover, the mention of Lin Huaizhi added an air of intrigue. Lin Huaizhi, sensing the weight of their curious stares, helplessly raised his hands, indicating he was just as bewildered by the unfolding drama. He overheard that the money Shen Shitang compensated Su Yao with was from Zhou Ying, and the most absurd part was that she had inflated the amount, pocketing a significant profit. Such cunning was exceedingly blatant. Should we intervene? That girl seems to be in distress. Are you out of your mind? If you approach, that guy might lash out at you too. And trust my instincts. That girl is definitely a manipulative type. Yet, standing idly by while this unfolds at our studio doesn't sit right. Indeed, it feels inappropriate. If only we had some sunflower seeds, it would be much more entertaining. Sunflower seeds. I have 2 bags. Would you like some? Please do share. Count me in. As the conversation escalated into absurdity, Lin Huaizhi could no longer contain himself. Didn't you hear that guy mention investing in the studio? Why are you all so engrossed in gossip instead of focusing on what matters? Lin Huaizhi understood the truth of the situation and recognized that had he not been present, Zhou Ying would likely have engaged with this project. He upheld his moral standards. However, the individuals around him seemed utterly unfazed. Not to be rude, but look at that guy's demeanor. With his wealth, who knows how he might threaten us one day? Exactly. He seems volatile and could snap at any moment. If he steps into our studio, our good days would be over. By the way, what is your connection with those 2? Is she your ex-girlfriend? Lin Huaizhi, disinterested in answering, noticed their expressions and felt no guilt. Shen Shitang, her face pale with fear, understood Zhou Ying's nature. Any hint of her involvement with another would strip away his gentlemanly faade, just as it had in their past life. Ying is not as you believe. I merely care for you. Didn't you mention your father wanted you to start your own venture to prove yourself? I see this as an opportunity for you to shine, not because of him. I have never liked Lin Huaizhi. He has always pursued me. My heart belongs solely to you. How could I be drawn to someone like him when you are the most remarkable? Tears brimmed in Shen Shitang's eyes as she spoke earnestly, evoking sympathy in those who heard her. Is that true? You genuinely do not harbor feelings for Lin Huaizhi? Zhou Ying inquired, tilting his head to glance provocatively at Lin Huaizhi. The room buzzed with tension as the onlookers shifted their gaze between Zhou Ying and Lin Huaizhi, captivated by the unfolding drama, unsure of whom to sympathize with. What are you all staring at? I have a girlfriend. I am not pursuing her. My girlfriend is far more beautiful. Lin Huaizhi could no longer tolerate their scrutinizing gazes, feeling unjustly accused. It was Shen Shitang who had repeatedly sought his attention, only to now play the victim and twist the narrative. You have a girlfriend? I don't believe it. That girl outside is quite attractive. You claim your girlfriend is more beautiful? Lin Huaizhi nodded. Indeed, she is more beautiful. Not only that, she possesses an admirable figure. She excels in every aspect. Although she could be a bit naive, wanting to give me everything. Could it be that you both come from the same mold? I have a girlfriend at home too, and she's quite lovely. Chung Xiang chimed in, a mischievous glint in his eye. Everyone, now adults, understood his implication, casting Lin Huaizhi even more peculiar glances. Lin Huaizhi felt utterly exasperated. These individuals had a peculiar way of thinking. He decided to disengage, opting to observe the melodrama unfolding outside. Finally regaining his composure, Zhou Ying embraced Shen Shitong, offering comfort. Remarkably, she did not resist, allowing herself to weep in his arms as they exchanged declarations of love. Tang Tang, my love for you is overwhelming. I never intended to hurt you. I know, and I love you too. Thus I wish the best for you. Yes, you. As long as you remain obedient, such incidents will not recur. I will not engage in anything that displeases you. My affections lie solely with you. As for Lin Huaizhi, there is truly nothing between us. You must trust me, Ying. Lin Huaizhi felt a wave of revulsion wash over him, especially as they repeatedly invoked his name. He was tempted to intervene, to ask, "Am I also a part of your play?" Ugh, how distasteful. Indeed, quite repulsive. Perhaps we should drive them away. Chapter 75. A disheartening departure, to be candid. Lin Huaizhi genuinely entertained this notion. After observing for such an extended period, he found the plot excessively melodramatic. As an outsider burdened with so much involvement, he found it utterly intolerable. The union of these two individuals was not without reason. One was an obsessive romantic, while the other, skilled in manipulation and performance, was adept at playing the game. It would indeed be overwhelming for anyone else. Ying, are you truly not considering this project? Shen Shitong inquired cautiously, unwilling to relinquish hope. If Zhou Ying were to invest, and the game subsequently garnered immense popularity, she could partake in the profits. She had resolutely decided never to marry Zhou Ying. Prior to that, his success with this game was her only chance to secure a greater share. Although the reason for Lin Huaizhi's involvement remained unclear, the absence of financial backing would surely spell doom for their endeavor. Only Zhou Ying could provide the necessary support. In this light, Lin Huaizhi owed her a debt of gratitude. You know, Tang Tang, I cannot refuse you. I shall delve into this matter and grant them an opportunity. He replied. Lu Hao and the others rolled their eyes in unison. His words sounded akin to a condescending offer of charity, as if they were the ones needing approval. Upon hearing this, Shen Shitong immediately seized Zhou Ying's arm and urged him inside. However, before they could cross the threshold, Cheng Xiang, at Lu Hao's behest, stood at the entrance to block their way. Apologies, but we are no longer hiring, nor do we require investment. Zhou Ying's previously softened demeanor darkened once more. As a privileged scion, accustomed to being revered at school, he was unprepared for such blatant disrespect. The individuals before him, lacking both wealth and intellect, not only failed to curry favor, but also spoke to him in such a manner. Ying, please don't be upset. They aren't from our school. It's perfectly normal they don't recognize you. Shen Shitong hastily consoled, fearing that their prospects were being jeopardized. Good sir, we merely noticed the recruitment notice and wish to try our luck. This is a rare opportunity for you, she addressed Cheng Xiang, though her words dripped with a certain arrogance. My dear lady, we are not hiring and do not require investment. Thus, there is nothing to discuss. You should take your leave and refrain from engaging in any absurdities at our doorstep, Lu Hao declared, taking the lead and effectively dismissing them without a hint of possibility for negotiation. To be truthful, Lin Huaizhi was taken aback. Lu Hao was typically quite amicable and afforded others a modicum of respect. However, today, his demeanor towards Zhou Ying and Shen Shitong was markedly different from his usual self. Perhaps you might reconsider? Surely you require substantial funding at this juncture. Without our assistance, you would merely be laboring in vain, Shen Shitong urged, flustered by their swift rejection. With Lu Hao having spoken, Cheng Xiang knew how to proceed. Miss, our establishment is modest and dilapidated, and our signage is somewhat juvenile. Why subject yourselves to this humiliation? Zhou Ying's prior complaints echoed back to them, and he could no longer contain himself, glaring fiercely at Cheng Xiang before turning on his heel to leave. Shen Shitong, taken aback by the turn of events, called after Zhou Ying's retreating figure, but he did not look back and continued on his way. In a fit of frustration, she stormed up to Lin Huaizhi, casting him a resentful glance and biting out, "Why do you always ruin my chances?" Lin Huaizhi, uninterested in further discourse, reclined with his legs crossed, leisurely snacking on seeds while relishing Shen Shitong as comical display of frustration. Yual. Shen Shitong appeared to be beside herself with rage. Typically, she wore a gentle smile, never revealing her emotions overtly, but now she was shouting like a shrew. Observing her outburst, Lin Huaizhi offered a timely suggestion. If your anger is overwhelming, feel free to break something. Just know that you will be liable for any damages. He awaited her response with anticipation, hoping she would not disappoint him, thus allowing him to procure something new with the compensation. Shen Shitong's lips quivered with indignation. She had indeed contemplated smashing something, but the thought of having to pay for it, coupled with inadvertently fulfilling Lin Huaizhi's wish, caused her to restrain herself. Ultimately, she said nothing and departed. As soon as she left, Lu Hao and the others quickly converged, eager for gossip. Huaiga, do enlighten us about your encounter with those two eccentric individuals. I'm all ears. Lin Huaizhi shot him an exasperated glance before turning to Lu Hao. That young man genuinely possesses the potential for investment. Do you not feel regret for letting him slip away? Lu Hao had already visited several companies seeking collaboration, but establishments like theirs, devoid of any experience, were often dismissed. Thus, they were likely left to fend for themselves. I value a good first impression. That young man struck me as impolite. Our culture venerates propriety. What good could come from collaborating with someone of such demeanor? Besides, if you were to join us, we will be preoccupied with your affairs daily, potentially jeopardizing the game's development. Though Lin Huaizhi was skeptical of Lu Hao's rationale, he conceded that Zhou Ying indeed lacked decorum. Despite having no affection for Shen Shitong or any desire for interaction, he found Zhou Ying utterly distasteful. Should Zhou Ying truly join their ranks, Lin Huaizhi would certainly choose to withdraw. And what of the money? Are you truly content to let him escape without a trace of regret? Not all. It would be your departure that would truly sting. Lu Hao shot back. Lin Huaizhi paused for a moment, a flicker of emotion crossing his face. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but no words emerged. Lu Hao then resumed organizing the documents in his hands, preparing to commence work. Enough of this idle waiting. It is unlikely anyone else will arrive. We must engage in our tasks, he urged. Everyone had harbored high hopes for this recruitment drive. Now that reality diverged from their expectations, a sense of disappointment lingered. Fortunately, the recent display had somewhat alleviated their discontent. Li Xiaolong cast a reluctant glance outside. Shall we wait a little longer? Perhaps there are still some who have yet to arrive. It is still early, only 10 o'clock. One never knows who may be delayed on their way. Indeed, Huaiga, did you not mention that a few of your friends would also be coming? Another interjected. Lin Huaizhi glanced at his phone, puzzled by the absence of his acquaintances who had confidently promised to arrive on time the previous night. Yet now, not a single one had appeared or responded to messages. I am uncertain. Perhaps they encountered some trouble en route. As he spoke, Cheng Xiang peered outside and spotted 3 striking figures approaching. Huaiga, are those your friends? Chapter 76. Brother Huai Lin Huai raised his gaze, and upon a mere glance, his eyes widened in disbelief, his mind momentarily blank. No, who taught them a dress like this? Zhao Yuanan and his companions seemed equally perplexed. Each had donned a suit. But rather than conventional attire, they had chosen garish hues of red, green, and blue, complete with stylized hairstyles. To Lin Huai's perspective, they bore no distinction from the characters in films, perhaps even more outlandish. Had that blue suit been yellow, they could have easily directed traffic at a busy intersection. Huaigu, your friends are quite fashionable. Cheng Xiang hesitated, struggling to find an appropriate descriptor. Lin Huai shook his head, unwilling to concede. They are not my friends. I do not know them. No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Yuanan and his companions arrived at the entrance, calling out loudly, Huaigu, we are ready for the interview. All right, they are my friends, he admitted reluctantly. Their appearance drew the attention of everyone in the studio, making it the liveliest day at the office, filled with surprises. Why are you dressed like this? One might think you are auditioning for stage play. Lin Huai rubbed his forehead, certain that this absurd idea originated with Zhao Yuanan. Lin adjusted his collar, awkwardly explaining, Yuanan insists that the essence of an interview lies in leaving an impression. Since our professional skills are not exceptional, we must make an effort with our attire to stand out. Haha, you certainly achieved that. Zhao Yuanan beamed, feeling vindicated in his approach. See, I told you this would work. We are already memorable. After Lu Hao posed a few straightforward questions, Lin Huaizhi observed from the sidelines, slightly distancing himself as they were his friends. The interview concluded after over half an hour. From today onward, our studio welcomes 3 new members. Let's give them a round of applause and gather for dinner tonight. This outcome was anticipated had there been a larger pool of candidates. Zhao Yuanan and his friends would have felt the pressure. However, with only them genuinely desiring to join, it was undoubtedly a successful recruitment. As for their professional abilities, each had their strengths, and they would learn on the job, with Lu Hao assigning a mentor to help them gradually acclimate. Now that it's all over, can you change out those clothes? They're quite an eyesore. Despite their usual carefree demeanor, these 3 remained rather unreliable at critical moments. Hu Yi, what do you think of our outfits? We woke up around 6, and after much effort, we finally pulled this off. Unfortunately, it was quite a trek from school, which made us late. Indeed, we were nearly frantic, fearing we would miss it. Fortunately, we made it in time. They shared no complaints, instead reflecting on their own shortcomings. Their positive attitude during the interview likely contributed to Lu Hao's amiable demeanor, as if he had seized free labor. Later that evening, around 6, they found a barbecue restaurant for their gathering. Lin Huaizhi informed Su Yao that he would not drink excessively, encouraging her to enjoy her meal at home. Quick, the skewers are ready. Let us dig in. My sister will be joining us soon. She studies fine arts, and I'll have her handle character design. I hope to foster more interaction between her and everyone, so I'll introduce her. Lu Hao issued a gentle reminder. Everyone, please be considerate. My sister is quite shy, so let us be accommodating. Zhao Yuanan, who had been fixated on the skewers, perked up at the mention of Lu Hao's sister. Wait, you have a sister? And she is an art student? Lin Huaizhi shook his head at his friend's lack of decorum. Wipe your mouth. You're drooling. Lu Xing, still haunted by past events, showed no interest in Lu Hao's sister, his focus solely on the food. The others were not surprised, having known each other long enough to have met her previously. Lu Guo's sister is stunning, like a fairy, the delicate and artistic type. We have met her before. Cheng Xiang chimed in, excitement evident, though he harbored no ulterior motives. Wow, Lu Guo, do you think I might have a chance? What kind of outfits does your sister like? I could learn. The mere mention of outfits from Zhao Yuanan's lips felt like a disaster, conjuring images of his outrageous suit that even a dog would scoff at. My sister has someone she likes, apparently her high school deskmate. They lost touch after entering university, and even after all this time, she isn't really dated. Lu Hao spoke with the intent of dissuading them, fully aware of his sister's temperament. She showed little interest in boys, even questioning if she might be a lesbian. After some probing, it was revealed that she still held feelings for a certain young man. It was baffling how someone could linger on the past for 2 years. People should look forward, not dwell on what is behind. To move on from someone old, one must meet someone new. I believe I am that suitable person, Zhao Yuanan declared, eager to take action, while Lin adopted a neutral stance, preferring to meet her first before forming opinions. Lin Huaizhi, adhering to traditional decorum, refrained from engaging in conversations related to other girls. And Lu Xing had long since lost interest in romance. All right, my sister just messaged me. I'll go greet her. Lu Hao stood to leave, prompting Zhao Yuanan to lean in eagerly, only to be met with a stern look from Lu Hao, which sent him obediently back to his seat. What does she look like? Lu Guo is somewhat handsome, so his sister must be equally impressive. Zhao Yuanan glanced around, observing as Lu Hao and his sister approached. He unconsciously swallowed hard. Wow, she looks incredible. The group turned to gaze, and Lin Huaizhi, driven by curiosity, also turned to look. The more he stared, the more familiar she seemed, his eyes widening in surprise. Could it really be a coincidence? This is my sister, Lu Xiyu. Lu Hao smiled, preparing to introduce her to everyone, but noticed an unusual glint in her eye, particularly when she looked at Lin Huaizhi. Huaiga, what are you doing here? The girl's voice was clear and melodious, betraying her surprise and excitement. Lu Hao was taken aback. Lin Huaizhi felt a jolt of anxiety. Zhao Yuanan was on the verge of exclaiming, sensing an uncanny resemblance to the moment he first encountered Su Yao. The others exchanged glances, nodding firmly. It seemed another juicy story was unfolding. Chapter 77. a long and radiant road. Lin Huai had not anticipated that Lu Xiyu was, in fact, Lu Hao's sister. Reflecting on their high school days, he recalled her having mentioned her brother during a class break, and it was evident that she possessed remarkable talent in painting. Piecing these details together, it no longer seemed implausible. It had been quite a while since they last met, and now he found himself playing games alongside her brother. Lin Huai merely provided a brief explanation without delving into further details. Upon seeing an old acquaintance, especially a girl he had harbored feelings for during high school, Lin Huai felt a sense of tranquility. His first thought was to inform Su Yao upon returning home and to prepare his words carefully. Given her nature, she would undoubtedly feel a tinge of jealousy, even if she did not voice it. Had it not been for Su Yao's urgent work deadline, he would have certainly summoned her to join them, which would have made his life much easier. Lu Xiyu gazed at Lin Huai with anticipation, while Lu Hao began to realize that the troublesome boy he had been seeking was right beside him. Most alarmingly, it was evident from his sister's expression that her feelings for Lin Huai were far from resolved. Observing the stark contrast between Lin Huai's demeanor and that of his sister, one brimming with hope, the other indifferent, was disconcerting. "Huai Ge, my heart is shattered. You must take responsibility," Zhao Yuanan lamented, unable to comprehend why he lacked any romantic fortune while Lin Huai seemed to attract it effortlessly. "If only you resembled Huai Ge, you'd surely have countless girls pursuing you," Lin Wen quipped, adding salt to the wound. The typically taciturn Lu Xing chimed in, "If you had wealth, girls would likely be drawn to you as well. It's all about financial capability." "Great. Lacking both looks and wealth is a double blow," Zhao Yuanan sighed, grateful for the comfort offered by his good friends. Sensing Lin Huai's demeanor, Lu Xiyu managed to maintain her composure and chose to sit beside Lu Hao instead of next to Lin Huai. He did not shy away from her presence, his gaze open and confident. After all, developing feelings for the opposite sex during adolescence was a natural occurrence, and he had not engaged in any inappropriate behavior. However, Lu Hao had a different perspective. Regardless of whom his sister liked, he could not shake off the discomfort it caused him. "Lu Xiyu, rein in a bit," Lu Hao admonished her with a glare, though he found it hard to sound truly fierce. After a brief internal struggle, he resolved to clarify matters with Lin Huai first. "Did you truly claim this morning in the studio that you have a girlfriend?" Lu Hao felt somewhat satisfied with Lin Huai, despite his reluctance to admit it. The facts were evident. Good looks and talent would naturally attract his sister's admiration. If Lin Huai reciprocated her feelings, he might just turn a blind eye. However, if he indeed had a girlfriend, Lu Xiyu's feelings would be of no consequence. "I do have one. We live together, and I genuinely care for her," Lin Huai replied coolly, continuing to relish his skewers. "This is indeed true. We have all met Huaiji's girlfriend. We often dine together, and she just entered her freshman year. She's a junior at our university," Zhao Yuanan interjected, ever perceptive even when feeling downcast. Lin Wen and Lu Xing followed suit, and soon all eyes were subtly on Lu Xiyu, observing her reaction. The girl's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Yet, as she sensed everyone's gaze, she mustered her spirit, holding back her tears and forcing a smile. "That's wonderful. If there's a chance, I would love to meet her. The girl that Huai Ge likes must be exceptional." Lu Xiyu had envisioned many scenarios for their reunion, but this was not one she had anticipated. The secret infatuation she had harbored deep within her heart crumbled in that moment. Despite her efforts to mask her emotions and provide herself with positive affirmations, it was impossible to remain entirely indifferent. "If there is an opportunity, I will," she replied. Lin Huai found himself at a loss for words of comfort. Had it been before Su Yao's appearance, he might have been moved by the situation, but now the timing felt inappropriate. Some moments, once missed, simply could not be reclaimed. As the meal progressed, the two shared no further exchanges. Zhao Yuanan took it upon himself to lighten the atmosphere, and the others joined in, ensuring that the gathering was a joyful one, allowing the entire studio to bond further. The only heartbroken one was Lu Xiyu. When the evening drew to a close, everyone waved goodbye at the street corner and went their separate ways. Lin Huai exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Hao and said nothing more as he joined Zhao Yuanan and the others to catch the subway. Leaving Lu Hao and Lu Xiyu standing beneath a street lamp. The girl slowly crouched down, curling into herself as her body trembled slightly. Hearing his sister's muffled sobs, Lu Hao and Apos, heart ached. His sister had always been well-behaved and academically successful, never causing concern for their family. Her path had generally been smooth, devoid of significant setbacks. Yet, matters of the heart were often beyond one's control. It was as if she herself had never realized how long she had kept someone in her heart. "It's all right. Your brother is here," Lu Hao said gently, crouching beside her and affectionately ruffling her hair, just as he had when they were young. Fortunately, he was there when she needed him most. The girl wept softly, her reserved nature making it difficult for her to express her affections or articulate her needs. Even her tears fell quietly. Time seemed to stretch on, and eventually, Lu Xiyu lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Lu Hao. "Brother, I will meet someone even better, right?" Lu Hao smiled and nodded, wiping her tears away. "Of course you will. You will encounter many people, Xiaoyu. Throughout life, we come across numerous individuals, many of whom only accompany us for a brief period. If I had been braver back then, might the outcome have been different?" Lu Xiyu asked, seeking answers from her brother. She had been timid for too long, and when faced with an unchangeable situation, she found herself unconsciously blaming her past self, wondering if a little courage could have led to a better outcome. Lu Hao shook his head. "A wrong choice is simply a wrong choice. There's no need to berate your past self. The affections you both felt were too quiet. Just consider them unheard and keep looking forward. The road ahead is long and bright, Xiaoyu. This is merely a small chapter in your life. You must continue moving forward. Do you understand?" Lu Xiyu lowered her head, contemplating for a long while. Finally, she raised her head and smiled. "Brother, who knew you could utter such poetic words? Are you still my burly brother?" Lu Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed she had absorbed his words. However, he maintained a serious facade, playfully flicking her forehead. "I am your brother. What do you mean by an Apos, burly and Apos? Mind your language." "All right then, I actually didn't end Apos, teed enough earlier. Brother, will you take me out for another meal?" she asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "What do you want to eat?" "Spicy crayfish," Lu Xiyu exclaimed, springing to her feet. She retrieved a mirror from her bag, wiped her face clean, tidied her hair, and with a bright smile, she took Lu Hao's hand and led him forward. Indeed, the mountains and seas have their destined reunions, and the winds and rains have their fated encounters. Unresolved emotions will eventually find resolution, and all matters will come to fruition. Those things we hold dear and the individuals we cannot let go of, when we look back years later, will hardly matter at all. Looking back, the light boat has already passed countless mountains. Looking forward, the road ahead is long and radiant. Chapter 78. The gentle yet rough gentlemen on their way back. Zhao Yuanan and the others surrounded Lin Huaizhi, inquiring about Lu Xiyu. Lin Huaizhi had nothing to conceal. She was merely his deskmate during their senior year of high school. They often engaged in discussions about problems, and over time, it was easy to develop feelings, though they never openly acknowledged it. Their interactions were just normal, and after graduation, they attended different schools, leading to a loss of contact. To be honest, who could have anticipated such a serendipitous turn of events? They had thought their paths would never cross again, yet here they were. "I seem to recall visiting your class and always seeing you studying with your deskmate. I even teased you back then, saying you were a blockhead, sitting next to such a beautiful girl and only thinking about your studies," Zhao Yuanan exclaimed, slapping his forehead as memories from high school flooded back. To his recollection, Lu Xiyu had always been demure and exuded an artistic aura. "Yet your mind was preoccupied with beauty, and I don't recall you ever dating," Lin Huaizhi retorted, landing a decisive blow that left Zhao Yuanan feeling as if his heart had shattered into several pieces. Lu Xing and Lin Wen couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, Lin Huaizhi and Apos' sharp tongue remained ever so reliable, leaving only Zhao Yuanan to bear the brunt of the teasing. "Hey, just now, you heard Lu Hao mention her too. That girl is still thinking about you, and her gaze is anything but innocent. If she wishes to continue her connection with you, how will you handle it?" "We are firmly on Su Yao and Apos' side," Zhao Yuan pressed. "Indeed, Su Yao has been exceedingly kind to you. spending her money on you despite how little time you've known each other. You cannot let her down, added another. Lin Huaizhi understood this sentiment all too well, but he was aware that Lu Xiyu would not behave in such a manner. Though she appeared gentle and timid, she had principles and her own convictions. His attraction to her stemmed from this very quality. While he felt lost about the future, she had a clear plan ahead. All she needed was time to come to terms with the reality, and their future interactions would remain within the bounds of friendship. He understood her nature well and knew she would never act against her principles. For instance, upon learning he had a girlfriend, she refrained from making any inappropriate comments. True. And with Lu Hao around, being his sister, there's no need for concern, Zhao Yuan nodded, affirming that Lu Xiyu seemed quite well-behaved and would certainly not engage in any indiscreet behavior. Let's set this aside for now. We ought to discuss matters of substance. Since you are all here, we cannot afford to be as carefree as before. Lin Huaizhi had been disciplined since the start of his college life, dedicating significant time to his studies. He participated in all the competitions at school, and with his quick intellect and natural talent, he achieved modest success. Conversely, Zhao Yuanan and his friends, while not entirely lacking in capability, had been rather lackadaisical, relying on their intelligence alone. Now, as they prepared to work together, they could no longer afford to be so careless. They needed to buckle down. We understand, and we will certainly put in the effort without holding anyone back, Zhao Yuanan replied, surprisingly earnest. Even I, who usually slacks off, am eager to learn from you all. We must be fully committed, especially now that we have the chance. Just last night, I said if we get a chance, we won't be able to play games every night anymore. Now in their junior year, graduation loomed near, and despite their usual carefree demeanor, a sense of urgency lingered beneath the surface. They were all filled with enthusiasm at the prospect of this opportunity. Observing their determination, Lin Huaizhi felt reassured. After exiting the subway, he stopped by a nearby barbecue restaurant to buy some skewers for Su Yao. When he reported back, she had sent multiple crying emojis, expressing her intense craving and lamenting that if it weren't for her deadlines, she would want to join him. Judging by the time, her writing should be nearly complete, making his return perfectly timed. Upon arriving home, Su Yao did not come out to greet him. Lin Huaizhi moved quietly, tiptoeing up behind her as she was engrossed in her writing, completely unaware of his presence. With keen eyesight, he observed Su Yao as slender fingers dancing across the keyboard, her thoughts flowing effortlessly. Out of curiosity, he glanced at the screen. The girl's eyelashes fluttered, her cheeks flushed as she dared not meet his gaze. He, the epitome of gentleness, tenderly tucked her stray hair behind her ear, only to have his hand venture beneath her pleated skirt a moment later. The subsequent content was not permissible to share, so one must imagine. Lin Huaizhi swore this was the most captivating piece of writing he had ever encountered. He instinctively placed himself and Su Yao in the roles of the protagonists, where he became the gentlemanly yet audacious male lead, and though Su Yao felt fear, she still yielded to his desires. A crucial factor in this was that these words sprang from Su Yao and Appo's imagination. She had previously mentioned that the male lead in her stories was modeled after herself, which meant that in crafting this scene, she had also inserted her own essence into it. Once this Chapter 79, her choice, Su Yao avows that this was unequivocally the most fraught and mortifying moment of her existence. The very act of composing erotica was hardly commendable, especially given her cultivated image of pristine innocence. Now caught red-handed by Lin Huaizhi, she was seized by panic. Oh heavens! What shall I do? Will the persona I've painstakingly built crumble to dust? I can scarcely confess that my mind is replete with lascivious imaginings of him and me. Alas, if only I had secured the door before embarking on this endeavor. Woe is me! I could weep for eternity. Su Yao and Appo's countenance was a mask of distress. Never before had she experienced such profound humiliation. In the privacy of her thoughts, Lin Huaizhi remained oblivious, but now he had witnessed her explicit narrative, a grave detriment to her image of guileless charm. After an interminable period, Su Yao remained devoid of a plausible excuse. To exacerbate matters, Lin Huaizhi's gaze was fixed upon her, awaiting her response. Weren't you to procure roasted meats for me? Where are they? I am famished. Su Yao attempted to divert the conversation, her eyes darting about in feigned search. Finding Lin Huaizhi's hands empty, she prepared to feign indignation, hoping to obfuscate the preceding incident. However, as if divining her intentions, Lin Huaizhi swept her into his arms, seating her upon the table, his hands flanking her, denying her escape. Her facade of innocence was a charade. From their initial encounter, he was cognizant of the nature of her thoughts. She dared to indulge in risque reveries from their very first meeting, a boldness that astounded him. Only she, in her naivete, believed her performance convincing. Yao Yao. Two options present themselves. Firstly, answer my previous inquiry. Secondly, I choose the second. Su Yao interjected, unwilling to subject herself to such mortification. She preempted Lin Huaizhi and Appo's as second option. Lin Huaizhi and Appo's lips curled into a smile. The second option entails reciting aloud the content you and Appo's just penned, followed by its enactment. Su Yao was stunned, her pupils dilating in disbelief that such words could emanate from Lin Huaizhi's lips. The content was so flagrant, replete with scenes of the female protagonist begging for respite, compelled to pleasure the male lead. Though she had indeed performed such acts for Lin Huaizhi, the hand and mouth were not interchangeable. Why the silence? Were you not eager to embrace the second option? Lin Huaizhi lowered his head, nipping at Su Yao's lips. I choose the first. I recant my decision. Su Yao raised her hands in defense. I made a mistake in haste. I can answer your question. I merely envisioned you in the role as I wrote. However, I must clarify that these contents are fictional, designed to enrich the characters in my imagination. It was also crafted to cater to the tastes of my readership. It does not reflect my personal desires or aspirations for such experiences. You comprehend? Lin Huaizhi listened attentively. He was well acquainted with Su Yao and Appo's disposition. However, if a maiden utters no, it often signifies yes. Did Su Yao genuinely harbor such desires? Did she not yearn for such experiences? Since it is a matter of amorous play, it is best to explore it sooner rather than later. Thus thinking, Lin Huaizhi continued to probe Su Yao. So, you harbor no desire for these scenarios to unfold in your own life? Or rather, you do not wish for me to treat you thus. Is that correct? Su Yao paused, lost in thought. Certain brutish elements are undesirable. Yet some role-playing scenarios hold a certain allure. Perhaps they are not entirely beyond the realm of possibility. Intimate relations are crucial to matrimony. A diversity of experiences could prevent tedium. However, if I express my desire, would I not appear unreserved? Would he perceive me as disingenuous? Yet if I demur, given his nature, he may never engage in such acts. If he were to abstain from intimacy, I would be utterly miserable. Such a physique, broad shoulders, and a slender waist, perfectly tailored for my long legs. Moreover, such intimacy is acceptable. It has been over a month since we began sharing a bed. Adults cannot subsist on platonic love alone, can they? Lin Huaizhi eavesdropped on Su Yao's internal monologue. She seemed to derive pleasure from her musings, even casting appraising glances at her own figure. Good heavens, has the role reversal occurred? I must seize the initiative. Is it so difficult to answer? Experience will reveal the truth. The body never lies. Help! Why, even in this predicament, do I feel a frisson of excitement amidst my trepidation? Am I truly so depraved? Lin Huaizhi knew not if other girls shared Su Yao's proclivities, but Su Yao loathed wearing a brassiere. Upon returning from school, her first act was invariably to remove it. Donning loose attire, he derived amusement from assisting her in disrobing and dressing, as it afforded him opportunities for dalliance. It is uncomfortable, Su Yao whispered, a delicate flush tinting her fair cheeks and ears. It is preferable without. It facilitates my caresses. Her sensitive frame writhed involuntarily. Her delicate hands sought to push against Lin Huaizhi's chest, attempting to halt his advance. However, her strength was negligible compared to Lin Huaizhi's. He, deeming it troublesome, simply pinned Su Yao's hands behind her, as a teacher might instruct a child to clasp their hands behind their back. Lin Huaizhi, Su Yao exclaimed, a mixture of anger and embarrassment in her voice, though she had indeed pinned a scene of the male lead coercing the female lead. It did not imply her desire to experience it presently. Moreover, it was mortifying. Should not the first time be gentle? However, Lin Huaizhi, the perpetrator, displayed no remorse. He even considerately smoothed Su Yao's hair and kissed her collarbone. Yao Yao. Even the most accomplished writers require authentic experiences to craft exceptional works. I'm merely assisting you. What utter nonsense! Su Yao now recognized a facet of Lin Huaizhi hitherto unseen. Though he was never entirely proper, this degree of mischievousness was unprecedented. Yet, strangely, she found it appealing. Such a Lin Huaizhi possessed an allure that utterly captivated her, reducing her to an imbecile. Her remaining rationality was swiftly eroding under Lin Huaizhi's onslaught. Esteemed senior, release me first. Let us converse rationally. Are you not curious about my writing? Did you not request that I read it aloud? Release me first, and I shall open the document and recite it for you, shall I? Gazing into Lin Huaizhi's lustful eyes, Su Yao felt like a defenseless rabbit. His gaze conveyed a desire to devour her whole. If she did not act swiftly to save herself, she would likely succumb to him. Alas, she loved him too deeply. She would do anything for him. Chapter 80. Bonus points. Lin Huaizhi had never been so audacious before, particularly after hearing Su Yao's genuine sentiments. She expressed her willingness to proceed, and with such a declaration, if he failed to respond, what sort of man would he be? He possessed physical desires and had a girlfriend. Although she feigned resistance, her heart was inclined towards him. Given these circumstances, to refrain from taking action would be a disservice to himself. Therefore, when faced with Su Yao's request for a pause, he had no intention of letting her go. Yao Yao, my memory is impeccable. You know that Lin Huaizhi remarked, his actions mirroring his words. Su Yao was taken aback, her body trembling uncontrollably. Be a good girl. I won't undress unless you wish it. Lin Huaizhi, embodying the quintessential duality of firmness and tenderness, had just been assertive but now softened his demeanor to coax Su Yao. Bewildered by his kiss, she eventually nodded in a daze. Perhaps out of embarrassment, Su Yao bit her lip, unwilling to fully reveal this unfamiliar side of herself under the bright lights. Lin Huaizhi noticed her lower lip had been slightly wounded from her biting. Feeling a pang of compassion, he swiftly walked to the switch and extinguished the lights, allowing only a faint glow from the crack of the living room door to seep in. He embraced her, kissing her fervently, calling her Yao Yao with a husky, deep voice that resonated sweetly in Su Yao's ears, making her heart swell with joy. Time seemed to dissolve as Lin Huaizhi continued. Yet Su Yao sensed his struggle to contain himself. Although she was the one being teased, feeling the perspiration on Lin Huaizhi's forehead softened her heart. She gently reached out, her touch tender, though insufficient to alleviate his discomfort. I'll help you. The implication was clear. Lin Huaizhi smirked, revealing a triumphant smile. He knew Su Yao would feel sympathy for him. Yao Yao, if you're unwilling, this isn't necessary. Despite his overwhelming joy and anticipation, he feigned nonchalance, which only melted Su Yao's heart further. Iam willing, I truly am. We are the closest of partners, are we not? Considering always shinies. Lin Huaizhi refrained from turning on the lights while they bathed. Yet, in the darkness, his excitement reached new heights. Yao Yao, take a moment to rest. I will fetch you some water. Su Yao sat on the bed, dazed, unable to comprehend how they had arrived at such a point, especially as she had initiated it. Ah, Su Yao, from this moment, my pure persona is irrevocably lost. If I pretend to be innocent again, he surely won't believe me. He might even think I am a woman of great desires. Did I lose my mind just now? How could I agree to everything? Now my image is ruined. Su Yao buried her head under the covers, silently seething. If only time could rewind, she would have maintained her composure. When Lin Huaizhi returned with the water, he found Su Yao rolling about under the covers, her expression hidden but easily imagined. Yao Yao, come out and drink some water. Lin Huaizhi felt a twinge of nervousness. He seldom called anyone by their name so intimately, yet it flowed from him effortlessly and tenderly when addressing Su Yao. No, I want an apos, tea drink. Her muffled voice emerged from the blankets, and Lin Huaizhi found her adorably endearing. He gently pulled the covers aside. Come now, drink a little to soothe your throat. Upon hearing this, Su Yao's face flushed once more, her mind swirling with chaotic images that she could not dispel. What do you think of me? Lin Huaizhi pondered for a moment before nodding in appreciation, offering an honest assessment. Initially inexperienced, yet developing skill over time. Su Yao. Her face turned crimson. Who asked you that? You're making my heart race. I meant to ask if you have any negative impressions of me, or if you secretly think poorly of me and would deduct points. That was what I meant. Not your previous experience. Su Yao felt mortified. She swore this was the first time she received genuine praise, but felt unable to relish it, wishing only to disappear into a hole. Lin Huaizhi finally understood her vague inquiry, quickly redirecting his thoughts. Yao, you're not well-versed in matters concerning men. This is not something that would result in a deduction of points. In fact, it is a bonus. Moreover, I have always loved you and will only love you more. There is no possibility of deductions. Lin Huaizhi seldom uttered such affectionate words, and upon seeing his earnest expression, Su Yao felt a weight lift from her heart. She obediently finished the water he offered. How is it? Is your throat feeling better? I think we should refrain from discussing this topic. P.S. Having poured my heart into this writing, is it too much to ask for a flower? Chapter 81. Exceptionally gifted, by the way. Did you bring me barbecue? I exerted myself quite a bit earlier, and now I'm ravenous, she said. It's been so long. Even if there is barbecue, it's bound to be cold. Regret washed over her. She should have eaten before the intimacy. But it was also his fault for being so languid, or she wouldn't have missed out on warm barbecue. I did bring it, but it's definitely inedible now. Shall I order you a fresh serving? Confronted with her reproachful gaze, he felt a twinge of guilt. He couldn't help himself earlier, which led to him dallying with her for so long. In the shower, he had intended to finish quickly, but it was like an addiction. Once it started, he craved more. Had he not been concerned for her well-being, he could have gone for another round. All right, then order a new one. I am famished, she said, pathetically rubbing her stomach. Despite not engaging in any strenuous activity, she felt as though she had run a marathon, utterly enervated. Could be kidney deficiency? It wasn't beyond the realm of possibility, considering she never exercised and her physical constitution was subpar. He retrieved his phone to order her food, all the while eavesdropping on her mental soliloquy. With my physique being so poor, if we ever truly engage in something, won't I faint? The duration earlier was quite extensive. I wonder if I can endure it. However, after all that dalliance, my vitality has increased significantly. I now have over a year's worth of surplus. If we ever truly engage, it seems acceptable. Once I've accumulated ample experience, I'll undoubtedly be able to craft more nuanced prose, and my beloved fans will surely adore it. Moreover, I can enrich the plot by depicting the sensations in greater detail. She propped her head up, continuing to reminisce about the recent encounter. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her, and she abruptly rose from the bed, returning to the desk to resume editing her manuscript. What's wrong? I feel my previous writing lacked vividness. Many details can be revised, and certain word choices could be more effective if expressed more bluntly. After all, the male protagonist is the one imposing his will, and a philanderer wouldn't consider others' comfort. He's only concerned with his own pleasure. Clearly, the latter remarks were directed at him, alluding to his lascivious behavior. Unfortunately, he deliberately sidestepped those allusions, only registering the preceding words of praise. Thus, he adopted an I-knew-it-all-along demeanor and shamelessly took credit. How is it? Didn't having a first-hand experience greatly assist your writing? She nodded, albeit reluctantly. Indeed, her previous depictions relied heavily on imagination and inspiration from tawdry literature. Even if the descriptions were vivid, they still felt incomplete due to the lack of personal experience. The intense heartbeats when their skin touched, the shivers as his fingertips traced her body, the low moans during kisses, the submissive posture when trying to please him, the increased effort after receiving praise. The myriad psychological activities and personal sensations now allowed her to write with a torrent of inspiration, capable of producing another 3,000 words of details. Her readers would undoubtedly adore her. However, setting aside these considerations, she still deemed him a philanderer. It was very helpful, but I need to start writing now. Could you please give me some space? She felt self-conscious about him, having seen her writing in its entirety. If he remained by her side, she wouldn't be able to let loose and would silently fume. All right, then good luck. I'll give you an hour at most, or the barbecue will get cold. He also felt that his presence would hinder her performance. After all, it was something she enjoyed, and, as her partner, he should support her, just as she supported him. Therefore, despite having many suggestive remarks on the tip of his tongue, he obediently retreated to the living room to await the delivery. He had no inclination to work this late at night. After some deliberation, he opened a website and searched for her works. Although he didn't know the specific title, knowing the male protagonist's name made it much simpler. After sifting through a couple of search results, he successfully located her work. Upon reading the first chapter, his eyes lit up. The opening scene was explosive, with the classroom scene being incredibly bold. He read with relish. Although he didn't know the quality of her more innocent works, he could guarantee that she possessed an exceptional talent for writing erotic literature. Even he, a simple man who wasn't particularly fond of this type of writing, found her prose incredibly captivating. As he read, he silently noted certain scenes and positions. Since they were all from her imagination, she must want to experience them. To help his girlfriend improve her writing skills and capture the reader's hearts, he, as her boyfriend, was willing to sacrifice his own allure and cooperate with her. The book hadn't been updated with many chapters, but it still had a large following. He clicked on the comments and was surprised to find that most of the readers were female. TSK, no wonder those senior female students were all like ravenous wolves. So girls also read this kind of stuff? He hadn't interacted with many girls before, so he always thought they were shy about the topic of sex. But now it seemed that wasn't the case. She read it for writing purposes, but the discussion forum was filled with real readers who were unabashedly discussing the topic, even making remarks that he found himself outdone by. The delivery arrived close to midnight. He went to the room entrance and saw that she was still focused on writing, completely oblivious to his presence. Never mind, let her write for another 10 minutes. His phone suddenly chimed incessantly with notifications. Afraid of disturbing her, he immediately muted it. Upon opening it, he saw dozens of messages in the group chat. After skimming through them, he found that they weren't discussing anything important, just casual banter. He didn't participate. Just as he was about to exit and resume reading her work, he saw a message from Lu Hao. I was a bit anxious earlier, and my tone might have been a bit harsh. Don't take it to heart. He replied quickly, telling him not to worry about it. It wasn't a big deal to begin with, and he could understand. If he had a sister, he might have been even more irrational in that situation. As a qualified sibling complex, he would indiscriminately dislike every male near his sister. Lu Hao hadn't said anything offensive, but his attitude was slightly colder than his usual enthusiastic demeanor. He didn't know how others felt about it, but he was able to accept it. People like Lu Hao were more emotionally sensitive than most boys, able to take care of others' emotions, and willing to admit and correct their mistakes. That's why he was recognized by everyone. To be honest, he admired him a bit. Chapter 82. Trust is the foundation. Having refined her work, Su Yao felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction with this latest version, which she was certain would garner rave reviews from her loyal fans. With a buoyant spirit, she submitted her chapter for review and eagerly dashed out, effortlessly settling onto Lin Huaizhi's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck to share her joy. Of course, my girlfriend is the best, Lin Huaizhi remarked, not wanting to dampen her spirits. He set aside his phone, embracing Su Yao's slender waist, relishing the moment together. However, you just read what I wrote. You wouldn't secretly search for my work, would you? Su Yao squinted at him, trying to discern something in his expression. Lin Huaizhi remained unfazed, lying without a hint of embarrassment. Absolutely not. I would never look without your permission. Would you like me to read it? If you wish, I could offer some feedback. Feedback? How would you do that? Naturally, just as I did earlier, direct and effective. It's far more useful than mere words. He gazed at her with a mischievous glint, completely unperturbed by the implications of his words. Su Yao, wary of his potential antics that might delay her enjoyment of barbecue, promptly vacated his lap. I'm going to eat now. No more nonsense. Having craved it all evening, the arrival of warm food moved Su Yao deeply. Indeed, culinary delights have a way of mending the heart. Would you care for more? There's plenty. Su Yao invited Lin Huaizhi, and in an effort to not spoil the mood, he picked up a skewer and joined her. How did your interview go today? Did anything amusing happen? Lin Huaizhi nodded, choosing to share openly, especially regarding matters involving the opposite sex. Concealing such details might lead to complications if discovered later. Even if he had nothing to hide, not many came for interviews, Everyone seeks stable, secure jobs, and clearly, our studio isn't an appealing option. Most took a glance and left, leaving us with only Zhao Yuan Nan and a few others. Then we went out for dinner later. Lu Hao was there. He has a sister who was my high school desk mate, and she came along today. Su Yao, who had been thoroughly enjoying her meal, halted at this revelation. Your high school desk mate? Does she have feelings for you? Surely not. That expression of yours. Are you implying mutual affection? Am I the third wheel here? Wait. I was the one who got there first. I'm the original. Hearing Su Yao's thoughts, Lin Huaizhi felt a twinge of panic and quickly clarified. I don't like her. It's highly likely she doesn't like me either. She probably just feels a sense of nostalgia. As soon as she arrived, I mentioned I had a girlfriend and even suggested bringing you along next time. Su Yao, don't overthink it. You can ask me anything. Will you be seeing her often in the future? Lin Huaizhi fell silent for a couple of seconds. She was in charge of character design for the game, having studied art, which meant they would inevitably cross paths again. Will you maintain a distance? Of course. Aside from you, I wouldn't approach any other girls. If possible, I wouldn't even speak to them. Lin Huaizhi adhered firmly to principles of loyalty, fully aware of how to conduct himself, firmly believing that no genuine friendship exists between the sexes. That should suffice. I trust you will manage well. Su Yao felt reassured and resumed her skewer, just as Lin Huaizhi wondered how she could be so easily appeased when she added, "But why do you have so many admirers?" Pointing at himself, Lin Huaizhi questioned me. I have many admirers? Su Yao nodded. Indeed, you do. Look at all the senior and junior girls. I heard from Zhao Yuan and that you received numerous love letters before, and you don't even know how many times you've appeared on the campus confession wall. And then there's Shun Shitang, who frequently shows up around you. Now, even high school juniors can't seem to forget you. Oh, my fate is so hard. I finally have a boyfriend, yet so many want to compete with me. Su Yao's tone was exaggerated, bordering on theatrical, as Lin Huaizhi observed her performance with a calm demeanor, countering me with many admirers. Su Yao, you've only been in college for 2 months. How many boys have confessed to you? Surely, you have some awareness. Just my encounters when I went to your college to see you, where I saw you being approached by boys twice. And there was that one time when a bold fellow delivered flowers right to your classroom, making quite the spectacle. Anyone would think he was your boyfriend. And as for the confession wall, your appearances are hardly less frequent than mine, you know? Lin Huaizhi's gaze deepened, causing Su Yao to feel slightly guilty. She then attempted to play innocent. Oh, that was all in the past. I never intended to develop anything with them. Just look at me. Haven't I handled each situation well? Reflecting on her actions, it was clear that Su Yao had been quite forthright, managing each encounter adeptly. She even posted about their affectionate moments at the campus market, absurdly gathering a fan base of CP supporters. In this fast-paced era, most individuals are reluctant to pause and appreciate the essence of things, often pursuing those who merely possess physical allure. Both he and Su Yao belong to the more aesthetically pleasing category, which indeed attracted more attention. Nonetheless, he held his convictions, and Su Yao maintained her principles. Thus far, neither had questioned the other, and their relationship was rapidly intensifying. I believe we can skip this topic and discuss something else. Su Yao recognized her shortcomings and, fully trusting Lin Huaizhi, realized that continuing this conversation held little merit. She can assist with character design, and I can help write storylines, which would save you some expenses. Aware of her lack of artistic talent, Su Yao still wished to assist Lin Huaizhi, pondering how she could contribute. Yao, our game is a serious endeavor. We cannot include any inappropriate elements. Otherwise, it won't be marketable. Su Yao's eyes sparkled as she detected Lin Huaizhi's teasing and retorted, "My works also align with core values. There's nothing inappropriate." Very well, then I shall rely on the esteemed author Su. P.S. I noticed someone jokingly asked if I have a side gig on Haitang. Honestly, I prefer writing about vehicles. Chapter 83. A sweet treat for a better mood the following day. Lin Huaizhi rose early as usual to head to the studio. Although some tasks could be accomplished from home, the nature of entrepreneurship necessitated a clear schedule, fostering a more productive environment. If everyone were allowed to come and go as they pleased, it would undoubtedly deteriorate the work atmosphere and lead to collective complacency. For those lacking self-discipline, working from home could prove to be a calamity. On this matter, Lin Huaizhi held a deep admiration for Su Yao, who could tirelessly write at home, often spending an entire day in front of her computer without feeling fatigued. When inspired by scenes she particularly enjoyed, such as driving, she could produce an astonishing 10,000 words in a single burst, much to the delight of her readers. Today, Zhao Yuanan and his colleagues were remarkably dependable, arriving at the studio before 9 and working diligently until past noon. They eventually sent 2 people out to fetch fast food, which they devoured quickly before taking a brief respite to continue their work. At lunchtime, Lu Xiyu surprised everyone with fruit tea, a refreshing choice given the warm weather. When it came time to hand Lin Huaizhi his drink, Lu Xiyu endeavored to maintain the same cheerful demeanor as before. I noticed the weather is quite warm today, so I brought everyone fruit tea. Lin Huaizhi accepted the drink with a slight smile and a simple thank you. Everything seemed perfectly normal until Cheng Xiang, lacking subtlety, blurted, "Sister Xiyu, I remember you always used to bring us milk tea. Why the sudden change today? Didn't your brother say you preferred sweet things?" Lu Xiyu's expression faltered as she instinctively glanced at Lin Huaizhi, fearing he might discern something. It was true she favored milk tea and rarely indulged in fruit tea. Yet, she recalled an incident from high school when she had brought Lin Huaizhi milk tea as a token of gratitude after he had helped her with her studies. At that time, he had been refreshingly candid, outright rejecting her offering. "I prefer fruit tea. If you genuinely wish to thank me, next time, please bring me fruit tea." He had even politely added thank you. That day, she had mustered the courage to buy it, her nerves palpable as she handed it to him, her ears flushed with embarrassment. Unfortunately, he had been oblivious to her feelings, leaving her disheartened for quite some time, believing Lin Huaizhi disliked her. Lin Huaizhi remembered this incident as well. His emotional intelligence had not yet developed, and he had spoken without thinking. He had never been accustomed to interacting with girls and had not realized how his actions could cause her discomfort. Now, with a deeper understanding of Lu Xiyu's intentions, he had come to appreciate the sweetness of the drink he once found overly saccharine. Witnessing Su Yao's joy in consuming it and her frequent playful coaxing to try it, he had gradually grown fond of it himself. "I merely wish to change things up a bit, hence the fruit tea. If everyone prefers milk tea, I can certainly bring that next time," Lu Xiyu said, regretting her earlier actions. Though she had tried to move on, understanding that feelings cannot be forced, she found it challenging to let go of this unrequited affection. Today, as she brought milk tea to her colleagues, memories of high school flooded back. And after much internal conflict, she ultimately chose fruit tea. She knew logically that it was just a cup of milk tea and held no deeper significance. Yet she could not quell her thoughts as she placed the order, making excuses to herself. "Milk tea is quite delightful. I still enjoy it. However, Cheng Xiang, perhaps you should refrain from being too picky when it's complimentary," Lin Huaizhi teased, swiftly alleviating Lu Xiyu's discomfort. "You've taken a milk tea now? I thought you still preferred the old ways," he remarked. Lu Xiyu did not distance herself from Lin Huaizhi, but spoke softly, her voice barely audible, while his focus remained on the conversation, oblivious to her predicament. People do change. What one once deemed unacceptable may eventually become a preference. Some things that once seemed vital may later fade into insignificance. Standing upright, Lin Huaizhi noticed the melancholy in Lu Xiyu's eyes. Despite Lu Haoming assuring him that he had comforted her the previous evening, it appeared otherwise. He sighed inwardly, contemplating a private conversation with her, yet hesitated, fearing it might overstep boundaries. From Su Yao's perspective, she would undoubtedly disapprove. Were their roles reversed, he too would feel intensely jealous if he learned of Su Yao speaking privately with another male, especially one who had previously harbored feelings for her. Lu Haoming observed their interaction from afar, and, noticing Lu Xiyu lingering by Lin Huaizhi's desk in a daze, approached to guide her outside. Lu Xiyu stood frozen, bracing herself for a reprimand. Yet to her surprise, Lu Haoming's tone was unexpectedly gentle, devoid of reproach. "Are you all right?" His soft inquiry made her feel as if she might break down. Had he scolded her, she would have likely held her composure, but his tender comfort broke her resolve, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Biting her lip to suppress her sobs, She shook her head, responding, "Not at all. I'm not that carefree, brother. I can't pretend nothing has happened. I know I'm disappointing you, right? You must think I'm foolish for being unable to handle my emotions." Seeing his sister in such distress, Lu Haoming internally chastised Lin Huaizhi, questioning how he could have let her down. "You've always excelled academically, respected your teachers, cared for your classmates. What relative would not praise your maturity? In my eyes, you will always be extraordinary." "Really?" she asked, her eyes brightening. "Of course," he assured her. Having previously been reticent with praise, he found it easier to express his admiration now. Once Lu Xiyu had calmed down, he rationally suggested, "If you're feeling down, perhaps you should take a break from coming here for a few days. Since your sketches have concluded, it might be best for you to return to school. Out of sight, out of mind. If you don't see him, your heart will find some peace." Lu Xiyu nodded in agreement, realizing her presence was not conducive, not only distracting herself, but also affecting Lin Huaizhi's work. "I'll work hard over the next couple of days to finish the character illustrations you need, and then I'll head back to school." She resolved to be tougher on herself, believing that if seeing him stirred painful memories, it would be wiser to avoid him altogether. Time would eventually heal all wounds. Zhao Yuanan, who had a notoriously delicate stomach, had just consumed a large glass of cold beverage and rushed outside, clutching a pack of tissues. Upon exiting, he caught sight of Lu Xiyu's tear-streaked face and Lu Haoming's menacing glare directed his way. "I merely needed to use the restroom. I didn't see anything," he exclaimed hurriedly before darting off. Once her emotions had stabilized, Lu Xiyu returned to her artwork, immersing herself in the creative process and striving to push aside other thoughts. Suddenly, a beautifully packaged small cake appeared before her, and she turned to find the hand belonged to Zhao Yuanan. "Is this for me?" she asked, surprised. As the newest member of the studio, their acquaintance was limited, and she was taken aback by his thoughtful gesture. Zhao Yuanan felt a twinge of embarrassment, scratching his head as he bashfully remarked, "I heard that indulging in something sweet can elevate one's spirits. On my way back, I happened to stumble upon a dessert shop, and the staff practically compelled me to make a purchase. They wouldn't let me leave without buying something, so I had no choice but to indulge a little." It was evident that his words lacked sincerity, and Lu Xiyu could easily discern the truth. Moreover, she had distinctly observed the pack of tissues in his hand when he had just exited. There was no dessert shop along the path to the restroom, and the name of the establishment he mentioned was in the completely opposite direction, even quite a distance away. "Is that so?" Faced with Lu Xiyu's skeptical gaze, Zhao Yuanan became noticeably more candid. "All right, I did go there intentionally, but I washed my hands, so they're quite clean." Zhao Yuanan mistakenly assumed Lu Xiyu was repulsed, and in a silly manner, he waved his palms in front of her. Lu Xiyu found his antics amusing and genuinely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. I will savor my meal. Also, your hands are quite beautiful." Chapter 84. The rising storm around 3 in the afternoon. Su Yao appeared at the studio's entrance, carrying over a dozen cups of milk tea. The moment Lin Huaizhi laid eyes on her, he was momentarily taken aback, as were the others, all caught in a state of bewilderment. "Wow, Brother Huai, your girlfriend is even more stunning than in her photos." Lin Huaizhi quickly rose and rushed to Su Yao's side, taking the milk tea from her hands. "What brings you here? I sent you a WeChat message just now, but you didn't respond, so I came by myself. Am I interrupting anything?" Lin Huaizhi shook his head. A girlfriend's visit could hardly be considered a disturbance. However, they had just enjoyed fruit tea, and he wondered if they could manage another drink. "Is this for us?" Goodness, what a fortunate day, with both fruit tea and milk tea. Cheng Xiang and a few others immediately gathered around. Su Yao quickly handed out the milk tea, and Lin Huaizhi realized he had been overthinking. "Huh, isn't that girl here? She didn't come all this way for nothing, did she?" Lin Huaizhi understood that Su Yao was indeed concerned, which was why she chose to come at that particular moment. Yet, to be honest, he didn't find her behavior excessive. After all, she was his girlfriend and deserved to be cherished. Moreover, had he been in her position, he would have done the same to assert his claim. Given Su Yao's nature, even if she appeared fierce, he doubted she would go too far, so there was no cause for worry. Lu Xiyu had evidently noticed the commotion and approached the door. Locking eyes with Su Yao, Lin Huaizhi glanced back and forth between the two, relieved that the anticipated confrontation did not materialize. Wow, truly befitting of an art student. Your aura is remarkable. You exude that gentle sister vibe. Your face is so delicate, and your outfit is so stylish. Ah, beautiful, come closer. Lin Huaizhi turned in confusion, staring at Su Yao, completely perplexed. Shouldn't she be jealous upon seeing a rival? Why did she seem to regard her with such interest? Are you Lu Shiyu? When Lu Shiyu remained silent, Su Yao took the initiative to break the ice, dissipating the awkward atmosphere. Yes, I am. Lu Shiyu's eyes held no animosity, only admiration. To be honest, she had encountered many beautiful individuals, but Su Yao undoubtedly ranked among the top 3, possessing a striking beauty that became more enchanting upon closer inspection. You have such an elegant presence. Is it true that all art students are this stunning? Su Yao had entirely forgotten her original purpose for visiting, her excitement bordering on the ecstatic. Nearby, Lu Xiaolong secretly gossiped with Cheng Xiang. Is she being sincere? In dramas, this is where the atmosphere turns tense. Yet appears quite serene here. Lin Huaizhi observed Su Yao's playful antics, and had he not been privy to her true thoughts, he too might have harbored similar doubts. Thank you. You're quite beautiful yourself. Su Yao's gaze was so genuine that Lu Shiyu initially suspected sarcasm. Yet her intuition told her that Su Yao was sincere. This is my first time here, and I'm not very familiar with the area. I noticed several lovely clothing shops earlier. Would you be interested in browsing them together? Shopping is undoubtedly one of the best ways for girls to bond, and with Su Yao expressing such intent, Lu Shiyu readily agreed. Soon, the two stepped out together, their hands interlinked within just a few strides. As everyone watched the two radiant figures depart, their gazes turned towards Lin Huaizhi, tinged with admiration. Lin Huaizhi himself was at a loss for understanding. Lu Hao approached him, voice laced with concern. Your girlfriend want to sell my sister off? Will she? I can assure you that absolutely won't happen. In fact, to be honest, my girlfriend quite likes your sister. Brother Huai, do you have any other admirers? If they all knew you were working here, our meals would definitely improve. Lin Huaizhi shot Cheng Xiang a fierce glare. At this moment, he had no interest in any other girls aside from Su Yao. If there were too many admirers, he feared Su Yao would devour him whole. It wasn't until the afternoon shift ended that Su Yao and Lu Shiyu returned, their hands laden with shopping spoils, chatting and laughing. Anyone observing them would hardly suspect they were rivals. Instead, they appeared to be the best of friends. On their way home, Su Yao felt a twinge of reluctance, having made plans with Lu Shiyu to keep in touch and go shopping together in the future. Su Yao, shouldn't you clarify a few things? Huh? Clarify what? You mean about Sister Shiyu? I think she is really nice. I like her. Su Yao candidly expressed her fondness, though she hadn't been particularly friendly at first. After conversing for a while, all her reservations had vanished. So, you've transformed an enemy into a friend? If this could help Lu Shiyu gain clarity, it would indeed be a good thing. Something like that. Chapter 85. Bullying in the following days. Lin Huaizhi distinctly sensed a change in Lu Shiyu. Her gaze towards him was no longer as fervent as before. Occasionally, she would approach him to discuss Su Yao. The topics revolved around how they met, what it felt like to date a writer like Su Yao, and whether he was aware of the genres Su Yao wrote. Naturally, Lin Huaizhi refrained from divulging any details, particularly concerning Su Yao's works. Just days prior, Su Yao had earnestly instructed him not to reveal to Lu Shiyu that she penned risque novels, lest it tarnish her image. For this reason, Lin Huaizhi secured numerous benefits for himself, as Su Yao promised to wear outfits he favored, such as black and white stockings. With that incentive in mind, he would not disclose anything to Lu Shiyu. Xiaoyu, I noticed the dessert shop has released a new product that looks quite appealing, so I bought a portion for you to try. What do you think? Zhao Yuanan chimed in, returning from a lunch run, carrying a layer cake. The lunch box in his left hand was crooked, while in his right, he tenderly held the cake, as if it were a precious treasure, fearing it might be damaged. This comical sight was evident to anyone observing. Zhao Yuanan harbored ulterior motives towards Lu Shiyu, and Lu Hao was no exception. The audacity of Zhao Yuanan flirting with his sister right under his nose was astounding. Lu Shiyu did not refuse. Over the past days, Zhao Yuanin had been bringing her various foods, and to be honest, she felt touched. Perhaps it was Zhao Yuanin's inherent humor that made her laugh easily when conversing with him, gradually allowing her to lower her defenses. Over time, she became accustomed to his presence. Zhao Yuanin, come here, Lu Hao commanded as an elder brother, unable to remain indifferent while Zhao Yuanin pursued his sister. He believed that someone of Lin Huaizhi's caliber was barely a match for Lu Shiyu, but Zhao Yuanin fell short in every aspect when compared to him. Noticing Lu Shiyu's increasingly peculiar demeanor, he felt compelled to confront the situation. Zhao Yuanin followed anxiously, realizing that at this moment, Lu Hao was not just his superior. If things progressed favorably, he could potentially become his brother-in-law. Brother Hao, what's the matter? Zhao Yuanin feigned ignorance. You little rascal, do you think I'm oblivious to your intentions? Don't assume I haven't noticed your feelings for my sister, Lu Hao asserted firmly. Lu Shiyu had little romantic experience, and if he did not intervene, she might find herself in a precarious situation without realizing it. Zhao Yuanin sheepishly scratched his head, believing he had been discreet. Every time someone inquired, he would brush it off, claiming he was merely concerned for a girl. Brother Hao, I am serious. Although I may seem carefree, I am utterly devoted to my feelings. I will not force Xiao Yu into anything. If she feels uncomfortable and asks me to leave, I will do so immediately. But before that, could you grant me a chance? I swear, I have never been more sincere in my 20-plus years. Zhao Yuanin's expression shifted to one of determination, as if he would pursue his intentions regardless of Lu Hao's response. Lu Hao scrutinized Zhao Yuanin for a moment before relenting with a nod. Fine, but you better treat my sister well. Refrain from any inappropriate actions, if I catch you. I won't be so lenient. Zhao Yuanin's earnestness and intelligence, coupled with Lin Huaizhi's assurance of his loyalty, led Lu Hao to believe granting him an opportunity was not a bad idea. Brother Hao, you'll be my real brother from now on. Rest assured, I will treat our sister well. If you have any requests, just let me know and I promise to fulfill them, Zhao Yuanin declared, his spirits soaring as he perceived Lu Hao's approval as a significant victory. Upon returning to his station, Zhao Yuanin worked with renewed vigor, as if invigorated. Lu Shiyu stole several glances at him, yet he remained oblivious. What is happening? Could it be that he is being bullied by my brother, resulting in such unusual enthusiasm for work? Although he usually puts in effort, it has never been to this extent. His current state resembles someone possessed, Lu Shiyu pondered, her concern growing. After much deliberation, she decided to directly inquire with Lu Hao. Seizing the opportunity to discuss character sketches, she discreetly asked, Brother, did you just bully him? Lu Hao regarded Lu Shiyu with skepticism, incredulous at the notion that he appeared as a bully. I didn't bully him, Lu Shiyu. You've never shown such concern for me. Am I your brother, or is he? Lu Hao felt a pang of jealousy, recalling how he previously contended with Lin Huaizhi and now faced Zhao Yuanin. You are my brother. I'm merely worried you might bully him. He has brought me so many delightful treats and occasionally plays games with me. I haven't reciprocated at all. If you were to bully him, wouldn't it reflect poorly on our upbringing? Lu Shiyu defended, her happiness stemming largely from Zhao Yuanin's influence. His humor and genuine compliments about her art, despite lacking artistic knowledge, endeared him to her. She felt compelled to express her gratitude. Wait, you two play games? When did this happen? Is it at night? I wondered why your room's light was still on so late, and when I asked, you claimed to be working on your draft. Lu Hao's complexion turned pale, realizing his previously obedient sister had resorted to lies to play games. He had felt touched by her support, believing himself fortunate to have such a caring sister. All right, you're right, but I didn't bully him. I refuse to take the blame for that. Hurry and work on your character sketches. Everyone else is focused, and you're just slacking off. No staying up late tonight. I expect the sketches by tomorrow. Lu Hao waved his hand, eager to dismiss Lu Shiyu, feeling betrayed by her newfound concern for someone outside their family. Sensing her brother's jealousy, Lu Shiyu resorted to playful charm, showering him with compliments until he softened. Once seated again, she furtively glanced at Zhao Yuanin several more times, yet he remained engrossed in his work, oblivious to her attention. Lin Huaizhi, taking a break, observed Lu Shiyu's every movement. In contrast, Zhao Yuanan seemed oblivious, failing to notice when he should be observant and slacking off at work. With his current demeanor, it was uncertain when he would ever find love. Although he shared a history with Lu Shiyu that was now in the past, he felt pleased she could look ahead. Zhao Yuanan had even treated him to a meal, seeking his opinion, wary of any misunderstandings. However, true brothers would not concern themselves with such matters. Zhao Yuanan's budding affection was promising, and since Lu Shiyu did not reject him, a little encouragement would surely lead to success. Ultimately, the onus lay on Zhao Yuanan to make his own efforts, with them merely providing guidance. Chapter 86. I'll help you change after work. Lin Huaizhi and Zhao Yuanan had a brief conversation. Lu Shiyu currently harbors feelings for you. Strike while the iron is hot and invite her out this weekend. Your bond will surely deepen, Lin suggested. Zhao Yuanan, with his somewhat dull disposition, would otherwise send Lu Shiyu a year's worth of small cakes if left to his own devices. To prevent such an awkward scenario, as a good brother, Lin felt compelled to give him a nudge. But what if it's just the two of us? It would be so uncomfortable for her. And if I say something wrong, it could ruin everything. Zhao Yuanan hesitated, feeling that this plan was unreliable. He thought that remaining passive would at least maintain the status quo and avoid any potential disaster. However, should he take action and fail, there would be no turning back. He was unwilling to gamble. Have you not considered that if things progress, your relationship could flourish, leading to a potential romance? Lin pressed on. If you keep delaying, Lu Shiyu might start to overthink, and before you know it, it could all be over. Lin Huaizhi, well-versed in the intricacies of female emotions, had gleaned several insights after understanding Su Yao and Appo's sentiments, allowing him to navigate the situation deftly. Hearing Lin and Appo's words, Zhao Yuanan fell silent, his mind torn between two conflicting thoughts. The allure of advancing their relationship was undeniably tempting, ultimately leading to a reluctant acquiescence. All right, I'll give it a shot. Fuga, offer me some more advice so I can prepare adequately. By the way, ISN and Appo's, my sister-in-law close with Xiaoyu? Could you ask her what kind of date she would anticipate from a female perspective? If it works out, I'll treat you to a meal. Lin Huaizhi nodded, indicating he would inquire with Su Yao about her expectations for the date from a woman and Appo's viewpoint. Today, I plan to take Su Yao home for dinner, so I might be delayed in getting back to you. Don't rush. Last time, when his parents unexpectedly visited, Su Yao was unprepared, and they hadn't had a proper meal together. Now, they had chosen a suitable time to get acquainted and familiarize themselves with one another. Although Su Yao felt a bit nervous, she was also somewhat excited. Their relationship was blossoming, and the likelihood of marriage in the future seemed high. Thus, it was essential for her to establish a good rapport with Lin Huaizhi's family. Upon returning to the apartment, Su Yao stood before the mirror, changing outfits, surrounded by a vibrant array of dresses strewn across the bed. Are you still undecided on what to wear? Didn't we settle this last night? Lin Huaizhi embraced her from behind, planting a gentle kiss on her earlobe. How can you mention last night? Look at my neck. If you hadn't left a mark, I wouldn't be this torn about what to wear. I had planned on sporting that V-neck dress, but now I can't even wear it. Lin Huaizhi recognized his fault, though it was somewhat understandable, given that Su Yao was playfully changing clothes in front of him. As a young man brimming with vitality, it was only natural he would react. Thus, he continued to kiss her playfully for a while, but in his exuberance, he had inadvertently left a mark. You could always use makeup to cover it up, right? Don't girls use foundation? Just a little concealing should suffice. Lin offered a solution, knowing that if he didn't address this, Su Yao would likely become wary of him in the future. But what if it's not appropriate? Don't older folks prefer a more natural look? Su Yao pondered this, but ultimately dismissed the concern. After all, she was quite lovely without makeup, with her fair and clear complexion likely to endear her to the elders. Yao, my parents aren't old-fashioned. They themselves wear makeup, so how could they care about that? Besides, a light application would show that you value this meeting, so don't overthink it. Su Yao turned to kiss him, acknowledging his reasoning. You're right, I'll hurry and apply some makeup. With that, she dashed to the vanity to tend to her skincare, while Lin Huaizhi resignedly began to tidy up the myriad of clothes scattered across the bed. After all, she was his girlfriend. and he had no choice but to indulge her whims. Su Yao was quick with her makeup, and given her already beautiful features, Lin couldn't discern much difference afterward, save for her lips having taken on a rosy hue. How do I look? Is this pretty? Su Yao leaned closer to Lin, eager for him to admire her made-up face. The sudden enhancement of her beauty left Lin momentarily entranced, and he instinctively leaned in for a kiss. Wait. Su Yao swiftly covered his mouth. I just finished. What if you ruin my makeup? She understood Lin's nature well. He always claimed to be gentle, yet his kisses were fervent, often leaving her breathless. Under normal circumstances, it might be acceptable, but today was crucial as she was meeting his parents, and she wanted to present her best self. All right, no kisses then. How about I help you change your dress instead? Lin proposed, settling for a compromise. Su Yao nodded in agreement, completely oblivious to the mischievous glint in his eyes. Let us switch to a lighter undergarment. This dress is so white that dark ones might show through. Lin found a reasonable excuse and began to unfasten the buttons at the back of Su Yao's dress. As he gazed at her delicate, fair back, Lin swallowed hard, his fingers slowly trailing forward. Su Yao felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, realizing just how naive she had been to trust that Lin would sincerely assist her in changing. Lin Huaizhi, it's almost time. Stop messing around and let go. Su Yao exclaimed, but Lin remained unyielding, inching closer. The girl's body involuntarily quivered, her fair skin appearing to glow with a hint of pink. How about we save the fun for later tonight? He teased, trying a softer approach. Yet, it became evident that neither gentle nor firm tactics were effective. Lin refused to release her and instead began negotiating terms. Turn around and let me kiss you for a moment, and I promise I won't cause any more trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yao squirmed, attempting to resist, but it was futile. Lin lifted her effortlessly onto the bed, pinning her hands above her head. The position was utterly mortifying, and Su Yao felt a rush of indignation as she glared at Lin with her sparkling eyes. Unfortunately for her, Lin found her gaze only heightened his desire to tease her further. Be good. Let me kiss you just for a moment. It won't take long, I assure you. Lin coaxed in a hushed tone. With no other recourse, Su Yao found herself reluctantly nodding in acquiescence. Hurry up and don't bite me. Chapter 87. Completely inhumane in the taxi, Su Yao sat by the window, her small face puffed up with anger, not even sparing a glance at Lin Huaizhi. Her gaze fixed outside. Lin Huaizhi was acutely aware of his wrongdoing. He had momentarily lost control and failed to adhere to their agreement of resolving matters in 10 minutes, leading to nearly an hour of delay. To make matters worse, he had smudged the foundation on Su Yao's neck, forcing her to change into another dress. He had suggested she reapply her makeup, but she felt it was already too late, and prolonging the wait would be exceedingly rude to their elders. During this time, his mother had called multiple times, and Lin Huaizhi had continually made excuses, stating he would be delayed. This back and forth only served to infuriate Su Yao further. Yao, I understand my mistake. In the future, I will do as you say, all right? Lin Huaizhi reached out, attempting to grasp her hand, only to be met with a fierce glare from Su Yao. You say that every time, yet my words never hold weight. If I believe you again, I might as well be a lapdog. Today is a significant day, and you dare to act this way? I must be stern this time. I will not be easily appeased. If uncle and aunt perceive me as lacking a sense of time, I shall never speak to you again. What kind of boyfriend behaves like this, especially when meeting his family? Knowing how anxious I am, I prepared extensively for this meeting, yet you choose to act up. Su Yao had never been this angry before. Lin Huaizhi could discern her feelings. In the past, her anger was often fleeting, easily soothed with a cup of milk tea, a small cake, or a bouquet of flowers, accompanied by sweet words and promises of better behavior. However, today, from the moment they left until now, he had offered countless compliments and assurances, yet none had proved effective. Yao, this truly is the last time. If I err again, you may punish me as you wish. He shook her hand playfully, reminiscent of her usual coaxing manner. Su Yao cast him a sidelong glance, but turned back to the window with indifference, unyielding in her resolve. Now you wish to feign cuteness to win my forgiveness. Yet you are undeniably adorable. I find it impossible to remain angry in the presence of such a face. No, I must not be swayed. I must establish boundaries. Otherwise, this behavior will undoubtedly lead to further complications. If it were anyone else, they might assume Su Yao was impervious to his charms, given her subdued response. However, Lin Huaizhi knew better. He could hear her thoughts and understood that this tactic was indeed effective on her. Thus, he leaned closer to her, their bodies nearly touching. Yao Yao, I genuinely acknowledge my faults. If you remain upset, feel free to hit me or scold me. As he spoke, Lin Huaizhi took her hand and guided it to his cheek, adding shamelessly, if you can't bear to scold or hit me, a simple touch will suffice. Su Yao, fuming, attempted to retract her hand, but Lin Huaizhi held onto it firmly. Yao Yao, while scrolling through my phone this morning, I came across a beautiful keyboard I thought you would adore, so I ordered it. Would you like to see? All right, do you think I find your purchase unsatisfactory, hence refusing to acknowledge you? Lin Huaizhi felt as though he were a green tea, his words dripping with charm, even causing the driver to stifle a laugh. Help! I have never encountered a male green tea before. Mom, the driver is laughing at us. Yet, with a new keyboard, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad after all. Su Yao's anger dissipated considerably, though she maintained an air of aloofness, deliberately making her voice sound distant. What keyboard? Let me see how splendid it is. Lin Huaizhi, sensing her temper was softening, quickly retrieved his phone to show her the image. Upon seeing the blue and white design, which she favored, Su Yao's heart lightened. As a writer, she often typed extensively, and using a visually appealing, beloved keyboard would undoubtedly enhance her experience. Thus, she found it challenging to resist the allure of a beautiful keyboard. Well, is it not exquisite? Lin Huaizhi could see in her eyes that she was indeed fond of it. It's lovely. If I were to use it for my daily writing. Just as Su Yao's enthusiasm surged, her expression shifted to neutrality. Lin Huaizhi, puzzled, then heard her inner thoughts. It is indeed beautiful, but why is it so expensive? Over 1,000 yuan, enough for half a month's worth of meals for us. My studio requires funds at this moment, and my monthly earnings are modest, providing little assistance. I ought to be more frugal. After all, a keyboard is a keyboard, as long as it types. Moreover, the one from some time ago is still quite new. There is no need to spend this amount. Having contemplated thoroughly, Su Yao altered her tone, pointing to the picture to raise concerns. Did you purchase it? Has it been shipped? If not, it should be returned, if payment has been made. We can return it once it arrives. After speaking, Su Yao noticed Lin Huaizhi's somber expression and assumed he misunderstood her. Thinking she disapproved of his taste or rejected his goodwill, she hurriedly clarified, I meant no offense. I simply believe this type of switch is not suitable for my typing style, and the color is similar to my previous pink one, not black. Wait, what is she talking about? Su Yao wished to disappear. Her description bore no distinction from a kaleidoscopic black, and Lin Huaizhi might still misinterpret her words. I just feel it doesn't suit me, but I certainly bear no grudge against you. Oh dear! The more she explained, the more flustered she became, chastising herself for her lack of eloquence. At that moment, Lin Huaizhi abruptly embraced her. What's wrong? Su Yao was bewildered, as was the driver, who had been enjoying the unfolding drama of the attractive couple, only to witness this unexpected turn. The male must have done something egregious to provoke the female's ire, and he had been an amused observer, but now the narrative had shifted dramatically. His expression immediately soured. How did they end up in an embrace? What had he missed? Let go, there are others present. Su Yao whispered in Lin Huaizhi's ear. Not a chance. I simply wish to hold you. If we weren't in a car, I want to kiss you as well. The driver rolled his eyes internally, silently lamenting. This is my vehicle, not your love nest. Please, don't engage in any amorous activities in my car. A warm tide flowed through Lin Huaizhi. He understood Su Yao's kindness, her unwavering support. When he needed money, she willingly offered all her savings, reserving only a portion for their shared living expenses. She was generous towards him, yet frugal with herself, unwilling to splurge even on a keyboard. If she redirected that money toward herself, surely she could amass a collection of keyboards. Despite his misdeeds that had incited her anger, she still considered him first. Who would he be moved by such selflessness? Lin Huaizhi was a whirlwind of emotions, grappling with his own disgraceful actions. wishing he could slap himself repeatedly. He was utterly inhumane. Chapter 88. A stroll on the rooftop. Su Yao has always been rather shy. Even in the intimacy of her home with Lin Huaizhi, she struggles to let her guard down, and when in public, her timidity is magnified. She dares only to entertain her thoughts privately, refraining from any outward expressions. At present, confined within the car, Lin Huaizhi holds her close, and the driver occasionally glances their way, leaving Su Yao feeling more bashful than ever. "Please let me go. I'm truly no longer upset," she assures him. In truth, her irritation towards Lin Huaizhi had dissipated at the mere diversion of the moment, and she found it impossible to remain angry. However, Lin Huaizhi felt a deeper sense of guilt. Su Yao was such a remarkable person, and yet he often found himself teasing her, especially in more intimate moments. He had faltered earlier, succumbing to a fleeting impulse, and yet Su Yao, rather than being upset, had gone to great lengths for him. "Oh dear, I fear I won't be able to sleep tonight. Perhaps I should take a walk on the rooftop," she mused. "You treat me so wonderfully that I am a loss as to how I might repay you." Lin Huaizhi's voice was muffled as he rested his head on her shoulder, reluctant to part from the comforting embrace. Although she could not fathom the sudden surge of emotion from him, Su Yao sensed his despondency and gently patted his back, offering sweet reassurances. "You're equally kind to me. Whenever I cook, you are always eager to lend a hand and praise my culinary skills. On days when I lack the motivation to cook, you surprise me with delightful treats. When I spend long hours typing, you offer shoulder massages to ease my discomfort. During my menstrual cycle, when I feel particularly weak, you're always by my side, attending to my needs. You often prepare little surprises for me, understanding my moments of self-doubt and finding ways to uplift my spirits. I am well aware of all you have done for me." Su Yao's thoughtful nature allowed her to recognize the few who genuinely cared for her. Thus, she instinctively cherished those moments of warmth in her heart. She understood that love is reciprocal. Lin Huaizhi's kindness warranted her equally devoted affection, for only then could their relationship endure. With reddened eyes, Lin Huaizhi raised a hand to brush away the tears at the corners of his eyes. "How could I be so undeserving? A girl as wonderful as Su Yao is one of a kind. I must strive harder to succeed, so that I can offer her even more. And as for our intimate moments, I shall no longer impose upon her. Whatever she desires will be my command. I am sorry, Yao Yao. I failed to meet your expectations in many ways. However, I promise to improve. You need not worry." His sincerity was palpable, and his mood had noticeably shifted from the earlier gloom. Su Yao exhaled in relief. She had feared that Lin Huaizhi was grappling with some insurmountable challenge that burdened him. "Thankfully, all was well. You have already done wonderfully. I feel fortunate and delighted to have such a splendid boyfriend by my side. And I, Yao Yao, consider meeting you the happiest moment of my 20 years. As the couple rekindled their connection, the driver's expression soured. His own failures were inescapable, yet witnessing others' happiness was a painful reminder of his solitude. Why must he endure such punishment for merely being a single man under 30? Driving was already a chore. Now he had to witness a love story unfold before him. What a cruel twist of fate. Upon exiting the vehicle, he gritted his teeth and muttered a begrudging farewell, recognizing this as the most disheartening ride he had ever undertaken. "Come, my home is just in this neighborhood. That building over there," Lin Huaizhi said, taking Su Yao's hand. Noticing her palm was slightly damp with nervousness, he retrieved a wet wipe from his bag to help her. "Feeling anxious?" he inquired. Su Yao nodded, feeling more than just nervous. Her heart raced, and she was gripped by fear, more so than when her heart condition had flared up. "I don't think I am ready for this." "Oh dear, meeting the parents is the most terrifying prospect. I've never been well liked. My biological parents abandoned me, and my foster parents were indifferent." What if, as her thoughts spiraled into a sense of injustice, Lin Huaizhi gently lowered his head and pressed a tender kiss to her lips. "Yao Yao, my parents adore you. Not just my parents, but anyone who has spent time with you is bound to appreciate your charm. Look around. Your circle of friends is expanding. Even my friends speak highly of you. Lu Xiyu often praises you in my presence. You are exceptional in every way, both in character and otherwise. Please do not doubt yourself, understand?" Lin Huaizhi cradled Su Yao's face, carefully soothing her. If she felt insecure, he would provide assurance. If she questioned her worth, he would guide her, reiterating that she was indeed a remarkable individual deserving of all the beauty life has to offer. There is no need for anxiety. I will always be here to shield you from harm, come what may. Su Yao gazed deeply into Lin Huaizhi's eyes, which were filled to the brim with affection for her. Yes, I am indeed exceptional. I shall no longer concern myself with the opinions of those who dislike me. That is their burden, not mine. I cannot attribute their disdain to my own shortcomings. If I were truly as inadequate as they claim, then what does the affection of those around me signify? With this realization, Su Yao felt a weight lift, her eyes sparkling with newfound confidence as she straightened her posture. Taking Lin Huaizhi's hand, "You are right. Let us hasten, or our elders may grow impatient." Lin Huaizhi squeezed her hand in reassurance. Yet Su Yao's courage faltered as they approached the elevator. Once they stepped out, she felt deflated. Wait, do I look inappropriate? Is my makeup smudged? Are there any visible marks on my clothing? Chapter 89. The thoughts of Su Yao, there's no problem at all, rest assured. The makeup hasn't smudged, and the red marks are completely concealed by your clothing. It's utterly unnoticeable. Lin Huaizhi found it somewhat amusing. Su Yao was the quintessential blend of timidity and playfulness. Even if she attempted to feign bravery, it would only last a fleeting moment before her true self emerged. Are you prepared? I shall knock once you're ready. Although he said this, Lin Huaizhi did not wait for Su Yao's response, his hand instinctively rapped against the door. The two individuals inside seemed to have been anticipating this moment, as they rushed to open the door the instant they heard the knock. Finally, you're here. Schoolmate, come in. Lin Huaizhi observed as his parents eagerly ushered Su Yao inside, their enthusiasm reminiscent of a recruitment drive. Meanwhile, he felt as though he were merely an invisible presence, as if he were a stray bird ignored by all. It seemed he was the true outsider here. Were one unaware, they might think he had been adopted. Yet, there was no choice. He had to return home. Lin Huaizhi trailed behind, casually shutting the door. Look at this child, so enchanting, with such lovely skin. I instantly take a liking to her. Lin mother beamed as she pulled Su Yao closer, her delight evident. Su Yao felt a tad awkward, still holding back somewhat, but their warmth towards her signified their fondness. If they had neglected her, that would indeed have been disheartening. With this thought, her acceptance of their affection became far easier. Once seated on the sofa, Su Yao retrieved two exquisitely wrapped gifts from her bag. Uncle, this is a tea cake I bought for you. I heard from a senior that you enjoy tea, so I prepared this. However, I am quite unfamiliar with tea, so I hope it meets your expectations. Lin Huaizhi raised an eyebrow, aware that Su Yao had prepared a gift, yet he had not anticipated this. When he had previously asked her, she had insisted on keeping it a secret. How thoughtful of you, my child. This must have cost a pretty penny. Lin father grinned broadly as he accepted the gift, pleasantly surprised to receive a present from his future daughter-in-law so soon. He had long cherished tea during his youth, a passion that had waned significantly after starting a family. Thus, receiving this tea cake from Su Yao brought him genuine joy. Most importantly, he could sense her earnestness. For someone so unacquainted with the intricacies of tea, her choice reflected considerable thought. As an elder, he valued the sentiment behind the gift more than its monetary worth. Seeing Lin father's delight, Su Yao let out a sigh of relief, realizing that her prior preparations had not been in vain. Auntie, this silk scarf is what I chose for you. I believe it complements your style beautifully, and I hope you like it. Su Yao was keenly observant. From their last meeting, she had discerned Lin mother's preferences in attire, so she deliberately selected a scarf that aligned with her fashion sensibilities. Thank you, Yao Yao. You are truly considerate. In fact, I also have a gift for you. I spotted this while shopping a few days ago, and thought it would be perfect for a lovely young lady like you. Try it on. Lin mother presented an elegant jewelry box, containing a necklace with a sparkling snowflake pendant, a piece that surely commanded a hefty price. Su Yao was taken aback, astonished that they had also prepared a gift for her. A warm sensation enveloped her heart. She had never received a gift from elders before. Thank you, Auntie. I adore it. I will wear it every day. Su Yao obediently pushed her hair aside, allowing Lin mother to fasten the necklace around her neck. Lin Huaizhi, keenly aware of the dynamics at play, interjected, feigning jealousy. Yao Yao, I've also bought you a necklace. Why haven't you reacted this way for mine? Is it that you prefer what my mother chose? It is often said that the relationship between a daughter-in-law and her mother-in-law hinges on the son's attitude. His tactful approach would undoubtedly elevate their rapport. Yao Yao's happiness is what matters. If you ever find it difficult to choose, don't hesitate to ask me. Or better yet, take Yao Yao shopping. That way, you can avoid any unsatisfactory purchases. Lin mother was even more pleased to hear her son's words. Indeed, you, my boy, lack discernment. The best decision you made was choosing such a wonderful girl as your girlfriend. Lin Huaizhi felt a surge of happiness as he watched the two women extol Su Yao's virtues. Given Su Yao's troubled family history, her initial reluctance was understandable. However, if his parents could maintain this level of acceptance, she would undoubtedly overcome her past shadows and regain her confidence swiftly. It's getting late. Let us dine first. Knowing you were coming, your uncle and I have been preparing for most of the day, even inquiring about your dietary restrictions. We hope the meal suits your palate. Lin mother guided Su Yao to the dining table. Just as Lin Huaizhi rose to follow, his father detained him. You, my boy, have struck gold this time. Your mother and I both adore her. Treat her well, and once she graduates, we shall support you in bringing her home. Lin Huaizhi felt somewhat helpless. He knew his parents were pleased, but this was all happening far too quickly. They had just begun their romantic journey, and already the discussion had turned to marriage. Truly, he was the spitting image of his father. Yet he harbored similar thoughts. Once graduation arrived, he would be eager to prepare for marriage. He was impatient to establish a legally recognized relationship with Su Yao to build their own little home together. Once his career flourished and their material conditions improved, they could even consider starting a family. Despite his aversion to noisy children, he believed that a child born of Su Yao would be just as delightful and spirited as she was. What are you grinning about? Did you hear what I said? Lin Huaizhi snapped back to reality when his father lightly smacked him. Not only had he heard, but he had also felt the words resonate deep within him. Already daydreaming about parenthood, it was as if he were planning a lifetime together before even formally beginning their relationship. I understand, Dad. You can rest easy. I have it all under control. Having it under control is not enough. You must demonstrate tangible actions that convey your sincerity and worthiness of trust. When one enters a relationship, there must be something to gain. Lin Huaizhi pondered for a moment. Initially, Su Yao sought his companionship simply to survive, but as time passed, her feelings must have evolved, perhaps due to his charismatic personality or simply his looks. Regardless, the essence remained. Dad, think about it. If Su Yao truly disliked me, would she have prepared so much for this meeting? She even brought gifts for you both and spent considerable time contemplating her outfit. Ultimately, it all comes down to her affection for me. Lin father furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that your mother and I are merely benefiting from your charm? Lin Huaizhi shrugged. You said it yourself. I merely echoed your sentiments. In truth, there was merit in his words. Su Yao's thoughtfulness stemmed from her awareness that they were his parents. Despite her internal resistance, she endeavored to present her best self. Chapter 90. Like a thief, Yao Yao, there's no need for you to return today. Since there are no classes tomorrow, you can stay home and have some fun. Annie will prepare a couple of meals for you, or we can dine out together. Lin's mother placed a piece of lean braised pork into Su Yao's bowl, her expression warm and inviting. Su Yao had not anticipated an overnight stay. They had merely intended to share a meal. The sudden suggestion left her bewildered. Is that really appropriate, Annie? I could just go back later. I wouldn't want to impose. Su Yao made an effort to appear genuinely cheerful. Sensing her distress, Lin Huaizhi chimed in, Mom, we didn't bring anything this time, and it would be inconvenient to stay. Perhaps we can come back another time and stay longer. What inconvenience are you talking about? You have clothes at home, and even if it were inconvenient, it would only be Yao Yao who finds it so. Why are you interjecting? With Su Yao present, Lin's mother displayed a stark change in her attitude towards Lin Huaizhi. Previously cherished like a beloved son, he now seemed to fade into the background, almost resented. Mom, you mentioned it's inconvenient for her, but Yao Yao has nothing here, so it wouldn't be comfortable for her. If you really want, we can come back in a few days, bringing what we need and spending more time with you. Lin's mother smiled, having anticipated these concerns long before. You dear child, if I hadn't prepared anything, Would I have suggested this? I have already bought the necessary toiletries, slippers, towels, and toothbrushes. I've even washed and hung up pajamas for you and bought 2 outfits for Yao Yao to try on later. If there's anything else I haven't prepared, just let me know, and I can send you to get it. Lin Huaizhi raised an eyebrow, pondering the idea of being sent out for errands. He felt utterly insignificant at home. Despite her reluctance, Su Yao found it impossible to decline and simply smiled in agreement. Help! I hope the pajamas are high-necked. Otherwise, the marks on my neck will be visible. But where can I find high-neck pajamas? If asked, I'll just say I was bitten by mosquitoes. That excuse is too flimsy. It's all his fault for causing this. Internally, Su Yao began to criticize Lin Huaizhi's beastly behavior, yet outwardly, she smiled and chatted with the elders, appearing completely at ease. As Lin Huaizhi consumed his meal, he listened to her playful insults, which were surprisingly enjoyable. Her repetitive words lacked creativity and had little impact. Instead of feeling anger, he found her adorably charming. After dinner, Lin Huaizhi volunteered to wash the dishes. Su Yao offered to help, but was gently pulled aside by Lin's mother to enjoy fruits and conversation. They chatted until nightfall when Lin's mother led her to the guest room, where the freshly changed bed linens and duvet were particularly sweet, adorned in pastel hues that a young girl would find delightful. 2 adorable plush toys were thoughtfully placed on the bedside. In the wardrobe, I prepared pajamas and a dress for you. Annie believes it will look lovely on you, so do try it on. If you like it, you can take it. If not, I'll buy you something else next time. Lin's mother held Su Yao's hand, kindly detailing the room's features. Su Yao felt a long-lost maternal affection. She had always envied those whose parents or friends remembered them, often buying little surprises when they saw something they thought would please them. Now, she sensed this affection not just from Lin Huaizhi, but also from his family. She felt a strong desire to hold onto this moment. She must cherish everything before her. Auntie, your taste is exquisite. I absolutely love it. Thank you so much. Feeling closer to Lin's mother, Su Yao, moved by gratitude, instinctively leaned closer, resembling a typical mother-daughter bond. That's wonderful. Now go ahead and freshen up. If you need anything, just call for me. Don't hesitate. Treat this place as your own home. Su Yao nodded obediently and, after Lin's mother stepped out, inspected the pajamas she had just taken down. They were low-cut. Surely, they would reveal everything. Her heart sank, but refusing to wear them would mean dismissing the kindness of her elder. Oh well, if it comes to it, perhaps they will believe it's from mosquito bites? Resigned, Su Yao took the garments to the bathroom, where the warm water cascaded over her, providing immense comfort. It was at this moment that Lin Huaizhi stealthily ascended the stairs. Upon entering the guest room, he heard the sound of running water, and had the circumstances been different, he might have thought to join her. What are you sneaking around for? Just as Lin's mother returned to her room, she remembered Su Yao might need body lotion and decided to bring it to her. Arriving at the guest room, she was taken aback to find her son lurking like a thief. Mom? I just wanted to see if Yao Yao needed anything so I could go buy it. Lin Huaizhi felt guilty, though he had done nothing wrong. Being caught by his mother made him feel like a miscreant. Come here. Lin's mother's tone was serious. Reluctantly, he followed, bracing himself for a lecture. I understand that at your age, it's natural to have desires, but you cannot spy on someone while they are bathing. Yao Yao is a wonderful girl. How could you act in such a manner? Lin's mother wore an expression of disappointment, leaving Lin Huaizhi bewildered. Wait, I'm not that perverse. No matter what, I wouldn't stoop so low as to spy on my girlfriend while she bathes. Besides, we've bathed together several times. Mom, I swear I didn't mean anything inappropriate. I was just concerned she might be too shy to ask you for something, so I thought I'd check. Seeing that Lin Huaizhi appeared sincere, Lin's mother softened slightly, yet her suspicions remained. If that's the case, why the secrecy? You're behaving like a thief. I was just trying to avoid misunderstandings. I wanted to be cautious. Unbelievable. Now being cautious is a fault? And how unfortunate that I caught you. Regardless, you must respect a girl's wishes. You cannot prioritize your own comfort at the expense of her dignity. You must learn to consider Yao Yao's feelings. Understand? Lin Huaizhi awkwardly covered his face. Discussing such matters with elders was immensely uncomfortable. Mom, you can rest assured, Yao Yao and I maintain our distance. Nothing inappropriate happens. She gets shy even when I kiss her. He vowed earnestly, but as soon as he finished speaking, Su Yao emerged from the bathroom, her hair damp. Clad in the pajamas Lin's mother had bought, the neckline so low that the red marks on her neck were glaringly obvious. Even the marks from earlier were subtly visible. Lin's mother glanced at her. Disbelief etched across her face as she turned to Lin Huaizhi. Is this how young people play these days? Chapter 91. A slap in the face. Lin Huaizhi swore he had never felt so mortified. One moment he was confidently asserting that his life was uneventful, and the next, he was directly contradicted. The embarrassment came too swiftly, catching him completely off guard. Even with his usually thick skin, he couldn't ignore the intense gaze from his mother. If he could rewind time, he would never have tempted fate by loitering around Su Yao's room. Lin Huaizhi glanced at the bewildered Su Yao, then at his mother, and cautiously ventured, "Mom, what if I told you that Yao Yao attracts mosquitoes and those marks on her neck are just mosquito bites? Would you believe that?" His mother regarded him as if he were daft. "What do you think?" After a moment of confusion, Su Yao comprehended the situation. She had simply heard Lin Huaizhi's voice and come out to see him, not expecting his mother to be present. Being caught in the act by an elder was mortifying. Su Yao felt the persona she had painstakingly constructed crumble instantly. "I want to vanish. How could I be so foolish? I'm doomed. She probably thinks I'm disobedient and a manipulative girl who only appears well-behaved." Lin Huaizhi observed Su Yao, who resembled a child caught misbehaving, head lowered, awaiting reprimand. He wasn't in a much better position, avoiding eye contact with his mother. "Yao Yao, you just finished showering. Go dry your hair quickly, or you'll catch a cold. The weather has been cool lately, and you need to take extra care. The hairdryer is in the nightstand. Check it out, and let me know if you need anything else." Lin's mother's tone was incredibly gentle, her gaze soft, a stark contrast to how she had looked at Lin Huaizhi. Su Yao was flattered and nodded profusely. She had anticipated a lecture or disapproval, but none came. The sudden kindness was overwhelming. "I'm so happy. Annie is so kind. Her voice is so gentle. I want to call her mom already." "Okay, Annie, I'll go dry my hair." Su Yao smiled, making a hasty retreat, glancing at Lin Huaizhi as she left, silently wishing him luck. "Senior, I'm leaving everything to you." Lin Huaizhi's lips twitched. He knew his mother was only being gentle with Su Yao, and he was likely in for a rough time. "Mom, I'm also quite tired today. The journey here was long, and I feel exhausted. Maybe I should take a shower too?" Meeting his mother's fierce glare, Lin Huaizhi quickly changed his tune. "Okay, actually, I and Appos am not that tired. Maybe I and Appos. LL help her dry her hair? I always do it at home. Get down here and explain yourself." Lin and Appos. His mother didn't and Appos. T bother responding to his previous words, simply heading downstairs, with Lin Huaizhi resignedly following. "Tell me, didn't and Appos. T I tell you to sleep separately last time? Why are you sleeping together again?" Lin's mother wasn't worried about Lin Huaizhi. She just felt that Su Yao had only recently started college, and that their relationship was progressing too quickly. Given Su Yao's unique family situation, with no one to support her, she couldn't help but worry and wanted to look out for her. If they were destined to be together, she would have a legitimate reason to care for her. If not, she would come down hard on Lin Huaizhi. If he couldn't hold on to such a wonderful girl, how could he claim to be in control of his life? "Mom, we separated right after you said that, and I'm being responsible. I'm not reckless and would never cause trouble." Lin Huaizhi tried to be as tactful as possible. He was knowledgeable about such things and cherished Su Yao, so he would always respect her wishes. He would never force her to do anything she didn't want to. Strictly speaking, he would only occasionally coerce. He would never cross the final line without Su Yao's consent. "I know you're sensible. You've never caused me trouble, but she's such a wonderful girl. You can Appos. T let your desires overshadow her feelings. Understand?" Lin Huaizhi nodded, reassuring her. "Mom, Don and Appos. T worry. We and Appos. Re-adults and what you and Appos. Re-worried about one and Appos. T happen. You weren't saying that earlier." Lin's mother rolled her eyes, recalling the marks on Su Yao's neck. She had been concerned when Lin Huaizhi didn't date, wondering if something was wrong with him, considering his good looks and physique. She had even suspected he might be gay and worried for days. "I just didn't want you to overthink. Anyway, I promise I won't mistreat her. Lin Huaizhi practically swore, as he cherished Su Yao too much to ever hurt her. It was just that sometimes, when desire took over, he couldn't help himself. Besides, Su Yao clearly enjoyed it too. She would feign resistance, but secretly revel in it, saying all sorts of things which only intensified his desire. You and Oppos, regrown up now, and I want an Oppos, to restrict you. How an Oppos? That's that studio you mentioned doing. Lin's mother only occasionally spoke with Lin Huaizhi, unaware of many things, such as the studio. She had only caught a hint of it during a previous call. Now that they had time to sit down and chat, she wanted to learn more about her son and what he was doing. Lin Huaizhi provided a general overview, omitting details about funding. His family was and Oppos, wealthy, and they had already helped him buy the apartment. He didn't and Oppos, want to ask for more money unless absolutely necessary. As long as it's going well. Your father and I don't understand these things, but we support you. We'll support anything you want to do, but remember to balance work, life, and your studies. Lin's mother patted Lin Huaizhi's shoulder, her eyes filled with affection. Parents always worry about their children's future. If they could, they would gladly bear their children's burdens, but they needed to grow and face challenges to avoid being overwhelmed by minor setbacks later in life. I know, don't worry. I'm not working that hard. I've always been freelancing, and now I'm just joining more formally. Lin Huaizhi didn't want them to worry. As for the money, Su Yao had already given it to him. At first, he felt like he was living off her and questioned his abilities. But with Su Yao and Oppos' encouragement, he had come to terms with it. It didn't matter whose money he was spending. If he didn't accept it, Su Yao would be upset. It was better to accept the situation and repay her once the game was successful. Chapter 92. Soft approach over hard tactics. Please wait here. Lin's mother entered the room, leaving Lin Huaizhi uncertain about her intentions as he sat and awaited her return. Within 2 minutes, she emerged holding a bank card. I didn't quite grasp what you mentioned earlier, but I understand that starting a business undoubtedly requires financial backing. You've depleted your savings, and it would have been prudent to inform me sooner. She placed the card into Lin Huaizhi's hands, which he felt was as burdensome as a hot potato, promptly attempting to return it. Mother, there's no need. I have my own funds. What funds do you possess? You are preoccupied with gaming. When do you have time to take on orders? This money was originally set aside for you, intended for your future wedding. Since you are in need now, please utilize it. Lin Huaizhi felt a swell of emotion. Initially, he had hesitated to share his entrepreneurial aspirations with his parents, fearing they would prefer him to pursue further studies rather than enter the workforce. Even if he were to work, they would likely advocate for a stable and secure job rather than this path. Upon reflection, he realized how fortunate he was. Throughout his upbringing, his parents had merely offered guidance, never imposing their will upon him, only advising him on the pros and cons of his choices. Thank you, Mother. He grasped the bank card tightly, resolving to dedicate himself to developing this game. Otherwise, how could he justify the support of his parents and Su Yao? Why thank me? You are my son. If I do not give you this money, whom shall I give it to? But remember, you are still in a relationship. I will transfer you some living expenses each month. If you notice Su Yao lacking anything, do provide for her. Moreover, that girl is too slender. She needs to eat more. Be attentive to her, take her out for good meals, and do not neglect her in your pursuit of entrepreneurship. Understand? Lin Huaizhi obediently acknowledged her endless chatter, and their conversation lasted over half an hour. As she prepared to rest, she specifically advised him to behave himself. Sleep in your own room tonight. Do not tease Su Yao. If she feels frightened, I will accompany her. I heard you. Hurry and wash up. It is quite late. Though he verbally complied, Lin Huaizhi felt a stirring within him. Had she not mentioned it, he would not have entertained such thoughts, but now he was tempted to act. After all, his room was on the second floor. Surely, they would not be discovered if they indulged in some mischief. With that thought, he ascended the stairs and arrived at Su Yao's door, where she was still busy typing. How is your writing progressing? Upon hearing his voice, Su Yao stood and immediately shut her tablet to embrace him. It's nearly done. When I went downstairs, I noticed you and Annie chatting. It seemed quite heartwarming, so I didn't want to interrupt. Lin Huaizhi tousled her hair. Speaking of which, my mother expressed her fondness for you and insisted that I treat you well and eventually bring you home. Su Yao looked up, her eyes wide with curiosity. Really? Did Annie truly say that? Did she mention anything else? Having experienced such tenderness from Lin's mother, Su Yao felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, uncertainty lingered in her heart, concerned about leaving a negative impression. Lin Huaizhi lowered his gaze, catching a glimpse of her delicate neckline, and his eyes darkened as he playfully teased her. So, you are eager to know? Yes, yes. I want to know. Please tell me. His tone only heightened her curiosity as she tugged at his hand, shaking it animatedly. Lin Huaizhi, captivated by the sight of her movements, felt a rush of warmth. Kiss me, and I shall reveal everything. Su Yao stood on her tiptoes, lightly brushing her lips against his. Displeased, Lin Huaizhi shook his head, pulling her to sit beside him on the bed, cradling her in his lap. Let us kiss properly for 3 minutes, and then I will tell you. In response to his unreasonable demand, Su Yao playfully hit him twice. The door is still open. Who knows when your parents might come upstairs? If they see us like this, it would be utterly embarrassing. I would have to flee the planet. You are bullying me. Just a few hours ago in the taxi, you admitted your faults and promised to listen to me. Now, mere hours later, you're going back on your word. Fuming, Su Yao playfully pinched his arm. Indeed, one cannot trust a boy's words. I was so touched, yet here we are, just a few hours later, revealing your true nature. If I ever trust you again, I shall consider myself a fool. Wait, why should I be the fool? You are the fool. As she mentally chastised him, Lin Huaizhi cupped her face, asking, Are you cursing me in your heart? Su Yao nodded. Yes, is that not permissible? What if I am indeed a fool? You are deceitful. Lin Huaizhi found her anger amusing rather than intimidating, and he felt an impulse to tease her further. My mother advised us to maintain harmony, to be tolerant and understanding of one another, as that is the path to longevity in a relationship. She also mentioned that I possess a bad temper and several flaws, implying that being with me may be challenging for you. Lin Huaizhi's words flowed effortlessly, having grown accustomed to deceiving Su Yao. Whenever conflict arose, or he desired something, feigning vulnerability in her presence was an unerring tactic. I know often it is my fault. Do you feel wronged? Do you think I'm lacking in some way? As Su Yao observed Lin Huaizhi's head slowly bowing, his voice dwindling to a whisper, she sensed genuine sadness in him. Indeed, lacking the recognition of one's closest loved ones could lead to profound disappointment. Her heart ached for him, filled with concern. That is not the case. Please listen to me. She gently lifted his face, her expression earnest. You're the best boy in the world. No matter what others think, I believe you are exceptional, truly remarkable. You do not have a bad temper. You are considerate and always think of me. I am aware of this. Lin Huaizhi feigned a droop in his posture, appearing despondent. Then why do you not wish to be closer to me? I do. I truly want to. Su Yao began to reflect on whether her tone had been too harsh or if her resistance had led Lin Huaizhi to feel this way. She scolded herself internally. They were adults. What was wrong with being a little intimate? With his goal achieved, Lin Huaizhi felt a thrill of joy, yet maintained a tone of mock disappointment as he inquired, Then may I sleep with you tonight? If that makes you uncomfortable, I completely understand. Chapter 93. Measuring brother's waist, Su Yao found herself in a state of inner turmoil. The thought of sharing a bed raised the specter of being discovered, a prospect she found quite disconcerting. Rationality urged her to decline the invitation. Yet, confronted with Lin Huaizhi's earnest demeanor, she found herself unable to utter a word of refusal. She had always harbored no ill feelings toward him, and his handsome visage rendered her irritation futile. As Lin Huaizhi often jested in bed, her mere presence seemed to entice him, and although he bore the brunt of the blame for his desires, she found no desire to dispute it. Attractiveness toward someone one admires is hardly a vice. His longing for her was, in fact, a manifestation of his affection. If he felt nothing at all, then perhaps it was time for serious contemplation. Moreover, she had no inclination to lead a bland existence. A touch of flirtation could undoubtedly kindle their feelings for one another, elevate their spirits, and provide her with ample inspiration. Thus, the advantages were undeniable, rendering refusal inconceivable. Very well, let us sleep together, she conceded after a brief pause. But wait until your parents are asleep before you come over, and make sure to return early tomorrow morning. That way, we should remain undetected. Lin Huaizhi, seizing the opportunity, nodded eagerly. Rest assured, I shall exercise discretion. We will not be discovered. With their agreement solidified, Lin Huaizhi embraced Su Yao, planting a gentle kiss upon her lips before retreating to his room to freshen up. He anticipated that his mother would soon inquire whether Su Yao felt comfortable, and it was prudent to remain in his own room for the time being. Around 10:30, Su Yao texted him to announce that his mother had just left. Lin Huaizhi leaped from his bed, ready to open the door, only to be met by his mother, who had already entered. "Where are you going?" she inquired, crossing her arms and regarding him with suspicion. Lin Huaizhi felt a twinge of irritation. Was she now on a search and rescue mission? Could there not be a modicum of trust between them? Just moments ago, she had praised him for being a worry-free child, and now she was scrutinizing him. "The food was a bit salty this afternoon, so I thought I'd grab a drink," he offered casually. "Are you complaining about the cooking?" "Isn't it usually Su Yao who prepares your meals?" his mother retorted, her protective instincts flaring. In the past, she had worried about Lin Huaizhi's diet when Su Yao was not around, but now that someone was indeed cooking for him, her concern shifted to Su Yao, whom she now regarded with increasing fondness. "I really don't. Su Yao enjoys cooking. It's a hobby. I help wash the vegetables and lend a hand. Unlike my father, who sits idle unless prompted," Lin Huaizhi confessed, silently apologizing to his father for the candid remark. "That unreliable father of yours. I just asked him to hang the laundry, and I doubt he has done it," Lin's mother huffed as she stormed downstairs. Lin Huaizhi sighed in relief. He was accustomed to such parental antics, and, despite his guilt, it was merely a fleeting sensation. His father had mentioned wanting to strengthen Lin Huaizhi's bond with Su Yao, and by making this small sacrifice, he could elevate their relationship further. With that thought, Lin Huaizhi deftly opened Su Yao's door. She lay curled up on the bed, appearing diminutive and irresistibly cute. Upon seeing him, she quickly made room for him. "How was it? Did Annie leave?" Lin Huaizhi nodded, settling beside her. "Yes, she has gone to confront my father." "What do you mean?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. As he switched off the light, Lin Huaizhi skillfully began to undress her. The importance of the moment outweighed any initial hesitation. His desires had been particularly intense these past few days, an insatiable urge to explore intimacy with Su Yao. In an instant, Su Yao found herself disrobed, her modesty stripped away, leaving her vulnerable to Lin Huaizhi's advances. "Should be quiet. The soundproofing in this house is poor, so try to hold back your voice," he instructed earnestly, his hands and lips relentless in their pursuit. With just those few words, Su Yao complied, covering her mouth in an attempt to stifle any sounds of pleasure. Yet, despite her efforts, soft moans escaped her lips, betraying her state of excitement. "I adore this," she gasped, her voice a sweet melody that filled the air, further igniting Lin Huaizhi's passion. As his fingers danced across her body, he reveled in the sensation of her taut form. "Be good, Yao Yao," he coaxed, fully aware of the implications of his words, which sent her cheeks ablaze. "How can you say such daring things with a straight face?" she exclaimed, torn between anticipation and trepidation. "I want to try, but is this truly the right time and place?" She bit her lip, yearning for deeper intimacy, yet shy to voice her desires. Lin Huaizhi, equally conflicted, felt the thrill of their clandestine encounter, the thought of his parents just a floor away adding an exhilarating edge to the experience. "Why have you stopped?" he teased, his tone light, encouraging her to continue. "Are you upset? Please don't think that way." Laughter bubbled within him as he resumed his previous actions, shrouded in darkness, where sight was irrelevant as long as they remained silent. "Senior?" He acknowledged her with a sound, continuing his ministrations. "Be good, Yao Yao, all right?" I'm finished," she gasped, caught off guard by the surreal nature of their encounters, which felt reminiscent of the romantic tales she often penned. "Your voice is so enticing. I wish to help you measure your waist with my legs. Just imagining your breathy sighs in the throes of passion is enough to make me shiver." Lin Huaizhi felt his resolve waver, captivated by her audacious words. If the circumstances were different, he would have indulged her whims without hesitation. Chapter 94. Inconsistent words and actions. Why have you stopped again? Am I really so strong? Su Yao's reaction was even more intense than usual. Lin Huaizhi lowered his head, burying it in the girl's neck, nibbling on her earlobe. Su Yao felt utterly mortified. She didn't wish to behave this way, yet she found herself utterly unable to resist. Noticing her silence, Lin Huaizhi continued to tease her. Is this how you write your chapters, Yao Yao? Does the male protagonist treat the female lead like this? Why are you silent? Su Yao kept her lips sealed, biting down in distress, her demeanor a portrait of embarrassment and anger. Although Lin Huaizhi could not see her clearly, he could sense her turmoil. Su Yao could no longer withstand it. Her body reacted with an intensity beyond her expectations. She pulled the blanket over her head, retreating into silence. I give up. Is it necessary to be this sensitive? Fortunately, the lights are off. Otherwise, I would dig a hole and hide away. Concerned that Su Yao might suffocate, Lin Huaizhi gently pulled the blanket aside, feigning comfort. Yao Yao, this is perfectly normal. I feel the same way sometimes. Don and Appos, do you enjoy it when I do this? Instinctively, Su Yao nodded. She genuinely did. Yet, the circumstances were different now. She was merely a Na'vi girl, confronting this for the first time, and she felt shy. I enjoy seeing you like this, but regrettably, with the lights off, I cannot see you. How about when we return home tomorrow, we turn on the lights and do it again? With that remark, Lin Huaizhi revealed a more primal side of himself. Wow, you. What are you saying? What is wrong with me? Lin Huaizhi felt no shame in his words, as long as Su Yao did not reject him. He planned to seize her the moment he entered tomorrow. He could even prepare for it in advance. You have no shame. You're taking advantage of me. Su Yao huffed, unwilling to continue the conversation. How am I taking advantage of you? How about you take advantage of me instead? I am generous and willing to be at your mercy, without any time limit. You could take your time. I will comply. Su Yao was taken aback. You could have just asked me directly for help instead of hinting around. Lin Huaizhi lay back, adopting a posture of surrender. Then let it begin, classmate Su. Feel free to take your revenge. Su Yao's face flushed crimson. After hesitating for a moment, she obediently obliged. Finally, I can sleep soundly. Su Yao breathed a sigh of relief, confident that she would sleep well tonight. However, before she could rest for even a minute, Lin Huaizhi grew restless, his hands beginning to roam. Wait, how long has this been going on? You're still at it. Do you have such stamina? Then won't I be in for quite a challenge in the future? Senior, it is already late. You need to rise early tomorrow to return to your own room. Lin Huaizhi was unfazed, continuing his ministrations. If it comes to it, I can forego sleep tonight. Su Yao was genuinely frightened. A whole night without sleep could lead to unforeseen consequences. Wow, a whole night. That could easily lead to misunderstandings. I do not wish to take medication. That stuff is detrimental to one's health. Su Yao's first instinct was not to refuse the act, but to express concern over the consequences of medication. Lin Huaizhi, realizing this, felt a wave of satisfaction. It seemed there would be an opportunity to discuss this with Su Yao when she was ready. As for the medication, while he was indeed somewhat lustful, Su Yao's well-being would always take precedence. He would never put her in a position where she would harm herself. I won't do anything else. I'll just touch you. Just enjoy the sensation. Typically, Su Yao was the one aiding him. Now, he wished to reciprocate. Observing how much Su Yao enjoyed it, Lin Huaizhi felt a sense of fulfillment. Once one experiences such a thing, it tends to recur. It appeared he would have more to do in the future. Senior, I genuinely cannot continue. Less sleep. We can do it after returning home tomorrow. I truly cannot endure any longer. Su Yao pleaded, her body overly sensitive, and Lin Huaizhi's touch was skilled. She simply could not resist. All right, I won't torment you any further. Sleep well. Lin Huaizhi wished to continue, but it was only the first day. He could not push her too far, otherwise she would surely refuse to engage with him in the days to come. Knowing when to stop is crucial for a lasting relationship. P.S. The ship has capsized. After much appeal, I'm truly heartbroken. To be safe, this book will conclude swiftly. I hope everyone understands. I am new to this platform and unaware of the strict review process. Chapter 95. Caught in the act, Lin Huaizhi arose and made a swift visit to the lavatory to freshen up. He then dampened a clean washcloth, intending to cleanse Su Yao. Upon returning to the bedside, he discovered she had already succumbed to slumber. How could you be so drowsy? He mused. It has only been a few minutes, yet she is in such a profound sleep. Lin Huaizhi chuckled, betraying no hint of guilt, attributing it solely to Su Yao's lack of stamina. More practice is needed. A novice requires diligent training, he thought, resolving to assist her in her development. Lin Huaizhi gently parted Su Yao's legs and tenderly wiped her clean before dressing her. He glanced at his phone to check the time, and the light revealed a constellation of marks upon Su Yao's chest, causing him to swallow hard. I still desire to nibble, he thought, but restraint is paramount. With the hour past 4, he had to consider the repercussions of lingering. Discovery by his mother would lead to severe consequences. Furthermore, Su Yao's exhaustion weighed on his conscience. However faint, he must not disturb her repose. After adjusting the air conditioning and ensuring she was snugly tucked in, Lin Huaizhi tiptoed out of the room. Back in his own chamber, he slipped off his shoes, settled into bed, and was fast asleep within 5 minutes. Around 8 in the morning, Lin's mother ascended the stairs, first peeking into her son's room. Seeing him sleeping soundly assuaged her worries. She scoffed at her son's behavior, thinking, at least he has some sense of propriety. She then opened Su Yao's door and, finding her still deep in slumber, refrained from rousing her. Instead, she quietly descended the stairs, unaware of Lin's mother's visit. Su Yao awoke to find herself aching, parched, and with a sore throat. The memories of the previous night's escapades flushed her cheeks crimson. So thrilling, she thought. Had the circumstances been different, we would have gone all the way. After rising, Su Yao stripped the bed linens, intending to wash them immediately. They were to return home after breakfast, and the housekeeper would undoubtedly clean the room. If she didn't address it beforehand, any lingering traces would be discovered. She was also convinced, perhaps due to her imagination, that the bedding carried a telltale scent. Hearing the commotion, Lin's mother came upstairs to find Su Yao already loading the washing machine. "Child, why are you doing laundry so early?" "Leave it to me," she scolded gently, overwhelmed by Su Yao's excessive thoughtfulness. She couldn't help but speculate, thinking she must have endured much hardship in her former home. She marveled at how such a dutiful daughter could be mistreated. "It's no trouble at all, Auntie," Su Yao replied, her palms sweating with anxiety, fearing that Lin's mother might detect some telltale sign on her person. Fortunately, Lin's mother didn't linger and instead went to Lin Huaizhi's room. Seeing her son still fast asleep, she contrasted him with Su Yao, who had already begun tidying up. Her voice lost its usual tenderness. "Still sleeping? It's late. Is this how you always are? Always relying on Yao to do everything while you sleep? Waiting to be waited on?" Lin's mother even delivered a light blow through the covers. Startled and unjustly reprimanded, Lin Huaizhi was bewildered. What did I do wrong by sleeping in? He wondered. Still yawning? Get up this instant. Lin Huaizhi shook his head, confused. Why has my usually gentle mother suddenly become so fierce? Mom, what's wrong? Why are you so angry this early? Who else will make me angry but you? Get up now. Yao is already washing the sheets while you sleep. I don't know what she sees in you. Lin's mother rolled her eyes, and Lin Huaizhi realized that the previous night's activities might have left some marks on the bedding. Su Yao must have been trying to prevent their discovery by washing them. Mom, don't worry. I help out at home too. I wouldn't let Yao do everything. I'll get up and help her now. Lin Huaizhi was astute enough to recognize the situation. He knew that he had to take action to appease his mother. Su Yao had already changed in her own clothes. The ones Lin's mother had prepared were more revealing, and wearing them would expose the marks on her chest. It was safer to wear her original attire. Yao, are you tired? Lin Huaizhi embraced her, his arms encircling her waist. Su Yao cast a reproachful glance at him. If he hadn't been so insistent the night before, she wouldn't have slept so late and worried about being discovered. Don't touch me. Lin Huaizhi knew he had been too ardent the previous night, and it was natural for Su Yao to be upset. However, he also knew she was kind-hearted and only putting on a show of resistance. She remained still in his embrace. I'm sorry, but didn't you enjoy it last night? Lin Huaizhi whispered in her ear. Su Yao lust. Although she didn't want to admit it, it did feel different. Influenced by the atmosphere, she had indulged with Lin Huaizhi, and even felt a sense of longing at the end. If she hadn't been so exhausted, she might have continued. Lin Huaizhi had been gentle and teasing, and she found it hard to resist. But despite her inner thoughts, she couldn't admit it. How could I have enjoyed it? I was just accommodating you because you liked it. Lin Huaizhi smiled, understanding her thoughts. All right, it's all because I like it, and Yao Yao indulges me. That's how it is. And you moaned and groaned because I liked it? Su Yao swallowed, the memories of the previous night flooding back. She hadn't wanted to moan, but she couldn't help it. Don't say any more. What if your mother hears us? Su Yao pushed Lin Huaizhi away and stood properly, maintaining a distance. Lin Huaizhi glanced at the door. His mother had said she was going downstairs to prepare food and wouldn't be up for a while. Yao Yao, what you said last night, does it still count? Su Yao trembled, feigning ignorance. Huh? What did I say? Lin Huaizhi smiled knowingly. It's all right. You'll find out when we get home. Chapter 96. A bath first? Su Yao did not retort, but silently nodded, her mind beginning to wander. I scented a bit rushed to continue after last night's lengthy endeavor. Is his stamina really that impressive? Doesn't he need to take a breather? After all, it's his first time. Based on my writing experience, most boys aren't particularly capable during their first attempt. If he truly struggles, will I need to offer some words of comfort? However, boys are quite sensitive about this. If I say the wrong thing, wouldn't that wound his pride? Lin Huaizhi, standing nearby, felt his face flush with unease. How could she not know if he was capable? If she didn't cry and admit her mistakes tonight, he wouldn't bear the surname Lin. Su Yao, you go eat first. I'll take care of the sheets. Lin Huaizhi said through clenched teeth. Su Yao felt a chill run down her spine. Although Lin Huaizhi was smiling, she sensed his mood was less than pleasant. I can handle it. You haven't even washed up yet. You should do that first. Lin Huaizhi restrained his urge to assert himself, reaching out to gently ruffle Su Yao's hair. I'll manage. Let me do something, or my mother will have my head. You sit down and be good. Despite feeling something was amiss, Su Yao complied with Lin Huaizhi's insistence and went downstairs. As Lin Huaizhi forcefully hung the sheets, his mind was consumed with thoughts of what he would do tonight, considering various positions. The materials he had studied were finally about to be put to practical use, and he could hardly contain his eagerness to experiment. By the time he finished washing up and descended, Su Yao was already eating, with his parents chuckling beside her. They even made the porridge I liked today. Lin Huaizhi smiled, realizing he still held a significant place in their hearts. Although his mother scolded him, her concern was evident. As for Su Yao, having his family favor her was a positive development, and he felt no jealousy. Eat more if you like. Look at those dark circles under your eyes. Why do you all play games so hard? Lin's mother served him a bowl, her eyes filled with concern. Lin's father glanced at him and suddenly remarked, I feel like those dark circles weren't this pronounced yesterday. Did you not rest well last night? Hearing this, Su Yao's hand trembled as she lowered her head, stuffing food into her mouth. Lin Huaizhi remained remarkably composed, facing his mother's scrutinizing gaze with calmness. I haven't slept at home in ages. I had a hard time adjusting to the bed and only fell asleep in the middle of the night. So the dark circles are likely due to that. Lin's mother looked between him and Su Yao. Although a hint of suspicion lingered, Lin Huaizhi's demeanor suggested honesty. So she refrained from pressing further. After their meal, Lin Huaizhi began to tidy up for their departure. His parents, though reluctant, did not insist on keeping them longer, simply urging them to visit whenever they could. Lin's mother engaged Su Yao in conversation for quite some time, and, as they were leaving, she cautioned Lin Huaizhi to treat Su Yao well, advising him to resolve any conflicts promptly. Your relationship is good now, and since Yao Yao is so agreeable, there shouldn't be any issues. But over time, various problems may arise. You need to be more accommodating, understood? Lin Huaizhi nodded, dismissing her words. After all, what issues could possibly arise between him and Su Yao? Even if there were, he would be the first to know. Furthermore, with Su Yao's gentle nature, a minor apology or a show of vulnerability would quickly mend any rift. This method was foolproof. I understand, Mom, don't worry. As Lin Huaizhi held Su Yao's hand, they both silently anticipated what was to come. Upon entering the taxi, Lin Huaizhi began placing an order on a delivery app. Su Yao glanced at the screen, but felt too shy to look again. It was Lin Huaizhi's first time exploring such items, and he discovered there were various types. Lacking experience, he opted to purchase a box of each that caught his eye. Su Yao stole a glance, her eyes widening. ISNT1 box, supposed to contain many? Who buys so many boxes at once? If he is reckless, what about my safety? Should I intervene? But the driver is here. I can't voice my concerns. After much internal deliberation, watching Lin Huaizhi continue adding to his cart, she finally couldn't hold back and tug at his hand. Whispering, "Senior, I think that's enough." Lin Huaizhi feigned ignorance, echoing her earlier words. "What do you mean, enough?" Su Yao glanced at her phone, and seeing Lin Huaizhi's indifference, she pointed at the shopping cart, exclaiming, "This is too much. We want to use it all tonight." Who said it all has to be used tonight? I was just thinking of stocking up, Lin Huaizhi replied, looking at her in disbelief. Really? So you want to use it all? Is your desire that strong? Su Yao felt herself being unfairly accused, and in her moment of blankness, she couldn't find the words to defend herself. By the time she gathered her thoughts to explain, Lin Huaizhi wore an expression that suggested he understood everything. He patted her shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry, I understand. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. As a boyfriend, I must fulfill my girlfriend's needs." Su Yao felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation, turning to gaze out the window, refusing to engage in conversation with Lin Huaizhi. After they exited the taxi, Lin Huaizhi took Su Yao's hand, quickening their pace. As Su Yao glanced at the blazing sun, a sense of shyness washed over her. It feels so strange to rush home to do this in broad daylight. And we haven't even received the items yet. Rushing back won't allow for anything to happen. Could it be that a bath is in order first? Listening to Su Yao's inner thoughts, Lin Huaizhi had not considered this angle before. He merely wanted to return home sooner. However, her words sparked a new idea in his mind. Indeed, taking a bath first would save time. They could dive right in upon arrival. With that thought, Lin Huaizhi quickened his stride. P.S. Happy May Day holiday, everyone. The review process is quite strict, so this book will conclude sooner than expected, falling short of the originally planned word count. Please send some flowers my way. Upon arriving at the apartment, Lin Huaizhi, who had been preoccupied with lewd thoughts, suddenly felt a sense of trepidation. His initial plan had been to embrace and kiss Su Yao upon entry, followed by suggesting she take a shower. However, he now found himself noticeably awkward. Su Yao mirrored his unease. The two sat rigidly on the sofa, their spines erect. Lin Huaizhi exhaled deeply and was about to move closer to Su Yao when his phone rang. It was a call from Zhao Yuanan. Although he was reluctant to answer, Zhao Yuanan typically contacted him via WeChat unless it was urgent. Lin Huaizhi answered the call with a somber expression. The background was noisy, with several people arguing. Zhao Yuanan briefly explained the issue, and Lin Huaizhi nodded, indicating he would come over immediately. Su Yao had clearly overheard the conversation. Although unexpected, she understood the urgency. Teamwork required timely resolution of conflicts, and Lin Huaizhi, as the central figure, needed to be present. Yao, there's a matter that requires my attention. I need to go over there, Lin Huaizhi said, scrutinizing Su Yao to gauge her reaction. He knew that his departure at this crucial moment might be perceived as desertion, and Su Yao's discontent would be understandable. Fortunately, the girl showed no signs of displeasure, appearing almost relieved. She seemed to appreciate the extra time to prepare for the evening's activities. All right, she replied. He was glad she wasn't upset. The previous night's lack of rest had left him needing time to recuperate, ensuring he would be in peak condition for the evening. He didn't want to embarrass himself or require Su Yao's consolation. Be a good girl and wait for me at home. If you get sleepy, take a nap. When the takeout arrives, have them leave it at the door and retrieve it after they've left, okay? He was too pressed for time to wait for the delivery, so Su Yao would have to pick it up. I will, don't worry, Su Yao responded sweetly, giving Lin Huaizhi a fleeting kiss on the cheek. After Lin Huaizhi left, Su Yao grabbed a can of soda from the refrigerator and gulped down 2 large mouthfuls before collapsing onto the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. As a contemporary author of racing novels, Su Yao was intimately familiar with the various steps involved, the tender and lingering foreplay, the direct and passionate encounters, and the playful role-playing scenarios. She had explored them all in her writing. At the fervent request of her readers, she had even begun to write short, slightly suggestive scenes. which often made her blush and excited her with the words she penned. However, writing about it was different from experiencing it. They were two entirely separate realms. Su Yao felt a headache coming on. To be honest, she was genuinely looking forward to this experience. In her original world, she was older than her current body. As an adult, it was only natural to want to share intimacy with someone she loved. But no matter how well she prepared herself mentally, she couldn't shake off the nervousness. After much contemplation, Su Yao decided to adopt a fatalistic attitude. Lin Huaizhi would surely understand, and she just needed to cooperate. For now, she would find something else to occupy her mind and divert her attention. With that thought, Su Yao decided to give the apartment a thorough cleaning. I've got so much energy to burn," she muttered, rolling up her sleeves and diving straight into the task. An hour later, Su Yao had scrubbed the living room until it was spotless, the floor gleaming like a mirror. She then turned her attention to Lin Huaizhi's room. He had been sleeping with her lately, and his room had been neglected. She decided to seize the opportunity to give it a good cleaning. Without hesitation, Su Yao entered Lin Huaizhi's room, intending to start by tidying his desk. The desk was covered in reference books. As an outsider, Su Yao flipped through them idly. Although she couldn't understand them, she still wanted to express her admiration. Next to the books was a notebook. Su Yao remembered that Lin Huaizhi's handwriting was exceptionally beautiful, so she opened it to take a look. The initial entries were incomprehensible, resembling mathematical solutions. However, as she flipped through the pages, Su Yao came across a familiar name, Shun Shitong, the female protagonist. Next to it was Zhou Ying's name, connected by a line. The events leading to Lu Xing's deception and the emotional entanglement between the male and female protagonists were all meticulously documented. Su Yao's mind reeled. She trembled with fear, her fingers shaking as she flipped through the pages, barely able to hold the notebook. How could this be? How would he know all of this? As she reflected on the events of the past few months, a daring idea struck her, connecting everything together. Yes, she had only thought about these things in her mind, never spoken them aloud. If he couldn't read her mind, how could she have moved into his house so smoothly? How could he know everything about her? Why had he trusted her completely when she advised him on how to handle Lu Xing or the game? All the questions she had once pondered now had answers. She had thought she had earned his complete trust, but now she realized that it wasn't what she had believed. There was no trust at all. She had never had any secrets from him. Her vulnerabilities, her affection for him, and her hidden thoughts were all known to him. As the truth unraveled, Su Yao began to waver. So, his intentions toward her had been calculated from the start. This was not entirely unexpected, as her own motives for approaching him had not been entirely pure. But what about later? Were his feelings for her genuine? Or was he simply trying to keep her by his side, feigning affection? The heavy notebook fell to the ground with a thud. Su Yao's face was pale, her head throbbing, and tears streamed down her face. She grabbed her phone and fled the apartment. No, perhaps this wasn't an Oppo's to her home at all. Lin Huaizhi was busy until late in the evening before he finally returned home. He had sent Su Yao numerous messages on the way back, but none had been answered. He felt a growing unease, sensing that something was wrong. When he called, no one answered. Lin Huaizhi panicked. Su Yao had no relatives or friends here. Why could she have gone? Too anxious to take the subway, Lin Huaizhi hailed 2 taxis and rushed home. His hands trembled as he entered the door code, his usually composed face filled with worry. "Yao Yao." Lin Huaizhi called out, but there was no response. She wasn't in her room either. Lin Huaizhi strode quickly to the door of his own room. Seeing the notebook on the floor, his pupils contracted, his body tensed, and even his breathing became labored. Chapter 98. Deception until the end. She had discovered everything. Lin Huaizhi's heart ached as if it were being tugged. During this period, everything had been progressing positively, to the point where he had forgotten the shadow that loomed over him and Su Yao. If he were in Su Yao's shoes, seeing this notebook, what thoughts would swirl in her mind? Would she feel deceived, realizing that beneath the facade of goodness lay a web of lies? She had articulated her emotional experiences in words, and through her inner thoughts, he had sensed countless times how deeply she cherished him. In her heart, this relationship was pure and unblemished, yet now he discovered that a rift had always existed between them. She had endured enough suffering in the past. She longed for a home filled with caring and loving parents. But what had he done? On the very day he introduced her to his parents, The very day she was willing to completely entrust herself to him. It was then that she found out the truth, that she was not as innocent as she believed. She would undoubtedly shatter. If he were to face such a revelation, he would find it equally unbearable, perhaps even deeming her a fraud and wishing to sever all ties. Lin Huaizhi dared not delve deeper into his thoughts. The immediate priority was to locate Su Yao. Although his explanations would seem feeble, he still wished to be by her side and convey his true feelings. Initially, he had indeed been drawn to her for selfish reasons. Yet as they spent time together, he found himself irresistibly captivated, becoming increasingly ensnared in his own emotions. His love for her was genuine, and his desire for a lasting relationship was sincere. He had contemplated keeping Su Yao close, but he had never considered resorting to deceit in matters of the heart. He was not that cruel. He continued to call Su Yao, but received no response. His messages were sent, as she had not blocked him. Previously, after a quarrel, they had agreed that regardless of the disputes they encountered, they must resolve their issues amicably and never cut off contact without clarity. She still remembered that agreement. Even now, she clung to it. Lin Huaizhi felt a tightening in his chest, a wave of helplessness enveloping him. He typed furiously, desperate to reach Su Yao, to at least ascertain her whereabouts and her safety. In this world, she had made this place her home. Beyond this, she had nowhere else to turn. Given her current state, he feared what might happen if she were alone. Yao, I can explain. Please tell me where you are. I just need to ensure your safety. Yao, please respond. I am genuinely worried about you. I acknowledge my mistakes, but I swear that my feelings for you are devoid of ulterior motives. Yao, I have never intended to take advantage of you. As he surveyed the lush green surroundings, Lin Huaizhi felt a sense of helplessness for the first time. Throughout his life, he had navigated challenges with ease. But this situation was different. He had often taken solace in hearing Su Yao's thoughts, believing he could resolve all her problems according to her wishes. Regardless of her grievances or sadness, he had always believed he could provide the best solutions. Now, however, he found himself equally punished, unable even to see her face. Yet, Su Yao was the one he wished to spend his life with. He could not bear to lose her. The messages he had sent lingered in the chat, devoid of poetic elegance, and he struggled to find words to explain himself. Fortunately, the message interface displayed the other party is typing. Lin Huaizhi stood, filled with anticipation, staring at the screen. However, upon reading her response, he was engulfed in self-doubt. Su Yao remarked, "Did you truly never think of using me?" Lin Huaizhi wanted to reply, but his carefully crafted response remained unspoken. Deep down, he could not respond confidently without a hint of hesitation. Perhaps, in a moment of their relationship, he had relished his fortune and felt grateful to keep her close. He longed to tell her that he had never harbored such thoughts, yet he could not guarantee that. Moreover, in that moment, he refused to utter any words that might mislead her. Su Yao had been waiting for his response, typing numerous words only to delete them all in the end. "I'm at the hotel. Nana is with me, so you needn't worry. Please don't seek me out. I wish to be alone." Lin Huaizhi sent her countless messages, yet none were met with a reply. After all, why would she want to see him now? On the other side, Su Yao sat on the floor, burying her head in her legs. Though her body trembled with silent sobs, she refrained from making any loud sounds. This had always been her way, no matter how heart-wrenching her sorrow. She refused to show weakness in front of others. Zhang Nana, witnessing this, felt a pang of sympathy and disregarded the cleanliness of the floor, sitting beside her and gently patting her shoulder. "You can cry it out, Yao." For the first time, Su Yao, who had endured so much, crumbled at those words. Weeping uncontrollably, her eyes reddened with unshed tears, a deep sense of loss filling her heart. She looked up, resembling a fragile doll, gazing at Zhang Nana as silent tears streamed down her cheeks. After a long pause, she softly uttered, "Nana, what should I do?" In that moment, when Nana urged her to let it all out, Su Yao's mind drifted to Lin Huaizhi holding her close, reassuring her, tears are merely a means of emotional release. In the past, her family had often scolded her, saying crying day after day, "What good does it do?" Yet that day, Lin Huaizhi had told her that tears need not serve a purpose. They were simply a way to express emotions. and there was nothing wrong with crying wholeheartedly if it meant healing. Their time together had been neither too long nor too short. Yet every moment was etched in her memory. I truly like him, so very much. Nana, what do you think I should do? Zhang Nana had never seen Su Yao in such a state. To her, Su Yao had always been a vibrant, colorful butterfly, resilient, lively, interesting, and kind. She was always bright-eyed and smiling, never like this, shattered and despondent. Though unaware of the specifics, Nana sensed that something grave had transpired between Su Yao and Lin Huaizhi. Otherwise, she would never be in such a state. Zhang Nana embraced Su Yao, allowing her tears to soak her shoulder and dampen her clothes. It will get better. Yao Yao, if you wish to share, I'm here for you. If not, I won't pry, but know that I am right by your side. Su Yao closed her eyes, letting the tears flow freely. At this point, she had no idea how to face Lin Huaizhi. Chapter 99. Truly fond of him in the past. She was oblivious to the truth and always believed that Lin Huai was the perfect male lead, crafted specifically for her. He understood her unspoken words and safeguarded her pride. Whenever she was sorrowful, he provided exactly what she needed. Even during their quarrels, he discerned the source of her anger with remarkable clarity. She naively thought she had encountered a so-called soulmate, a divine gift from the heavens. However, in reality, all her thoughts vanished in his presence. He merely responded according to his own perceptions. Did he ever feel a flicker of emotion when he heard her silent cries, a desire to reveal the truth? Su Yao found it impossible to suppress her thoughts, inevitably drifting towards the negative. Yet, regardless of how poorly she perceived Lin Huai, her affection for him remained unwavering. Nana, I truly like him. Exhausted from crying, Su Yao's vacant gaze conveyed a heart-wrenching sentiment. I really like him, but right now, I don't know how to face him. I know he genuinely likes me. His gaze mirrors mine. I want us to be good together. I strive to win over his parents, to integrate into his